Chapter 1 Buffet Space, Beautiful Stewardess Waitress. AI Flight Attendant. Hello, Mr. Chin Fong. Your buffet for today is ready. Shall I feed you, or will you eat it yourself? A sexy stewardess in a blue uniform stood gracefully beside the dining table. She had a graceful figure and curvaceous curves, and every step she took was done with trained grace. The uniform fits her beautiful figure tightly, and her long, straight legs are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. The flesh-colored stockings have a delicate luster under the soft light, and can be said to be the level of Leg's toy. Her face is as delicate as an AI-retouched picture, her skin is fair and delicate, without a single flaw. A pair of bright eyes, with a gentle look of woman in them. I'll eat it myself. Chin Fong replied. Okay, I'm Xiao Qing, your personal stewardess. Please ring the bell if you need anything. The stewardess Xiao Qing turned and left, her beautiful buttocks swaying with her steps. Chin Feng's gaze lingered on her back for a few seconds. This stewardess, both in appearance and figure, is enough to drive any man crazy. This system is very powerful. Thanks. Chin Feng thanked him and picked up the cutlery. Here is his system space. This is a house isolated from the zombie apocalypse outside. A pure white dining table was placed quietly in the center of the space, and Chin Feng sat on a comfortable chair. On the table, the Boston lobster has plump, chewy meat and is extremely sweet. King crab legs, every bite is the ultimate ocean flavor. There are also various shellfish sashimi, salmon, elephant trunk. In my previous life, let alone seafood of this level, even a full meal was a luxury. He devoured the delicious food in no time, his stomach feeling warm and his whole body filled with a long-lost sense of satisfaction. After eating and drinking, Chin Feng packed a Boston lobster. Finally, press a red button to exit the portable space. The scene before my eyes was like falling from heaven to hell. Chin Feng was in a girl's dormitory that had been uninhabited for a long time. The 3 beds were piled with all kinds of debris, covered with dust and smelled of mold. Only the bed by the window was empty. But it was just a bare mattress, without any quilt or pillow. Fortunately, it is summer now, so it won't be too cold even if I lie directly on the mattress. At this moment, Chin Feng stood in the girls' dormitory and looked around. He was reborn. Back to the day after the zombie virus outbreak. Memories of the previous life flooded into my mind like a tide. He remembered that day clearly. It was drizzling and the air was fresh. It was an ordinary Monday and ended at 8 a.m. Lin Yue, the foreign languages college beauty who looks pure and is revered as a goddess, came to him and said, "Classmate Chin Feng, can you help me move my luggage to the girls' dormitory? I changed dormitories, but my luggage was too heavy for me to move. There will be a generous reward." Chin Feng is not a bootlicker, but the beautiful school beauty found him and was very polite, so Chin Feng agreed. Okay, I'm happy to help. So, in the scorching heat of the south, Chin Feng carried Lin Yue's 2 large suitcases to the 3rd floor, sweating profusely and tired like a dog. The result? After putting the things in her dormitory 302, Lin Yue didn't even buy him some Fat House Happy Water worth a few dollars. Just smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Chin Feng, you can go back now." Chin Feng? That's it? What about the generous reward you promised? Is it just a verbal thank you? Chin Feng was puzzled. I'm not your father, so how can you order me around with such a clear conscience? What's even more hateful is that after Chin Feng helped her move her luggage, Lin Yue turned around and called her boyfriend in a coquettish voice. Hello? Honey, the luggage is all moved. Chin Feng helped me move it. He's such a nice guy. Will you pick me up and take me out to eat? Sure, I'm hungry. Yeah, I finished moving here. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the boys' building. The sweet voice she used to address her boyfriend and the coldness she showed towards Chin Feng formed an ironic contrast. Chin Feng felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. Feeling fooled, deceived. His dignity was trampled underfoot, and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Damn, Lin Yue, so you have a boyfriend? Then why didn't you let your boyfriend move the luggage? Why did you call me? My boyfriend is playing games in the dorm, and it's too hot today, and he's afraid of the heat. Your boyfriend is hot, but shouldn't I be afraid of the heat? You are a good person, especially willing to help others. Fuck you. Chin Feng glared at Lin Yue, wishing he could tear her apart and ravage her right then and there. I swear from now on that I will never trust pretty girls again. Beautiful women are all liars. They lie as soon as they open their mouths. At this moment, the zombie virus broke out without warning, and the whole world fell. The teaching building, the cafeteria, the playground, were filled with wandering zombies and screams of terror. In the critical moment, the girls' dormitory manager showed amazing decisiveness. The door of the girls' dormitory was locked from the outside with a thick iron chain. The zombies couldn't get in, so they were safe for the time being. The ant was also bitten to death by the zombies outside. Then, Xin Feng and more than 300 girls were trapped in this 7-story girls' dormitory building. He was a boy, and was arranged by those fairies to live in the uninhabited dormitory 301. He can't harass those girls, and of course those girls won't come to him. Building 5 of the boys' dormitory is just across the street from Building 2 of the girls' dormitory. After the initial panic, the boys over there quickly selected a capable leader, a senior. He distributed the food and water dropped by military drones in an orderly manner, and organized the boys to patrol and defend, so his life was in an orderly manner. But, in contrast, the girls' dormitory has become a living hell. The girls are leaderless and selfish. On the first day, all the girls in the building had a fierce conflict over a box of compressed biscuits and boxes of mineral water. Some girls who usually look weak and delicate reveal their ferocious faces for food. He even pushed his competitor down the stairs without hesitation, causing his brain to burst. There is no discipline. There is no order. Just the most primitive savagery. Xin Feng once naively hoped that he could be a leader like he was in the boys' dormitory, organizing the girls, uniting them, helping each other and overcoming difficulties together. But, you're overthinking it. Little fairies, look at the boys' dormitory across the street. They're in perfect order, with food and water. I beg you to stop arguing. Listen to me. I'll arrange for food and water. Xin Feng shouted loudly. What's the result? He just made this suggestion. He was regarded as a threat by a group of starving girls who wanted to steal their food. You're the only boy who talks too much? Why don't you go out and fight zombies? You're taking up our girls' resources. Who gives you the right to order us around? Go back to your boys' dorm. For us, you should sacrifice yourself like the dorm auntie and go out and fight. Xin Feng, now's your chance to show off. Go grab some food for us. The school beauties screamed and pushed each other. A group of people forced Xin Feng to the railing on the 3rd floor and pushed him down. The fear of losing weight and falling, the excruciating pain of bones breaking, and then being eaten by a group of zombies. The girls' indifferent or gloating laughter before they died is as clear as yesterday. Fortunately, he was reborn. With a heart full of hatred and unwillingness, and a brand new opportunity. Bite. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Doomsday Space Buffet system. Opening gift package, a seafood buffet and a sexy flight attendant. Each buffet meal does not appear out of thin air, and requires points to purchase. Buffet A Energy Breakfast, 100 points. Buffet B 4 dishes and 1 soup, 500 points. Buffet C 2 luxurious buffet dinners at a 5-star hotel, 1,000 points. How to earn points? The host needs to make a school beauty with a beauty score of 90 or above generate red warm emotion points. In other words, you cause the school beauty's emotions to fluctuate violently. Whether it is great joy, great sorrow, great anger, great shock, or great shame. As long as you are strong enough, you can get points. The higher the appearance, the more intense the emotional fluctuations, and the more points you can get in a single trip. In addition to purchasing buffet meals in the system mall, points can also be used to unlock and purchase weapons and equipment. Weapon A, Glock 43 pistol with 9 rounds of ammunition, not unlocked. Weapon B, M16 automatic rifle with 90 rounds of ammunition, not unlocked. Weapon C, 10 defensive grenades 3000 steel balls, not unlocked. I hope the host will work hard and live a happy life in the end of the world. The system sound disappears. Xin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer. Make the school beauty have a red warm emotional value? That's easy. This system is tailor-made for him. In his previous life, he suffered so much harm and humiliation from the school bell, and even lost his life in the end. In this life, the school bell will become a tool for her to obtain survival resources. It's true that things change over time, don't look down on the young and poor. After receiving the new member gift package, Xin Feng enjoyed a delicious seafood buffet. He even rubbed some oil on the thigh of the NPC flight attendant. I just don't know if I can have an in-depth communication with this flight attendant. This needs to be explored. Of course, this is not a priority. He now has to earn points as quickly as possible to ensure the next buffet meal. Xin Feng weighed the fragrant Boston lobster he had just packed in his hand. I opened the door of room 301 and walked out. The next dormitory is 302. There are 4 girls living in the dormitory of school beauty Lin Yuwei. In his previous life, he moved Lin Yuwei's luggage here. At this moment, the sound of sharp quarrel came from the crack of the door of dormitory 302. Why should I give you this compressed biscuit? A girl's voice was sharp and sarcastic. You gulped down so much water just now. Who knows if you wanted to kill us with thirst? The other voice was crying and full of grievance. We all received this food together. Why should you get more? Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll push you all off here and feed you to the zombies. Xin Feng listened to the girls quarreling inside and sneered a few times. The show begins. He picked up the Boston lobster in his hand and knocked on the door of room 302. Chapter 2, Seducing the School Belle with Food. Lin Yuwei and her quarreling roommate. The door of dormitory 302 was locked, and the quarreling inside became more and more deafening. After Xin Feng knocked on the door, someone opened it and 4 angry girls stood inside. Among the 4 girls, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the school beauty Lin Yuwei. 168 centimeters tall, with a slim figure. The waist is so slender that it can't be grasped, and the chest is full and tall. Her long black hair was down to her waist, and her oval face was beautiful and charming. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were tinged with red due to the dispute, adding a touch of pitifulness. The other 3, one was Chao Hong, who weighed a full 200 pounds and spitted everywhere. One is Gung Xian, who is as thin as a bamboo pole and has a shrill voice. The other one was Pan Yu, who had dark skin and a fierce look between his brows. I was the one who applied for that bottle of water. What's the point of you applying? I snatched it back. The scene was so chaotic, anyone could take advantage of the situation and rob. Bullshit. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be a single bottle of water in our dormitory. After Xin Feng came in, the quarrel stopped abruptly, and the 4 pairs of girls stared at him. Xin Feng? Who let you in? This is the girls' dormitory. We're all naked. What are you, a boy, doing here? What do you want to do in the middle of summer? Do you want to molest us because the world is ending? I'm warning you, there are so many people watching us in the boys' dormitory across the street. If you dare to mess around, we'll throw you off the building and feed you to the zombies. Xin Feng's eyes swept over the 3 girls, Chao Hong, Gung Xian, and Pan Yu, with a sneer on his face. In the previous life, it was these 3 women who, at the most chaotic moment, joined forces to push him down from the 3rd floor. Let him be torn apart by the zombies downstairs. In this life, he didn't want them to be bitten to death by zombies, but wanted them to experience the feeling of starving to death. Hee, I'm not here to see you. Xin Feng shook the packaged Boston lobster and a few slices of golden toast in his hand. I'm here to look for the school beauty Lin Yuwei. Xin Feng especially emphasized the word school belle. The aroma of food permeates the air. The bright red lobster meat is plump and tender. The browned bread slices next to it give off the aroma of toasted butter, which makes people's mouths water just by looking at it. The 4 girls' eyes suddenly widened and their throats rolled unconsciously. Especially Chao Hong, Gung Xian, and Pan Yu, their eyes were almost glued to the food, and then their jealous glances turned to Lin Yuwei. Yes, Lin Yuwei is the school beauty. Therefore, Xin Feng is Lin Yuwei's lick dog. If you offer food as a token of your courtesy, you are either a traitor or a thief. Lin Yuwei also licked her sexy red lips, which were a little cracked. Today is the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and the entire girls' dormitory building is in serious food shortage. The supplies dropped by military drones are limited, and Binhai University is not a key area of care. The 4 people in their dormitory went to the rooftop to grab the food and drinking water dropped by the drone. In the end, I only managed to grab a bottle of mineral water and a small pack of compressed biscuits. 4 people drink from a bottle of water, and it's gone in 1 sip per person. 1 piece of compressed biscuit per person is better than nothing. When had she, the beauty of the foreign language department, ever suffered such injustice? Lin Yuwei originally thought that she would be able to get some preferential treatment based on her appearance. I didn't expect to be suppressed by 3 female roommates who were usually kind but became rude when they got angry. In the past, they were willing to make friends with Lin Yuwei because they thought she was beautiful and rich. When you are with a beautiful woman, you are also a beautiful woman. Moreover, roommates can get many benefits from boys by sharing the daily life of campus beauties with them, such as free milk tea. But now, the zombie crisis has broken out and they are busy taking care of themselves, so how can they have the mood to care about the school beauties? What's the big deal about a school beauty? Can you spend money on her? Can you earn a living by caring for her? Shin Fong looked at the current situation and said in a playful tone, like a cat teasing a mouse. Yue, I happen to have some delicious food here. Don't worry about where I got it, I have it. If you want, come to 301 to find me. I can also give you something to eat. Of course, if you don't want to, forget it. I can eat it myself. He deliberately passed the takeaway box forward so that they could see it more clearly. The four girls' eyes almost popped out of their heads. What a seafood! Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat and she pressed her full chest with one hand. Agree or not? Reason told her that Qin Feng came for revenge. She had just taken advantage of Qin Feng's kindness yesterday. She clearly has a boyfriend, but she still wants Qin Feng to come and help her in such hot weather. No one can stand such humiliation. Now, Qin Feng brought delicious food to the door, and his purpose was self-evident. She was afraid that Qin Feng would use these foods to force her to do something she didn't want to do. For example, those unbearable scenes flashed through her mind, flashed, and flashed again. No, she can't do it. Tears of grievance immediately welled up in Lin Yue's beautiful peach blossom eyes. She couldn't do those things for Qin Feng. So shameful. What's more, her boyfriend is in the boys' dormitory across the street, and the two buildings are very close. Balcony facing balcony, you can see what is happening here without telescope. Therefore, curtains are usually hung in girls' dormitories to block the view of the balcony. If my boyfriend saw me entering Qin Feng's room. Thinking of this, Lin Yue suppressed the hunger in her stomach and wiped the tears of grievance from her eyes. He raised his chin proudly. Forget it, I'm not that hungry yet. As soon as she said this, Chao Hon, Geng Xian and Pan Yu beside her became anxious. Qin Feng, then, if she doesn't want to eat, can we eat it? Chao Hong was the first one who couldn't help but ask. Geng Xian also hurriedly said, I can help you wash clothes. In fact, I can do anything. Pan Yu was even more direct. Give me something to eat, don't treat me like a human being. Qin Feng glanced at them coldly and shook his head. You wish. Qin Feng is very handsome and is the school idol of the foreign languages college. He didn't have a girlfriend simply because he couldn't stand the girls in the foreign languages department who were too greedy and there were too many green tea girls. It's not like he's unwanted. He likes a girl from the computer science department. You three ugly girls are really calculating. You eat my food and drink my drinks, and you want me to sleep with you? Go to bed, you can dream about anything. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Lin Yue and said meaningfully. It's okay. Lin Yue, the school beauty, if you change your mind, come find me in dormitory 301. I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, he turned and left. The room was filled with the aroma of food and four girls with different thoughts. Lin Yue looked at Qin Feng's departing back, then glanced at the empty doorway, as if she could still smell the fresh aroma of lobster. He couldn't help swallowing again, his lips moved a few times, but in the end he said nothing. My heart is in turmoil. Desire, rejection, unwillingness, helplessness, madness, desire. There was also a hint of ambiguous emotion that she herself couldn't explain, intertwined with it. Bite. The system is bound to a school beauty girl with a beauty score of 90 points. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body shape, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Current emotional progress bar, stage 1, pride. Wave, humiliation, submission, initiative, loss slicker, ultimate loss slicker. Just now, the host showed Lin Yue the big lobster and invited Lin Yue to your room for dinner. Lin Yue's mood swings are as follows. Desire, extreme desire for food, 30 points. Rejection, concerned about boyfriend's thoughts, wary of the host, 40 points. Reluctant, unwilling to succumb to the host's charity, 30 points. Ding. The host has earned a total of 100 points. Current points balance, 100. 100 points can be used to purchase the energetic breakfast set. Do you want to purchase it? Chapter 3, School Bell, From Pride to Shake-Up. Would you like to purchase the energizing breakfast? Purchase. Ding, the host uses the 100 points just earned to buy a full energy breakfast. Includes a cup of hot milk, a French-style fried egg and ham pancake, a fried dough stick, a pair of fried chicken wings, and a small bag of potato chips. The host won points for the first time and was rewarded with a buffet space upgrade. Buffet space, level 1, total 100 levels. Restaurant area upgraded from 10 square meters to 20 square meters. The dining room furniture was upgraded to a wooden dining table and 2 soft sofa chairs. Remaining points, 0 points. Waiters and stewardesses have an extra set of clothes to change into. Preview of the new flight attendant uniforms. Do you want to preview? Stewardess dress-up option. Do you want to change the stewardess's dress? Sheen phone, preview. Suddenly, a new set of uniforms for the flight attendant appeared clearly on the floating electronic panel in front of him. This is a burgundy full-body stewardess uniform. The upper body is a short suit jacket, which is well cut and tightly outlines the woman's waistline. Under the coat is a white silk shirt with a small lapel that is meticulously crafted. The neckline is tied with a narrow burgundy silk scarf of the same color. The lower body is a knee-length skirt that fits perfectly, and the slit of the skirt is just right, showing off the slender and well-proportioned calves. She wore a small boat-shaped hat in the same color on her head, slightly tilted to one side, adding a touch of playfulness and elegance. Sheen Fong was quite satisfied with the look and said, "Change clothes." Ding, the flight attendant has changed their outfit successfully. Host, do you want to enter this space and enjoy the food? I just had a big seafood dinner, but it wouldn't hurt to have a little more. Enter. With a slight buzzing sound, the scenery in front of Sheen Fong changed and he was already in the system space. After the upgrade, the buffet space is larger. A smooth wooden dining table is placed in the center. On both sides of the dining table are 2 comfortable soft padded sofa chairs, made of off-white velvet. The entire space is decorated in soft tones, quiet and elegant, in stark contrast to the simple 301 dormitory outside. Then, Xiaoqing, the flight attendant, wearing a brand new burgundy uniform, walked over with a standard professional smile on her face. She was pushing a food cart commonly seen on airplanes, on which was placed the newly unlocked full of energy breakfast set. A cup of hot milk exudes a light frankincense. The golden and tempting French-style fried egg and ham pancakes are baked to a crispy outside and tender inside, with thick fried eggs and ham slices in between. A fried golden crispy fried dough stick, a pair of spicy chicken wings with crispy skin, and a small portion of freshly baked potato chips, each one is very appetizing. The flight attendant placed breakfast on the table in front of Sheen Fong with elegant and standard movements. Sheen Fong took a sip of the hot milk. I picked up the French-style fried egg and ham pancake and took a big bite. It was very crispy. Then he took another bite of the fried dough stick, it was crispy. As for the chicken wings and small portion of potato chips, he also took a bite of each. Seeing this, the stewardess Xiaoqing still kept smiling. Mr. Sheen Fong, is this breakfast not to your liking? Why do you only take 1 bite? Sheen Fong wiped his mouth with a napkin. Because I just had a seafood feast, I'm not hungry now, so I'll take a bite of each to taste the flavor. I'm happy. The stewardess Xiaoqing smiled and said, I see. What else do you need now? Sheen Fong looked at her, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds. No more, pack them all up. The stewardess Xiaoqing immediately responded, Yes, sir. The flight attendant immediately started packing the food and stood in front of Sheen Fong to do the work. Sheen Fong was able to observe her closely. The burgundy uniform highlights the stewardess's curvaceous figure and full body. Sheen Fong had only one question in his mind, can I eat this, flight attendant? Sheen Fong finally couldn't help but ask, Hello, stewardess, do you have a boyfriend? The stewardess Xiaoqing still had that perfect smile on her face. No. I'm not a living person. I'm an AI robot. I don't have an emotional module, so naturally I don't have a boyfriend. Sheen Fong became even more curious, robot? Can I touch you? Flight attendant Xiaoqing's smile remained unchanged. Sure. My skin is made of the latest artificial silicone material, and it feels very similar to real human skin. You can try it. Sheen Fong thought that this system was really generous. He stretched out his hand, with a hint of inquiry, Oh, then let me touch your hand. The stewardess Xiaoqing stretched out a slender and graceful hand, waiting for her master's caress. Sheen Fong touched the back of her hand, and the touch from his fingertips was delicate, soft, and a little warm. If I didn't know it in advance, I would definitely think it was a real person's hand. He marveled in his heart, stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the stewardess robot's face. The touch is also surprisingly real and elastic. You can almost feel the muscle texture under the skin. The flight attendant Xiaoqing still smiled and did not resist at all. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. This high technology is really amazing. I will have this kind of robot girlfriend in the future. Who would bother to coax a human girlfriend? It's such a blessing. The flight attendant Xiaoqing has already packed the breakfast. Put it in a delicate paper bag, handed it to Qin Feng, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin Feng, your breakfast is packed. We recommend that you eat it as soon as possible, the weather is hot. Food spoils easily and wasting food is shameful." Qin Feng took the paper bag and nodded, "I understand." So I pressed the red button and exited the buffet space. Back to the messy 301 girls' dormitory, in front of me was a mess. Today is the second day of the zombie crisis. Water and electricity are normal, and mobile network signals are normal. So many people can boil tap water to drink when they are thirsty. Apart from having no food and not being able to go out, I didn't feel any panic about the end of the world. Qin Feng lay on the wooden bed and took out his almost dead cell phone. I took a few photos of the food I just packed and posted them on my Moments. Block everyone and only let Lin Yue see it. In the 9-square grid, Qin Feng captured the delicious food of hot milk, French-style fried eggs, ham pancakes, fried dough sticks, a pair of fried chicken wings, and a small portion of potato chips in exceptional clarity and fragrance. He also added a caption. "This breakfast is so filling and delicious that I even ate it as afternoon tea." In the girls' dormitory 302, 4 girls were lying on their beds, feeling depressed. The curtains were all lowered so as not to affect each other and prevent fighting. The 4 of them made up their minds. The country will send people to rescue us. The current rescue work has not yet reached Binhai University. And they thought, since there is no food for the time being, let's go to sleep first. Sleeping can reduce metabolism, just like hibernation. When you are hungry, at least you can drink tap water and you won't die for the time being. So, Lin Yue lay in bed, charging her phone, hungry, and watching short videos on her phone. In the short video, many male anchors risked their lives to go out on the street to film zombies, and without exception they were bitten to death. Factories, companies, office buildings, and supermarkets in the city are all filled with wandering zombies. The city fell, traffic was paralyzed, cars broke down, and drivers were dragged out and bitten to death by zombies. The road is densely packed with broken down cars. Because the roads were paralyzed, rescue work was very difficult. Military helicopters and drones fly over from time to time, dropping food and water on the roofs of residence buildings. Many residents in the residential area were fighting on the rooftop over food, causing chaos. There were also some brainless people on the streets who took advantage of the chaos to rob banks and gold shops, and they were also bitten to death by zombies. In the university men's dormitory, some boys stood on the balcony, set the dormitory bedding on fire, and threw it on the road between the 2 dormitory buildings. The zombies roaming the school road were scorched by the burning bedding and dancing like crazy. The boys clapped and laughed, and took a video. Yes, this is what boys do. But, if you burn one zombie to death, more zombies will come. The university roads were full of zombies wandering in groups of 3 or 4. Either they gnaw on the corpses on the ground or search for food in the trash cans. None of the college students locked in the dormitory building dared to open the door and go out, as going out would mean seeking death. Therefore, the boys' only entertainment was to light the bedding with a lighter and throw it downstairs to burn the zombies. Every time they successfully burned a zombie to death, the male college students roared and applauded to celebrate their victory. It's fun. Another zombie burned to death. The end of the world is more fun than going to school. A real-life zombie game. I don't want to go to class anymore. If I weren't so hungry, I would like to play like this every day. Qin Feng was lying on the balcony of dormitory 301. I looked at the boys across from me enviously as they played a game of burning zombies. To be honest, he really wanted to join the boys and play the game of burning zombies with everyone. But he was trapped in the girls' dormitory. Since he didn't smoke and didn't have a lighter, the girls were not interested in burning zombies, and he didn't even have a partner to work with. Moreover, the boys' side was well organized. The elected student leader is called Wang Zi, nicknamed Prince. He is 1.9 meters tall and is the captain of the school basketball team. He is quite authoritative among the students and all the boys listen to him. His girlfriend, Mu Qingxue, the school beauty, also lives in Qin Feng's female dormitory building, but her room number is unknown. The drone dropped food and water on the roof of the dormitory building. Wang Zi organized the boys to distribute it to each dormitory in a fair and just manner. Moreover, in the male dormitory, each dormitory takes turns to serve as a volunteer. The dormitories cooperated very well with each other and no one was fighting over food. Qin Feng was really envious. Here, Qin Feng was lying on the sun railing. Seeing the boys in the dormitory opposite burning zombies with bedding for fun, I also applauded and cheered. Good job. Qin Feng shouted. The boy opposite saw Qin Feng. I heard a while ago that a boy was stuck in the girls' dormitory while helping a school beauty move her luggage. Those boys pointed at Qin Feng and laughed, gloating over his misfortune. Some laughed, some cursed, some envied, and some were jealous. Qin Feng, you're such a spendthrift. Who told you to carry the school beauty's luggage, you lickspittle? I'm so jealous. I also want to live in the girls' dormitory and be friends with the school belle. Qin Feng, are you still human? Go back to the boys' dormitory. That's where the women stay. Qin Feng, we'll appoint you as the head of the girls' building, but you have to castrate yourself. Is my girlfriend okay over there? She seems to have been beaten by her roommate. Qin Feng, please go to room 407 for me to check on her. Qin Feng, you're so lucky. You won't kick girls' doors at night, will you? I want to ask if you've prepared safety measures? If the zombie apocalypse lasts for a year, are you going to have a lot of children with them? Realistic version: more children, more blessings. Okay, Qin Feng, I hope you can get them pregnant. Qin Feng, you son of a bitch, don't touch my girlfriend, do you hear me? Qin Feng, you are not allowed to touch my girlfriend. Otherwise, I will rush over and fight you to death. Do you believe it? Qin Feng, come back soon. We're just across the street. Run faster, the zombies can't catch you. Yeah, it's okay. If you die, we'll avenge you and burn the damn zombies to death. Qin Feng smiled slightly at the boys' dormitory opposite and waved. I went back to room 301 where I lived alone and closed the door. I live with the girl on the first floor and I am much happier than you guys. Just wait and see. At this time, his mobile phone received a message, which was a comment from Lin Yue on his circle of friends. Qin Feng's heart was pounding. Was the school beauty ready to give in? Lin Yue, Qin Feng, where did you get these chicken wings, hamburgers, and French fries? AI flight attendant with new clothes. Chapter 4: The school beauty cleans for you. Lin Yue, Qin Feng, where did you get these chicken wings, hamburgers, and French fries? Qin Feng, don't worry. I have my own methods. Lin Yue, no, didn't you just eat lobster sashimi? Now you're eating hamburgers and fries. Aren't you afraid of being too full? Qin Feng, I'm happy with it. What's your business? Picture. 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 As he spoke, Qin Feng deliberately sent 3 pictures of delicious food to Lin Yue's chat box to tease her. The picture shows a bite of a French-style sesame cake, a bite of a fried dough stick, a bite of a chicken wing, and a half cup of steaming fresh milk. Lin Yue looked at the delicious food, her mouth full of saliva, and her stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Lin Yue, Qin Feng, what's the meaning of sending me these pictures? Qin Feng, it's nothing special. If you like, come to room 301 for a bite. My door is open to you. Lin Yue? But you scolded me yesterday, saying I have a boyfriend. Why did I ask you to work? You looked so angry. Qin Feng, yes, I was very angry yesterday. Lin Yue, so you're giving me food now? Are you not angry anymore? Qin Feng, a great man should not take the faults of a small man seriously. We're all in the same class, so forget it. Lin Yue, there's a zombie crisis going on right now, and you're giving me food. Do you have any ulterior motives? As the saying goes, if someone shows kindness without any reason, they're either a traitor or a thief. Qin Feng, I am not a thief. Lin Yue, speechless. Listen, I can't go to your room to eat alone. My boyfriend, Wu Changdal, is watching from the dormitory across the street. It wouldn't be nice for him. He'd get jealous. Qin Feng was angry. Oh? He wasn't jealous when I helped you move your luggage. But he got jealous when you came to my room to eat? Why is he so nosy? Lin Yue, then I can't go to your room alone. How about this? You bring the food to my dorm? I can pay you. Xin Feng, it's a zombie crisis, money is useless. Come if you want, forget it if you don't want to. Lin Yue was anxious. I know about the zombie crisis, but the country will take care of us, and the crisis will pass soon. Xin Feng sneered, then just wait until the doomsday crisis is over, then you'll have something to eat. Goodbye. Having said that, Xin Feng closed the dialogue box. Later, the phone vibrated many times, but Xin Feng did not look at it again. But the system in my head started to make a ding-ding-ding sound. Bite. The host just had a conversation with Lin Yue, successfully stimulating various emotions in the other party. Emotions include desire. The host is tempted by the food and feels an urgency to enjoy the food. Plus 100 points. Anger. The host said you are either a rapist or a thief. I am not a thief and felt ashamed of being teased. Plus 200 points. Anxiety. Her boyfriend is watching her freedom from across the street, which makes her feel dissatisfied. Plus 300 points. Humiliation. Take a bite of each of the delicacies provided by the host, making her feel inferior for eating food given out of pity. Plus 400 points. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Emotional progress bar, arrogance, wavering, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Lin Yue has entered the first stage of instability. The host can continue to work hard and take her down in one fell swoop. When Xin Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose up in a mocking arc. Sure enough, my own food and language still work. Lin Yue's attitude towards him changed from arrogant to wavering. The speed is quite fast. Xin Feng had been lying in bed for a while when he heard a gentle knock on the door of room 301, like a chicken pecking at rice. A girl's voice outside the door whispered, "Xin Feng, open the door quickly. I don't want the girls in the corridor to see us." Xin Feng listened and slowly got out of bed. After opening the door, Lin Yue immediately came in and pushed the door shut with her backhand. Because the two of them were too close and moved too quickly, Xin Feng almost kissed her on the face. Lin Yue panted slightly, glanced at Xin Feng, and said expressionlessly, "Okay, I'm here. Didn't you want to give me something to eat? Bring it here. I'll take it back to the dorm to eat." Xin Feng smiled and sat down on his bed, shaking his head and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Since you're here, just sit for a while." Lin Yue looked around and saw that no girls had lived in dormitory 301 for a long time. There is dust everywhere and no stools. Where can I sit? Besides, she came here secretly. While the three female roommates seemed to be asleep. She tiptoed out of bed and came here secretly without telling anyone. Lin Yue just wanted to quickly get the sesame seed buns, milk, chicken wings and other things from Xin Feng, and quickly go back to the dormitory to eat them behind the curtain. Of course, she didn't want to stay in Xin Feng's room 301 for even a minute longer. She just wanted to take it and leave. However, Xin Feng would not tolerate such a thing happening. "Lin Yue, you want to eat my delicious food for free? No way." Xin Feng first opened all the packed delicacies with a smile. On it were French pancakes, fried dough sticks, chicken wings, and half a cup of milk, all of which Xin Feng had taken a bite of, all emitting an enticing aroma. Lin Yue swallowed her saliva when she saw it and wanted to pounce on it to eat it. But Xin Feng stretched out his arm and blocked Lin Yue's body. Lin Yue instinctively pulled her chest back. "I thought that there were only two people in dormitory 301, Xin Feng and myself. If Xin Feng really did something out of line, it would be useless even if she shouted at the top of her lungs. In fact, I feel like a sheep that has walked alone into a wolf's den." Lin Yue hugged her elbows to protect her breasts. At the same time, his eyes were sharp and his face looked awe-inspiring and inviolable. Lin Yue asked angrily, "Didn't you ask me to come and eat? Why don't you give me any? What do you want to do?" Xin Feng smiled as he looked at Lin Yue's outfit today. Although it was the second day of the zombie crisis, the school beauty was still dressed very ladylike. Because it was summer, she wore a white V-neck mid-sleeve sweater and a pair of slim blue jeans. The sweater makes her delicate collarbone more sexy. The slim jeans also better wrap her hips. Xin Feng pointed to the broom on the balcony and the rag in the dry sink. "Yes," I said, "I can give you food, but you have to clean up for me. What? Lin Yue's eyes widened. My dorm room 301 is too dusty. If you help me clean it, I'll give you food. That's reasonable, right? Oh, that's fine. Well, no reward without merit. Lin Yue thought about it. Qin Feng is very kind. He can get food by cleaning. She had come here with the spirit of sacrifice in order to avoid being taken advantage of by Qin Feng. So she wore thick underwear and long pants that covered her legs. I didn't wear my favorite miniskirt and black stockings. Okay, I'll clean up for you, and then I can eat? Lin Yue asked excitedly. Yes, you can eat it after cleaning it. Okay, I thought. What do you think? Qin Feng asked. Nothing, just cleaning. Do you think beautiful women don't clean? Lin Yue snorted coldly, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. It's not impossible to eat while sweeping the floor. Lin Yue turned and walked to the balcony, picked up the broom and dustpan. There was a dusty smell in the dormitory that had been uninhabited for a long time, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. She tried to hold her breath and started at the door, waving the broom carefully. The movements were a little awkward at first, even clumsy. She rarely cleans the dormitory, and her 3 roommates do it all. His slightly embarrassed expression at this moment actually showed a kind of pitifulness that was not usually seen. Qin Feng sat beside her leisurely, his eyes wandering over her without any reservation. Looking at the school beauty who is usually high and mighty with arrogance in her eyes and eyebrows. At this moment, I am sweating for a full meal. This feeling is indeed novel and exciting. Lin Yue's white V-neck sweater was exposed due to her movements. The neckline opens and closes from time to time, and the delicate collarbone can be vaguely seen. As she bent down to sweep the rubbish into the dustpan, the hem of the sweater was slightly rolled up, revealing a small part of the white and slender waist. It is very dazzling in a dim room. The slim-fitting jeans tightly wrapped around her long legs. Lin Yue was cleaning and thinking. Damn it, I'm a school beauty, but for a bite to eat, I became Qin Feng's cleaner? Lin Yue cleans the house. Chapter 5. The school beauty sneaks into the room. Finally, Lin Yue used a broom and dustpan to laboriously clean dormitory 301. Even with just a rough cleanup, she was already panting slightly from exhaustion. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the fair forehead, and a few strands of hair stuck to the cheeks. Lin Yue panted and looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting on the Daoyutai. Is that all right? I'm done cleaning. Lin Yue said unhappily. Well, Boomerang is back. Yesterday she asked him to move the luggage, and today he asked her to clean the house. They are even. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the ground, then he raised his hand and pointed at the dusty desks in the dormitory. The tabletop is covered with a clearly visible layer of grayish-white. There's loose dust all over the table, aren't you going to wipe it off? His tone was flat, as if he was stating a fact. Is this how you clean your house? Dirt everywhere? Lin Yue was provoked by Qin Feng's understated words, and her eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up in my eyes and could fall at any moment. She is the school beauty who is usually high and mighty. She is used to being the center of attention and used to being treated as a goddess by the bootlickers. Not to mention cleaning the house myself, even being criticized so rudely was an experience I had never had before. Now, Qin Feng was ordering her to sweep the floor in such a domineering manner. After sweeping the floor, he still criticized me and scolded me in this tone. If it were any other time, Lin Yue's first reaction would be to curse, "What's wrong with you?" But at this moment, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. For a bite of food, to fill the rumbling stomach, to survive. Lin Yue's eyes were completely red, and her voice was choked with sobs as she pleaded. Please, handsome. I only ate 1 compressed biscuit all day yesterday, and I haven't eaten anything today. I'm starving, how can I have the energy, woo-woo? She raised her face slightly, tears in her eyes. Can you let me eat something first? Then let me work? She sniffed, her tone humble. I promise that after we finish eating, I will clean the entire dormitory thoroughly and thoroughly, okay? Qin Feng looked at her pitiful appearance and laughed secretly. Lin Yue, you have this day too? Well, there is a long time to come, so there is no need to rush. He nodded. Okay. Sit down and eat. Everything on the table is yours. When Lin Yue heard this, her contact lenses glowed with the radiance of someone who had survived a disaster. She hurried to the balcony to wash her hands. When she came back, she couldn't wait to pick up half a cup of warm milk and pour it down her throat. The milk is warm and sweet, with a rich milky aroma and lots of white sugar. The liquid slid down the dry throat and flowed into the empty stomach. She suddenly felt her whole stomach warm up comfortably. Ah! So sweet! She sighed contentedly. Even though it was only half a cup, Lin Yue felt extremely happy. There were some white milk stains on the corners of his mouth unconsciously. Qin Feng pointed at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yue subconsciously stuck out the tip of her tongue. He licked his lips lightly and rolled the milk stain into his mouth. Then her eyes lit up like searchlights. His eyes were fixed precisely on the French-style fried egg and ham pancake that Qin Feng had taken a bite of. She picked up the pancake and clearly saw the obvious teeth marks on it, and hesitated for a moment. This, Qin Feng took a bite? Damn it! But hunger overwhelmed everything. She turned the pancake upside down and started eating from the part that had not been bitten. After taking a bite, the crispy crust of the pancake, the soft inside, the tenderness of the fried egg, the salty flavor of the ham, and the ultimate pleasure brought by carbohydrates instantly made her feel extremely satisfied. Delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious pancakes in a long time. Lin Yue was eating voraciously. While mumbling incoherently, he squinted his eyes in happiness. She ate the whole pancake in one breath, not even leaving a crumb. Just now, he wanted to avoid the place where Qin Feng had bitten him, but then he forgot about it and swallowed it whole. The fried dough stick Qin Feng had taken a bite of? Okay, same thing, swallow it whole. After finishing the sesame seed buns and fried dough sticks, her eyes fell on a pair of spicy chicken wings. 2 golden and tempting chicken wings, each with a clear tooth mark. Without a doubt, these are all Qin Feng's masterpieces. Lin Yue, the school beauty, has never eaten other people's leftovers. Not to mention chicken wings that have been bitten by someone. But, it's the end of the world and food is extremely scarce. Lin Yue looked at the chicken wings with a hint of resentment in her tone. Handsome Qin Feng. Why do you have to take every bite? Can't you leave me a complete one? Qin Feng sat beside him with amusement. I felt extremely happy as I watched the school beauty wolfing down my leftovers. Now he grinned. I was planning to eat it myself. But after taking a bite, I remembered you hadn't eaten yet. That's why I left it for you. Why? I clearly meant well, but why are you so ungrateful and instead blaming me? Forget it if you don't want to eat it. As he spoke, Qin Feng didn't wait for Lin Yue to react. He quickly reached out and grabbed the chicken wings from her hand. He stood up, walked a few steps to the balcony, raised his hand, and threw it into the dormitory trash can. Lin Yue was completely dumbfounded, her mouth slightly opened and she let out an ah. Such delicious spicy chicken wings, she just complained a little bit, and he really threw them away? You. It is shameful to waste food, it is a complete waste of resources. There was no way Lin Yue could pick up the chicken wings from the trash can and eat them. She could only look at her last hope, a small bag of chips. His eyes were filled with longing, and his tone softened, with obvious pleading. I'll eat, don't be angry, isn't it okay for me to eat? She picked up the bag of chips and opened it carefully. Pick up a small packet of ketchup and carefully squeeze it out. She dipped each French fry in ketchup and ate them carefully and seriously, as if they were delicacies. Chew each bite slowly, and remember every flavor. He ate all the fries and spread all the ketchup, leaving nothing behind. She had never enjoyed food so carefully before. This time I deeply experienced the saying, hoeing the fields at noon, every grain of rice is hard-earned. After eating, there was still a little bit of bright red ketchup left at the corner of Lin Yue's mouth. Qin Feng looked at Lin Yue's satisfied yet unsatisfied expression and smiled slightly. Well, although this campus beauty sometimes does things a bit too much, her looks and figure are indeed amazing. Under this extremely beautiful face, there is a little ketchup at the corner of the mouth. Instead of looking embarrassed, it adds a bit of cuteness and innocence, and is quite beautiful. Qin Feng picked up the napkin on the table and moved closer. Wiped the ketchup off the corner of Lin Yue's mouth. Lin Yue's body stiffened slightly, but she did not dodge. She licked the corner of her mouth, feeling the satisfaction of being full, and sighed deeply, saying, "Thank you, I'm full. I'm going home now." The smile on Qin Feng's face disappeared instantly, and his eyes became full of disgust again. "Oh, school beauty, you want to leave now that you're full, right? You won't even chat for a few more minutes?" Snort. Roll. He spat out a word coldly. Lin Yue's body shrank, but this time she did not refute and her attitude was much more humble. Even if Qin Feng spoke rudely, she didn't dare to talk back like she did before. Yeah. Thank you for the delicious food. I will repay you. She hesitated and whispered. I have money in my phone. Can I forward it to you as a red envelope? Qin Feng waved his hand. Forget it. It's the end of the world, why do we need money? Food is the real currency. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, can you lend me a charging cable? My phone is out of battery. Lin Yue was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Oh, okay, I'll secretly bring it to you later. She lowered her voice. Open the door quickly and don't make me stand at the door for too long. I don't want my boyfriend to see me sneaking into your room. Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently. Okay. Go away. Lin Yue responded in a low voice. Yeah. Thanks, bye. She walked to the door of dormitory 301, opened it a crack, and looked out vigilantly for a long time. First, she made sure that no one in the boys' dormitory across the street noticed what was happening here. Then he carefully looked in the corridor to see if there were other girls who saw her coming out of 301. After making sure it was safe, she slipped out quickly like a frightened little rabbit. Not long after, Qin Feng heard a soft knock on the door. He quickly opened the door, and Lin Yue was standing at the door, looking very charming. She held a white charging cable in her hand and quickly stuffed it into his hand. She didn't even dare to stay for a second longer, and her long hair swung violently as she turned around quickly. A head of beautiful hair hit Qin Feng's cheek, with a hint of shampoo fragrance. Well, that's how girls are. After the hair grew longer, I suddenly turned my head. The hair may hit the face of the boy next to you. You'll get used to it. The school beauty probably didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yue's figure quickly disappeared in the next-door dormitory 302. As Lin Yue left, a familiar system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Bite. The host fed Lin Yue for the first time and was rewarded with an upgrade to the buffet space. Buffet space, level 2, total 100 levels. Room upgraded to 30 square meters. A log dining table, 2 comfortable sofa chairs. Add a 1.5 meter single bed so that the host can sleep peacefully in the space at night. The host successfully aroused Lin Yue's various complex emotions. Emotions include depression, shame, pleasure, guilt, and panic. Depression, Lin Yue needs to endure the inner depression caused by doing housework for a boy for the first time, plus 300 points. Shame, Lin Yue feels ashamed for eating the leftover food that the host had taken a bite of, and feels inferior to others. Plus 500 points. Feeling of satisfaction, Lin Yue felt a strong sense of fullness after eating the delicious food provided by the host. She felt very happy because of it, plus 200 points. Guilt, Lin Yue's guilt and sense of guilt for secretly coming to the host to get food without telling her boyfriend, plus 200 points. Panic, when Lin Yue secretly delivered the charging cable to the host, she felt nervous and anxious about being discovered. Plus 100 points. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body shape, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Emotional progress bar, arrogance, wavering, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Lin Yue is currently stable in wavering second stage. The host can make persistent efforts and take her down in one fell swoop. The higher the stage, the higher the points you can get. The host now has 2,300 points, which can unlock Package B and Package C, and can also unlock the first weapon. Buffet B 4 dishes in 1 soup, 500 points. Buffet C 2 luxurious buffet dinners at a 5-star hotel, 1,000 points. Weapon A Glock 43 pistol with 9 rounds of ammunition, 1,000 points. Just unlocked. Weapon B M16 automatic rifle with 90 rounds of ammunition, not unlocked. Weapon C 10 defensive grenades 3,000 steel balls, not unlocked. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the system panel and finally stopped at the weapon option. Food is important, but in today's world where zombies are rampant, the ability to protect oneself is the basis of survival. He gave the order in his mind without hesitation. Spend 1,000 points to unlock Weapon A, the Glock 43 pistol. Chapter 6, School Beauty cuckolds her boyfriend. As he spoke, Qin Feng moved his mind and entered the system space. The first thing that catches your eye is the further expanded space. The small house that was only 20 square meters before has become a 30 square meter space. In addition to the wooden dining table and 2 sofa chairs, there is also a 1.5 meter wide bed. A soft feather pillow was neatly placed on the bed. The room was covered with a neat white quilt, which was very comfortable. Qin Feng sat down on the bed first and felt the comfort of the mattress. The mattress is very springy and has good support. At this time, AI stewardess Xiaoqing, wearing black silk high heels and burgundy uniform. Tianni smiled and walked over with a box in her hands. "Master, this is the system's reward for you." The stewardess' voice is still sweet. "Thanks." Qin Feng took the box. When I opened it, I saw an exquisitely designed Glock 43 automatic pistol lying quietly inside. In a small box next to it, 9 yellow bullets were neatly arranged. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he caressed the cold and delicate body of the pistol lovingly. The texture of the metal is transmitted to the fingertips, bringing a strange sense of security. He picked up each bullet again and played with it carefully in his hands. This Glock 43 pistol has a barrel length of approximately 86.5 mm and a total length of 159 mm. It weighs only 460 grams without a magazine. Small, but deadly. Its magazine capacity is 8 rounds, plus the 1 round in the chamber, a total of 9 rounds. The Glock series of pistols are world-renowned for their reliability and can maintain excellent performance in various harsh environments. The trigger force is moderate and the recoil is relatively easy to control for novices. Boys seem to have an inexplicable love for guns in their bones, let alone in this apocalyptic world where zombies are rampant. With this high-performance pistol, he felt much more confident. In the most dangerous moments, this gun is his most reliable partner and is enough for him to protect himself. He thought of the flying dagger of Shaoli in the martial arts novel, who could intimidate a crowd of heroes with just one flying dagger. Now that he has a pistol, he may really be able to do whatever he wants in this girl's dormitory. When Qin Feng thought of this, a slight sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the future, if those girls push themselves like crazy like they did in my previous life, he would shoot the leading girl in the head without hesitation. The tragedy in the previous life where he was forced into a desperate situation by a group of crazy girls and eventually pushed down the stairs to his death must never be repeated. After Lin Yue returned to the dormitory, she sneaked back to her upper bunk bed. She thought her actions were unnoticed. Little did she know that the 3 female roommates in the dormitory had heard her go out and come back, and more than once. Xiao Hong couldn't help but speak first in a sarcastic tone. "Hey, campus beauty, what are you doing sneaking in and out like that?" Lin Yue frowned slightly when she heard what Xiao Hong said. But in the end I chose to ignore it, so I kept silent. At such an extraordinary time, the most important thing is to fill your stomach. There is no need to pay attention to the provocation of these girls. This is the best choice. Geng Xian also heard Lin Yue sneaking out of the dormitory just now. "Humph, do you think others are blind and deaf?" Geng Xian also sneered and said, "Yue, you didn't sneak into Qin Feng's dormitory, did you? Did you eat what he gave you? What a good-looking dog, he only feeds the school beauty and not us. Qin Feng is really good to you, haven't you always been a clean person? Are you bowing down for a few pieces of silver now? Tell me, are you kneeling down to lick Qin Feng's ass? How long were you in his dorm? Half an hour, maybe? God knows what you two were feeling." Pan Yu immediately followed suit. "Yeah, it's really like being both a roll and a roll. You have a boyfriend. How can you eat other boys' things casually? Your boyfriend is heartbroken." Lin Yue listened to the 3 roommates' sarcastic remarks one after another and became furious. She pulled open the bed curtains with a rustle, stuck her head out, and loudly retorted, "It's none of your business. What does it have to do with you if I like to eat someone's food? You can't even eat yourselves, so you come and envy me." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 female roommates changed. Yes, they are jealous. Why would Qin Feng give such delicious food to Lin Yue just because she is beautiful? Do these ordinary-looking girls deserve to starve to death? This feeling of unfairness makes them feel even more resentful. The 3 girls, Xiao Hong, Geng Xian, and Pan Yu, immediately started a secret discussion in the dormitory group without Lin Yue. Xiao Hong, Lin Yue is truly a green tea bitch. Geng Xian, yeah, she said no, but her body honestly went to find Qin Feng. How despicable. Panyu, the point is, she eats all the food herself and doesn't share with us? Is there any roommate relationship? She doesn't even consider how much we sisters take care of her. Xiao Hong, now that she has food, has she shared even a little with us? She didn't even ask. Heartbreaking. Gung Xian, I really can't stand this anymore. I'm going to go down and grab her hair and beat her up. Panyu, don't be impulsive. Let's think about this in the long run. I have a better idea, he. Xiao Hong, what's a good idea? Tell me about it. Panyu, let's tell her beloved boyfriend Wu Changle about her secret visit to Qin Feng's room, and let Lin Yue first bear the wrath of her boyfriend, haha. Gung Xian, that's a great idea. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. I wonder how she'll explain it to her boyfriend later. So Xiao Hong acted quickly. Lin Yue's boyfriend Wu Changle was pulled into the group. Wu Changle soon saw the notification of the new group invitation. Wu Changle. What kind of group is this? Is this Yue's bestie group? Where's Yue? Xiao Hong, brother Changle, I have some earth-shattering news for you. Gung Xian, yes, your jaw will drop after hearing this. Panyu, your beloved girlfriend, Lin Yue, is no longer clean. When Wu Changle saw the message, his brows immediately frowned. Wu Changle. Watch your fucking mouths. I buy you milk tea all the time. Why is Lin Yue not being so? Xiao Hong, we didn't lie to you. You know Qin Feng is the #1 lickspittle of the campus beauty of Lin University, right? Wu Changle, I know. Qin Feng helped Yue move her luggage yesterday. I know about it and I approved it. Xiao Hong, you also know that Qin Feng is now living in dormitory 301, right? Wu Changle, I know. Isn't that an abandoned women's dormitory? Xiao Hong, then let me tell you, your chaste girlfriend, the beautiful woman who has only let you hold her hand until now, our famous Binhai University beauty Lin Yue, just sneaked into Qin Feng's room and stayed there for over half an hour. When Wu Changle saw this, his heart suddenly shrank and his heart ached violently, as if it had been hit by a hammer. Wu Changle was furious. I don't believe it. Why would she go? What is there in Qin Feng's place that's worth her going? Gung Xian immediately sent out several videos and photos. Gung Xian, video. This is what we just secretly filmed. Take a good look at it for yourself. Panyu, yes, she tiptoed out on her own, afraid we'd see her. She came back secretly, and then left again not long after, saying she was delivering something to Qin Feng. We're not slandering her. Your girlfriend, I really don't know what she's been up to in secret. Wu Changle's eyes instantly turned red because of anger and jealousy. He clicked on the videos. In the first video, Lin Yue opened the door quietly and looked around vigilantly. In the second video, Lin Yue's bed was empty, and the time on the video showed that she had been away for at least half an hour. In the third video, the dormitory door slowly opened and Lin Yue came back from outside with a satisfied smile on her face. It was obvious that she had eaten her fill. Wu Changle's jealousy suddenly flared up. My girlfriend actually went to another boy's dormitory. And it's the dormitory of Qin Feng, that bootlicker. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Wu Changle, fuck it, I'm going to ask her now. Let us talk about Lin Yue. She lay comfortably in her bed. With my eyes closed, my mind was still recalling the delicious food I had just eaten. It has been a long time since I had such a delicious meal. The fragrant aroma of fried dough sticks, the crispy and juicy hamburger patties, and the silky sweet aroma of milk. The feeling of fullness wrapped around her, making her feel more comfortable than ever before. So comfortable, really comfortable. Lin Yue's starry eyes were half open, with a hint of laziness, as if she was still unsatisfied. It turns out that the wonderful feeling that food brings to people is so clear and direct. So, when people feel that life is difficult and unbearable, it's better to have a good meal first and satisfy your appetite completely. Once people are full, they will feel extremely happy. Only after a day of being truly hungry. Only then did Lin Yue deeply understand how precious it was to have a full meal. This is called a long drought followed by a downpour. She was lying on the bed, savoring the memory happily, when suddenly her cell phone rang. My boyfriend Wu Changle called me via video. Wu Changle saw it on the phone screen at first glance. My girlfriend Lin Yue couldn't hide the satisfied smile on her face. It seems like she has lived a very fulfilling life. How is this possible? Are you satisfied at all? What on earth did you do in Qin Feng's dorm? Chapter 7 My School Beauty Girlfriend. It's the second day of the zombie apocalypse, and everyone has been hungry all day. Who still has the mood to lie in bed and giggle? Wu Chang'e suppressed his anger and asked. Wu Chang'e, what are you doing? Lin Yue, nothing, just lying down. Wu Chang'e, what did you do in Qin Feng's dormitory? When Lin Yue heard this, her heart skipped a beat and the smile on her face froze instantly. Lin Yue, I didn't. Who told you that? Did you see it with your own eyes? There was a hint of panic in her tone, and Wu Chang'e snorted coldly. Wu Chang'e, I didn't see it myself. I don't have the time to stare at you all day long. But someone did see it and told me. Lin Yue became furious when she heard this. Lin Yue, did my roommates tell you that? These damn green tea bitches only know how to gossip and bite people behind their backs. What kind of people are they? Wu Chang'e, they sent me some videos, take a look. Wu Chang'e sent those videos back, and Lin Yue could tell at a glance that her 3 roommates had secretly recorded her. Damn it, these green tea girls really recorded the scene of me sneaking out, they have no good intentions. Lin Yue's mind was spinning rapidly, and she came up with many excuses to deceive her boyfriend. Anyway, I can't tell anyone that I went to Qin Feng's dormitory to eat. She also cleaned the dormitory in front of Qin Feng. And ate everything Qin Feng had bitten. How can I tell my boyfriend about these things? How can I even begin to speak of them? Oh my god, if these things were said. How can I continue to date this tall, rich and handsome boyfriend? Yes, Wu Chang'e is a tall, rich and handsome man working at the School of Foreign Languages of Binhai University. He comes from a relatively well-off family, his parents are cadres in government offices in a second-tier provincial capital city. My family owns 4 houses in the city center and 3 cars. Wu Chang'e also said that he would arrange for Lin Yue to work in a bank or TV station in the future. Of course, Lin Yue has to take good care of such a boyfriend. Lin Yue immediately defended herself righteously. They framed me. Yes, I went to Qin Feng's dormitory. But I just lent Qin Feng a mobile phone charging cable. After all, Qin Feng is trapped in the girls' dormitory because of me, right? Others may not care, but I, Lin Yue, cannot be ungrateful. I must take care of it. But don't worry, dear, I am yours, I am your girlfriend. Qin Feng is just my lickspittle. I just feel sorry for him. There is really nothing between him and me. Wu Chang'e sighed, okay, then what do you say about these videos? In the second video, you weren't in bed for a long time. Where did you go? Lin Yue explained with a smile, I was taking a dump in the bathroom. They really made up a story about me and deliberately edited some fake videos. Do you believe your girlfriend or them? Wu Chang'e, okay. But it's really not convenient for a man like Qin Feng to live in your girl's dormitory. If he does something crazy, like rushing into your girl's dormitory at night, there's really no one who can control him now. Oh, and lock the dormitory door tightly to prevent Qin Feng from getting in. Lin Yue smiled, don't worry. You guys are all watching from the opposite side. What can Qin Feng do? He wouldn't dare to be so bold. Don't worry. Wu Chang'e, well, if something really happens, you girls can't stop it. Let me find a way. I can gather all the boys' strength to deal with Qin Feng. Then I'm going to hang up. I miss you. Lin Yue, yeah, I miss you too, baby. Bye. After hanging up the video call, Wu Chang'e was unhappy. I feel that leaving Qin Feng, a man, in the girls' dormitory is a nuisance after all, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible. If anything happened to the girls, the consequences would be disastrous. To be honest, the 2 female dormitories are all occupied by students from the College of Arts. There are many pretty girls, and there are 10 recognized campus beauties. There are schools of art, literature, economics, and law, all of which are female departments. If Qin Feng really loses his bestiality in the middle of the night, who will take care of him? Wu Chang'e felt that he had to find a way. Either kill Qin Feng or call Qin Feng back to the boys' dormitory. Why does Qin Feng have access to so many beautiful women like Tang Monk who entered the kingdom of women? Wu Chang'e took a pack of cigarettes and distributed them to his 3 roommates, intending to let them think of a solution. The 3 roommates were forced to go to school because of the zombie crisis. But the water, electricity and internet were still functioning normally, so the boys enjoyed playing computer games. They ignored the teacher's repeated calls in the class group to do their homework and resume classes after the zombie crisis was over, but no one listened. Even the counselors and teachers were kicked out of the class group. Wu Chang'e told his 3 roommates about Qin Feng. Wu Chang'e, brothers, there is something going on. Qin Feng lives in 301, right next to my girlfriend Lin Yui's dormitory. This is outrageous. Zheng Hao, who was 1.9 meters tall, said with a sinister look on his face, "Damn it, I disliked Qin Feng for a long time, and he's still living in the girls' dormitory with a clear conscience? He should have gotten back a long time ago. What's he doing living there alone? He must have some bad intentions." Cheng Pangyuan, a muscular man who liked to lift weights in the dormitory, said disdainfully, "Qin Feng, right? Do you believe I can grab him by the neck and bring him back? I don't believe no one is taking care of him. He just wants to take advantage of Lin Yue in the chaos. What kind of person is he? So despicable." Lu Zian, wearing glasses, said, "I think we should gather all the boys and curse Qin Feng together in the hallway, putting moral pressure on him. Ideally, we'll force him to come back on his own and let the zombies kill him along the way. That's called not holding everyone responsible. If Qin Feng dies, it's his own fault, not our fault. So, there's no need for us to do anything. I call this conquering the enemy without fighting." Wu Chang'e thought about it and it made sense. Originally, he wanted to take his 3 brothers to the girls' dormitory, beat Qin Feng up, and then capture him. But now we have decided to adopt Lu Zian's method, psychological warfare. So Wu Chang'e went to the familiar dormitory across the street and next door to distribute cigarettes. Together with a dozen classmates, they stood on their respective balconies and cursed Qin Feng. 30 minutes later, Wu Chang'e gathered 16 male classmates from the same department. They stood on their respective balconies and yelled at the girls' dormitory. "Qin Feng, you beast, come out. Do you have any shame? Why are you hiding in the girls' dormitory and not coming back? Are you a man? If you are, go back to the boys' dormitory and fight zombies together. If you admit you're a woman, you'll have to hide in the girls' dormitory for the rest of your life. We suggest you castrate yourself, since you live in the girls' dormitory anyway. Qin Feng, honestly, it's not appropriate for a man like you to live in the girls' dormitory. Many of their girlfriends are there. It's like being in a compromising situation. If you're a man, come back quickly. We'll cover you here. We'll burn a few more blankets and throw them on the zombies. You can take advantage of the chaos to run back. We can still be friends in the future. Yes, this is your last chance, this is our final warning, come back immediately. Otherwise, we'll send a team over to bring you back and beat you up so badly you won't regret it. Qin Feng, come out, kid. Do you hear me? Don't be so shameless." A group of people from the boys' dormitory were cursing across the street. The girls in the girls' dormitory were all lying on the balcony watching the fun with great interest. Some girls also expressed their opinions. "That's right. Qin Feng is a man. Although he didn't stay here on purpose, it's not good for him to live in the girls' dormitory all the time. Didn't they have an incident where a gangster broke into the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night and took possession of 4 girls? Yes, we tossed and turned all night long, but no one dared to cry out. Those 4 girls were later admitted to graduate school. Qin Feng has taken over the entire girls' dormitory. There are zombies downstairs, and no one can get in or out. What if Qin Feng suddenly goes berserk? Qin Feng, did you hear that? You'd better go back to the boys' dormitory. You're not welcome in the girls' dormitory. Yes, it's just across the street. Run quickly, the zombies can't catch up with you. Even if you die, like being bitten by a zombie, your reputation will be preserved, and so will our innocence. A worthy death is as heavy as Mount Tai. Seriously, what are you doing hiding in our girls' dormitory? You're even eating the supplies we dropped off there. These supplies are for the girls. Yes, you guys have big stomachs and eat more than us girls. I strongly suggest that the whole building vote and vote Qin Feng out." Qin Feng was lying alone in dormitory 301. I had already heard the boys outside screaming. I also heard the girls gossip about him. Qin Feng sneered and lay on the bed. He slowly loaded the orange-yellow bullets into the magazine one by one. Finally, the magazine clicked into the gun's receiver, releasing the safety valve. Then, he jumped off the bed, stood in the open space of the dormitory, and suddenly drew his gun and aimed. He imitated the sound of gunfire, bang, bang, bang. At this time, He had already decided to kill. Anyone who insults me must die. Finally, he heard the noise from the boys' dormitory building opposite gradually die down. I guess those boys must be thirsty after shouting at the top of their lungs for so long. Of course, now that the water and electricity are working properly, the boys can drink tap water. Qin Feng sneered while looking for something in dormitory 301. Find a resume left by a past graduate and a gel pen. He tore off the back of an A4 paper and wrote a line of large characters on it with a pen. I love living in the same dorm with your girlfriends. Hit me up. Then Qin Feng walked to the balcony. Stick the A4 paper in a prominent place on the balcony wall. Many boys saw Qin Feng finally appear and put a piece of paper on the balcony. They immediately returned to their room, put on their glasses, and read the words on the A4 paper. I'd love to live in a dorm with your girlfriends. Hit me up. Suddenly, many boys were so angry that they screamed. Fuck, Qin Feng, are you looking for death? You've touched my reverse scale, understand? You won't survive tomorrow. I'm organizing a team to capture you right now. My girlfriend, the school beauty, is over there too. If you dare to touch her, I'll kill you. Chapter 8 School Beauty List. Qin Feng publicly posted this A4 paper with the words I like living with your girlfriends. Come and hit me, which aroused the anger of the boys in the dormitory, and many boys screamed in anger. Because most of the beautiful girls in Binhai University live in Building 2 for girls. The most famous among them is Tang Tang, the school beauty of the Performing Arts Department. She has fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, big breasts, long hair and a thin waist. She is the best in the world. At the same time, Tang Tang is also the official girlfriend of Wang Zi, the leader elected by the boys in Building 5. Mu Qingyan, the campus beauty of the law school, is a hot girl who loves dancing, has a hot body, and loves to wear miniskirts. She is the captain of the school basketball cheerleading team. Hua Zhangchui, who is 176 centimeters tall and studying at the School of Economics, is a part-time car model. She is a famous beauty with a perfect figure and long legs and stockings. Su Xia, a beautiful schoolgirl with classical temperament from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, likes to wear horse-faced skirts. She is extremely pretty, as quiet as a virgin, and has a face that makes her look like a first love that is not worldly. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys. The twin beauties Chu Yuro and Chu Yusin from the School of History can be described as sisters. They look exactly the same and are difficult to tell apart from each other. They both have mouth-watering pear-shaped figures, and their peach buttocks are particularly eye-catching. Xia Xiaoman and Yi Shui from the School of Journalism and Communication are what people consider a lesbian couple. The two girls often walk hand in hand on the campus of Binhai University. They sang a duet of A Little Sweet at the campus Top 10 Singers competition and were recognized as a campus beauty couple, which caused a sensation. In addition, there is Lin Yue, the school belle of the School of Foreign Languages. She has skin as white as snow, long silky hair, and a pair of tender peach blossom eyes. She is recognized as a goddess with electric eyes. She also has a figure that is about to pop out, and is rated as the goddess with the best appearance and figure in Binhai University. So many campus beauties appear to be very difficult to pursue, very aloof, cold and ruthless, and pure as ice. But in fact, they all have boyfriends secretly and are dating secretly. They all like tall, rich, and handsome men. Only loser boys think that these campus beauties are usually eccentric and single. Wang Zi, the leader elected by the boys in Building 5 and the 1.9-meter tall basketball team captain, immediately summoned some prestigious boys in the dormitory of Building 5 and held an emergency meeting. Brothers, Qin Feng is challenging our bottom line. My girlfriend is right over there, isn't he clearly trying to cheat on me? I can't stand this. I'm going to capture Qin Feng and beat him to death. It's the end of the world anyway. It's the law of the jungle now. Even the teacher can't control us. So what if we beat Qin Feng to death? The law doesn't punish everyone. Let's do it together. If something really happens, it will be too late for us to regret it. So many girls are locked in a building with him. What if he goes berserk in the middle of the night, my girlfriend? Okay. Wang Zi looked into everyone's eyes and said, let's talk things over first. I'll send him a long message and explain the stakes clearly. Then we threw burning blankets into the air to lure the zombies away and let Qin Feng roll back on his own. If Qin Feng doesn't agree, then I'm sorry. Let's form a group and storm the girls' dormitory. Not only did they beat Qin Feng up, they even beat him to death. I also have to drag my girlfriend back to the boys' dormitory. Or, we can just live in the girls' dormitory with our girlfriends. What do you think? The boys all nodded. This idea is exactly what I like. My school beauty girlfriend, of course she has to live with me. My girlfriend used to eat and drink their food and drinks, but she refused to sleep with them. Now that the world is ending, these school beauties don't have to pretend to be reserved and innocent anymore. Those who need to be pounded should be pounded, those who need to be licked should be licked, and those who need to be together should be together. We can't wait any longer. Moreover, the campus beauties are in danger of living with a handsome guy like Chin Feng. What if Chin Feng takes advantage of everything and fully develops it? Then it will be too late to regret. Okay, first courtesy, then force. Let's be reasonable first. We are all civilized people, right? Yes, if you can't do it anymore, keep hitting me. I'll beat him to death. Wang Zi, you're still too soft-hearted. He even said he likes living with our girlfriends. Damn it. Actually, the main obstacle was the huge lock on the dormitory door. You need a pair of large pliers to break it, or a big hammer to break it. It's okay, we'll go to the dormitory manager to find tools now. There's no need to keep Chin Feng. He's a nuisance. The sky gradually darkened. The second day of the zombie apocalypse is coming to an end. In the morning, the military also provided compressed biscuits and drinking water. But the afternoon sky was silent, save for the passing of carrion crows. Most of the surviving students on campus were trapped in the dormitory area. The diligent and studious students in the teaching building and library were all infected with the virus and turned into zombies. At night, the entire university fell into silence, losing its former bustle. In the dormitory building, only the boys' dormitory was bustling with people playing games. The girls here are all hiding in bed playing with their phones and sleeping with an empty stomach. Some girls secretly took out an apple from their collection and ate it secretly under the covers. Because I was afraid that other girls would hear it, I chewed it all night. Some girls secretly took out a bag of potato chips from their collection and put it in their mouths, silently chewing it. The girls' dormitory is full of intrigue, deception, lies, and hidden daggers. Some girls had nothing to eat, so they had to drink boiled water from the tap to fill their stomachs so that they wouldn't be hungry. After Chin Feng fully charged his phone, he played a game and then took a nap. Because I was really bored staying alone in dormitory 301, I went to the space and chatted with the AI flight attendant for a while. Although AI technology is advancing with each passing day, AI flight attendants often fail to express their ideas clearly and lack substance in their conversations. She can't have an in-depth chat with you, and the conversation is just repetitive. Chin Feng at most touched Xiaoqing's thighs covered in black stockings, and then he felt bored. As a woman, she still needs a realistic living person. System, I want to spend 500 points to buy package number 2. Ding, the host purchased buffet number 2, remaining points, 800 points. Purchase successful, the flight attendant will serve you the food soon. Okay. Chin Feng sat on the sofa chair with satisfaction, browsing his phone. While watching the flight attendant Xiaoqing twisting her graceful waist, she brought 4 dishes and a soup. Shacha pork slices, braised eggplant with meat sauce, stir-fried meat with celery, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, tomato egg drop soup. The food exudes a fragrant aroma and the aroma of wok cooking. You can tell at a glance that it was just cooked by the chef. Finally, the flight attendant Xiaoqing brought over a bowl of fragrant white rice and a pair of chopsticks. Chin Feng immediately took 9 photos and attached a short video. This time he didn't post it on WeChat Moments, but directly sent it to Lin Yui's chat box. Yes, he ignored the other school beauties and only targeted Lin Yue. Who says she is the representative of beauty and figure in the foreign languages college, a school beauty who can be salty or sweet? But Lin Yue was lying on the bed in the dormitory with the curtains drawn and headphones in her ears listening to music. Otherwise, you would hear the sound of Chao Hong and the others secretly chewing apples, like mice, which is really annoying. Suddenly, a buzzing sound of new messages rang out. Chin Feng sent 9 new messages. Lin Yue's heart moved, and she immediately clicked on it. Ah, no way, how did Chin Feng get the hot food? Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened. One hand covered the heart that was about to jump out. Her saliva suddenly flowed out, a lot of saliva. Chapter 9 Taking Lin Yue into the space. Lin Yue immediately sent a message to Chin Feng. Lin Yue, I'm curious, Chin Feng, where do you get all these delicious foods from? Chin Feng, if you want to eat, just come and eat. Why are you asking so many questions? Lin Yue, no, I'm just curious. Xin Feng, there's no point in being curious. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Good girls don't ask questions they shouldn't ask, and just silently serve boys. Lin Yue, why did you give me food? Why didn't you give it to Chao Hong, Geng Xian, and the others? Xin Feng, because he's either a traitor or a thief. Lin Yue, I know you like me, but you know I have a boyfriend, so you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Xin Feng, I just asked you to come over for dinner, why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to eat, I'll just throw it away. Anyway, I'm full. Lin Yue, no. Hold on, I'll be right there. Wait a minute, I need to make up an excuse for my roommates so they don't complain to my boyfriend. Xin Feng, come here within 5 minutes. Otherwise I'll pour it out. Lin Yue, right away. Don't rush me. The conversation ended, Xin Feng sneered and closed the dialogue box. I wonder if his conversation with the school beauty just now would stimulate her emotions. Bite. The host just chatted with the school beauty Lin Yue via text, causing her emotions to fluctuate, including anxiety, tension, guilt, uneasiness. Anxiety, Lin Yue is anxious because she receives your message at any time. She is afraid of receiving your message, but also afraid that you will not send her a message. Points plus 100. Nervous, Lin Yue is nervous about sneaking into your room. She's worried that her 3 female roommates will find out that she's always actively looking for you. She's even more worried that they'll find out that she's secretly eaten the food you gave her. Points plus 200. Guilt, Lin Yue feels guilty for going to see you again without telling her boyfriend, but she has to hide it temporarily because of hunger. Points plus 300. Uneasy, last time she cleaned for you in exchange for a meal. Now, she doesn't know what methods and means you will use to make her submit. Lin Yue feels uneasy, plus points plus 500. Remaining points, 1,900 points. Ding, system space upgrade, level 3 total 100 levels. Room upgraded to 40 square meters. Add a wall-mounted TV. Unlock new function, the host can lead a school beauty into the space. Emotional progress bar, arrogance, wavering, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Lin Yue is currently stable in the 3rd final stage of vacillation. The host can be more aggressive and enter the next stage. Xin Feng looked at the progress bar settings and found that each state was divided into 3 stages. It seems that the next thing to come is going to be tough. Otherwise, Lin Yue would remain in a state of uncertainty, which is too slow. When can I get the school beauty to be my bootlicker? Moreover, the new function of the system is very friendly, you can bring the school beauty into the space. That's great. After we bring her in, she can't come out casually, right? No matter what happens, no one will care even if you scream at the top of your lungs. However, Lin Yue hesitated for a long time and finally decided to go to Qin Feng's room. Today is the 2nd day of the zombie crisis, and there is not a single word about rescue in the mobile phone news. The end of the crisis is nowhere in sight, and people cannot just watch themselves starve to death. Under the law of the jungle, everyone has to live for himself. So Lin Yue got out of bed quietly, put on her clothes, a sleeveless white sweater, slim-fitting cropped jeans, and took her cell phone in her hand, planning to go to dormitory 301. Sure enough, Lin Yue had just gotten out of bed. Chao Hong, Geng Xian, and Pan Yu all opened the curtains and asked her where she was going. Chao Hong, hey, the school beauty is dressed up so beautifully, where are you going? Geng Xian, are you going out on a date? There are zombies everywhere. Pan Yu, unless you went to find Xin Feng, isn't he your lapdog? Why are you acting like one now? Lin Yue gave a bitter smile and said, who said I went to look for Xin Feng? I went to another dormitory to check the situation and get some information. I left. Then, Lin Yue went out and pretended to go to 303 and 304, knocking on the door to chat. Unfortunately, no one in those 2 dormitories opened the door. Nonsense, in this doomsday era, no one wants to take risks. What's more, they had quarreled with each other when they were scrambling to distribute supplies on the rooftop in the morning. Lin Yue looked at the time on her phone. The 5-minute deadline was about to arrive. She didn't care about that anymore and ran to room 301 and knocked on the door gently. Lin Yue panted anxiously and said softly, Xin Feng, open the door, I'm here. Xin Feng was actually standing at the door waiting, but he made Lin Yue stand there for a while longer, making her anxious, nervous, and afraid of being discovered. Then he opened the door with a smile. After Lin Yue came in, she patted his chest coquettishly. Lin Yue, I hate it so much. Why did you open the door just now and make me wait so long? Qin Feng, watch your tone. Lin Yue, oh, okay, I wasted time. I went to 303 and 304 and knocked on the door. Tang Tang and I are best friends, but she didn't open the door. Qin Feng, she's a pure beauty from the Art Academy, why should I open the door for you? Lin Yue sneered, Tang Tang? Is she the innocent campus beauty? She's got a bunch of tall, rich, and handsome men to play with. She's a true master of the fish pond, truly playing with men in the palm of her hand. She won't take any loss. She'll sell herself for a high price in the future. She won't marry anyone who's not worth billions. Qin Feng sneered after hearing this. It was the end of the world, but she was still thinking about marrying into a billionaire family. Lin Yue turned around and walked around the dormitory 301. I didn't notice the delicious 4 dishes in 1 soup and the fragrant rice in the picture Qin Feng sent me. Lin Yue's eyebrows suddenly frowned. Where is the delicious food you just sent me? Where is it? You are not lying to me, are you? Qin Feng smiled, of course there are delicious foods. Smell my fingers. I just ate a few chopsticks and my hands still smell of rice. As he spoke, Qin Feng extended his index finger and let Lin Yue smell it. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment. She was really not used to a boy putting his index finger to his mouth. But Qin Feng is now the breadwinner. She sniffed it reluctantly. Just as Qin Feng said, there was a faint aroma of rice and meat on his fingers. When she smelled it, Lin Yue's stomach started growling again. In the past, she often starved herself and skipped dinner to lose weight. But now I have been hungry for 2 days and can no longer resist the aroma of fried food. Lin Yue said anxiously, where are these dishes? Why can't I see them? Don't keep me in suspense. We are from the same college. You pursued me before. We are not strangers anymore. Lin Yue tried her best to be friendly and speak. Qin Feng regretted it after hearing this. On the first day of college, he saw that Lin Yue was pretty and foolishly confessed his love to her. At that time, Lin Yue rejected him nonchalantly, but she said that they could be friends. As a result, Qin Feng did not give up. Who knew that she secretly had a boyfriend? Girls are all like this. You become a fish in her pond without realizing it, but she tells you that she has a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend who keeps you as her lapdog. Qin Feng immediately said coldly, don't mention the past. If I had the chance again, I would never confess my feelings to you. You girls are crazy. You already have boyfriends, yet you still keep fish. That includes Tang Tang from Ishu Academy. If I get the chance, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Lin Yue said pitifully, okay, I was wrong. Do you have anything to eat? If not, I'll go back. I sneaked out because I have a video call with my boyfriend at 10 o'clock. I can't be late, otherwise he will definitely think I ran over to your place. Qin Feng was no longer anxious after hearing this. She sat on a dormitory bench and asked Lin Yue to stand in front of her as punishment. Qin Feng smiled and said, Yue, do you want to go with me to a place that is warm, comfortable, and has lots of delicious food? Lin Yue frowned and pursed her lips when she heard this. This is the words of tigers and wolves. Entering a place that's warm and cozy, with lots of good food? She was a little scared. Would Qin Feng trick her here and then eat her? She immediately hugged her elbows with both hands to protect her protruding parts. Lin Yue shook her head and said, no, I won't go into this place with you. Qin Feng smiled and took Lin Yue's hand, saying, you have to go in even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. Lin Yue screamed in fright. Is Qin Feng finally going to use force? You are too hasty. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Amidst Lin Yue's screams, there was a bang, and she followed Qin Feng into a secret space. Chapter 10 The White Silk School Beauty Gives You a Massage. After entering the space, Lin Yue stared at this place in surprise. A room of about 40 square meters, with no windows and 4 white walls. However, there is a 1.5-meter single bed against the wall. There were pillows and a neatly folded quilt on the bed, and it looked quite comfortable. In front of the bed is a square wooden dining table and 2 sofa chairs. On the wall opposite the table, there is an ultra-thin 50-inch large-screen TV. The most exciting thing is the delicious food on the table. On it were placed the delicious foods that were in the photos that Qin Feng had just sent him. They were all real. Shacha pork slices, braised eggplant with meat sauce, stir-fried meat with celery, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, tomato egg drop soup. There is also a bowl of fragrant steaming rice. Apart from these, the room was empty. The AI flight attendant senses the presence of a school beauty and automatically becomes invisible. Lin Yue opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Where is this?" Qin Feng said expressionlessly, "I've told you before, don't ask questions you shouldn't know. Just eat." Lin Yue hesitated and asked, "Are you really giving me food? Are there any additional conditions? For example, cleaning the bathroom." Lin Yue stopped talking here. She wanted to ask if we should clean the house. But it's spotless here, very clean, almost eerily so. It's much cleaner than the 301 dormitory outside, without any clutter. It doesn't look like a place where people usually live, but more like a dream. Places where people actually live should be filled with debris, garbage, and various daily necessities. And even the air here doesn't have any unusual smell. Qin Feng, you don't need to clean here. However, you can help me in other ways. As long as you make me feel comfortable, I will allow you to eat. After saying that, Qin Feng looked towards the comfortable 1.5-meter single bed. Lin Yue blushed immediately. She immediately understood Qin Feng's hint. We are all adults, who doesn't understand who else's thoughts? This day finally arrived. Not too early, not too late, the second day of the zombie apocalypse. Qin Feng asked her to help him in other aspects. Ah! Qin Feng, this guy with a beastly heart. This utterly shameless fellow. This horny guy. He's definitely going to push himself, whoa. Lin Yue's tears wet her curved eyelashes, making her look spicy. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? She had been a virgin for 20 years and wanted to marry into a wealthy family and give her true self to her new husband. It seems that I will die here today. I can't escape this misfortune. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lin Yue began to cry softly. Qin Feng was really annoying. She slowly walked towards the bed. Qin Feng was surprised. Lin Yue, why are you crying? Qin Feng, I've been spending too much time in the library lately, and my spine is a little sore. I asked you to give me a massage, why are you crying? Lin Yue, ah? What? Qin Feng, give me a massage. Lin Yue's tears were still hanging on her eyelashes. Oh? That's it? Qin Feng, well, what do you think I want you to do? Lin Yue, I thought you wanted a massage. Do you want a Thai massage or a Korean massage? Qin Feng, why so many tricks? Just a Chinese massage will do. Use force in your hands, don't act like you haven't eaten. Lin Yue, okay, then lie down. I often give my dad massages, so I'm very skilled. Qin Feng, okay. Qin Feng said as he lay down on the bed. Lin Yue hesitated for a second. I saw a box of wet wipes on the dining table, so I took one out and wiped my hands. Then she rubbed her hands warm, stood by the bed, and gently kneaded the back of Qin Feng's neck. Oh, so comfortable. Qin Feng suddenly felt much better. Well, I'm quite experienced in massage. Lin Yue said complacently. Good technique. Qin Feng praised. Yeah. Hey, how about you sit on it? Ah? What? Lin Yue blushed immediately. Sit on me? Where? On you? Will your next sentence be, let me move by myself? I said, sit on my back and give me a good spinal massage. Okay. Lin Yue understood that Qin Feng was planning to make her fall step by step. Let yourself be defenseless, fall into his trap like a frog in boiling water, and finally become his prey. However, Lin Yue thought, as a weak woman, what could she do? She is a girl, helpless in front of a strong boy. Lin Yue blushed and took off her pair of snow-white sneakers. He crossed one leg over and sat on the back of Qin Feng's thigh. He began to massage Qin Feng's spine in 2 meridians with both hands. Qin Feng lay comfortably on the bed, feeling Lin Yue sitting on his legs. The school beauty's soft hands moved up and down her back, massaging the 2 meridians on her back. Oh, it feels good. Yes, right here, yes, right. Right here, harder. Qin Feng said. Lin Yue blushed. Please stop screaming so loudly. I don't know if anyone else will hear it. The 3 female roommates shouldn't find their way here, right? However, the three female roommates in the neighboring dormitory 302 all saw Lin Yue walk out openly. They immediately got out of bed, took out their cell phones, and secretly took photos of Lin Yue. Because Wu Changdal transferred a red envelope of 200 yuan to each of them and asked them to monitor Lin Yue. If you find out that Lin Yue went to Qin Feng's dormitory, the first thing you should do is to dissuade her, and the second thing you should do is take a video as evidence. Wu Changdal felt that if Lin Yue still loved him, she would not have secretly gone to find Qin Feng. But if Lin Yue really went to find Qin Feng secretly, then we must leave evidence, find Wang Zi, and let Wang Zi organize a group of boys to beat Qin Feng up. Qin Feng, if you dare to touch my woman, I won't be polite. Beating you to death would be the least I can do. Chao Hong, hurry up, follow me, take some secret photos. Deng Xian, be careful, don't let Lin Yue see it. Pan Yu, but Wu Changdal asked us to stop him first and then secretly filmed him. Chao Hong, what's the point of trying to dissuade her? Lin Yue is clearly planning to cheat on Wu Changdal. We can just watch the fun. Geng Xian, yes, it would be best if the boys just fight among themselves. Pan Yu, okay, come on, take some photos secretly, don't get caught. So, the three female roommates followed carefully, gently pushed open the door and looked outside. I glanced at Lin Yue and saw that she went to dormitory 303 and dormitory 304 and knocked on the door first. They knew that Lin Yue had a good relationship with Tang Tang, the beautiful girl from the art academy. At first, they thought Lin Yue would go into Tang Tang's dormitory, so they quickly retracted their heads. But unexpectedly, Tang Tang did not open the door and politely declined Lin Yue's request. So, they secretly saw Lin Yue quickly enter Qin Feng's room 301. They observed for a while, then immediately followed and eavesdropped at the door. It was very quiet inside 301, no sound of talking, which was very eerie. Lin Yue hasn't come out for a long time. They haven't spoken for a long time. What are they doing? What can they do? We are all adults, this goes without saying, right? The three female roommates looked at each other and smiled evilly. As expected, Lin Yue, Lin Yue, what a pure school beauty, isn't she still a green tea? Because Chao Hong was the building manager, she had the spare key to the abandoned room in 301, and it was she who arranged for Qin Feng to live in this dormitory. At this critical moment, Chao Hong of course took out the spare key of 301. She sneered and counted softly, 1, 2, 3. Chao Hong gently opened the door of room 301. Ask Geng Xian and Pan Yu to quickly film a passionate scene between Qin Feng and Lin Yue. I plan to send this video to Wu Changdal, to catch the thief and the stolen goods, and to catch the adulterers and couples. Ha, it will be lively then, just watch the boys fighting in groups. But when the door opened, dormitory 301 was empty? There is no one on the balcony or in the bathroom. That's strange. Where did they go? Did they disappear? I clearly saw Lin Yue come in. Did she disappear? This is impossible. Maybe I saw it wrong. Lin Yue went to another dormitory? Let's not talk about Lin Yue first, where did Qin Feng go? I don't know. Qin Feng also disappeared? Maybe Qin Feng went to the rooftop? Let's get out first. Chao Hong and the others returned to dormitory 302 in frustration. They were very depressed because they failed to capture anything and their efforts were in vain. Inside the space, Qin Feng fell asleep comfortably after having Lin Yue give him a massage. Lin Yue stepped down from Qin Feng's back. Looking at Qin Feng's profile? Well, quite handsome. It's a pity that your family is not well off. To be honest, based on your looks, we can be together. You are the biggest bootlicker, so you deserve to carry my luggage for me. Lin Yue still felt that a boy like Wu Changdal, who came from a cadre family in a second-tier provincial capital city, was more suitable for her. Never mind for now. Qin Feng has fallen asleep. Let us eat first. Lin Yue couldn't wait and sat at the dining table. I picked up the chopsticks, took a bite of the dish, mixed it with rice, and was about to start. Qin Feng had slowly woken up. He looked up and saw Lin Yue sitting at the dining table, about to take her first bite. Qin Feng started the cat and mouse game again, Lin Yue. Lin Yue's hand froze in midair, Qin Feng, shut up. Lin Yue. Qin Feng, I haven't eaten yet, and you're showing off first? Lin Yue said awkwardly, I'm sorry. Qin Feng, didn't your parents teach you table manners? You should let the host eat first. Lin Yue smiled bitterly and said, "But, you just said that I can eat if I give you a massage." Qin Feng said coldly, "Men eat first, women eat later, do you understand the rules?" Lin Yue was almost crying after being scolded. "Okay, but it seems that there is only one bowl and one pair of chopsticks here." Qin Feng, "Yes, that's right, you watch me eat. After I finish eating, you use my bowl and my chopsticks and eat afterwards." Lin Yue. Qin Feng, "What's wrong? Do you think the chopsticks and bowl I used are dirty?" Lin Yue quickly said, "No, no." Qin Feng, "Then it's happily decided. I'll eat first, and you can eat my leftovers." Lin Yue. Chapter 11, The Humiliation of the School Beauty. Lin Yue's eyes were dull as she watched Qin Feng eat half a bowl of rice with the chopsticks. Moreover, Qin Feng ate half of each of the 4 dishes on the table. Qin Feng drank most of the tomato and egg drop soup. Finally, Qin Feng patted his stomach and said, "Well, I'm full. The rest is yours." As he spoke, Qin Feng left the remaining half bowl of rice and a pair of used chopsticks on the table. Qin Feng lay on the bed and played with his cell phone. From time to time, Qin Feng's Douyin channel played music of a beautiful woman in a short black silk skirt dancing. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, then picked up the half bowl of rice on the table, as well as the chopsticks Qin Feng had used. Lin Yue held the chopsticks and hesitated for a long, long time. "I'm a beautiful schoolgirl, eating the boys' leftovers." However, hunger still defeated the dignity of the school beauty. Lin Yue had tears in her eyes, but she still ate the rice in 4 dishes bite by bite. "No way, I'm hungry." When you are hungry, it feels like there is a mouth inside your stomach eating you from the inside. Therefore, Lin Yue cherishes this hard-earned meal very much. On the one hand, the food was delicious and suited her taste. Every time Lin Yue took a bite, her mouth and stomach gave her a sense of satisfaction. With a full stomach and replenished sugar, Lin Yue suddenly felt relaxed all over. But on the other hand, it was the first time for her to eat a boy's leftovers, not to mention using chopsticks that had been used by a boy. "I thought, isn't this a disguised kiss?" Although there was a pack of wet wipes on the table, Lin Yue could have wiped the chopsticks with the wet wipes. However, she knew Qin Feng's temper. She was afraid that Qin Feng would suddenly jump up and throw all the food into the trash can. Therefore, reason overcame emotion, and Lin Yue still ate all the leftovers of Qin Feng's food one bite at a time. The good news is that she doesn't seem to need to wash dishes here because there isn't even a kitchen. This was a very strange space, with no windows or doors, and she had no idea how she got in. "Qin Feng, I've finished eating. Can I leave now?" Lin Yue asked humbly. "Oh? Have you finished eating?" Qin Feng said while lying on the bed. "Well, yes." "Are you full?" "I'm full." "Is it tasty?" "Tasty." "Would you like to eat it next time?" "Next time, if the zombie crisis doesn't end, I'll probably come again." Lin Yue spoke humbly, not daring to say anything final. "Lin Yue, listen, next time it won't be as simple as just giving me a massage. Next time, you'll have to make a bigger sacrifice." "Greater sacrifice, what do you mean?" Lin Yue asked with a trembling voice. "Here it comes, Qin Feng is finally going to ask for that thing." Sure enough, men. In the end, no matter how nice they say, they still have to do it. Shameless, dirty, obscene, woo-woo. Which aspect? Think about it yourself. Anyway, if you come to eat next time, the food will be more delicious and there will be more choices, but your sacrifice will also be greater. Otherwise, I won't let you in, understand? Woo woo woo, I get it. Okay, you can go out now. I can't get out by myself. What kind of place is this? There's not even a door. Lin Yue was anxious. She looked around and saw white walls on all sides, with no windows or doors. To be honest, if Qin Feng forced her to go to bed now, Lin Yue would have no choice but to give in. "Oh, I forgot. Come, I'll take you out." As he said that, Qin Feng got off the bed and grabbed Lin Yue's hand. With a bang, 2 people retreated from the space. Lin Yue opened her eyes, which she had closed out of fear. She found herself back in dormitory 301, which was full of dirt and clutter. She breathed a sigh of relief when she returned to the familiar girls' dormitory. "Then I'll leave." Lin Yue gently broke free from Qin Feng's hand. "Okay, bye. Come back next time when you're hungry and I'll feed you," Qin Feng said. Lin Yue did not answer and walked to the door. Gently turning the doorknob, I stuck my head out into the hallway to see if anyone was there. Then he went to dormitory 303 and dormitory 304 and knocked on the door, but Tang Tang still didn't open the door. Then Lin Yue pretended to come out of Tang Tang's dormitory 303 and returned to her own dormitory 302. After opening the door and going in, I found that Xiao Hong and the others were still in their beds with the curtains drawn tightly, making it impossible to tell whether they were asleep or awake. Lin Yue took a bath towel and went to the bathroom to wash up. After eating and drinking, I took a nice bath, washed my hair, and applied lotion all over my body. I also took out my own facial mask and applied it while lying on the bed. At the same time, I also made a cup of jasmine tea with boiling water. I had just eaten meat and wanted to get rid of the greasiness. To be honest, she was much happier after having a full dinner than having her 3 other female roommates have rumbling stomachs all night. Lin Yue has a sense of superiority. After finishing the washing up before going to bed, I looked at the time and it was 2200 hours at night. It's also time to video call my boyfriend Wu Changdal every night. Lin Yue climbed onto the bed, pulled down the curtains, and prepared to make a video call with her boyfriend. Ding dong, the beautiful video music sounded and the call was connected. Lin Yue smiled. Hello, dear. Wu Changdal was suspicious. Your roommate told me that you went out just now? Lin Yue felt guilty. No, I was in the dormitory the whole time? Wu Changdal questioned. Don't lie, your roommate told me everything. Lin Yue smiled. Oh, yes, I remember now. I just went to Tang Tang's dormitory and went to see her. Is that okay? Wu Changdal, how long have you been there? Lin Yue, about half an hour. What's wrong? Don't doubt me, I love you very much. Wu Changdal, you went to Tang Tang's dorm for half an hour? Why wouldn't I believe it? Lin Yue, why wouldn't you believe it? Tang Tang and I are good friends. Wu Changdal, but your roommate said you went to Qin Feng's dormitory. Lin Yue was furious. They're just talking nonsense. I never went to Qin Feng's dorm. Tell them to produce evidence. They're slandering me. Wu Changdal. Well, Wu Changdal really has no evidence. Xiao Hong and the others sent Wu Changdal a video of Lin Yue going out. But the dormitory 301 where Qin Feng was located was empty, which could not prove anything. Wu Changdal was also quite puzzled, but in the end he chose to believe his girlfriend. Wu Changdal, okay, I'll trust you this time. Lin Yue, don't doubt me, I'm yours. I won't go to Qin Feng's dormitory. Wu Changdal, but I see you're in a good mood, your eyes are smiling. Do you have any food over there? Did your roommates get any compressed biscuits? Lin Yue, yes. Don't worry, I still have some snacks stocked up. Wu Changdal, listen, baby, after the zombie crisis is over, we should be together. I've been pursuing you for so long and spent almost 100,000 yuan on you. It's time for us to take a concrete step. Lin Yue smiled. Okay, I see you're anxious. I'm yours, don't worry. Love you, good night. Wu Changdal, well, good night. I love you. Ding dong, the video call was hung up. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Changdal didn't find anything. I just felt bad for myself for being so impulsive and telling lies without blushing or getting nervous. However, the 3 roommates had been bribed by their boyfriend, these 3 bitches. Lin Yue leaned against the curtain and cursed. I don't know who is so mean, saying bad things about me behind my back and making accusations. Xiao Hong was not willing to be outdone and started cursing through the curtain. You know what dirty things you did. You have a boyfriend, but you still went to another boy's room. Lin Yue cursed, none of your business. You are so fat and no man likes you. It's so sad. Xiao Hong retorted, who are you talking about? Green tea bitch. I'm impressed by how capable and selfless she is. Lin Yue, ugly people often do bad things. Xiao Hong, who's ugly? You're much uglier than Tang Tang. Tang Tang is the school belle, and you're a bunch of crap with a red and green background. Lin Yue, come down here, or I'll slap you. You're so fat, you'll starve to death in 3 days, you fat pig. Xiao Hong, I'm down here. What's going on? Fighting? You're nothing. I'll crush you to death. Geng Xian and Pen Yu both tried to persuade them, stop arguing. We're all roommates, so please be tolerant. After the zombie crisis is over, we'll still be roommates, and we still have 2 more years of college to go. Lin Yue sneered, the zombie crisis is over? Ha, that's wishful thinking. Let's fill our stomachs and survive first. Gung Xian and Pan Yu couldn't help but ask, honestly, Yue, where have you been? Did you go to Qin Feng's room? Why do you smell like food? I have a keen nose, I can smell it. Lin Yue, what the hell is it to you? Why do you care where I go? If anyone dares to talk to my boyfriend Gaomi again, I'll slap you in the face. Gung Xian stopped talking. She was still afraid of the school bell. Pan Yu didn't say anything either, just licked a lollipop silently. Because Chao Hong was too fat, even though she secretly ate an apple, she still had a little hypoglycemia and fell asleep quickly. After the lights in the girls' dormitory 302 were turned off, silence fell. In dormitory 301, Qin Feng heard the voice of the system. Bite. The host feeds the school beauty Lin Yue for the second time, and the system is upgraded. Buffet space, level 4 total 100 levels. System upgrade to 50 square meters square room. Equipment, a dining table, 2 dining chairs, a 1.5 meter wide single bed, a wall-mounted TV, a double sofa. Waiter, AI flight attendant Xiaoqing. Remaining points, 1,900 points. The host just had a friendly exchange with Lin Yue, which aroused Lin Yue's various emotions. Humiliation, pleasure, shame, guilt. Humiliation, Lin Yue ate your leftovers and used your chopsticks, points plus 500. Pleasure, Lin Yue felt great joy while eating, points plus 100. Shame, Lin Yue massages the host, causing a sense of shame, points plus 300 points. Guilt, Lin Yue lied to her boyfriend and felt guilty, points plus 200. Current remaining points, 3,000 points. Lin Yue's emotional progress bar, arrogance, wavering, humiliation first stage, obedience, kneeling and licking the initiative, licking the dog, the ultimate licking dog. Buffet C 2 luxurious buffet dinners at a 5-star hotel, 1,000 points. Weapon B, M16 automatic rifle with 90 rounds of ammunition, 3,000 points. Weapon C, 10 defensive grenades 3,000 steel balls, 5,000 points. Hosts 3,000 points can unlock Weapon B, M16 automatic rifle. Do you want to unlock it? Unlock. Chapter 12, Killing a classmate with a shot in the head. A pitch-black automatic rifle suddenly appeared on the dormitory table. M16 automatic rifle with a sophisticated optical sight. The gun body is cold, its lines are hard, and it exudes the breath of death. Qin Feng reached out and touched the gun, the texture of the metal coming from his fingertips. It gave him an indescribable sense of security. He placed 3 magazines side by side on the table, then picked up 90 rounds of yellow bullets. One by one, he pressed them into the magazine precisely. The crisp click sound is like the most beautiful music in the quiet dormitory. Yes, boys like playing with guns. Of course, I also like to play with my legs. Ding, the system rewards the host with god-level shooting skills. In an instant, a huge torrent of information flooded into Qin Feng's mind. The construction principle of firearms, ballistic calculation, breathing control, trigger strength. Everything was etched into his nerves like instinct. Not only can he now operate firearms skillfully, but he can also shoot accurately without missing a single shot. Qin Feng also took out the Glock 43 pistol he had bought earlier from the desk drawer. He skillfully loaded the bullets into the compact Glock semi-automatic pistol and the ferocious M16 automatic rifle, the big and the small together forming the basis for his survival in this doomsday. Just then, a buzzing sound came from outside, coming closer and closer. The drones are coming. Immediately afterwards, thunderous cheers erupted from the boys' dormitory opposite and the girls' dormitory here. It was like the power suddenly came back on in the dormitory after a power outage, and the whole building cheered. Everyone understood that the military had sent drones to deliver supplies again. But why did you take until 10 o'clock at night to come today? The whole dormitory building was in commotion. Many students who had already gone to bed got up from their beds, their eyes flashing with desire for food. Over at the 5th male dormitory, every balcony was shouting. Get up, don't sleep anymore. The military has delivered the supplies. Which dormitory is responsible for distributing them today? It should be dormitory 415 and dormitory 416. Get ready. Okay, the other dormitories, please wait in the dormitory. Don't run around or grab anything. Yes, sir. Who's grabbing it? Just take your share from each dormitory. Whoever grabs it will have to pay. In the boys' dormitory, everything was going on in an orderly manner under Long Zhang's command. On the other hand, the girls' dormitory was a scene from hell. The girls screamed like crazy. When they heard the drones were coming, they were in a panic, not knowing what to do, and there was no organization at all. Everyone was running towards the rooftop in groups, stumbling and pulling each other. The stairs soon became crowded with screams and curses. Many girls seemed to have had grudges against each other. In the chaos, they pulled each other's hair and tripped each other, and the scene was in chaos. Sheen Fong opened the door of dormitory 301, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at the grand scene in the corridor with cold eyes. He didn't go to the rooftop to join in the fun, but just watched the girls going crazy like headless flies, fighting, cursing, and going crazy. Oh, woman. If there were no men in the world, women would be a mess. I heard that many places opened all-female gyms, all-female restaurants, and all-female cafes, but they all went bankrupt in the end. The girls living on the 7th floor of the girls' dormitory are blessed with a unique advantage. The first few girls who rushed to the roof grabbed a box of compressed biscuits and a box of instant noodles from the drone. The girls from the 5th and 6th floors rushed up right after him and immediately joined the fight without saying a word. Let go. This is mine. You bitch, you stole my cookies yesterday, and you want to steal them again today? Ah. My hair. Get out of here. I'll bite you to death, ah. The girl's scream was accompanied by the sound of slaps. The supply boxes were torn open, and instant noodles and biscuits were scattered all over the floor, triggering even more frantic looting. In the chaos, a girl was pushed off the edge of the roof, and her screams stopped abruptly. There was a muffled sound from downstairs, followed by the excited hissing of zombies. A girl was pushed down the stairs and fell to her death. Sheen Fong sneered as he watched the past reappear. Before, he was the one who was pushed down, but now it is someone else's turn. Suddenly, Sheen Fong saw Chao Hong running down the stairs with blood all over his face. Her hair was messy and there were several bloody scratches on her face, which was shocking. Sheen Fong raised the corner of his mouth. Ha, Chao Hong, you were beaten? Who is so discerning as to dare to hit you? Wahahaha. Seeing Chao Hong's miserable appearance, Sheen Fong was so happy that his heart burst with joy. If I don't punish you, someone else will. Heaven never spares anyone. But Chao Hong ignored his ridicule. I rushed back to my dormitory and grabbed an umbrella. The tip of the umbrella was facing forward, obviously intending to use it as a weapon to take revenge. Chao Hong gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Damn it, that crazy bitch from the 516 Economics and Management Department, I'm going to kill her today." Sheen Fong laughed, "Go ahead, I wish you good luck." Chao Hong just turned around and was about to run, but suddenly stopped. She turned her head suddenly, and the gloating look on Sheen Feng's face hurt her. Chao Hong pointed at him and cursed, "Sheen Feng, what are you laughing at?" The smile on Sheen Feng's face disappeared instantly. "Fuck, I'm just laughing at my own thing, it's none of your business." Chao Hong puffed out her chest confidently, "Of course it's my business. You live in the dormitory I arranged for you, so you have to listen to me." Sheen Feng snorted coldly, "Bullshit. This dormitory is empty, I can live here if I want." Chao Hong was choked and turned to attack. "You are a grown man living in a girl's dormitory, do you still have any shame?" Sheen Feng only replied with one word, "Get lost." Chao Hong was furious. She rolled her eyes and handed the umbrella in her hand to Sheen Feng. "I'll give you this umbrella. Come with me to the rooftop. You're a boy, you're strong, so help me grab the supplies. I'll send Lin Yue to your dormitory tonight. Let's make a deal, beautiful women in exchange for supplies." Sheen Feng sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "No need, Lin Yue will deliver it herself, do you need to deliver it?" Chao Hong was completely furious. "Sheen Feng? You don't listen to me, right?" She had been unhappy with Sheen Feng for a long time. Last time, when there was food, he only gave it to Lin Yue and not to her. It was obvious that he looked down on her as a fat girl. Now that I have arranged such a good place for him to live, he is even unwilling to help me grab supplies. The more Chao Hong thought about it, the angrier she became. In her previous life, she joined forces with other girls to push the annoying Sheen Feng down the stairs. Now, it was just a reappearance of the past. "Sheen Feng, I gave you face? If you don't help me, you won't have an easy life." Chao Hong roared, suddenly holding the umbrella. He stabbed Sheen Feng's face hard with the sharp umbrella head. That's the move. The past events were vivid in his mind, flooding into Sheen Feng's heart like a tide. The way he died tragically, the feeling of weightlessness when he was pushed off a tall building, the mocking faces of the girls on the balcony, all came to his mind in an instant, and then he was eaten clean by zombies. Okay, Chao Hong. I wanted to keep you alive for a few more days, but I let you starve to death in despair. Now it seems that you can't wait for that day. Xin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and anger exploded in his chest. Chao Hong, you died today, now you are just a corpse. Xin Feng began to move. Chao Hong only saw a flash before Xin Feng had already pulled out a black pistol. Glock 43. The cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at her forehead. There was no warmth in Xin Feng's voice. Chao Hong, don't move. If you poke me with the umbrella again, you're dead. Chao Hong was stunned for a moment, then uttered a sharp laugh. I'm just going to stab you. Who are you trying to scare with a toy gun? She simply didn't believe that anyone could have a real gun in the apocalypse. Bang! There was a loud bang. The bullet was fired. Xin Feng fired. Bang! Chao Hong's big fleshy head was blown off, and blood splattered in the air. Chapter 13. Kill the girls and then the boys. The first shot hit Chao Hong's forehead accurately. Her body jerked, the sneer on her face frozen in shock. Bang! Bang! Xin Feng fired 2 more shots without any pause. 2 bullets successively made 2 small holes in her chest. Blood gushed out, splattering on the white wall behind. Chao Hong's eyes lost their luster and turned gray. The fat body fell straight back with a heavy thud. Deng Xian and Pan Yu originally came back with Chao Hong. At this moment, the 2 girls were standing not far from the corridor and witnessed the whole bloody and horrifying process. They were both shocked. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Xin Feng, how did you do that? You have a gun in your hand? Is your gun real? Where did you get the gun? Ah, murder. Xin Feng cast a cold gaze at them. Shut up and go back to the dormitory. Ah. Deng Xian and Pan Yu were terrified. He scrambled back to dormitory 302 and closed the door tightly. He pressed his body against the door and never dared to come out again. Xin Feng looked at the fat body of the girl on the ground and frowned slightly. It's not a good idea to keep it here. It will be troublesome if it rots. It would be better to throw it down the building and let those zombies and other carrion-eating creatures eat it, and get it over with once and for all, cleanly and efficiently. He used all his strength to drag Chao Hong's fat legs and drag her into the 300 bathroom at the end of the corridor. Then he pushed the body down from the balcony. With a bang, the body fell to the ground. Several zombies wandering downstairs smelled the blood and immediately rushed over with roars, lying on Chao Hong's body and biting and chewing it. Xin Feng glanced down from the window. The scene was disgusting. He stopped watching and turned away. In dormitory 302. Deng Xian and Pan Yu were still in shock and immediately told Lin Yue that Xin Feng had shot and killed Chao Hong. Lin Yue obviously didn't believe it. No way, Xin Feng has a gun? How is that possible? The country doesn't allow guns, it's illegal. Deng Xian cried, it's true. We saw it with our own eyes. Chao Hong is dead, right there in the hallway. Pan Yu also trembled and said, it's the zombie apocalypse now. Who knows where he got the gun from? Lin Yue still shook her head, as if unable to accept this fact, and she pulled the bed curtains. No more talking, I'm going to sleep. Deng Xian was anxious, everyone outside is grabbing supplies, why don't you go up and grab some? Pan Yu also said, yeah, other dormitories are scrambling for it, let's go too, otherwise we won't have anything to eat tomorrow. Lin Yue's muffled voice came from behind the bed curtain. No, I'm going to sleep. I don't like to fight with others for things. Deng Xian. Pan Yu. The 2 of them were completely helpless. No one was on Chao Hong's side, and they didn't dare go out to steal supplies again. In desperation, they had to pick up their phones and send messages to the class group. Deng Xian, Xin Feng had a gun, and Xin Feng killed Chao Hong. Pan Yu, yes, we both saw it with our own eyes. However, there was dead silence in the girls' group, with no response at all. Everyone went to the rooftop to grab supplies, and the rooftop was in chaos. Several girls were pushed down from the roof during the commotion, and fell to pieces with blood and flesh all over their bodies, which was a horrible sight. Ah, someone fell to death. Stop pushing, Li Sihan asked you to push it down. Ah, whoa, I'm so scared, Mom, I want to go home, 5:55. Some of the girls who fell from the roof broke their legs, and some had their heads smashed. The zombies on the street immediately pounced on it and enjoyed this delicious food that fell from the sky. The girl who broke her leg was bitten by zombies and screamed in pain, ending her young life in tears. In the boys' dormitory building opposite, the boys were lying on the balcony watching the miserable situation of the girls. Some were shouting and clamoring loudly, some were cheering, some were trying to persuade, some were cursing, and some were sad. In this huge chaos, Chao Hong's death was as insignificant as a speck of dust, and no one cared about it at all. Some boys couldn't bear it and shouted out admonitions. "Girls, stop fighting. Someone's already dead. Can't you guys organize yourself like us boys do? Honestly, ladies, the biscuits and bread dropped by the drone are more than enough. If each of you eats one, you won't be hungry all day. There's also tap water to drink. Yeah, you see, we boys live in peace with each other, not a single one fights. We're happy to play games leisurely every day." Some boys began to worry about their girlfriends and shouted their names loudly on the balcony. "Ziyan, don't fight with those girls for things. It's too dangerous. Ting, stop making trouble with them. I'd rather starve for 2 days than be pushed downstairs. Baby, don't fight with them. It's safest to go back to the dormitory and hide." The girls who were fighting heard this, but instead of being grateful, they cursed their boyfriends back. "Nonsense, you gave me food? You're watching me starve here, why don't you throw your food to me? What use is there for me having you as a boyfriend? All you do is yell, but that's bullshit. For us girls, it's a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's completely different from you boys. You boys, don't be happy. Once your food is gone, you'll start fighting too. And then you'll be in a worse situation than us girls." While talking, several more girls were pushed off the building and died. Girls get violent and pull hair and gouge eyes. Even pushing the other person down is to kill him. These tragic scenes were all visible to the boys' dormitory building opposite. Most of the boys were silent, lamenting silently and feeling helpless. Only Wu Changle and the 3 people in his dormitory directed their attacks at the only public male in the girls' dormitory, Qin Feng. Wu Changle's girlfriend Lin Yue lives in room 302 next to Qin Feng. He was extremely anxious, but he could do nothing. He could only transform all his anger and fear into insults towards Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, are you a fucking man? You useless piece of shit. Are you just going to watch them kill each other?" Wu Changle clung to the balcony railing, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his neck. One of his roommates, Zhang Hao, who was 1.9 meters tall, also shrieked in agreement. "Exactly. Letting you live in the girls' dormitory means you can be a boss, right? You can't even protect a girl? You can't even organize discipline? What else can you do besides eating? Do you have leadership skills?" Another roommate, Chung Pengfei, who had acne all over his face and liked to lift weights, spat with a look of disdain. "Anyone with a bit of blood in their veins should step in and take care of it. Look at those girls, how many of them have fallen to their deaths?" Lu Ziyan, who was wearing glasses, even started making personal attacks. "Qin Feng, you are a waste. What use is there for you? Why don't you go back to the boys' dormitory? I don't think you're even fit to be a building manager carrying shoes. You really don't have any leadership skills at all. If I could get through, I would really kick you to death, you piece of shit." Wu Changle cursed even harder as he heard his roommate's support. "I want to strangle you to death. If I were in the girls' dormitory, I would have taken good care of the girls long ago. It wouldn't be like this now. It's all your fault, you useless piece of shit." These sounds were sharp and piercing, like blunt knives scraping against Qin Feng's nerves. He had just ended a girl's life with his own hands. The resentful and surprised look in Chao Hong's eyes before her death was still clearly imprinted in his mind. The feeling of warm blood splattered on the back of my hand seemed to have not yet dissipated. Adrenaline was boiling, rushing wildly through his veins. Qin Feng could clearly see the 4 faces on the balcony opposite, furious with jealousy and incompetence. Protect girls? Organizational discipline? Ha, I can only ha. In his previous life, it was these so-called female classmates who pushed him out to feed the zombies at the critical moment. Just now, Chao Hong wanted to stab him to death with an umbrella. Now, these idiots hiding at a safe distance are judging him morally again. Why? Just because they are men? Just because they stand on the moral high ground and talk? Ridiculous. In this broken world, saints and losers are the two types of people who die the fastest. Qin Feng's heart was filled with murderous intent. All right. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. I don't care about killing a few more boys. Qin Feng turned around and walked back to the room without hesitation. The black M16 automatic rifle lay quietly on the bed, its smooth lines and cold metal texture exuding the breath of death. He picked up the rifle and checked the magazine expertly. The heavy weight gave him an unprecedented sense of security. This is the only trustworthy partner in the apocalypse. Qin Feng walked back onto the balcony and placed the butt of the M16 against his shoulder. Across from them, Wu Changle's 3 roommates were still yelling and cursing. When they saw Qin Feng take out a big thing, they were stunned at first, and then burst into even louder laughter. Holy shit, guys, look, that idiot got a toy gun. Zheng Hao laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointing at Qin Feng, and tears were almost coming out. Ha 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 ha, what does he want to do? Scare us with a toy gun? Who's interested in playing house with you? Cheng Pengfei clapped his hands on the balcony railing and laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Where did you get that toy gun? Your brother's? Lu Ziyan laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and was extremely sarcastic. Are you retarded? Qin Feng? Ha 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 ha. Throw some money. Guns are completely banned in this country. So, that gun must be fake, a toy gun bought from a supermarket. Wu Changle also laughed, but his laughter sounded a little forced. Deep in his heart, a sense of inexplicable uneasiness was quietly growing. Qin Feng's expression was too calm. It was eerily quiet. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc. His eyes, through the mechanical sight of the M16, locked onto the 3 roommates who were laughing the most happily. Dud-da-day. Crisp gunshots rang out, followed by bursts of fire. Goodbye, idiot. A gorgeous blood flower suddenly exploded in the center of Zheng Hao's forehead. Red and white splashed out instantly, covering the wall behind. His body seemed to be hit hard by an invisible hammer. He leaned back suddenly and fell heavily to the ground. He twitched twice and then fell silent. He didn't leave any last words. What? The smiles on the faces of Lu Ziyan and Cheng Pengfei next to them froze instantly, turning into extreme astonishment and fear. They didn't have time to react. Qin Feng's gun muzzle has moved horizontally. Dud-da-day. Dud-da-day. 6 more bullets. A bloody hole appeared at the same position between Cheng Pengfei's eyebrows. Lu Ziyan's glasses were shattered and the huge impact force knocked him away, and his body collapsed limply. 3 bodies fell in a pool of blood in just 3 seconds. Wu Changle froze in place, his mind blank. He watched helplessly as his 3 roommates, with whom he had lived day and night, turned into 3 bleeding corpses in an instant. The strong smell of blood seemed to cross the distance of space and rush straight into his nostrils. A stream of warm liquid instantly gushed out from his crotch and flowed down his inner thighs. He peed. The extreme fear drained all his strength, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Ah. No way? Is it a real gun? Is this the sound of a real gun? A tuneless wail escaped his throat. He didn't dare to look at the devil-like figure opposite him anymore. He crawled backwards using his hands and feet, and fled back to the dormitory. He huddled behind the door and didn't even dare to raise his head. The gunshots were quickly drowned out by the noise on the rooftop and the chaos downstairs. After all, in this era, few people have ever heard the sound of real gunfire. Even if people in other dormitories far away heard these crisp sounds, they would just think that firecrackers were being set off somewhere. No one knew that just now, 3 more lives were easily wiped out by Qin Feng. Chapter 14, Gunshots rang out and everyone fell silent. Wu Changle was so frightened that his legs went weak. He collapsed on the cold ground, unable to hold himself up. The kneecaps were shaking wildly and uncontrollably, hitting each other. My heart was beating wildly in my chest, beating as fast as 200 times. A hot fluid uncontrollably gushed out from under his body, and a fishy smell instantly filled the air. He urinated, and at the same time he broke out in a cold sweat and his lips turned white. Anyone who has experienced fear knows how Wu Changle feels at this moment. Cold sweat soaked the clothes on my back, sticking to my skin, wet and cold. After a long time, perhaps several minutes, perhaps half a century, his dilated pupils finally focused again and he regained a trace of his intelligence. Balcony. He suddenly thought of the bodies of his 3 roommates on the balcony. The three roommates who were just mocking him loudly were turned into minced meat and bones in the blink of an eye. I can't live in this dormitory anymore. Oh my god. Wu Changdal used his hands and feet to crawl towards the door and rushed out of the dormitory. The student leader stumbled towards the boys' dormitory building, Wang Zi's dormitory, room 406. Oh no! Xin Feng has a gun. Xin Feng has a gun. Woo. Wu Changdal slammed open the door of Wang Zi's dormitory, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground with a thud. In dormitory 406, the light from the computer screen illuminated four young smiling faces. The intense game sound effects and keyboard tapping sounds are in full swing. Wang Zi and his three roommates are teaming up to play jungle, and the atmosphere is very lively. Wu Changdal's tearful and pissing face caused a burst of laughter. Get up, why are you still kneeling? Oh, my son, please stand up. Brother, there's no need to be so polite. I can't bear it. Wang Zi frowned slightly, stopped what he was doing, and looked at Wu Changdal lying on the ground. Brother Changdal, if you have something to say, please speak up. Who bullied you? Stand up and speak. Wu Changdal took a long time to explain the matter clearly after stammering. Xin Feng has a gun. He's shooting across the street. Killed Zheng Hao, Cheng Pengfei, and Lu Zian. The laughter in the dormitory continued, and Wang Zi's three roommates continued to laugh. Are you kidding me? Xin Feng has a gun? A toy gun, right? Exactly. He even killed 3 people. Are you filming a movie? In our country, gun ownership is not allowed. Who has a gun now? Wu Changdal suddenly raised his head, his face filled with fear, and roared, If you don't believe me, go to my dormitory and see. There was a tremor of desperation in his voice that didn't sound like a lie. Wang Zi stood up. He was 1.85 meters tall and had a very oppressive feeling. Lead the way, I'll go take a look. Wang Zi followed Wu Changdal alone and returned to the dormitory where the crime scene occurred. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder hit me in the face. Wang Zi's pupils suddenly shrank. On the balcony, 3 bodies were lying in a pool of blood with twisted postures. Everyone's head was like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer, red and white splattered everywhere, leaving horrific marks on the walls, the ground, and even the ceiling. That's not a scene a toy gun can create. That's the real effect that only a military-grade rifle can produce. Even though Wang Zi thought he had seen some of the world, he was still frightened and felt a chill in his heart at this moment. Wu Changdal could no longer hold on, hugged Wang Zi's thighs, and cried loudly. Brother, avenge our brothers. Xin Feng has a gun and he lives alone in the girls' dormitory. He'll go berserk. My girlfriend Lin Yue is still in the girls' dormitory, and your school beauty girlfriend Tang Tang is also there. What if Xin Feng gets horny in the middle of the night and threatens our girlfriend with a gun? Brother, gather a bunch of brothers, let's rush over, break into the girls' dormitory, and kill Xin Feng together. Then, let's bring our respective girlfriends back. This will kill 2 birds with 1 stone and prevent the girls from killing each other like mad dogs every time they come for supplies. Several girls were pushed off the roof just now and died. You saw it too. You can't just ignore it. Wang Zi listened to Wu Changdal's crying and his eyes became calmer. His shrewd brain began to work rapidly. Revenge? How do I take revenge? To whom? Why should I take revenge? Your roommate is not my brother. Secondly, gather the boys and go downstairs? Cross the street teeming with zombies? Go to the girls' dormitory across the street? Those zombies alone are dangerous enough to cause a lot of trouble. Again, Xin Feng has a gun, what do we have here? Fighting with an egg against a rock? Rushing forward would mean death, with no chance of winning. The risk is too high and the return is 0. As for my girlfriend's safety, Wang Zi knew very well that his girlfriend Tang Tang was very well behaved and clear-headed. I haven't left the dormitory since the end of the world. I have arranged the snacks I usually stockpile clearly and locked the dormitory door tightly. I am safer than anyone else. Tang Tang's 3 female roommates all died, but Tang Tang was safe and sound. As for Wu Changdal's girlfriend Lin Yue, that's Wu Changdal's own business. Your girlfriend brought this upon herself by asking Xin Feng to help with the luggage. It's easier said than done. Wang Zi pondered for a moment, reached out and patted Wu Changdal on the back, his tone calm. Let me put it this way, I've met Xin Feng before, and he's not a bad person. It must be that your 3 roommates cursed too much and touched his bottom line, so he lost control and fired the gun. I'll use courtesy first and then force. I'll send him a long message, trying to persuade him to surrender and test his bottom line. If it really doesn't work, we can consider fighting together. But you should think carefully. It's very dangerous. It's our last resort, and we should only use it as a last resort. Wu Chang'e raised her tearful eyes and looked at Wang Zi's tall and handsome figure. It was as if she had grasped the last straw and she could only nod weakly, okay. Wang Zi then took out his cell phone and tapped quickly on the screen with his fingertips. After a moment, a long message was edited. Hello, Qin Feng. I'm Wang Zi from the dormitory opposite. I saw you shoot and kill Zheng Hao, Zheng Pengfei, and Lu Ziyan. As a friend, I remind you that in this apocalyptic world, revenge on your enemies is the right thing to do. But the best way to survive is for everyone to unite. I don't want to morally blackmail you here. I just hope that you can be a kind boy and do your best to protect the safety of the girls around you. I, Wang Zi, am deeply grateful. After the apocalypse, we will still be good friends. Click and send. Byte. In the girls' dormitory building, Qin Feng's phone screen lit up. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Wang Zi. Qin Feng opened it and saw that it was sent by Wang Zi. The message was very long and Qin Feng read it for a long time. Speaking of which, Qin Feng and Wang Zi can be considered half-friends. Wang Zi is a senior, a student union cadre, and the captain of the basketball team. He is very handsome. Qin Feng is a sophomore this year. Although he is not a student union cadre, he is on the basketball team and is also very handsome. On the court, Wang Zi, as the captain, often organizes everyone to practice and encourages everyone to win. Wang Zi often passes the ball to Qin Feng on the court, allowing Qin Feng to take the last shot, the game-winning shot. Boys who have played basketball know that boys cooperate with each other on the basketball court and grab rebounds together. The feeling of mutual appreciation that arises when basketball players assist each other is deeper than the feeling when you are in love with a girl. Qin Feng still has respect and friendship for his senior Wang Zi. So Qin Feng simply replied with a message. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will beat him to death. After Wang Zi received Qin Feng's message, he smiled. He showed the message to Wu Chang'e and said, "Look. It's okay." Wu Chang'e cried even harder after seeing this. No, Qin Feng's attitude is wrong. Wang Zi patted Wu Chang'e's shoulder and persuaded him. Okay, I know Qin Feng. This guy has a good heart, he won't touch your girlfriend. Your roommate scolded him so harshly, I heard it last time. Let's leave it at that for now. Qin Feng won't force your girlfriend. Tell your girlfriend to stay in the dorm by herself and not run around, she'll be safe. My girlfriend Tang Tang has been staying in the dormitory and has locked the door tightly. Wu Chang'e. Are you saying that my girlfriend Lin Yue took the initiative to run into Qin Feng's dormitory? Wu Chang'e was angry but dared not speak out. He could not afford to offend Wang Zi, nor could he afford to offend Qin Feng who had a gun. Wu Chang'e had no choice but to send a message to Lin Yue. Yue, how are you? Don't mess with Qin Feng, he has a gun. Qin Feng just shot and killed Zheng Hao, Zheng Pengfei, and Lu Ziyan. You must not leave the dormitory, it's too dangerous. Don't open the door even if Qin Feng knocks. It's already 12:34 at night. Lin Yue had already eaten her fill and fallen asleep. Her cell phone vibrated. She looked at it and saw that it was a message from Wu Chang'e. She read the message, sent an O, and slowly closed her heavy eyelids. Early morning on the third day of the apocalypse. The university campus is still very quiet. The hustle and bustle of the morning is gone, leaving only a dead silence. Everyone was sleeping in, hiding behind the curtains of their beds and not coming out. The only things you can hear on campus are the growls of zombies and the occasional barking of dogs. Many people's stomachs were rumbling, but they just secretly took a bite of the apples they had stockpiled. Qin Feng slept soundly on the single bed in the space. In the morning, I was gently woken up by the AI flight attendant Xiaoqing with her mouth. Chapter 15. The school beauty endured and endured but couldn't hold it back. Qin Feng stretched lazily in the system space. Raise your head slightly. The soft single bed and the comfortable air at a constant temperature allowed him to have a dreamless night. A gentle call sounded in my ears. Mr. Qin Feng, get up and start a wonderful day. Qin Feng opened his eyes and saw a pair of slender legs wrapped in smooth black stockings with tight lines. Looking up, I saw the AI stewardess Xiaoqing leaning forward slightly, with a perfect smile programmed into her face. She was wearing a dark blue stewardess uniform that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. A colorful scarf wrapped around the snow-white neck, and the collar of the white shirt was meticulously tied. Below the delicate collarbone are two snow white. Mr. Qin Feng, your current points are 0. If you want to unlock the buffet, you need to get up and earn points. So, don't sleep in anymore. Qin Feng sat up, his eyes swept across Xiaoqing's delicate face, and he grabbed her thigh. Anyway, I am just a tool accompanied by the system. I can touch it as I want in my own space. Xiaoqing. Tell me, I don't have any points, how can I redeem food? Without delicious food, why would Yin and Lin Yue come here? A stream of data flashed across AI Xiaoqing's electronic eyes, and she instantly gave the optimal solution. I suggest you use other things in the space to attract her. For example, the absolute silence in the space, spotless air, and a widescreen TV that never runs out of power. Qin Feng smiled. That's a good idea. Even if there are no conditions, we should go for it. We should create conditions to go for it. He got out of bed and stepped barefoot on the floor, which was as clean as new. The new double sofa added to the system is so soft that you can sink into it. Xiaoqing, turn on the TV. Turn on the travel channel and find a film about an island. Maldives, Sanya, the Bahamas, more luxurious the better. AI flight attendant Xiaoqing immediately executed the command. On the wall, a huge screen lit up, with a clarity far exceeding any device in the real world. The blue sky, the crystal clear water, the white sand beach. The camera moves forward, and a blonde and blue-eyed foreign couple is floating in a private swimming pool with a huge floating tray in front of them. The tray was filled with mouth-watering delicacies. Bright red lobsters, plump oysters, golden toast, and colorful tropical fruits. Qin Feng adjusted the angle and made himself sink comfortably into the sofa. He picked up his mobile phone and took a picture of the TV screen and himself. He didn't look at the camera, and the lines of his profile appeared cold and relaxed, as if all this was commonplace to him. Click and send. Target, Lin Yue. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Yue was woken up by the urge to urinate. She yawned and climbed out of bed, feeling refreshed. The food she ate yesterday still provided ample energy in her stomach, filling her with a rare sense of security after being full in this doomsday world. This sense of superiority made everything seem more pleasing to her. She didn't even notice that Chao Hong's bed opposite her was empty all night. She jumped out of bed and prepared to go to the bathroom, just in time to run into Geng Xian coming out of the bathroom. Geng Xian's face was sallow, her lips were chapped, her eye sockets were sunken, and she looked as if all her energy had been drained away, and she walked a little unsteadily. When she saw Lin Yue, she shrank subconsciously as if she had seen a ghost. Lin Yue raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? It's as if I want to eat you. Geng Xian's lips trembled, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Yue, do you know? Qin Feng. Qin Feng shot, killed Chao Hong. The smile on Lin Yue's face froze? In my mind, the message Wu Changle sent last night finally became clear. Don't mess with Qin Feng, he has a gun. Qin Feng just shot and killed Zheng Hao, Zheng Pengfei, and Lu Zian. You must not leave the dormitory, it's too dangerous. Don't open the door even if Qin Feng knocks. It turns out it wasn't a dream. Lin Yue immediately took out her cell phone and confirmed the content of last night's message again, then suddenly looked up at Geng Xian with sharp eyes. Geng Xian? Really? Qin Feng has a gun? Lin Yue asked with wide eyes. Geng Xian felt a little scared when she looked at her, but she still nodded vigorously. Recalling the scene of last night, her body couldn't help but tremble. I saw it with my own eyes. Right in front of our dormitory. Qin Feng fired 3 shots with a black pistol. Bang! 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 She imitated the sound of gunfire, but her voice was distorted by fear. Didn't you hear? Lin Yue shook her head blankly. Last night, while everyone rushed out like crazy to grab supplies, she was leisurely curled up in bed, wearing headphones and watching a movie on her laptop. The screams and commotion outside were perfectly covered by the movie's sound effects. At this time, Panyu, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, also stuck her head out, and her voice was full of fear of surviving a disaster. Yue, do you know? There was a fight on the rooftop last night. Dozens of girls were fighting over some food, and 7 or 8 of them were pushed down. 3 people died in Tang Tang dormitory. Lin Yue was shocked when she heard this. Ah? No way? The 3 older sisters in Tangtang's dormitory were all pushed down? Are they dead? Deng Xian nodded vigorously and added, either she fell to her death or was bitten to death by zombies. Xiao Hong went to the roof to grab something, and when she came back, she somehow offended Qin Feng. Qin Feng shot her to death and pushed her out of the corridor window. Down there are zombies everywhere. All of my classmates have become their food. Of course, the zombies were also transformed by my classmates. The entire dormitory fell into deathly silence. Pan Yu and Geng Xian's faces were filled with fear. They were glad that they were timid and did not participate in the bloody fight. However, Lin Yue's eyes slowly widened at this moment. There was no fear in her heart. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement. Her psychological circuit is completely different from other girls. It turns out that Qin Feng is so powerful? It turns out that he is not the introverted junior who can only carry his luggage silently? Lin Yue always believed that Qin Feng was her #1 bootlicker. Available at any time and responsive to any request. Now, her bootlicker actually has a gun and dares to kill people. Doesn't this mean that Qin Feng is a very powerful person? If I can make good use of this and let Qin Feng protect me, then wouldn't I be able to walk around freely in this doomsday world? Ha 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 ha. When Lin Yue thought of this, she was thinking more about Qin Feng's strength rather than the safety of her boyfriend Wu Chang'e. To be honest, the zombie crisis has been going on for 3 days. What has Wu Chang'e done for himself besides saying a bunch of useless nonsense on his phone and sending a few pale messages of concern? He gave himself no food. He offered no protection to himself. Nothing. On the other hand, Qin Feng is the one who can truly provide value. He has given her a lot of food in the past 2 days. A brilliant plan took shape in Lin Yue's mind. The fox borrows the power of the tiger to bully others. Yes, it is the fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. Make all the girls in the dormitory afraid of me, and make them act according to my mood. Well, this idea is great, even the girls in other dormitories will be afraid of me. Especially that Tang Tang, who didn't even open the door. Just as Lin Yue was immersed in her wonderful plan, her cell phone rang. It was a photo sent by Qin Feng. Picture. Lin Yue clicked on the picture. In the photo, Qin Feng was lying sideways on a large sofa, looking lazy and watching TV. A travel video about the Maldives was playing on the huge screen. Blue sea, blue sky, sunny beach. A huge dinner plate floating in the private swimming pool attracted Lin Yue's full attention. Sizzling grilled seafood, tropical fruits with bright red flesh revealed when cut open, and steaming coffee on the side. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Although Lin Yue's stomach was not hungry, her eyes were hungry. She licked her tongue and swallowed uncontrollably. In order to lose weight, she often starves herself. If she skips dinner, she feels great and has a sense of accomplishment. But now, the doomsday crisis has arrived. Lin Yue found that she didn't want to be hungry at all meals. Every meal is incredibly delicious. Every bite of food is a source of security. However, she clearly remembered what Qin Feng said yesterday. Next time you go find him, be prepared to make sacrifices. She hasn't made up her mind yet about sacrificing her looks and offering herself to Qin Feng. Her plan was to eat Qin Feng's food with peace of mind and enjoy his protection during the doomsday crisis. After the doomsday crisis is over and social order is restored, she will still marry Wu Chang'e. After all, Wu Chang'e comes from a wealthy family, and her parents are civil servants in a second-tier city in the provincial capital. If she marries him, she will be a ready-made wealthy wife. And Qin Feng is just an orphan with no power or influence. What she wanted was Qin Feng's value in the doomsday. What she also wanted was Wu Chang'e's stability in peacetime. Yes, a typical both. Lin Yue looked at the photos on her phone and fell into a fierce ideological struggle. Desire was like a little hand, tickling her heart. Reason was like a shackle, making her hesitant. Lin Yue thought to herself, oh, okay, I'll just bear it. I've been a virgin for 20 years, so what if I skip a meal? I can just drink tap water and get full. As she spoke, she went to the balcony tap, filled a pot of hot water, and after it boiled, she made a cup of black tea. In this way, Lin Yue starved herself for the entire morning and lunch. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Qin Feng sent another photo. Lin Yue clicked on it and saw that Qin Feng was watching TV again. On the TV screen, a bite of china was playing. Roast suckling pig, Peking duck, Nanjing salted duck, lion's head, braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork. Chapter 16. Lin Yuwei wants to see Qin Feng's gun. Lin Yuwei simply stopped reading Qin Feng's messages, lest he keep sending her pictures to seduce her. She made up her mind that she couldn't sell her youthful body to Qin Feng just for a meal. That's too cheap. How can a meal be exchanged for a girl's most precious thing? Lin Yuwei endured it from breakfast to dinner. During this period, I didn't eat anything except coffee, barely maintaining the sugar level in my body. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the military supplies still had not appeared. The rooftop of the teaching building was no longer filled with the frantic rush of yesterday. Instead, there were the sounds of suppressed quarrels coming from the girls' dormitories. The walls were thin, and the sound penetrated with desperate roars and cries. Lin Yuwei was wearing headphones and an urban romance drama was playing on her laptop. The hero and heroine in the play are dating in a high-end restaurant and are arguing over a trivial matter. Under normal circumstances, she would watch it with great interest. Now, the exquisite steak and red wine on the laptop screen were just like a blunt knife, cutting into her stomach again and again. The feeling of hunger was like an invisible hand, gripping her internal organs and making her feel dizzy. The pictures of delicious food sent by Qin Feng were playing repeatedly in her mind at this moment, and each one was so clear that she could almost smell the fragrance. Lin Yuwei swallowed uncontrollably. She could hardly bear it anymore. When will this apocalypse end? Just then, two female roommates, Gung Xian and Pan Yu, started arguing over some food. Gung Xian. Did you steal my apple? I didn't. Don't spit blood on me. You have it. The fruit core in the trash can is the evidence. It's the last apple one hid well. That's what's left over from yesterday. You even finished half of my bag of chips. Don't think I didn't notice. The quarrel escalated from food theft to bringing up old grudges and then to physical attacks. Lin Yuwei yanked off her headphones in frustration. Stop making noise. Her voice was a little hoarse, and the dormitory fell silent instantly. The next second, Gung Xian and Pan Yu both pointed their spears at her. Lin Yuwei, you told us to stop arguing? Gung Xian sneered. You are the school belle, you are noble. You are beautiful, you have a rich second-generation boyfriend, and Qin Feng is your bootlicker. Pan Yu's tone was full of jealousy. Of course you're not hungry. Why don't you help us? You can go to the next dormitory and borrow some food. Lin Yuwei's lips turned white from biting herself. You know Qin Feng, you can ask Qin Feng to give us some food. Even if it means sacrificing yourself. Yes, you are beautiful, you should make good use of your looks. Gung Xian and Pan Yu's words were full of hidden meanings and were a bit sarcastic. Lin Yuwei felt so angry after hearing this that she almost vomited blood. Yes, Qin Feng. What Qin Feng said burned into her memory like a branding iron. If you go looking for him again, you must be prepared to sacrifice. She really didn't want to, she didn't want to sacrifice her looks for a meal. Just then, the phone screen lit up, and it was a message from Wu Changle. Wu Changle, baby, how are you? Lin Yuwei's finger paused on the screen for a long time, and she slowly replied. Lin Yuwei, not really. Wu Changle, is there anything to eat? Lin Yuwei, of course there's nothing to eat. I'm starving. Woo. She sent 2 crying emojis, hoping to get some comfort from her boyfriend. Wu Changle, let's wait a little longer. The military hasn't distributed any supplies today. Everyone's starving, but it's actually a good thing. You girls had such a terrible experience yesterday. Starving you won't have the energy to fight, so it's a good thing, haha. That haha was like a needle, piercing Lin Yuwei's heart. Her blood rushed to her head instantly. Lin Yuwei, anger. You're still saying this? You guys, don't you have any good people? You watched us girls killing each other, and not a single one came to help. And you still claim that the boys are so orderly together, and that the girls deserve to kill each other? Wu Changle, I didn't say, Wu Changle's ha was just a joke. Lin Yuwei continued to vent her anger at her boyfriend. Lin Yuwei, are you worthy of being my boyfriend? You watched your girlfriend starve and get bullied here, and did you ever help me? Wu Changle, hey, Yuwei, I want to help you, but I can't. There are zombies all over the place downstairs. Even Wang Zi didn't dare to go save his girlfriend. He also told Tang Tang to lock the door in the dormitory and not come out. Tang Tang can do it, can't you? Lin Yue, get out. Lin Yue, I've known you for nothing. After sending the last message, Lin Yue threw her phone hard on the bed. Tears burst out. This is not a cry of grievance, but a cry of despair, anger, and complete heartbreak. Wang Zi is not a man, and Wu Chang'e is simply a waste. The value of peacetime is worthless in the end of the world. Lin Yue wiped away her tears, and there was only a cold calmness in her eyes. She suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with Qin Feng shooting and killing Chao Hong, Zheng Hao, and others. That feeling must be great. Bang. 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 Get rid of all the annoying people and things that get in the way. She's had enough. She was fed up with hunger, fed up with the quarrels among her roommates, and even more fed up with the empty promises from her good-for-nothing boyfriend, Wu Chang'e. Lin Yue suddenly jumped off the bed and said to the two female roommates who were arguing non-stop, "That's enough, shut up." Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable determination that stunned both Geng Xian and Pan Yu. "I'll go to Qin Feng's dormitory now. I'll go see if he has any food. If there's any extra, I'll bring some back for you." Lin Yue swept her cold gaze across their faces. "But if you dare tell Wu Chang'e a word, I won't bring you a single bite of food." Geng Xian and Pan Yu's expressions changed instantly, and they were filled with joy. Okay, Yue." They immediately put on a flattering look. Go ahead. We all saw it. If Qin Feng can get a gun, he can definitely get food. We will never say anything, and we will never tell Wu Chang'e. Why don't you break up with Wu Chang'e and be with Qin Feng? Yes, maybe it will always be the end of the world. Qin Feng has a gun, Qin Feng is order. Yue, you've been the best to us. You're much prettier than Tang Tang. You're #1 on the school beauty rankings. Lin Yue snorted coldly and ignored their clumsy flattery. She walked over to the mirror and freshened herself up. She took off her pajamas and put on a pair of tight jeans with great elasticity, which outlined the perfect curves of her legs and hips. She wore a short gray t-shirt that tightly wrapped around her body, making her figure stand out. She combed her long hair carefully until every strand was smooth. The girl in the mirror had a charming face, but her eyes were filled with a tragic determination. The wind is whistling and the E River is cold. The hero will never return once he leaves. Lin Yue thought to herself with self-mockery, turned around and left dormitory 302. The corridor was dead silent, with only one or two screams coming from the distance. The door of 301 was right in front of me, and I looked at the ultra-thin, moist and super long thing in my bag. She bought this last Christmas, but she never used it. I don't know if it's expired. Lin Yue raised her hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally knocked on the door. Knock knock. Knock knock. Qin Feng, are you there? I'm Lin Yue. Her voice was unusually calm. At this time in dormitory 301, Qin Feng had actually been hungry for a whole day. In order to exchange for the M16 automatic rifle, he spent the last 3,000 points in the system. Fortunately, I ate enough yesterday, so I was able to hold on. He spent the whole day lying on the sofa, boredly watching travel videos on TV, taking screenshots of the delicious food and sending them to Lin Yue one by one. It's both a tease and a gamble. Now, he finally heard a knock on the door. Damn it, it finally came, I won the bet. This sound not only means that there will be food to eat today. It also means that he can eat Lin Yue today. Qin Feng slowly stood up, a smile on his face. He walked to the door and opened it slowly. Lin Yue outside the door was even more charming and attractive than in the photo and in his memory. She was dressed so beautifully, obviously prepared. Qin Feng immediately turned sideways and let her in. Lin Yue walked in, and the fresh scent of shampoo wafted in with her. Click. Qin Feng closed the door behind him and locked it. The room was very quiet. Qin Feng stood in front of her, his eyes lingering on her without any concealment. The curves are really beautiful, the school beauty is indeed well proportioned. Lin Yue, campus beauty, you are finally here. Lin Yue clenched her palms and forced herself to meet his gaze. You know the meaning of your visit today, right? Lin Yue's body stiffened for a moment, then she nodded. I know. She took a deep breath and stated her conditions. But you have to keep me fed. Of course. I will definitely feed you. Qin Feng smiled. Then let's get started and don't waste time. She spoke in a business-like tone, as if this could hide the humiliation and panic in her heart. By the way, there must be more food. I also need to bring some for my 2 roommates. Okay. Why do you care about them? Qin Feng agreed very readily. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds, as if she was mustering up her courage. By the way, they all said you have a gun, can you show it to me? She raised her head, bit her lower lip, and a complex light flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was a kind of fear, curiosity, and even a hint of admiration for powerful strength. Qin Feng's smile deepened. He took a step forward, leaned close to her ear, and his hot breath brushed against her earlobe. Ha, you want to see my gun? Lin Yue's cheeks turned red instantly, but she did not back off. Right. Then take it out and show it to you. Chapter 17. Eat delicious food first and then eat the school beauty. Qin Feng took Lin Yue's hand, her palm was cold. The next second, Lin Yue only saw a flash of white light before her eyes, and the whole person was sucked into a space. The familiar and messy 301 dormitory disappeared, and I came to a pure white space that could not be described in words. The walls, ceiling, floor, everything was flawless white and smooth as a mirror. In the center of the room, there is a bed, a dining table, 2 chairs, and a double sofa. Everything is minimalist and modern, all in pure white. A huge widescreen TV hangs on the wall, silently broadcasting the azure ocean and emerald green islands. A Glock 43 pistol and an M16 automatic rifle were placed on the single bed. There were also several magazines full of bullets and a pile of yellow bullets next to it. Lin Yue opened her beautiful eyes wide and walked over carefully. He stretched out his slightly trembling fingers and gently touched the thick black barrel of the M16. The touch of cold metal came from the fingertips, and the gun body was shining with a deep metallic luster. The moment they touched, her heart beat wildly. You really have a gun. Is this a real gun? Lin Yue said tremblingly. Qin Feng smiled and said, of course, you can kill people. Lin Yue subconsciously retracted her hand. Let me ask you a question. Why don't you go downstairs, get a gun, and kill the zombies? In the school beauty's naive worldview, if you have a gun, you should be a hero and save the world. Qin Feng sneered, as if mocking her naivety. Lin Yue, are you stupid? In a zombie crisis, guns are used to protect yourself, not to fight zombies. In a critical moment, the people you should be most cautious of are your friends, not the zombies. After listening to Qin Feng's words, Lin Yue tried to understand the cruel philosophy contained in them. Qin Feng continued to explain. There are so many zombies out there, can I kill them all? How many bullets do I have? But the people around me could strangle me to death while I'm asleep just for a bite of food. So, this gun is used against friends. Lin Yue's body trembled when she heard this. Wu Changdel's indifferent tone flashed through her mind. There was also a flash of calculating eyes from Chao Hon, Geng Xian, and Pan Yu. She nodded slightly. This time, she completely understood what Qin Feng meant and especially understood Qin Feng's psychology. Yes, she also wanted to shoot Wu Changdel, the boyfriend who always made sarcastic remarks. On the contrary, what do those staggering zombies downstairs have to do with her? After viewing the pistol, Lin Yue felt as if she had completed a ritual. She turned around, her cheeks flushed, and said softly, well, let's get started. Qin Feng nodded and pointed at the bed in a cold tone. Lin Yue, lie down. Close your eyes. Try to enjoy it. I will be gentle. Yes, thank you. Lin Yue responded in a low voice. Her heart began to beat violently. I tidied my clothes and lay down on the 1.5-meter single bed. The sheets were brand new, and the pillows and thin quilt were also new, and they smelled of pleasant laundry detergent. She didn't dislike the bed. Is this a boy's bed? It's quite clean. Of course, she didn't dislike Qin Feng either. Qin Feng is tall and handsome, much better than Wu Changdel. She just felt that it was a bit of a waste to exchange her first time for a meal. After lying down, Lin Yue slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, waiting for Qin Feng's attack. Time passes by every second. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. After a long time, Qin Feng did not take any action. Lin Yue's heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. During this time, all kinds of emotions surged and collided in her chest. Anxiety about what is about to happen. Anxiety about not having a perfect body. I was worried about what would happen if Wu Changdel found out about this. Fear that Qin Feng would be too rough. The shame of selling yourself for a meal. There is no one in the world to rely on, and I can only rely on my own grievances. Finally, 2 lines of hot tears slid down the corners of her eyes, soaking the white pillowcase. What a day it is! For a meal. But Qin Feng still did not take any action. Lin Yue opened her eyes slightly in surprise and looked secretly. She found that Qin Feng did not come closer at all, but just stood by the bed, looking at her body inch by inch with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Yue was anxious and said, "Hey, hurry up. Oh, by the way, here you go." She took out the prepared small box of ultra-thin, smooth and long-lasting from her pocket and handed it to Qin Feng, but she didn't dare to look at him. Qin Feng smiled slightly, but his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, he is just too hungry. After having enough food and clothing, a man will want a lot, but now he only cares about having enough food and clothing. At this moment, his goal of fully mobilizing Lin Yue's emotions was finally achieved. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. The host has just successfully stimulated Lin Yue's various complex emotions. Please receive points. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Emotional progress bar, arrogant, shaken, humiliation stage 3, submission, active kneeling, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Lin Yue's current sense of humiliation has reached its peak, and her emotions are extremely high. The higher the emotional stage, the higher the points you can get. Nervous about the first impending storm, plus 200 points. Anxiety, worried about being laughed at by the host about your figure, plus 300 points. Worried that her boyfriend will find out about her secret meeting with the host, plus 400 points. Fear that the host is too brave, plus 200 points. Shame, I think trading a meal for a transaction is too cheap, plus 400 points. Grievance, no one in the world can help me, so I have no choice but to help myself. Plus 500 points. Host's current points, 2,000 points. Buffet C 5-star Hotel Deluxe Buffet Dinner for 2, 1,000 points. Weapon C, 10 defensive grenades 3,000 steel balls, not unlocked. Can be redeemed for Buffet C, would you like to redeem it? Qin Feng muttered in his heart, exchange. Ding, redemption successful, AI flight attendant Xiaoqing will deliver dinner to the table. Soon, an AI beauty wearing a proper stewardess uniform and with a standard smile appeared out of thin air, and brought steaming seafood meals to the pure white dining table with a smile. Qin Feng walked to the chair and sat down, looking at the plates of delicious food in front of him with wide eyes. The chilled Australian lobster sashimi has crystal clear shrimp meat. Thick-cut Norwegian salmon belly with clearly visible fat lines. There are also golden roasted French lamb chops, sizzling black pepper beef tenderloins. Served with a colorful vegetable salad and 2 glasses of iced lemonade, etc., there is no way 2 people can finish it. Lin Yue kept her eyes closed, waiting for the judgment that was long overdue. But the expected man did not suppress her, instead the aroma of food entered her nose. She opened her eyes curiously. Ah! Qin Feng was no longer standing by the bed. He went to sit at the dining table. Moreover, the dining table that was originally empty was now filled with a wide variety of delicious food. Ah! Lin Yue's saliva suddenly flowed out, and her stomach started to growl wildly. What's going on? Where did all these delicious foods suddenly come from? She propped herself up, looking confused and cute, which was extremely beautiful. Qin Feng turned around and smiled at her. Ha, Lin Yue, come and eat. It's better to work after you're full. Lin Yue was completely stunned. Ah, let's eat first? There was disbelief in her voice. Qin Feng, eat first, then eat you. Lin Yue. She couldn't help but jump up from the bed, and ran over barefoot like a happy little bird. Looking at the table full of delicious food, my eyes are shining. She picked up another pair of chopsticks and asked uncertainly, can I really eat this? Qin Feng pushed a glass of lemonade in front of her. Eat? I'm hungry too. Eat with me. Lin Yue was so happy that she almost flew up. Ah, good. Why are you so nice today? Haha, I knew Qin Feng you weren't a bad person. Qin Feng smiled without saying anything. Of course, I'm certainly not a bad person. He was laughing secretly in his heart. Little fool, fill your stomach first. After finishing my meal, I will eat you slowly. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Chapter 18 finally met you Lin Yue. Xin Feng and Lin Yue happily enjoyed a seafood dinner in a 5-star hotel. Lobster sashimi, salmon sashimi, garlic scallops, spicy crab legs, grilled lamb chops, ribeye steak, desserts, sushi. Finish with Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Lin Yue devoured the food in one swift motion, enjoying it very much. Especially at the end, she ate 2 large cups of Haagen-Dazs ice cream in a row. It was so refreshing. I usually go to Taikoo Hui to eat Haagen-Dazs. 3 scoops of ice cream cost 108 yuan per cup. She now ate 2 large cups in a row and really enjoyed it. Xin Feng asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Lin Yue licked the cream on her lips. Haagen-Dazs is so delicious, really. Xin Feng's gaze lingered on her wet lips for a second. As long as you're happy. Lin Yue smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Xin Feng, you are such a good person." Xin Feng laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed in the empty room. Of course, I'm a good person. I'm very nice. Lin Yue seemed to really believe it. Yes, you are usually very helpful, regardless of whether you are a male or female classmate. You always like to help others. I remember one time there was a stray dog on the sports field. A mother was walking with her child, and the stray dog rushed over and tried to bite her. I was filming a short video of myself dancing nearby. I saw you rush over and kick the stray dog, making it cry, and it scared it away. Xin Feng also recalled this incident and smiled slightly, but the past was somewhat ironic. Yes, I am young and promising, and extremely brave. Unfortunately, the young mother with the child didn't even say thank you. She looked at him in horror while holding the child and ran away quickly. As if he was more terrifying than the wild dog. What's wrong with people's hearts nowadays? You helped her, but she has no gratitude towards you at all. Xin Feng is really tired of being a good person. Lin Yue continued speaking with admiration in her eyes. You're always the same in class. You're always willing to help anyone who's in trouble. Xin Feng sighed. Yes, but, Yue, do you understand? Being a good person is too tiring. Lin Yue retorted innocently, how can being a good person be tiring? You treat me very well now. You give me food and drink without asking for anything in return. You didn't even ask me to clean the house today, and you didn't force me to do anything I didn't like. The smile on Xin Feng's face slowly faded, replaced by a hint of cold mockery. Who said that? Xin Feng's voice was very soft, but it was like a basin of ice water. I just didn't eat anything just now, and I'm very hungry. Now, I have strength. Lin Yue opened her eyes wide, and the eyes that had just been shining with delicious food were instantly filled with fear and confusion. You, what do you want to do? Xin Feng stood up and looked down at her. School bell Yue, you are so cute when you lick the ice cream. Your lips are sexy too. Lin Yue's body began to tremble slightly. Xin Feng's voice was emotionless. Now, please clean the toilet. Lin Yue's head buzzed and went blank. You want me to clean the toilet? Can't I use a toilet brush? Woo. Xin Feng was defeated by her naivety. The school beauty really knows how to tell jokes. His face instantly darkened. Hurry. Lin Yue's eyes turned red, and the huge fear and humiliation instantly overwhelmed her. She finally understood what was happening. This is not a joke. This is not goodwill. This is a complete trap. The school beauty's tears suddenly burst out and slid down uncontrollably. She was wearing tight jeans and her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Under Xin Feng's cold gaze, her knees softened and she knelt helplessly on the smooth wooden floor. Half an hour later, Lin Yue sat on the floor, panting tiredly, her hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks. Xin Feng also closed his eyes tiredly and leaned against the head of the bed to rest. Lin Yue's eyes were blurry, her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was hoarse. Let me out, I want to go back to the dormitory. Xin Feng nodded and pressed a red button in his mind. Welcome back. Lin Yue shook her head violently, her long hair disheveled, and cried, I won't come again. There was a hint of desperation in her voice. If I come to you again, I'll be a dog. Xin Feng seemed not to have heard her oath. He raised his chin lazily and pointed in the direction of the dining table. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There's still so much food left on the table. You can take some home. Lin Yue looked back. The delicious lobster meat, the plump grilled steak, and the exquisite Michelin dessert. She didn't want to pack up the food. She felt heartbroken to carry the food in exchange for such humiliation. But, then I thought, in this doomsday crisis, who can resist food? Besides, I've already sacrificed so much, why shouldn't I eat Qin Feng's food? Why not take Qin Feng's food? Why not use Qin Feng's food? It would be a waste if I didn't eat it. Once Lin Yue had this thought, she could no longer suppress it. Lin Yue stood up with tears in her eyes, walked to the table, and packed up all the remaining food without leaving a single piece. She was carrying several heavy packing boxes and looked back at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng, I have repaid you for the kindness you have shown me today. I will never set foot in this room again even if I die. Qin Feng smiled, and that smile seemed extremely dazzling to her. Okay. Next time when I have something delicious, I'll continue to send you photos. By the way, if you have a good friend who is as pretty as you can call her over to eat together. Lin Yue trembled like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Didn't you hear me? I said I'll never come again, and I won't ask my best friend to come. I won't let my best friend fall into the trap of a wolf. The smile on Qin Feng's face deepened. Go back and think about it carefully. My door is always open for you. Lin Yue left crying, carrying the packed food. He first left the system space, and then escaped from dormitory 301 in a panic. The corridor was dead silent, with only the sound of her own footsteps and suppressed crying. She kept wiping her tears with the back of her hand and originally wanted to go back to her dormitory 302 first. But for some unknown reason, his footsteps stopped in front of the door of dormitory 303. Her best friend Tang Tang lives here. She raised her hand and knocked hard on the door. Tang Tang, I'm Lin Yue. I brought you some food. If you don't open the door today, we won't be best friends anymore. A few seconds later, the door of dormitory 303 finally opened slowly. A very beautiful girl with long hair opened the door. Chapter 19. Tang Tang fell into a trap. Qin Feng was still in the system space, lying on the soft big bed and taking a rest. The AI flight attendant Xiaoqing appeared silently and cleaned up all the dirty dishes on the dining table, returning the entire space to its original tidiness. Qin Feng slept for 20 minutes, opened his eyes and woke up. He felt really good just now. The scene of the school beauty's long black hair flying in the air is so beautiful. Bite. The host feeds the school beauty for the third time and completes deep emotional stimulation. System space upgraded to level 5, level 100. The space area is expanded to a square room of 60 square meters. Add a 10 square meter independent bathroom equipped with a fully automatic constant temperature toilet, 24-hour hot water shower, and a single wash basin with a mirror. Current equipment: a dining table, 2 dining chairs, a 1.5 meter wide single bed, a 55-inch wall-mounted TV, and a double sofa. Waiter: an AI flight attendant named Xiaoqing. Remaining points: 1,000 points. The host just had a friendly exchange with Lin Yue, which aroused Lin Yue's extreme emotions. Shame, the host just did something shameful to Lin Yue. Emotional value reaches its peak, plus 10,000 points. Current total points: 11,000 points. System Mall real-time update. Food category: Full energy breakfast class B, a full Cantonese-style morning tea set including crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast siu-mai, black bean sauce chicken feet, and golden lava buns. Also includes a complimentary bowl of freshly ground soy milk. Points: 2,000. Xingwula lunch set class B, braised pork, steamed deep sea bass, garlic marinated seasonal vegetables, and 2 bowls of northeastern wuchang rice. Points: 5,000. 5-star hotel seafood buffet class C, serving for 2, including Australian lobster, Norwegian salmon, French-style grilled lamb chops, 1982 Lafite, French desserts, etc. Points: 8,000. Tomahawk steak dinner grade A, M9 Australian Wagyu tomahawk steak, black truffle cream pasta, pan-seared foie gras, and a complimentary bottle of 1982 Lafite. Points: 10,000. Weapons: Defense grenade rank C, 10 pieces, containing 3,000 steel balls, a powerful area of effect weapon. Points: 3,000. AK-47 automatic rifle rank B, includes 3 fully loaded magazines, 90 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. Durable and a must-have for apocalypse scavengers. Points: 5,000. Equality shotgun rank B, S1897 pump-action shotgun, comes with 50 rounds of 12-gauge buckshot. The king of close combat, unrivaled. Points: 4,500. Barrett M82A1 S-Class, .50 caliber anti-material sniper rifle, with 20 armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Take the enemy's head from a distance of 1 kilometer. Points, 20,000. Lin Yue's emotional progress bar: obedient, active, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Qin Feng was very satisfied when he saw the updated products in the system mall. Especially the feeling of shame, which gave me 10,000 points at once. It's a win-win situation, except that items in shopping malls are becoming more and more expensive. And Lin Yue's emotional state has become obedience, which is a good thing. In the future, we need to recruit more school beauties, to complement each other and make each other perfect. He got up from the bed and walked into the brand new bathroom. Turn on the shower and the warm water rushes down instantly. In this doomsday with no water or electricity, taking a hot bath is a heavenly enjoyment. On the other side, Lin Yue entered Tang Tang's dormitory. Tang Tang was very surprised to see Lin Yue's red and swollen eyes and tear marks on her face. Nothing. Lin Yue said this and rushed straight to the bathroom on the balcony. Can you please use your restroom first? She first lay down by the sink and rinsed her mouth frantically, over and over again, as if trying to spit something out. Then she went into the bathroom, took off her clothes, turned on the faucet, and rinsed her body with ice-cold water. Tang Tang had no idea what had happened to Lin Yue, so he had to wait quietly outside. She grabbed a clean bath towel from the closet and hung it on the bathroom doorknob. However, she couldn't take her eyes off the takeout boxes that Lin Yue had casually placed on the table. A rich and overbearing aroma of food was seeping out from the cracks in the box, stimulating her taste buds crazily. To be honest, a girl who had been hungry for 3 days, relying only on some snacks every day to persevere, completely relying on her strong willpower. At this moment, I suddenly saw several takeout boxes full of delicious food. It was hard not to be tempted. But Tang Tang is a girl with good family education. She won't touch anything without other people's permission. Finally, Lin Yue came out of the shower. Her eyes were dull, and she was wrapped in a bath towel, sitting on a stool, her long hair dripping with water. Lin Yue looked up and looked around the dormitory. It was very tidy, not like it had been in a mess, and the other 3 beds were empty. Where are the people in your dormitory? Lin Yue asked. A cold smile appeared on Tang Tang's face. They're all dead. The night before last, they went to the rooftop to grab supplies, and a few gym students from dormitory 416 pushed them down and they died. Her tone was flat and cold, as if she was talking about a piece of news that had nothing to do with her. The death of the 3 roommates was like a dog being run over by a car on the road. They were insignificant. Lin Yue felt a chill in her heart. You didn't go to grab supplies? Tang Tang shook his head, walked to the window, and looked at the dead silent campus outside. Yue, beautiful girls like us are usually called school beauties, and secretly we are envied by others. Now that the doomsday crisis has broken out and morality has collapsed, the safest thing to do is to hide in the dormitory and not go out. Just live one day at a time. If you go out, you might get fucked to death by another woman. So, you must endure it and stay in the bedroom. As for the boys, they simply don't dare to cross a street full of zombies. It's speechless. They're completely unreliable. They usually brag so much, but when something happens, no one dares to step forward. Lin Yue nodded, agreeing deeply. That makes sense. My boyfriend Wu Changle is a coward. Lin Yue suddenly thought. It was because Wu Changle was incompetent that he was forced by his 2 roommates to ask Qin Feng for food, which led to what happened just now. She was actually forced into prostitution, and was forced to be with Qin Feng by her useless boyfriend and hateful roommate. But I didn't expect that Qin Feng would let me eat my fill first and then eat me. That kind of method of playing with girls' mentality is really disgusting. Tang Tang finally couldn't help it, turned around, and looked at the takeout boxes with burning eyes. By the way, Yue, did you pack some delicious food? Where did it come from? It's the end of the world, how is it possible? Lin Yue forced a kind smile on her face. But inside, an evil idea was growing wildly. Why? Why am I the only one who has to endure Qin Feng's humiliation? Why can you, Tang Tang, hide safely in the dormitory and maintain your purity and pride? Aren't we best friends? Aren't we meant to share? Then you should share half of my pain. Lin Yue looked at Tang Tang's still pure face and said softly. Tang Tang, don't worry about where the food comes from. Anyway, just eat it with confidence. I'm full, and... Lin Yue originally intended to give these foods to her roommates Gung Xian and Pan Yu. Now I think, why should I be so nice to them? Leave them a little bit, just enough to keep them from starving. Just make sure they don't say anything to Wu Chang'e. Even Lin Yue had a bold idea. She wanted to trick Tang Tang into going to Qin Feng's room, and then act as the middleman to make a profit from the price difference. Ha ha ha, so smart of me. An evil smile appeared on Lin Yue's face. Seeing that Tang Tang was still hesitating, she picked up a piece of steak and handed it to Tang Tang's mouth. You're the campus beauty from the dance department. Don't overthink it. Just eat it if I give it to you. Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist his hunger and took a small bite. The moment the gravy exploded in her mouth, she almost cried. It's so delicious. She is a white, rich, and beautiful woman who has seen the world. She has eaten, seen, and played. Only a Michelin chef can make such delicious steak. Tang Tang exclaimed in admiration, wow, it's so delicious. I haven't had steak in a long time. Lin Yue looked at her and said quietly. Tang Tang, the school beauty, I really envy you for always living in a greenhouse. Your parents are rich, and your boyfriend is also a top-notch handsome man. And you're so beautiful, you're much prettier than me. You're a dance major and have such a great figure. If there is a chance, I will take you to a place. As long as you do some housework, such as cleaning and emptying the toilet, you can eat a lot of delicious food. Get paid according to your work and earn the delicious food you deserve. After hearing this, Tang Tang was moved. The sugar from the delicious food overwhelmed her woman's mind. Tang Tang opened her beautiful eyes wide. Really? Do some housework and you'll get food? Where? In our girls' dormitory? Did you earn all these delicacies by doing housework? Lin Yue nodded and smiled gently. Yes, I cleaned the place where the boys urinated. Tang Tang, just say toilet. Lin Yue. Chapter 20 The Last Reserve of the Pure School Beauty. Lin Yue stayed in Tang Tang's dormitory 303 for a long time. I kept watching Tang Tang eat up most of the food. There were only some leftovers, some pasta, some bread slices, 2 slices of pizza, and some eel sushi. Tang Tang wiped her red lips with a tissue and smiled, I really can't eat anymore. Yue, you're so good to me. How can I repay you? Lin Yue smiled brightly, it's very simple, just come with me to clean next time. Tang Tang's eyes lit up, not realizing it was a trap. It's the zombie apocalypse, how can such a good thing happen? She just let the sugar in the food go to her head. After all, there is an old saying, big breasts mean no brains. Tang Tang, okay. Next time you call me, I'll help you clean. Lin Yue, well, I'll go back first. Tang Tang, well, bye dear. Lin Yue, bye, wife. It is also a fashion for girls to call each other wife. Lin Yue took the remaining food and returned to dormitory 302. Gung Xian and Pan Yu immediately ran over like dogs smelling food. Is there anything to eat? Is there anything to eat? Did Qin Feng give you anything to eat? When Lin Yue saw the looks on her 2 roommates' faces, she felt extremely contemptuous. She handed them the plastic bag expressionlessly and said, eat it. Gung Xian, wow, thank you, and there's pizza. Pan Yu, Yue, thank you so much. There are also several eel sushi. I have never eaten Japanese food before. Gung Xian, don't worry, we won't tell Wu Chang'e that you've been away for so long. Pan Yu, we will keep this a secret and keep it confidential to the end. Gung Xian, speaking of which, why does Qin Feng have both guns and delicious food? Pan Yu, to be honest, Qin Feng is quite handsome. Yue, you are so lucky to have such a handsome dog. We are so lucky. Lin Yue said coldly, shut up. Eat quickly. If you say another word, I will never give you food again. Upon hearing this, Gung Xian and Pan Yu hurriedly lowered their heads and began to eat voraciously without saying another word, fearing that Lin Yue would regret it and throw the food into the trash can. Lin Yue climbed onto the bed on the second floor, pulled down the curtains, and planned to have a good sleep and forget what had just happened between her and Qin Feng. It was 22:30 at night. Outside the dormitory, it was dark and very quiet, with only the growls of wandering zombies. As usual, Wu Chang'e made a video call at this time. Because 3 of his roommates died, Wu Chang'e moved to another dormitory and lived with 3 boys from the same major. Wu Chang'e, Yue, dear. Lin Yue, yes. Wu Chang'e, why is your face so red? Are you hot? Lin Yue, no, I just took a shower. Wu Changle, showering is also energy consuming and takes away body heat. When you're hungry, lying still is best, it doesn't consume energy. Lin Yue rolled her eyes, okay, I get it. Just lie down. Wu Changle, Qin Feng didn't provoke you, did he? Listen, Qin Feng has a gun. If he knocks on the door, don't open it. Lin Yue rolled her eyes, who would take the initiative to knock on a boy's door? Wu Changle smiled brightly, that's good, that's good. When the zombie crisis is over, I will buy you a bag. Louis Vuitton, Prada, Gucci, anything is fine. I will buy you the most expensive bag. Lin Yue no longer wanted to listen to Wu Changle. Is the zombie crisis over? Who knows when it will be over? The most affordable thing now is to give me a meal. Besides, I hate boys making empty promises the most. Lin Yue, okay, I'm going to sleep. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Wu Changle, well, Yue, I love you very much. After the zombie crisis is over, you and I will go home to meet my parents. They really like you as their daughter-in-law. We will then arrange a job for you in our provincial capital. Lin Yue, we'll talk later. Bye. Beep beep beep. Wu Changle had no choice but to hang up the phone. I feel quite nervous. Did the girlfriend go to Qin Feng's room? Did Qin Feng come to harass Lin Yue? Nobody knows. Wu Changle had only one solution, which was to send messages to Geng Xian and Pan Yu to ask. He opened the Lin Yue girlfriend chat group. Since Chao Hong's death, there are only 3 living people in this group. Are you there? Exist. Exist. What are you doing? I didn't do anything. I'm hungry. Did Lin Yue go to see Qin Feng? Did Qin Feng look for you? What are you talking about? Of course not. Your girlfriend is very well behaved. Yes, Yue is very devoted to you. You must take good care of this girl who loves you. I swear to God, Lin Yue spent the entire day in dorm 302 and was nearly fainting from hunger. You guys better think of a way to save us girls. Wu Changle, you missed such a good girl like Lin Yue, so go ahead and cry. Okay, I got it. I'll give each of you a 200 yuan red envelope. Keep watching for me. Thank you, boss, for the red envelope. Thank you for the red envelope, boss. I wish you a promotion and prosperity. Geng Xian and Pan Yu happily received the red envelopes in the chat group. Although, in the zombie crisis, red envelopes are no longer useful. But girls, it's hard to change their nature when they see red envelopes. What if the zombie crisis is over? What if the military sends in tanks and kills all the zombies? By then, I can earn a lot of red envelopes from Wu Changle. Geng Xian and Pan Yu looked at each other and laughed. The 2 female roommates not only ate with their mouths drooling, but also received red envelopes. He not only ate Lin Yue's meal, but also accepted Wu Changle's red envelope. Make money on both sides and have unlimited fun. Ha 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 ha. The 3 girls in dormitory 302 and Tang Tang in dormitory 303 all fell asleep with a full stomach. But the entire girls' dormitory building fell asleep with their stomachs rumbling. Girls who are better off stock their cupboards with milk powder, instant coffee, or lotus root powder that they drink regularly, which can also supplement sugar so as not to starve to death. But the girls who were in a worse situation didn't have any food left in the dorms. The next morning, in the entire Binhai University, everyone was sleeping in. The 8 a.m. bell for class rang as usual, but the teaching building was already occupied by zombies. The only survivors on the entire campus were in the student dormitories and faculty dormitories. At noon, Qin Feng also woke up in satisfaction, lying on the comfortable bed in the system space. The air still lingered with the faint aroma of last night's 5-star hotel seafood buffet, mixed with a hint of Lin Yue's unique fragrance. This feeling is wonderful. Qin Feng stretched and sat up. Downstairs, several slow-moving zombies wandered aimlessly. The boys' dormitory across the street was dead silent. Who would have thought that in the dead silence of this campus, his own system space was an isolated paradise? The end of the world has come, depriving humans of their social attributes, causing order to collapse and morality to decline. The advantage is that you don't need to attend classes, do boring homework, or think about your job prospects after graduation. All anyone needs to think about is one thing: staying alive. Also, reproduce offspring. The most primitive instinct of animals has become the only truth in the doomsday. Human beings' social attributes have been eliminated, leaving only their animal attributes. And he just happened to have the capital to achieve all this. System, open the System Mall. Buy the latest breakfast items. Ding. Unlock the energizing breakfast level B, a full Cantonese-style dim sum set, including crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast siu mai, black bean sauce chicken feet, and golden lava buns. Also includes freshly ground soy milk. Use points, 2,000. Remaining points, 9,000. The moment the points were deducted, the door of the room was pushed open silently. Xiaoqing, the AI stewardess, wearing a black tight miniskirt uniform and smooth black stockings on her legs, walked in with an elegant step, pushing a silver food cart. She always has a standard and sweet smile on her face and her movements are impeccable. On the dining car, delicate bamboo steamers were emitting curls of hot steam and exuding an enticing aroma. Xiaoqing placed the steamers one by one on the dining table and opened the lids. A rich aroma of food instantly filled the entire room. The crystal shrimp dumplings have skin as thin as a cicada's wing, crystal clear, and the pink shrimp meat is faintly visible inside. Crab roast siu mai, the golden siu mai skin is wrapped with solid meat filling, and the top is decorated with a handful of bright red crab roe. The black bean sauce chicken feet are stewed until they are soft and boneless. The reddish-brown skin is covered with rich black bean sauce, and the aroma is fragrant. The golden lava buns are white and plump, and look soft and delicious. Next to it is a cup of steaming freshly ground soy milk. The rich soy aroma will refresh you. Qin Feng didn't pick up his chopsticks immediately. I took out my cell phone and carefully took several photos of the sumptuous breakfast from different angles. Every photo was taken with bright lights and tempting food, capturing the steaming atmosphere to the fullest. Then, he opened the chat room with Lin Yue and sent the photos one by one. Qin Feng, what are you doing, beautiful lady? Come over and have a Cantonese breakfast. The message was sent successfully. He sat down at the dining table leisurely, picked up the soy milk and took a sip. Rich, warm, with a hint of sweetness, the phone screen lights up. Lin Yue just woke up. Qin Feng, picture. Come quickly. He seemed to be able to imagine the way Lin Yue's throat rolled when she saw these pictures. A few seconds later. Lin Yue, it looks delicious. Qin Feng's smile deepened. This polite response just revealed her inner struggle and desire. Qin Feng, then are you coming? He didn't lay the groundwork and went straight to issuing the final ultimatum. There was silence on the other end of the dialogue box. A full minute. Qin Feng didn't urge him. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it in his mouth. The chewy shrimp dumpling skin and the fresh, sweet and firm shrimp meat give it an explosive taste. Just then, news came from Lin Yue. Lin Yue, no, I ate quite a lot last night. This was her last and most powerless reserve. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he typed a line of words on the screen. Qin Feng, not coming? Don't regret it if you don't come. Dormitory 302. Lin Yue stared at the words on the phone screen. Don't regret it if you don't come. These 5 words instantly opened the floodgates of fear in her heart. Chapter 21. Lin Yue is full. Lin Yue knew Qin Feng's temper very well. If he says it, he can do it. He would not hesitate to throw all the food he had always dreamed of into the trash just to punish her for being disobedient. Everything that happened last night is still fresh in my mind. Humiliation, shame, and the immense satisfaction of having your stomach filled with delicious food. The two extreme emotions intertwined together, making Lin Yue's brain confused. Now, she was like an arrow that had been shot, with no way back. As the saying goes, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. She was like a high-speed train running on the track, with huge inertia pushing her and making it impossible to stop. Not to mention, her stomach growled uncontrollably. The crystal-clear shrimp dumplings and the golden and shiny chicken feet on the mobile phone screen are a fatal temptation for a girl who loves food. Just as she was struggling between her conscience and her desires, an inexplicable impulse rose from the bottom of her heart and quickly spread to every part of her body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if a voice deep inside her body was telling her, "Go ahead and obey him." The system's obedience buff was silently taking effect, breaking down her last psychological defenses and tearing off her last piece of psychological fig leaf. Call. Lin Yue let out a long breath and sat up from the bed. Well, there was a first time, so of course there will be a second time. Lin Yue lifted the bed curtain and saw Geng Xian and Pan Yu still inside the curtain of their bed. Except for going to the bathroom, they had not gotten out of bed. Lin Yue didn't wake them up. She climbed out of bed quietly and went to the bathroom on the balcony to wash up. The cold tap water splashing on her face sobered her up a lot. Looking at herself in the mirror, whose stunning beauty could not be concealed, Lin Yue's eyes became complicated. Returning to the bed, she drew the curtains and opened the wardrobe. Hanging in the closet were her favorite dresses, each of which represented her pride in being the most beautiful girl on campus. Now, all this is in the past. She needs a new battlesuit. Her eyes finally fell on a pure white cotton dress. The style is simple, without any extra decoration, just a thin tie at the waist. This dress will make her look pure, harmless, and even a little weak. She took off her nightgown and put on new lacy lingerie, then put on the white skirt. The hem of the skirt reaches just above the knees, revealing a pair of straight and slender calves. She didn't wear any makeup, but simply combed her long hair with a comb, letting it fall softly on her shoulders. After doing all this, she looked at her blurry reflection in the wardrobe mirror. A girl as pure as the girl next door was standing there quietly. But only she herself knows that beneath this pure appearance, there is a heart that is slowly deteriorating. She coughed, not loudly, but enough to wake up the two people outside the curtain. Gung Xian and Pan Yu poked their heads out of bed almost at the same time, looking at her with sleepy eyes. I'm going to go out for a while. Lin Yue's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. You know, keep it secret. Gung Xian and Pan Yu nodded quickly, their eyes filled with awe, envy, and jealousy. They knew where Lin Yue was going and what she was going to do. Of course, they wouldn't say anything to Lin Yue. It's not shameful to surrender in order to survive. Lin Yue stopped looking at them, turned around, opened the dormitory door and walked out. Lin Yue took a deep breath, tidied her hair, and suppressed her chaotic thoughts. The corridor leading to 301 is only a few meters long, but it feels like a long road of trial. Every step he took trampled on her self-esteem. Finally, she stood at the door of 301. She raised her hand, her knuckles hanging in the air, and hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the door. Boom! 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 The door opened quickly. Qin Feng stood behind the door and smiled, as if he expected Lin Yue to come. His eyes fell on Lin Yue, slowly sweeping her from top to bottom. I found out that Lin Yue had dressed up deliberately today. A white suspender dress, which is her favorite dress. The skirt is made of light, soft fabric, fitting her beautiful body curves. The A-shaped skirt falls just above the knees, revealing a pair of straight and slender calves. The slender straps outline her beautiful shoulders and necklines, and delicate collarbone. She also changed into a new set of lace underwear, which was her last, unknown dignity. Her long, smooth hair falls behind her shoulders, without any makeup. Her plain face looked even more innocent, and her bright big eyes hid an unconcealable fear. She is like a lily blooming tenaciously in the ruins, fragile yet attractive. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. A school belle is a school belle, no matter how ruthless she is still charming. Yue, you look very beautiful today. Thanks. Lin Yue spoke softly and avoided his sight. Come in. Qin Feng took Lin Yue's snow-white wrist and walked into the dormitory, closing the door 301 with a click. Qin Feng smiled, stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Qin Feng's directness made her heart tremble. Her vanity brought about by her careful dressing was shattered in an instant. Well, whatever you want. What else could she say? She lowered her head like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! Entering the system space. Lin Yue only felt a flash before her eyes and the world was spinning. The next second, the familiar and depressing dormitory environment disappeared. She came to the pure white space that she was both familiar with and afraid of. A rich and tempting aroma of food entered her nostrils. Her eyes were drawn to the exquisite meals laid out on the dining table. That was the Cantonese breakfast tea that Qin Feng had just sent to his mobile phone. Qin Feng pulled her to the dining table. Yue, look at this, crystal shrimp dumplings. The skin is as thin as paper, the shrimp are big, and they cost 160 yuan a box in a 5-star hotel. Crab roe siu mai, topped with golden crab roe and full of the aroma of pork and shrimp. And this, black bean sauce chicken feet, melts in your mouth, stewed until tender and flavorful. Qin Feng introduced Lin Yue with great emotion, and was even more teasing than the host of a food show. Lin Yue's throat rolled unconsciously. Her stomach made a clear rumbling sound. Her saliva was drooling like crazy, and she could hardly control the urge to pounce on it and chew it. Qin Feng looked at the school beauty and a smile appeared on his lips. Do you like it? There seemed to be a light flashing in Lin Yue's eyes. She looked at the delicious food and nodded heavily. Like. Do you like to eat it normally? Qin Feng continued to tease her. I love to eat. My favorite is Cantonese-style dim sum. There was a hint of crying in her voice, which was the grievance of extreme desire but not being able to get it. She thought that in the next second, Qin Feng would let her sit down and enjoy this feast. However, Qin Feng suddenly retracted his arms and picked her up horizontally. Lin Yue screamed and subconsciously hugged his neck. Ah! You! Qin Feng didn't even give her a chance to speak. Holding her, he walked straight to the familiar white bed next to him. Put Lin Yue gently on the 1.5-meter single bed. Then his lips covered Lin Yue's red lips. Lin Yue's mind went blank. The aroma of delicious food mixed with the aggressive scent of the boy made her completely messy. Wait. Lin Yue struggled to turn her head and made a weak protest. Qin Feng stopped and looked down at her. What are you waiting for? Yue, you don't know how delicious you are. Lin Yue was anxious. No. Shouldn't we eat first and then do it? Wasn't that what happened last night? First, let her eat, then. Qin Feng smiled, and there was a hint of mischief in that smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. No, the rules have changed today. Today, I will eat you first, then my meal. Lin Yue closed her eyes in despair. 10 minutes later. Lin Yue lay on the bed, looking at the pure white ceiling with somewhat empty eyes. Is it over? She asked softly. Qin Feng turned over and got out of bed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's over. Sorry, I'm a little hungry and not in a good state. His tone was as casual as if he was talking about the weather. Lin Yue sat up silently, picked up the tissue beside her, and gently wiped Qin Feng's sweat. Then, can I eat it? Her voice was filled with humble plea. Qin Feng glanced at her and waved his hand. You can eat now. The moment she got permission, Lin Yue seemed to be injected with endless motivation. She didn't even have time to put on her skirt or take a shower. She just jumped out of bed naked and rushed straight to the dining table. Like a wild beast that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, she grabbed a crystal shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth, swallowing it whole without even having time to savor it. The scalding filling made her gasp, but it didn't slow her eating speed at all. Xiaomai, chicken feet, lava buns. Sweep away everything in its path. Qin Feng was sweating and felt a little sticky, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower first. When he came out refreshed, he was completely stunned. On the dining table, there was only a mess of empty plates and empty steamers. Lin Yue was holding the last gold medal shrimp dumpling with her hand raised in the air. His mouth was stuffed full, like a hamster stealing food. When she saw Qin Feng coming out, she froze in fear. She swallowed the food in her mouth with great effort, and then said in a crying voice. I'm sorry, Qin Feng, it was so delicious. I accidentally ate it all. You won't blame me, right? Qin Feng. He looked at the empty dining table, then at Lin Yue's pitiful appearance, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's okay, you can eat it. He paused and added. There are so many delicious foods. Come back tonight and I'll treat you to some local cuisine. When Lin Yue heard this, she started to drool even more and felt even more guilty. I'm sorry, I ate your share too. I'm really sorry. Qin Feng walked up to her, stretched out his finger, and wiped the golden filling from the corner of her mouth. It's okay. I eat you and you eat, it's fair. But you'd better think of a way to make up for your mistake. Lin Yue's heart sank suddenly. She knew that Qin Feng would not let her go easily. The evil thought that had been circling in my mind all night now emerged clearly. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming with cunning and determination. I'll bring Tang Tang over here tonight, okay? Qin Feng stopped moving, narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Yue. Tang Tang? The school's most popular beauty? The top student in the dance academy? Lin Yue nodded vigorously, as if to make herself more persuasive. Yes, it's Tang Tang. Can I bring her here to make it up to you? The smile on Qin Feng's mouth slowly widened. Okay. Chapter 22. After eating Lin Yue, I went to take a shower. Lin Yue promised to bring Tang Tang over in the afternoon. Shin Feng smiled slightly. Sure, bring her here, I'll give you a reward. Lin Yue felt as if she had been pardoned, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she asked cautiously. Then, can I leave now? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shin Feng's tone was unquestionable. He looked at Lin Yue. This school beauty has just eaten and fed. There was still a blush of satisfaction on her face, and some lamb-like timidity remained in her eyes. Yue, go take a shower. The bathroom here is very comfortable. Shin Feng's voice was bewitching. I promise, it's much more comfortable than your four-person shared bathroom. The shower gel and shampoo in my room are all luxury brands from 5-star hotels. I think they're Bulgari. I don't quite understand them, but maybe you girls know better. Lin Yue's cheeks turned red instantly, like ripe apples, and the heat reached her ears. Oh, Bulgari, yes, is it? In her current state, she could hardly refuse any request from Shin Feng. The cold word obey on the system's emotional progress bar governs all her actions. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Well, okay, I'll take a shower here with you. Lin Yue obediently walked towards the bathroom in the space. Pushing open the frosted glass door, a space completely beyond her imagination appeared before her. There is a spacious space of 10 square meters, with a dry and wet separation design. The floor is made of non-slip warm marble, and in the corner is the latest automatic heated flush toilet. The smart mirror above the sink can even display the time and weather. What attracted her most was the spacious shower room. There are several bottles and jars on the shelf, which are simple in design but luxurious in appearance. It was printed with the logo of a luxury brand, Bulgari, which she had only seen in fashion magazines. Lin Yue took a deep breath, closed the door, took off her underwear, and turned on the shower faucet. Warm water poured down from the shower head above my head. Fine drops of water washed over her hair, slid across her flawless face, and flowed over her delicate collarbone. The water temperature was just right, allowing her body, which was stiff due to tension, to gradually relax. This is an unprecedented experience. The extreme physical pleasure had just faded away, and now I was enveloped by this ultimate comfort. Her mind was in a mess. The feeling of shame still existed, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably when she thought of what had just happened between her and Shin Feng. But that feeling is so strong and so addictive. She felt guilty towards Wu Chang'e, her rich second-generation boyfriend. But all Wu Chang'e brought her was endless hunger and empty promises. And Shin Feng, like a devil, satisfied her most primitive desires in the most direct way, whether it was food or other things. The water washed over her body, as if it wanted to cleanse her soul as well. But she knew that some things, once stained, could never be washed away. At the same time, Shin Feng was leaning lazily on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and switched TV channels boredly. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. The host feeds the school beauty for the 4th time and completes deep emotional stimulation. System space upgraded to LV6. The space area is expanded to a 70 square meter square room. Add a fully automatic multifunctional massage chair. Current equipment: a dining table, 2 dining chairs, a 1.5 meter wide single bed, a 55-inch wall-mounted TV, a double sofa, and a massage chair. Waiter: an AI flight attendant named Xiaoqing. Remaining points: 9,000 points. A series of prompt sounds cheered Shin Feng up. The host just had their first in-depth conversation with Lin Yue, sparking all sorts of extreme emotions in Lin Yue. Joy: the host brings Lin Yue an extreme sensory experience, plus 10,000 points. Shy: the host was very gentle to Lin Yue during the process, plus 10,000 points. Shame: Lin Yue feels guilty towards her boyfriend, plus 10,000 points. Current total points: 39,000 points. Shin Feng's eyes lit up. 30,000 points. This is much faster than simply feeding. Progress bar update: active, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Seeing that Lin Yue's emotional progress bar had jumped directly from obedience to initiative, Shin Feng's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Sure enough, the fastest way to conquer a woman is to own her completely. System Mall real-time update. Food category: Zingwula lunch set class B, white cut chicken, local braised pork, lion's head, steamed deep sea bass, braised prawns, scallion braised pork ribs, braised pork belly, garlic marinated seasonal vegetables, crystal shrimp, and some northeastern wuchang rice. Points: 800. 5-star hotel seafood buffet class C, serving for 2, including Australian lobster, Norwegian salmon, French-style grilled lamb chops, etc. Points: 1,000. Tomahawk steak dinner grade A, M9 Australian Wagyu tomahawk steak, black truffle cream pasta, pan-seared foie gras, and a complimentary bottle of 1982 Lafite. Points, 5,000. Weapons. Defense grenade rank C, 10 pieces, containing 3,000 steel balls, a powerful area of effect weapon. Points, 3,000. AK-47 automatic rifle rank B, includes 3 fully loaded magazines, 90 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. Durable and a must-have for apocalypse scavengers. Points, 5,000. Equality shotgun rank B, S1897 pump-action shotgun, comes with 50 rounds of 12-gauge buckshot. The king of close combat, unrivaled. Points, 4,500. Barrett M82A1 S-Class, .50 caliber anti-material sniper rifle, with 20 bonus armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Take the enemy's head from a distance of 1 kilometer. Points, 20,000. Sheen Phone looked at the weapons in the system mall, his eyes becoming deep. In the doomsday, food is the foundation, but force is the guarantee. With the system, my life is really like a cheat. The bathroom door opened with a slight click, interrupting Qin Feng's thoughts. Lin Yue came out wrapped in a large white bath towel. The bath towel barely covers the important parts, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She had just finished taking a shower, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were moving, like a delicate flower covered with dew. Yue, you have a great figure. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on her without any hesitation. Lin Yue's face turned even redder and she lowered her head shyly. Thank you. I'll go back to my dorm then. Stay a little longer, just sit here and watch TV. Qin Feng patted the sofa beside him. Yeah, that's fine. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. But I want to go back and change my clothes. Then, I want to rest for a while. I will bring Tang Tang over in the evening. She needed some time to digest everything that happened today, and her body was still a little tense. All right. Qin Feng did not force it. Then I'll change my clothes and go back. As she spoke, Lin Yue picked up her white dress that was a little torn at the belly and prepared to hide in the bathroom again. Change here. Qin Feng's voice sounded lazily. Huh? Change clothes here? Haven't you seen everything you should and shouldn't see? Qin Feng said with a smile. Lin Yue froze, her face burning. This sentence exposed her last bit of shame and tore off the last fig leaf on her heart. She bit her lower lip and finally gave in. Okay. Then turn your back and don't peek at me. Ah, okay, you're still shy? Qin Feng teased, but still turned around obediently and pretended to play with his phone. Lin Yue quickly walked to the single bed, turned her back to Qin Feng, took off her bath towel as quickly as possible, changed into underwear, and then put on the white dress. Even if it's just a back view, the slender waist and the straight curve are enough to make people imagine. After putting on her skirt and shoes, she turned back into the pure and sweet school beauty, cool and quiet. Then I'm leaving. She walked to the sofa and spoke softly. Yue, come here. Qin Feng extended his hand toward her. Kiss me before you go. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. All right. Without any hesitation, she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms like a docile kitten and offered her lips to him. A long kiss. The girl's lips are so moist, with a fresh scent after bathing, so sweet that it makes people intoxicated. After the kiss, she raised her head with a sweet smile on Lin Yue's face. Then I'm leaving, Qin Feng baby. Lin Yue also changed the way she addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng muttered to himself and pressed the red button. Lin Yue's figure disappeared from the room in an instant. The next second, she was standing at the door of her dormitory 301. She opened the door, walked out, and returned to her dormitory 302. In dormitory 302, Deng Xian and Pan Yu were waiting for her eagerly, like two hungry chicks. When they saw Lin Yue, they were all stunned. She actually took a shower, her hair was still wet and her face was red. There was an indescribable charm in her eyes. This is obviously not a good thing. Where's the food? Deng Xian spoke first. You went to see Qin Feng again, right? Pan Yu's eyes were full of inquiry. You didn't bring us any food? Lin Yue shook her head guiltily. I really don't have any at noon today. I'll bring it to you in the evening. Deng Xian curled her lips. All right. Pan Yu came over and asked in a low voice. You and Qin Feng, what exactly? Don't ask. Lin Yue interrupted her immediately, her tone stronger than ever. Don't ask. And don't tell Wu Changle. Seeing this, Gung Xian immediately made her position clear. Yue, we agreed that if you bring me food at night, I won't tell anyone. Yes, me too. Pan Yu quickly agreed. Yeah, bring some food for dinner, no problem. Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief, climbed onto her bed and pulled the curtains. As soon as I lay down, Wu Changle called me via video. She took a deep breath and connected the video. On the screen, Wu Changle's face looked haggard and worried. Wei, you. When he saw Lin Yue's expression, he got stuck in the middle of his words. Why do you look so excited? Why is your face so red? Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat because of his words. She had just experienced the first embarrassing thing in her life. The aftertaste has not completely dissipated. The whole world seemed to open a new door for her. She pretended to be calm and smiled at the camera. Nothing much, I just took a shower and felt happier. No more talking, I'm going to take a nap. Chapter 23 The Dance Department's School Beauties Surrender. Wu Changle said worriedly. Okay, are you okay? Did Qin Feng harass you? No. Everything is fine. Lin Yue smiled even sweeter. Hang up, Changle. I'm going to take a nap. Don't let your imagination run wild. There's nothing going on between Qin Feng and me. Okay. Take care. The zombie crisis will be over soon. I'll buy you a bag. Well, bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yue breathed a long sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied and fulfilled smile. The dream was filled with scenes of me and Qin Feng together. Ah, shame. Lin Yue slept until after 5 in the afternoon. She was woken up by Gung Xian and Pan Yu. Don't sleep, campus beauty. You can sleep so well, are you full? Please, under normal circumstances, the cafeteria would have been open at this time. Yeah, we've been hungry all day, and we don't know if the military will send a drone to deliver supplies today. Yue, you can go to Qin Feng now. You have to get us something to eat, please. The urging voices of her 2 female roommates made it impossible for her to sleep any longer. Okay. Lin Yue sat up and stretched. This time, she didn't hesitate or resist at all. She walked to her closet and began to dress up carefully. She changed into a brand new set of light purple lace underwear, took out a pair of pure white stockings that she had never worn, and put them on carefully. Next came a black pleated miniskirt, which was just the right short to perfectly highlight her straight and long legs. The upper body is a tight white short t-shirt, which outlines the girl's beautiful curves. Finally, throw on a pair of clean white sneakers. This outfit has both the purity of a girl and a hint of sexiness. The combination of purity and desire has a fatal attraction for boys. This set of clothes is also her ultimate battle suit. After finishing dressing up, Lin Yue looked at herself in the mirror, smiled with satisfaction, and posed. She adjusted her skirt, took a deep breath, and walked out of the dormitory. Bye. 2 beauties. Bye, school bell, I wish you immediate success, said Gung Xian. Remember our agreement, said Pan Yu. After Lin Yue left 302, her goal was very clear. She didn't go to 301, but went to the next door on the right, room 303, and knocked on Tang Tang's door. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp knock on the door echoed in the silence. The door was soon opened a crack, and Tang Tang's plain face peeked out, with a hint of laziness as if he had just woken up. Yue? Come in. Tang Tang's voice got stuck in his throat halfway through his words. Tang Tang's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lin Yue carefully from top to bottom. Lin Yue in front of me has changed. She is no longer the school beauty with pure student spirit. Those eyes that were always clear now seemed to contain a pool of spring water, shimmering with light and full of natural charm. On her originally fair cheeks, the unnatural blush spread all the way to her ears. Like a ripe peach, it exudes an alluring aroma. The most important thing is her overall temperament. The charm that is unique to a girl who has experienced the baptism of love cannot be hidden at all. The corners of her mouth always couldn't help but rise slightly, as if there was some great joy. Yue, what's wrong with you? Tang Tang couldn't help asking, and pulled Lin Yue into dormitory 303, and his body involuntarily moved closer. Why are you so happy? Is there any good news? Do I have it? Lin Yue subconsciously covered her burning cheeks with both hands. that disobedient heart, ever since doing that unspeakable thing with Qin Feng. It just kept beating wildly and couldn't slow down at all. Yes. Absolutely. You're not normal. Look at your face. Look at your eyes. Tang Tang's tone was extremely certain. Your eyes seem to be watery and sparkling. What on earth have you been doing? I really didn't do anything. Lin Yue smiled guiltily, her eyes somewhat evasive. Your joy is almost overflowing from your face. If you have any good news, please tell me. Tang Tang refused to give in. Really not. Oh, by the way, here's something delicious for you. Lin Yue seemed to remember something and quickly changed the subject. She took out a small, slightly flattened plastic bag carefully from her skirt pocket with a somewhat mysterious look. There was an egg tart inside, which she had hidden on purpose for fear that it would be discovered by her two hungry roommates in the dormitory. Tang Tang's gaze fell on the flattened egg tart, and his eyes instantly lit up. As a girl in the dance department, Tang Tang rarely eats any desserts in order to maintain her figure. But only she herself knows that egg tarts are her Achilles' heel and her only forbidden love. She occasionally breaks the rules and rewards herself with a KFC. Then spend the whole day dieting to make up for the guilt. After the end of the world, she couldn't even think of such a luxury. Now, although it was just a flattened egg tart, it was like a magnet, firmly attracting all her attention. Can I eat? There was an imperceptible tremor in Tang Tang's voice. Of course, I brought it specially for you. Lin Yue smiled sweetly. Well, thank you, my wife. Lin Yue, you are really my good wife. Tang Tang took it carefully and took a light bite. The next second, her body seemed to be struck by an electric current and she froze. Tasty. So delicious. The crispy crust breaks apart in your mouth. The egg filling in the middle is incredibly tender and smooth, and the rich aroma of milk and egg instantly ignites your taste buds. Woo woo woo, Tang Tang's eyes instantly turned red and tears almost fell. This is definitely the best egg tart she has ever eaten. It's 100 times more delicious than what the 5-star chef at the White Swan Hotel makes. Where did you get those egg tarts? They're so delicious I want to cry. Tang Tang's voice was filled with tears. Hey. When Lin Yue saw her reaction, she knew that the matter was half done. I told you, if you help someone clean up, there will be endless delicious food. Tang Tang's rationality returned instantly, and she looked at Lin Yue warily. How could such a good thing happen? Have you been deceived? Have you lost your virginity? No. Lin Yue's face turned even redder, but her tone was firm. That person is very nice, and it's safe there. Do you want to go? Really? This is what I get for cleaning? Tang Tang pointed at the egg tart in his hand, unable to believe it. Yes, you've already had the egg tarts, and there are more delicious foods waiting for you. Tang Tang was caught in a fierce struggle between his conscience and his desires, and the wonderful taste was still lingering on his tongue. Tang, I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you can't figure it out, forget it. Lin Yue throws out her trump card. Okay, I'm done thinking about it. Let's go. In less than a minute, Tang Tang surrendered. The temptation of that egg tart was so great that she couldn't control her desire for more food and her attraction to sugar. Tang Tang put on his shoes and was about to leave, but was stopped by Lin Yue. Tang, can you change into some nice clothes? It's just cleaning. Shouldn't you wear old clothes that don't get dirty? What if new clothes get stained? Tang looked puzzled. Please, you're going to clean for someone else, so you have to dress neatly and look pretty, right? My school beauty. Lin Yue looked at her with a look that said you don't understand. Dress more femininely. I trust your taste. Okay. Although Tang was puzzled, he still followed the advice. She found a slim black one-step skirt to put on. The dress perfectly outlines her perfect curvy butt as a dancer, making it sexy and elegant. Lin Yue looked at Tang's astonished look and couldn't help drooling, then asked with a wicked smile. By the way, have you and Wang Zi ever done it? What did you do? Tang's face turned red instantly. That's it. Lin Yue winked. No. Of course not. Tang was both embarrassed and angry, so she reached out and gently hit Lin Yue. Aren't you the acknowledged golden couple on campus? Haven't you tried it yet? No, do we have to do that as a couple? I want to save the most precious thing for our future marriage. You're quite traditional. Lin Yue sighed. What about you and Wu Changle? Have you ever had sex? Tang Tang immediately fought back. Of course not, we didn't. I never even let him hold my hand. There was a hint of disdain in Lin Yue's tone. You're such a green tea. Tang Tang commented bluntly. You've already spent over 100,000 yuan on Wu Changle, right? All those bags, the gifts for every festival, the red envelopes for birthdays and festivals, the cash for 13, 14, 520, etc. Has there ever been a shortage? That's his own wish. It's the price a man has to pay in a relationship. Lin Yue refuted with confidence. Okay, but I think you're acting really weird today. Did you really do something bad? Tang Tang still felt uneasy. No. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Lin Yue took Tang Tang's hand and walked out without saying anything. She took Tang Tang's hand and walked straight to the door of room 301. Tang Tang looked at the number 301 on the door, and the expression on his face froze instantly. She suddenly shook off Lin Yue's hand with a look of shock. This room, isn't this the room of your lickspittle Qin Feng? Chapter 24 Tang Tang's first time cleaning. Lin Yue took Tang Tang's hand and smiled slyly. Yes, it's him, Qin Feng. There was a hint of swagger and mystery in her voice. I've known him for a long time and he is a really good guy. After the zombie crisis broke out, we let him live in room 301, and he stayed there obediently. He never ran around, and he never harassed any girls. Besides, he didn't steal the girls' supplies like the others did. For the past 2 days, I have been helping him clean and he has been giving me food. He gave us everything we ate. Tang Tang's curiosity was completely aroused. I know Qin Feng, he's quite handsome, but why does he have food? Lin Yue shrugged, pretending not to know. Then I don't know, Qin Feng shouldn't ask too many questions. After she finished speaking, she didn't even give Tang Tang a chance to ask any more questions. She simply raised her hand and knocked on the door of room 301. The door opened. Qin Feng's figure appeared behind the door, and his eyes immediately passed over Lin Yue and fell on Tang Tang beside her. The girl in front of him was half a head taller than Lin Yue. As the top campus beauty in the dance department, she stands as straight as a white swan, with a pair of long legs that are breathtaking under her skirt. She exudes an elegance and nobility that ordinary girls do not possess. Bite. The system has detected a school beauty with a beauty score of over 90. Do you want to bind her? Bind. Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body shape, beautiful curves. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Arts, dance major. Weekly hobbies, dancing, watching TV series. Emotional progress bar, pride, wavering, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Qin Feng's lips curled up into a playful smile. Welcome, the beauty queen of the dance department. Qin Feng's sunny and harmless smile instantly made Tang Tang lose most of her guard. A handsome guy with good looks can indeed make girls let down their guard. Without waiting for Tang Tang to react, Lin Yue had already intimately pulled her wrist and led her into the room. Click. Lin Yue locked the door behind her. The whole process went smoothly and Tang Tang didn't even have the chance to retreat or hesitate. Hello, two beauties, welcome to my humble home. Qin Feng smiled. Lin Yue was like a little housekeeper. She took the initiative to speak and said with a smile, we are here to work and earn food. Qin Feng didn't say much and raised his chin towards the broom and mop in the corner. No problem. Sweep the floor, mop the floor, wipe all the tables, and you can get an authentic local cuisine meal in return. Lin Yue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said in surprise, really? We're having local cuisine today? That's great. Tang Tang was still skeptical, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny. Is this true? Local food? Where did you get it from? Lin Yue quietly pulled her hand and lowered her voice. I told you not to ask so many questions, just do your work. Qin Feng also smiled, with a hint of unquestionable laziness. Tang University campus beauty, if you trust me, start cleaning right away. If you don't believe me, just go out, turn right, and go back to your dorm and continue to starve. Tang Tang sighed softly. Well, as the saying goes, since we are here, we are here. Besides, the seafood fried rice last night and the egg tarts just now were so delicious that you can't fake it. She resigned herself to her fate, picked up the broom, lowered her eyes, and began to clean. Chin Feng sat on the chair beside him with his legs crossed, leisurely admiring the two beautiful women in front of him. Two top school beauties cleaned his room for him. Lin Yue was already very proficient at it. When she bent down to sweep the floor, the curves under her short skirt were exposed, and her round peach buttocks swayed gently with the movement, full of amazing elasticity. Tang Tang, who was standing by, was doing this kind of work for the first time, but her flexible waist as a dancer allowed her to maintain a graceful posture while mopping the floor, with her swan neck slightly raised, drawing a charming arc. Qin Feng's gaze was unreserved, as if he was admiring two works of art. It's a feast for the eyes, hiss, hiss. In less than half an hour, the room looked brand new. The two girls' foreheads and noses were covered with fine beads of sweat, and they were panting slightly. They looked very attractive and seductive. All right. Qin Feng stood up and issued new instructions. Both of you, close your eyes, turn around, and don't peek. I'm going to perform magic. Well, we won't watch it. Lin Yue pulled Tang Tang's back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around, and his figure disappeared out of thin air and entered the system space. System, consume 800 points to purchase the Zingwala lunch set. Boiled chicken, local braised pork, 8 treasure lion's head, steamed deep sea bass, braised prawns with rich red sauce, scallion braised pork ribs, braised pork belly, garlic fried seasonal vegetables, crystal shrimp, and plenty of northeastern wuchang rice. Ding! The dishes are ready. AI flight attendant Xiaoqing will serve you. AI flight attendant Xiaoqing appeared with a smile, pushing an exquisite food cart and placing steaming dishes neatly on the table. Qin Feng had no intention of letting Tang Tang enter the space on his first visit. He personally acted as a waiter, bringing the dishes out of the space one by one and placing them on the desk in reality. He put two desks together, and in an instant, he had a large table filled with a dazzling array of items. The poached chicken has smooth skin and tender meat, glistening with an attractive oily sheen. The braised pork is red in color, fatty but not greasy, and exudes a sweet aroma. Steamed sea bass, crystal shrimp, the aroma of each dish mixed together, domineeringly occupying the air in the entire room. Okay, Qin Feng's voice sounded, open your eyes. In fact, Lin Yue and Tang Tang had already been tormented by the extremely rich aroma of food. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, they were completely stunned. Wow! Oh my god, this is really a local dish. Tang Tang's beautiful eyes widened into a look of disbelief. Can you do magic? There's no kitchen here. Isn't this a trick? Can it really be eaten? Her series of soul-searching questions were met with a pair of chopsticks handed over by Qin Feng. School beauty, don't ask anymore. If you don't eat it now, it will get cold. Lin Yue couldn't wait any longer, so she took the chopsticks, pulled over a stool and sat down. Yes, honey, stop asking so many questions and eat. Before the end of the world, Lin Yue always controlled her diet in order to maintain her figure. But now, she looks like a starving ghost who is eager to be reincarnated. Tang Tang saw that Lin Yue had unceremoniously picked up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth, with a look of happiness on her face. Qin Feng also filled a bowl of rice and handed it to her in a polite and non-threatening manner. Tang Tang also sat down, hesitantly picked up half a lion's head and put it into his bowl, then took a careful bite. The next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. Tasty. So delicious. The rich aroma of meat, mixed with the deliciousness of the broth, exploded on the taste buds. This was definitely the level of a 5-star hotel chef. Tang Tang was a worldly wise person, she understood. After the first bite, Tang Tang couldn't stop anymore. Tang Tang completely let go of his reserve and quickly finished a bowl of rice. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she raised her head a little embarrassedly before she found her voice. Thank you, Qin Feng, it's really delicious. Is there any rice? Qin Feng smiled. Yes, but you have to close your eyes again. This time, Tang Tang did not hesitate and closed his eyes obediently. But she couldn't help it and quietly opened her eyes a little to take a peek. She saw Qin Feng walking towards the balcony, and then, he disappeared out of thin air. Tang Tang was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He thought he was seeing things and quickly closed his eyes tightly. A second later, she felt a light tap on the top of her head. Senior Tang Tang, peeking is not a good habit. Qin Feng's teasing voice sounded in his ears. Tang Tang's heart skipped a beat, and he closed his eyes tightly and shook his head. No, I didn't peek. Okay, open your eyes.
Tang Tang opened her eyes and saw another bowl of steaming, fragrant rice placed steadily in front of her. Her brows lit up with joy, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng changed completely.
Superpowers? Magician? No matter. Let us show off our fans first.
Soon, the two stunningly beautiful schoolgirls had eaten nearly half of the table full of food. What Qin Feng gave was so much that it overflowed. Lin Yue put down her bowl and chopsticks first, touching her stomach with satisfaction.
No, I'm going to get fat if I eat anymore. Tang Tang was speechless. Did you listen to what people said?
The girls in the entire building were starving, yet she was actually worried about gaining weight. But at the same time, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and patted her slightly bulging belly. She has always been on a strict diet, but today she ate so much that her stomach was full.
Ah. Thank you so much. I'm really full too.
Qin Feng smiled and nodded. As long as the food is good, you are welcome to come again next time. Tang Tang gave Qin Feng a bright and charming smile and said sincerely.
Well. Qin Feng, you are such a good person. You are so kind to girls. Thank you for your hospitality. Is there anything else you need to do?
No, there are only so many houseworks to do today. Qin Feng said with a wave of his hand.
Then, if not, can I go back?
Tang Tang asked cautiously, fearing that Qin Feng would keep her.
That's all. You can go now.
Qin Feng said simply.
Tang Tang felt relieved and turned to Lin Yue. Shall we go? Lin Yue stood up with a smile. Okay, wife.
She stood up and winked at Qin Feng calmly. Then he took Tang Tang's arm and walked out of 301 together, and accompanied Tang Tang to the door of 303. Ah, Lin Yue suddenly slapped her head. I forgot something in Qin Feng's dormitory.
I'll go back and get it. Tang Tang was a little surprised. Oh, okay. By the way, tell me, why does Qin Feng have so many delicious foods?
Lin Yue smiled like a little fox. I told you not to ask, so don't ask.
Tang Tang curled her lips. Also, why is he so nice to us? He is your licking dog, not mine.
Lin Yue leaned close to her ear, her breath sweet as orchid.
Senior Tang Tang, you're so beautiful. Maybe he wants to be your lapdog too?
Tang Tang's pretty face flushed, and she spat. I surrender to you. I'm not like you who keeps a fish pond. Then I'll go back and rest first. I'm so full. She patted her round belly and opened the dormitory door with her key.
Lin Yue watched Tang Tang's graceful figure disappear behind the door.
The smile on her face instantly became charming and eager.
She turned around and walked quickly back to 301. Boom, boom, boom. She knocked gently on the door. Qin Feng just opened the door a crack. Lin Yue is like a young swallow flying into the forest.
She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and pressed herself against Qin Feng with all her strength. Chapter 25. Tang Tang lied to her boyfriend for the first time.
Qin Feng no longer hesitated.
The school beauty came to him on her own, so there was no need to be polite. He pulled Lin Yue and quickly entered dormitory 301, and then entered the space together. He put Lin Yue on the snow-white 1.5-meter single bed.
20 minutes later.
In the room where the aftertaste of the fragrance still lingered, the air was filled with an ambiguous and moist scent. Lin Yue lazily lay on Qin Feng's chest.
20 minutes, she almost forgot who she was.
The voice had a hint of a cat's whisper.
Qin Feng, this time, you are better than last time.
Qin Feng's fingertips stroked her smooth back, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Really? Do you like it? Yeah, I like it. Lin Yue's voice was almost inaudible, and then she stood up.
Grabbing the towel beside the bed, she exposed herself to Qin Feng without any hesitation.
You take a rest. I'm going to take a shower. I sweated a lot just now.
As the bathroom door closed, the sound of water splashed and Qin Feng lay leisurely on the bed. A cold system prompt sounded in his mind.
Bite.
The host completed his second interaction with Lin Yue, which took 20 minutes.
Completed the first feeding of Tang Tang. System space upgraded to LV7.
The space is expanded to 80 square meters, and features a simulated skylight that reflects the sun, moon, and stars.
Points being calculated.
Detected extreme emotional fluctuations in target Lin Yue. Joy plus 10,000 points, derived from the peak sensory experience brought by the host.
Shyness plus 10,000 points, stems from the host's gentle control during the process. Current total points, 59,200 points. Lin Yue's emotional progress, active unlocked. Detected target Tang Tang's emotional fluctuations. Ding, the second campus beauty Tang Tang's personal information has been updated. Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body shape, beautiful curves. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Arts, dance major. Weekly hobbies, dancing, watching TV series. Emotional progress bar, pride, hesitation, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Embarrassment plus 200 points, caused by cleaning under the gaze of the opposite sex. Guilt plus 300 points, stems from the feeling of betrayal towards her boyfriend Wang Zi. Satisfaction plus 200 points, derived from the satisfaction of apocalyptic delicacies. Expectation plus 100 points, based on a good first impression of the host, looking forward to meeting him next time. Host's remaining points, 60,000 points. Want to come next time? Xin Feng looked at the source of Tang Tang's expectation and raised a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. I'm waiting for you. Soon, the bathroom door opened. Lin Yue, wrapped in a bath towel, came out with a damp face. Like a docile kitten, she naturally squeezed into Qin Feng's arms. The two of them leaned on the sofa, turned on the TV and watched it aimlessly. Lin Yue raised her head and said as if presenting a treasure, I brought Tang Tang here today. Am I being a good boy? So good and considerate. Xin Feng stroked her wet hair with an approving tone. He. Lin Yue laughed proudly. Isn't Tang Tang known as the pure and innocent school beauty? Let her have a taste of work. In the future, you can also let her give you a massage. Lin Yue changed the subject, her tone carrying a hint of resentment and coquettishness. You've been quite polite to me today, haven't you? Why were you so mean to me the first time? Xin Feng touched her hair with his fingers, recalled the past, and suddenly pinched Lin Yue's face. Ah, you pinched me. Lin Yue, what do you think? Lin Yue immediately fell silent, then rubbed against his arms in a flattering manner, keeping a very humble attitude. Okay, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have asked you to carry my luggage when I already have a boyfriend. It was so hot, I was wrong, woo, now you've slept with me, we're even. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone screen suddenly lit up, and the ringtone was particularly harsh in the quiet room. Caller ID, Wu Changle. Hey, speak of Chow Chow, here comes Chow Chow. Lin Yue's body stiffened for a moment, and she subconsciously looked at Qin Feng with a questioning look in her eyes. Shouldn't I just pick it up? There was a playful smile on Xin Feng's lips, but that smile was full of malice. Answer it. Answer it in front of me. I want to hear what you have to say. You're so mean. Lin Yue complained. But my body honestly pressed the answer button and even turned on the hands-free mode. Hello? Changle? I'm fine. I'm in the dorm. Well, I'm hungry. There's nothing to eat. I can only drink coffee. There's some sugar in the coffee, so I won't die for now. How are you? Okay, I have a headache. I'm going to sleep first. Bye. Qin Feng looked at the woman in his arms quietly. Watching her lie to her boyfriend on the other end of the phone without changing her expression. An indescribable sense of satisfaction arose in my heart. It turns out that girls can lie in front of others without blinking. I really admire them. In addition, a bolder and more interesting idea slowly took shape in his mind. Next time when I am affectionate with Lin Yue. Dial Wu Changle directly. At the same time, dormitory 303. As soon as Tang Tang returned to the dormitory, he rushed into the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, but it couldn't wash away the subtle feeling of guilt. She put on her favorite silk pajamas and threw herself on the bed. I just want to have a deep sleep and forget everything that happened today. But the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. The caller was her boyfriend, Wang Zi. Tang Tang took a deep breath and used all his strength to make his voice sound normal. Hello, beautiful. Wang Zi's always sunny and cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hi, Prince. How's your day, baby? It's nothing. The military still hasn't sent any supplies. Her hand unconsciously touched her still slightly bloated belly. I have an idea. I have 2 packets of instant noodles here.
I'll tie a rock to them, wrap them in a towel, and throw them from my balcony to you, right into yours.
No need. Tang Tang's heart suddenly sank. Eat it yourself. If you throw it in another dormitory or downstairs, it will be wasted. Hey, you don't believe in my accuracy as the captain of the school basketball team? Believe it, then don't waste it.
Tang Tang said in the sweetest voice he could muster, eat it yourself. It's more important that you eat well than that I eat well.
Okay. I missed you. Well, I missed you too.
When he said this, Tang Tang's heart skipped a beat.
Is everything okay over there?
Wang Zi's voice was filled with concern.
Especially that Qin Feng. He has a gun.
Stay away from that dangerous guy.
He lives in 301, you know that? Wang Zi's concern was like the sharpest needle, piercing Tang Tang's heart. Really? I don't know. There's no such thing as 301.
She almost blurted out, her voice dry and incoherent. I haven't seen Qin Feng, and Qin Feng has never been here.
That's good, bye, good night, baby. Good night, baby. Tang Tang hung up the phone quickly and collapsed on the bed as if exhausted.
She threw the phone aside, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, as if it was about to jump out of her throat.
This was the first time she lied to Wang Zi.
To the sunny boy who is always as warm as the sun and treats her like a treasure.
Well. Chapter 26. Tang Tang said no. That night, Lin Yue fell asleep with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment.
Lin Yue, who was experiencing sexual intercourse for the first time, slept particularly soundly in the tranquility of this doomsday.
Physical exhaustion and spiritual satisfaction intertwined in her mind. Even in her dreams, she was entangled with Qin Feng. Tang Tang in another dormitory also had a good and restful sleep. The stomach is no longer empty, but full.
This was the first time since the zombie crisis that she felt a sense of security. However, in the peaceful sleep, there was a subtle voice deep in my heart that was playing tricks on me.
Tang Tang, do you really want to go to another boy's dormitory? This is the first time you've met another boy without telling your boyfriend. Is it really okay for a girl like Lin Yue to keep a fish pond like this?
That voice kept reminding her that Qin Feng was a threat, a huge unknown. The next morning, the fourth day of the zombie crisis. The sun pierces through the mist, the weather is good with blue sky and white clouds. But it cannot dispel the deathly silence on campus. There is no news of military supplies, and there is still no sound of drones today. Over in the boys' dormitory, the snacks in stock were finally gone, and wailing sounds could be heard from the balcony.
Fuck you, zombie. Oh my god, when will the zombie crisis be over? If I don't give you a fuss, do you think I'm docile and cruel? Fuck you, zombie. I love going to class. I love going to class early.
Hunger began to spread in the boys' dormitory, which was a more direct horror than the zombies downstairs. No boy was in the mood to light the bedding and use the flames to burn the monsters downstairs.
Girls' dormitory 302. Lin Yue stretched lazily on the soft big bed.
The first thing she did when she woke up was to pick up her phone and send a message to Qin Feng with a smile.
Lin Yue, hi, handsome guy, are you up yet? Qin Feng, I'm up. Did you sleep well last night?
Lin Yue raised the corners of her mouth and tapped the screen with her fingertips.
Okay, but it hurts a little. Qin Feng's message came quickly, I will be gentle today.
Lin Yue, now I finally understand what they mean by standing up and kicking.
Qin Feng, come here. Today I'll give you tomahawk steak in 1982 Lafite.
When Lin Yue saw these words, her eyes lit up instantly.
It seems as if I can already smell the burnt aroma of steak and the mellowness of red wine. Okay, I'll bring Tang Tang with me right away.
Qin Feng replied with one word, be good. This word made Lin Yue's heart tremble, and a sense of pleasure of being in control arose spontaneously.
She got up from the bed and walked to the closet.
Today, she will be dressed up for her master. She chose a black tight dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves, and put on a loose white coat, which just concealed the temptation and created a sense of mystery that was hard to describe. The exquisite makeup makes her already beautiful face even more charming. Her roommates Gung Xian and Pan Yu had woken up long ago and were looking at her eagerly. Last night, they shared the delicious food that Lin Yue brought back, and they are still savoring it.
Yue, you finally got up.
Let's go to Qin Feng quickly, we are almost starving to death.
Gung Xian urged. Pan Yu also echoed, yes, does Master Qin Feng have more delicious food? The braised pork you brought us yesterday was really delicious. My mouth is full of oil.
Lin Yue glanced at her two roommates coldly.
Remember, keep your mouth shut and don't meddle in other people's business. Geng Xian immediately nodded and bowed, yes, yes. Pan Yu also quickly promised, okay, okay. We will never say a word to Wu Chang'e.
Lin Yue hummed with satisfaction, took out her cell phone, shook her long hair, hummed a song, turned around and walked out of the dormitory, went straight to 303, and went to find Tang Tang first.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Tang Tang opened the door and was stunned when he saw Lin Yue dressed up.
Lin Yue smiled and said, "Let's go to Qin Feng's place. He said he would treat us to a tomahawk steak today."
Tomahawk steak.
These 4 words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the chaos in Tang Tang's mind. Her eyes instantly lit up with desire.
But the light soon dimmed again. She remembered what Wang Zi said.
He said Qin Feng had a gun and was very dangerous, and asked her to stay away from Qin Feng. She couldn't go to another boy's dormitory without telling her boyfriend.
Really not. Tang Tang was hesitating, trying to find words to reject Lin Yue. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the balcony of the boys' dormitory building opposite. Tang Tang, take the instant noodles I gave you. It's Wang Zi.
The leader of the boys' dormitory still cares about his girlfriend very much. He plans to give his only remaining pack of instant noodles to his girlfriend.
Wang Zi was holding a plastic bag with the instant noodles in it.
There was also a stone inside to add weight and to tighten the seal of the plastic bag.
He gathered all his strength and threw the bag over. The plastic bag drew a parabola in the air. Tang Tang and Lin Yue looked up together, their hearts in their throats.
However, Wang Zi's accuracy was still a little off.
Bang! The bag hit the wall below Tang Tang's balcony heavily, and the instant noodles inside shattered.
They fell down weakly along with the stones, disappearing into the shadows downstairs and landing on the ground. Several zombies went over to smell it, shook their heads and left.
Wang Zi shouted in frustration. I'm sorry. I didn't throw it into your dormitory balcony.
Many people in the girls' dormitory leaned out from the balconies to watch Wang Zi's behavior of pampering his girlfriend.
I saw the instant noodles thrown against the wall and fell down, followed by a long sigh of "Oh. What a pity. Isn't Wang Zi the captain of the basketball team? Why is his aim so bad? Maybe he's starving? The boys don't have the energy anymore. It seems the school beauty has nothing to eat. I thought she was hiding in her dorm room, enjoying herself."
Tang Tang felt a complex mix of emotions, including being touched and a hint of unspeakable disappointment.
Tang Tang was too lazy to respond to the sarcasm from other balconies in the girls' dormitory. She waved vigorously towards the boys' dormitory across the street. "Wang Zi, it's okay. Don't vote for yourself next time, just eat it yourself."
She said it was okay, but her stomach churned even more violently because of this little episode. Wang Zi nodded in the boys' dormitory opposite, feeling very regretful, and kicked a kettle on the balcony. Tang Tang turned around and said to Lin Yue, "I won't go.
I'm not hungry, and I don't want to carry Wang Zi to another boys' dormitory."
Lin Yue shrugged with an indifferent expression.
"I thought, why pretend? Didn't I say the same thing to myself before? Didn't I swear before that I would never betray Wu Chang'e? But hunger in the stomach will not lie, right? Which girl can resist sugar? Human genes are just wired to love eating." Well, that's fine. I'll go eat tomahawk steak by myself."
Lin Yue smiled, turned around leisurely, and walked towards dormitory 301 alone. Tang Tang looked at Lin Yue's pretty back and side, envying her ability to easily juggle between being a boyfriend and a bootlicker.
Knock knock knock, Lin Yue knocks on the door.
Qin Feng opened the door and was not surprised to see that only Lin Yue was there.
It is not easy to successfully win over Tang Tang, the cold and arrogant senior.
Qin Feng didn't waste any time and pulled Lin Yue into his system space. He spent 1,000 points to unlock a new Western meal set. 5-star hotel seafood buffet class C, serving for 2, including Australian lobster, Norwegian salmon, French-style grilled lamb chops, Canadian geoduck, Russian king crab, New Zealand mussels, French foie gras, Spanish ham, pasta, and a variety of exquisite desserts and drinks.
Points, 1,000. The next second, a seafood feast appeared on the dining table in the middle of the dormitory.
The huge Australian lobster is bright red all over and has plump meat. The Norwegian salmon is sliced into evenly thin slices with an attractive orange sheen.
The French-style grilled lamb chops were sizzling and smelling delicious.
Lin Yue's eyes widened as she watched.
Wow, today's delicacies are more expensive than the local dishes last night, right?
Of course, this is the same seafood buffet at the Hilton Hotel that cost 600 yuan per person.
Wow, baby Chin Fong, you're awesome. What's so great about me? You, everything about you is great.
Chin Fong and Lin Yue sat at the dining table and feasted on their food while watching a variety show on TV.
I was eating delicious food and laughing so hard that I almost forgot that it was the end of the world. After having enough food and clothing, they remembered something and naturally rolled into bed. 30 minutes later. Lin Yue was sweating profusely and her whole body was limp.
She felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and satisfaction. Then they took a shower together in the bathroom, and then watched TV series together on the huge love sofa. Lin Yue leaned in Qin Feng's arms, watching the movie playing on the 55-inch wall-mounted TV, feeling like she was living in a dream.
Later, she lay back down on the fully automatic massage chair, enjoying the relaxation from head to toe. Except for not being able to go out shopping, this place is simply paradise. Bite.
The host completed his third interaction with Lin Yue, which took 30 minutes.
You brought great joy to Lin Yue, earning you emotional points. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Emotional progress bar, kneeling and licking actively, licking dog, the ultimate licking dog. Joy plus 10,000 points, derived from the peak sensory experience brought by the host. Deduct 1,000 points for seafood dinner. Host's current remaining points, 59,000 points. Time passes by every second. Before they knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Tang Tang from dormitory 303 finally couldn't stand the hunger anymore. That's how people are. It's okay to be hungry all the time. However, once she has tasted delicious food, if she returns to the state of hunger, the feeling of hunger will be magnified tenfold or even 100-fold. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Tang Tang's stomach was burning, and his mind was filled with the smell of the fragrant bowl of rice he had eaten yesterday. People cannot resist the temptation of carbohydrates, and her reason and desire are in conflict. In the end, desire prevailed. With trembling hands, she sent a message to Lin Yue. Yue, what are you doing? Lin Yue replied almost immediately. Yes. Then, a series of pictures bombarded me. The picture shows golden grilled lamb chops, delicious lobster meat, and a glass of dark red liquid, with the background being a luxurious and comfortable room. Lin Yue sent another voice message, with a smile and a hint of temptation in her voice. Come on, do some housework and you can have steak. It won't cost you any more meat. Chapter 27 Tang Tang gives you your first massage. Tang Tang stared at the photos intently, drooling profusely. Lin Yue's words echoed in her ears like the devil's whisper. If there is a Satan in the world, Lin Yue is one now. But, having said that, she just went to do some work in exchange for some food. I didn't betray Wang Zi, and I didn't do anything. Getting paid according to work and working honestly is not shameful and is only natural. Qin Feng didn't force him to do anything with a gun. He was very gentlemanly yesterday. He must be a good person. Yes, Qin Feng is a good person, and he has a sunny smile. Tang Tang persuaded himself over and over again in his heart. She found a perfect excuse for her surrender. After completing these psychological preparations, Tang Tang got up from the bed and walked to the mirror. The girl in the mirror had delicate features, big eyes, red lips, and thick, beautiful long hair. She pursed her lips, combed her hair briefly, and planned, I'll go. She put on a loose white t-shirt and a black knee-length skirt to make herself look more dignified. Don't be like that little devil Lin Yue, it's obvious that she is going on a date with her boyfriend. Tang Tang was 80% sure that Lin Yue was having an affair with his bootlicker. Wu Changdal was probably cheated on, the lush green grassland. Then, Tang Tang took a deep breath, walked out of the dormitory and came to the door of 301. She raised her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. Boom, boom, boom. The door opened. It was Qin Feng who opened the door.
He was wearing casual home clothes and had a gentle smile on his face. His eyes fell on Tang Tang, sliding from her pretty face to her upright figure due to years of dancing practice, and finally resting on her straight and slender legs. The girls in the dance department really have great figures. There was a hint of appreciation in Qin Feng's eyes, but no aggression.
Good morning, senior.
His voice was calm, as if he had expected her to come.
Tang Tang's heart skipped a beat and he nodded nervously.
Qin Feng turned sideways and made way for him.
Come in. Well, thank you. I was thinking of helping you with some cleaning today.
Qin Feng smiled, holding Tang Tang's warm hand, his tone filled with unquestionable tenderness. Senior, close your eyes.
Tang Tang's heart skipped a beat.
She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but Qin Feng held it tighter. His palms were dry and strong, conveying a strange sense of stability. Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly closed his eyes. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. What's more, the temptation of tomahawk steak is too great.
Boom.
There seemed to be a slight buzzing in my ears.
Immediately afterwards, Tang Tang felt as if his body was gently lifted by an invisible force.
The feeling of weightlessness was fleeting.
You can open your eyes now.
Qin Feng's voice sounded in his ears.
Tang Tang's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes.
The scene before her made her forget to breathe for a moment.
This is a room with white walls and minimalist decoration.
It is completely different from the gloomy, depressing, and zombie-filled apocalyptic campus outside. It's bright, spacious, and even has a touch of unreal luxury.
The space is about 80 square meters, square and elegantly laid out. Soft light pours in from a huge window.
Outside the window, there is blue sky, white clouds, birds singing and flowers blooming. It is so beautiful that it seems unreal.
Then, she saw her best friend Lin Yue. Tang Tang's attention was suddenly attracted by the scene in the corner of the room.
Lin Yue was comfortably sinking in an extremely comfortable massage chair. She closed her eyes with a satisfied smile on her lips, as if she was enjoying top-notch SPA services. This was completely different from her cautious and vigilant appearance in the dormitory outside. Lin Yue seemed to notice her gaze, opened her eyes, smiled at her, and winked playfully.
Senior, you're here. I knew you would come. Tang Tang's mind went blank. She couldn't comprehend what was happening.
Where is this place?
Who is Qin Feng? How could he have such a magical place?
What caught her eyes even more was the exquisite dining table in the middle of the room. What was placed on it was the feast that Qin Feng had promised before.
The huge tomahawk steak exudes a rich meaty aroma after being grilled.
The surface is browned and slightly crispy, and the inside is an attractive pink. Next to it is a stack of exquisite black truffle cream pasta, and the unique aroma of truffles penetrates into your nose. There is also a piece of golden and oily French pan-fried foie gras, so delicate that it seems to melt in your mouth.
A deep red bottle of 1982 Lafite stood quietly beside it, its label gleaming in the light.
The aroma of food mixed with the mellow fragrance of red wine was like an invisible hand, scratching Tang Tang's empty stomach. She had been hungry for too long.
The little food I ate last night was quickly digested.
At this moment, the ultimate temptation of delicious food made Tang Tang almost drool.
How come? How do you have all this?
This looks exactly like a buffet in a 5-star hotel.
Senior sister, don't ask anymore, just say you want to eat?
Qin Feng's voice broke her trance.
Yes, I want to eat. Tang Tang stammered. Hee, if you want to eat, you have to work hard. Qin Feng started PUA.
Well, but your room is so clean, it basically doesn't need to be cleaned. I can only help you wash the dishes after eating.
Ha, that's a nice thought. Eat first, then wash the dishes? Qin Feng sneered. You're right.
Since we're here to get inspiration, of course we should work first and eat later.
But there's no housework to do here, right? Tang Tang looked around.
A neat single bed, 2 pillows, and a folded thin quilt. A double leather sofa, a dining table and 2 dining chairs. Qin Feng smiled, simple, senior sister. He let go of Tang Tang's hand, walked to the bed, and lay down naturally. The 1.5-meter wide single bed looked particularly soft and comfortable at this moment.
Senior, I have a task for you now. Just give me a simple massage.
Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the stunned Tang Tang, with a playful smile on his lips. Press it, and the seafood buffet, the same kind you'd find in a 5-star hotel, is yours.
Massage? Tang Tang's voice trembled slightly. Her cheeks instantly heated up. Give a guy a massage? Or give a massage to Qin Feng, a boy full of mystery and danger? She subconsciously looked at Lin Yue, hoping to get some clues from her.
Lin Yue raised her eyebrows at her and silently said, "No big deal."
The relaxed attitude seemed as if he was talking about everyday matters. Tang Tang's heart was in turmoil.
Going for a massage means that you may have to let go of your reserve, or even
surrender in a certain sense.
She remembered her boyfriend Wang Xiang's sunny smile and his advice to her. Qin Feng has a gun, be careful of this dangerous person.
However, Wang Zi's concern and warning. In the face of these delicious foods that are within reach at this moment, everything seems pale and powerless. The bag of instant noodles he threw over didn't even make it across the distance between the buildings before it shattered into pieces. But Qin Feng can easily take out a tomahawk steak and has such a paradise-like space. The difference is obvious in comparison. Tang Tang's stomach growled at an inopportune moment.
The sound is not loud, but it is exceptionally clear in a quiet space.
Tang Tang's face turned even redder, almost bleeding. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Qin Feng seemed not to hear her. He just lay on the bed leisurely, waiting for her response.
Senior, it's just a massage. Can't a senior from the dance department do this little thing? Or are you not interested in my tomahawk steak?
Lin Yue sat up from the massage chair, stretched, and spoke with a smile.
Hey, Tang Tang, now that you're here, what are you afraid of? What's there to be afraid of with a massage? This is a very formal massage. For example, when you injured your leg during training, didn't I give you a massage?
Another time, I got a cramp when the water was too cold while swimming.
Didn't you massage it for me as well?
Doing a little bit of work in exchange for a full meal is not a loss, dear. Lin Yue also started to use PUA on her best friend. After hearing this, Tang Tang bit her lower lip tightly. Lin Yue's words seemed to help her out. It was like a straw that broke the camel's back, crushing the last bit of hesitation in her heart.
Yeah, it's just a massage. I didn't betray Wang Zi, I just did it, for survival. Besides, Qin Feng didn't force him with a gun. He doesn't look that vicious, and his back is to me. Even if he wanted to do something lewd, he couldn't attack me from behind.
Tang Tang took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision.
Good. A word was squeezed out from Tang Tang's dry throat.
Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a triumphant smile.
Great, another one has taken the bait.
This routine has been used on Lin Yue, and now it seems to be equally effective on Tang Tang.
Girls, they are reserved. But in the face of absolute temptation and pressure of survival, what does that bit of reserve count for?
Tang Tang walked stiffly to the bedside, and looking at Qin Feng's broad back, her heart beat faster. As a student of dance, she has strong control over her body and is well aware of acupuncture points and muscle relaxation methods. But that is directed at oneself, or the same sex. This is the first time I give a massage to a boy, especially in such an ambiguous environment. She held out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gently put his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng's muscles are firm and elastic, and his strength can be felt even through the thin clothes. Tang Tang's cheeks were hot and he tried hard to calm himself down. She recalled the relaxation techniques her dance teacher had taught her and began to press awkwardly. The force was very light, with obvious tension and unskillfulness. Qin Feng closed his eyes and said nothing, but just let out an almost inaudible hum.
Are you comfortable or dissatisfied?
Tang Tang had no way of judging and could only continue. Her fingertips slid slowly from his shoulders to his back. Feeling the texture and temperature of his muscles.
The aroma of food became stronger in the air.
Mixed with the faint fragrance of shower gel on Qin Feng's body, it created a strange atmosphere. It made Tang Tang's senses become more acute. Lin Yue watched with interest from the side. She picked up her cell phone, as if wanting to take a picture of the scene, but after thinking about it, she put it down again.
Some fun, just enjoy it yourself. Honey, be a little stronger. Lin Yue provided professional guidance from the side. All right.
Tang Tang calmed himself down and increased his strength a little.
This time, Qin Feng let out a sigh of satisfaction. Tang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. She gradually found some feeling and her movements became smoother.
But the shyness and nervousness deep in my heart always linger. She could feel Qin Feng's even breathing. This man was lying defenselessly in front of him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted.
It's a wonderful feeling.
It made her less wary of him and more, a kind of indescribable emotion.
Bite.
The system voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The system detects the various emotions of the second school beauty.
Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body shape, beautiful curves. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Arts, dance major. Weekly hobbies, dancing, watching TV series. Emotional progress bar, wavering, humiliation, obedience, kneeling and licking initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Guilt, Tang Tang feels guilty for giving massages to other men behind her boyfriend's back, and feels she owes him a lot. Plus 500 points. Worried, Tang Tang is worried that she will be discovered sooner or later for cheating on her boyfriend. Plus 200 points. Shameful, this is Tang Tang's first time giving a massage to a guy she doesn't know well, full of shame, plus 1000 points. Reluctant, Tang Tang thinks she is a pure, rich, and beautiful woman, why would she give a boy a massage? 1200 points. Falling, giving men a massage is something only prostitutes in clubs do. She also fell for a meal. Plus 1100 points. Host's current remaining points, 63,000 points. Chapter 28 I cheated on you, what does it have to do with you? Host space upgrade, LV8. Reward area increased, 90 square meters. A multifunctional coffee table is awarded, on which high-end tea sets and drinking water are placed. Current equipment, 1.5 meter single bed, double sofa, coffee table, TV, massage chair, window. Qin Feng became even more satisfied after listening to the system's feedback. He felt Tang Tang's massage and seemed to be enjoying it, with a satisfied moan escaping from his throat. Senior, your technique is really good, very comfortable. I will order you next time. Okay, that's all for today. You can go eat now. Tang Tang felt as if he had been pardoned and withdrew his hand almost immediately. The fingertips still retained the warmth of Qin Feng's back skin and the touch of muscles. She breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng did not do anything inappropriate from beginning to end, it was really just a simple massage. Although there was more physical contact than last time cleaning, she felt a little uncomfortable. But then I thought, what time is it now? There's a zombie apocalypse, and everyone is starving. Qin Feng not only has food, but also the rumored gun. However, Qin Feng did not use these to force her to do anything bad. Tang Tang worked hard to build up his mental strength. It's nothing, Tang Tang, it's nothing. Just treat it as a special part-time job in the doomsday. There's nothing shameful about exchanging massage for food. Now that Wang Zi knows about this, he should be able to understand it, right? He doesn't want his girlfriend to starve to death. Tang Tang told herself over and over again that she had not done anything to let Wang Zi down, and that Qin Feng was helping her. Lin Yue also stood up from the massage chair at this time, stretched her body, showing her curves, and came over to pull Tang Tang. Tang Tang, my wife, why are you in a daze? Come and eat. Are you starving? On the dining table, the M9 Great Australian Wagyu tomahawk steak exudes an enticing charred aroma, with the fat sizzling. The black truffle cream pasta is rich and fragrant, and the French-style pan-fried foie gras is so delicate that it melts in your mouth. Qin Feng picked up the 1982 Lafite. With a bang, the cork was pulled out and the rich aroma of wine instantly spread. He poured some deep ruby red liquid into the two high-heeled glasses in front of Lin Yue and Tang Tang. Senior sister, would you like to try it? Qin Feng raised his glass in gesture. Tang Tang instinctively wanted to shake his head. She can't drink much, and Wang Zi doesn't like her drinking. She looked at the red wine warily, then at Qin Feng. What if there are drugs in it? Lin Yue had already picked up the wineglass, shook it towards the light, took a sip, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Oh, Tang Tang, who cares? It's the end of the world, no classes, no future? I should just live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. Tang Tang beauty, try it, 1982 Lafite, I can't usually get it. Besides, drink some wine and sleep well. Tang Tang's heart was shaken. Yes, it's the end of the world, what else is there to worry about? Besides, this wine is so famous, and she comes from a well-off family, so she must have heard of this rare treasure. She hesitantly picked up the wineglass, the walls of which were cold. Come on, let's clink glasses, sisters. Lin Yue clinked glasses with her enthusiastically. Tang Tang took a deep breath,
brought the rim of the cup to his lips, and took a cautious sip. It tastes slightly sour at first, but then a complex and mellow fragrance blooms on the tip of the tongue. The aroma of fruit and oak intertwines, sliding down the throat and leaving a long aftertaste. She was a little surprised.
The taste of this wine was indeed extraordinary. How is it? You are an expert, is it delicious? Lin Yue asked with a smile.
Tang Tang nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or something else. With the wine to whet his appetite, Tang Tang's appetite was completely aroused. She was no longer reserved and began to concentrate on showing off the delicious food in front of her. This was her second time eating at Qin Feng's place, and her guard was relaxed a little. The foie gras melts in your mouth, the steak is tender and juicy, and the pasta is full of milky aroma. Before she knew it, she had eaten too much again and her belly was bloated. Tang Tang touched her belly a little embarrassedly and said with a helpless smile.
It's over, I never dared to eat like this before.
If the professional teacher knew about this, he would have to make me practice more. She always says that we dancers can only eat until we are 50% full at each meal. Lin Yue picked up a piece of lobster sashimi and said while eating.
You dancers have it really hard. But now that things have come to this, who cares about the teacher? Make up for all the things you wanted to eat but didn't dare to eat before.
Tang Tang smiled and shook her head. That won't work.
Girls still have to keep in shape.
Although he said this, his eyes were honestly staring at the remaining delicious food on the table.
She cleared her throat and said, I'm done eating. Thank you for your hospitality, Qin Feng.
Qin Feng looked at her with a smile on his face.
Don't be polite, senior. You have such a good figure, you don't have to worry about gaining weight. There are still a lot of dishes left. If you like them, why not take them home and have them as a midnight snack or for tomorrow? Ah, is it really possible?
Tang Tang's eyes lit up, and his tone was full of surprise and a hint of disbelief. At a time when food is as precious as gold, Qin Feng is surprisingly generous.
She was actually allowed to take the food away?
If she stayed in the dormitory and ate slowly, she could stay away from Qin Feng for 3 days.
Of course.
Qin Feng said in a relaxed tone, as if it was just a piece of cake. Lin Yue immediately chimed in, great.
I'll also pack some and bring them back for Xian and Pan Yu to try.
The two school beauties hurriedly packed the remaining steak, pasta and some seafood into the lunchbox provided by Qin Feng. Tang Tang was carrying the heavy lunchbox, feeling both satisfied and a little strange.
Qin Feng is a really nice person.
It seems that he doesn't have any bad heart. She stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Classmate Qin Feng, I'll go back first.
Thank you for treating me to a delicious meal.
After the zombie crisis is over, I will repay you double. Qin Feng also stood up. Senior sister, take care.
Welcome to come again tomorrow. Tang Tang's cheeks flushed. Will you come tomorrow? What should we do with Wang Zi?
She said vaguely, well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Thank you so much today, Qin Feng. You are such a good person. Qin Feng nodded slightly, but a meaningful light flashed in his eyes.
I thought, good guy? Haha, you will soon find out how good I am. Tang Tang was about to say goodbye and return to the dormitory. Lin Yue smiled and said, Wife, you go back first. I'll stay a little longer. Ah? You're not leaving yet?
Tang Tang asked with wide eyes. Yeah, I haven't finished watching the variety show I'm following yet, and I just happened to see the exciting part. She pointed to the large screen TV hanging on the white wall, which was showing a colorful variety show.
But her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Qin Feng, with a meaningful and romantic expectation. Tang Tang looked at Lin Yue meaningfully.
I glanced at the TV again, which was paused on a funny clip from the last season of Running Man.
Tang Tang nodded, and understood in his heart that this Lin Yue was probably already together with the bootlicker.
She said no more, picked up the packed food, and turned back to 303. Qin Feng pressed the red button in his mind and sent Tang Tang out of the system space first. He opened the door of 301 for Tang Tang. Bye, senior sister.
Well, bye. Tang Tang said, lowered his head and walked away quickly.
Qin Feng looked at Tang Tang's sexy back with a slender waist and round hips, and disappeared into dormitory 303 in the corridor, with a sneer on his lips. Then he closed the dormitory door, and Lin Yue in the system space was also teleported out.
Qin Feng locked the door of room 301 with his backhand.
The crisp sound of the lock closing seemed to isolate all the disturbances from the outside world. When she turned around, Lin Yue had just put the takeout box on the table, and before she had time to catch her breath, Qin Feng picked her up horizontally.
Ah, what are you doing?
Lin Yue exclaimed softly, with a bit of coquettishness. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, rested her cheek tenderly on his chest, and felt Qin Feng's strong heartbeat.
What are you doing, beauty?
Qin Feng smiled and urged Lin Yue to climb onto the bed on the second floor.
Chapter 29. The school beauty's boyfriend comes to seek revenge.
The only empty bed in the dormitory was not very spacious.
Ah, that's disgusting. Why not the bed inside? Why this shabby bed? Because, it's more exciting here. Qin Feng smiled. Ah.
The bedboard creaked slightly under the weight of two people. At this moment, the small bed became an unspoken harbor for the two of them. The afterglow of the setting sun outside the window has not yet completely dissipated. A few golden red rays of light stubbornly pass through the gaps in the curtains,
casting ambiguous, swaying spots of light on the swaying bed curtains. At this moment, Lin Yue's cell phone in her coat pocket vibrated at an inopportune moment.
The screen lit up and the caller ID showed Wu Changle. Lin Yue's face changed slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to press it. Qin Feng was a step faster, waving his fingers in front of her eyes, with a hint of teasing. I pressed the answer button directly and even turned on the hands-free function.
Ah, no! Lin Yue exclaimed.
The panting sounds were all Lin Yue's panting.
Wu Changle on the other end of the phone.
I was sitting on the cold floor of dormitory 416, starving. He had been hungry all day, and his body was shaking slightly from lack of sugar.
My emotions have become extremely unstable.
He heard Lin Yue scream with a changed tone. I also heard the heavy breathing of the man following closely behind.
So clear.
Wu Changle felt a boom in his brain, as if something exploded. His vision went dark and his stomach lurched violently with hunger and anger.
Damn it. I've long expected this day to come. Lin Yue, you green tea bitch.
Wu Changle hung up the phone silently, his eyes quickly filled with terrifying bloodshot. Eyes blazing, hands shaking, legs trembling, adrenaline surging all over my body.
Qin Feng.
He squeezed out the name from between his teeth, each word filled with hatred.
For stealing my wife and killing my friend, I will never forgive you.
You killed my 3 roommates, and now you're fucking my girlfriend right in front of me.
If I don't chop you up today, I, Wu Changle, wouldn't be considered a fucking man. Wu Changle suddenly dragged out a rusty steel pipe from under the bed. This was left in the dormitory at some point.
It was originally used for emergency self-defense, but now it has become his reliance for revenge. His eyes were red, veins bulged on his forehead, and a terrifying aura of violence emanated from his body, like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation. He was trembling all over, ready to fight instinctively. The other 3 students in dormitory 416 were shocked when they saw Wu Changle's murderous look.
Changle? What are you doing? A roommate asked in a trembling voice, shrinking back. Wu Changle's face was grim.
That bastard Qin Feng slept with Lin Yue.
I heard everything clearly on the phone just now. I'm going to kill those bastards right now. Calm down, Changle. There are zombies everywhere downstairs.
Wouldn't you be seeking death if you rush out like this? Another roommate hurriedly advised.
That's right, and doesn't Qin Feng have a gun? How can you fight him with a steel pipe?
The third roommate hesitated and whispered.
Besides, Lin Yue, isn't she usually like that?
There's more than one dog licking her, you know, there are a lot of dogs licking her in his fish pond. You also said that you like seeing other people chasing your girlfriend but failing to catch up.
Ha, you're stupid. You know nothing.
Wu Changle interrupted him angrily, his voice angry.
I wait for the zombie crisis to end?
By then, Lin Yue would have turned black, and I would have turned green like a lush grassland.
How much the hell did I spend on Lin Yue? How many bags did I buy? How many gifts did I give her? How many red envelopes did I give her? Is this how she treats me? Fuck you.
I must kill Lin Yue and Qin Feng with my own hands today. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll take care of you too.
The 3 roommates were frightened by his crazy aura.
They looked at each other and exchanged helpless and frightened glances. One of them, who was usually more intelligent, rolled his eyes and spoke boldly.
Changle, don't get excited yet. Breaking in by force won't work. Let's give you an idea. Do you think it's okay?
He paused, and seeing Wu Changle's eyes fixed on him, he swallowed and continued. We have lighters here. We can light our old blankets on fire and throw them out of the window to make some noise and lure away the zombies wandering downstairs. You, take this opportunity to step on the stool and climb over our side of the wall. Remember, don't break the iron chain on the dormitory gate, it's our barrier. After you climb over, we'll throw you a stool through the window. You can hold the stool and climb over the wall of the girls' dormitory. Isn't there a security fence on the first floor balcony? You can climb over that fence to the second floor balcony and find an unlocked dormitory to enter. Then, go up the stairs from the second floor of the girls' dormitory to the third floor, and go to room 301 where Qin Feng lives. This strategy, feinting east and attacking west, advancing in a circuitous manner, do you think, is okay? The words were spoken haltingly, but the whole plan was feasible. Wu Changle stared at him for a long time with his scarlet eyes, his chest heaving violently. After a while, he gritted his teeth and blurted out a few words. I think it's fine. Let's do it. Brothers, thanks. I'll treat you guys to a drink when I come back after I kill that bastard couple. At this moment, Wu Changle was overwhelmed by anger and humiliation. He would not miss any opportunity to get close to Qin Feng. He no longer cared about the success rate of this plan. So, the three students acted according to the plan. First, they threw 2 burning quilts down from the balcony with all their might. It was already late at night, around 10 o'clock, and the firelight was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. The boys' dormitory suddenly became noisy. Many people stuck their heads out, clapping and cheering, and whistles were heard one after another. Well cooked. One more. Dude, you guys are still up late at night burning zombies for barbecue? I'm starving. I really want to roast a zombie and eat it. Sprinkle some cumin on it. Which dormitory are you from? Do you have a lot of bedding? The military won't send you supplies, so you're burning zombies in protest? Before long, the 2 quilts set fire to the middle of the road. The raging fire attracted the attention of many zombies. It's been a while since I saw such a commotion from the boys across from the girls' dormitory. Driven by curiosity, many girls gathered on the balcony and looked across. Hey! What's going on in the boys' dormitory? A girl shouted. Why are you howling like ghosts in the middle of the night? What's wrong with you? Are you guys burning zombies again? Aren't you guys bored? If you have that much free time, you might as well think about how to get something to eat. That's right, if you have the guts, go down and fight the zombies with real weapons. You're not a hero just showing off upstairs. Aren't men supposed to protect women? Look at you all, hiding in the dorms. Our building is almost out of food, and you still have the mind to play with fire? As they were talking, the 3 boys had already successfully thrown away 2 burning quilts. Thick smoke and sparks scattered everywhere, attracting the attention of several zombies wandering downstairs. He roared and staggered towards the fire. Taking advantage of this moment of chaos, Wu Changle took a deep breath and slid down nimbly from the balcony of a boys' dormitory on the second floor, grabbing the cold anti-theft railings on the first floor balcony. Chapter 30: Killing Your Boyfriend. After landing, Wu Changle quickly picked up a bench that his roommate had prepared. He picked up the heavy steel pipe from the ground and held it tightly in his hand. With the help of a bench, Wu Changle jumped over the wall of the boys' dormitory. Throughout the whole process, his heart was beating like a drum and his blood was rushing to his head. On the balcony of the girls' dormitory building opposite, the sharp-eyed girls saw the scene. There was a moment of surprise, and then a burst of cheers. Good job. See? There's actually a boy coming out. Wow. Are we going to fight zombies? That's so brave. Sisters, come and see. There's a warrior riding on a colorful cloud. He's stepping on a bench to save us. He's going to fight zombies. A girl shouted excitedly, causing a burst of laughter. Ah, so brave. Isn't that Wu Changle? It's him. Is he going to bring food to Lin Yue? He's still so infatuated at this time? I think it's uncertain whether he can make it across the road alive. There are zombies everywhere down there. He might be dead. A girl spoke coldly. It happened so fast that Wu Changle rushed out like an arrow. He dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding the attacks of several zombies. At this moment, someone on the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory seized the opportunity and threw a chair out with all his strength. It hit the wall of the girls' dormitory with a clang. Wu Changle's eyes lit up, and he took a quick step forward, picked up the chair, and used it to climb the wall of the girls' dormitory. On the balcony of the girls' dormitory, seeing that he was not going to fight zombies, but instead climbing the wall of the girls' dormitory, the discussion suddenly changed.
Hey! Why are you going to fight zombies? Why are you climbing over our girls' wall? After all this time, you're not here to save the damsel in distress, but to take advantage of her? Are you trying to steal our supplies? We don't welcome you.
Wu Changle was already halfway up the mountain. When he heard these words, he was already filled with rage and turned around and yelled.
Shut up, everyone. I'm here to settle accounts with my girlfriend.
Before he could finish his words, tragedy struck.
A zombie lurking in the corner suddenly jumped out. The skinny claws tightly grasped Wu Changle's right ankle. The sharp teeth bit down hard. Ouch! Wu Changle let out a shrill scream.
A sharp pain came from my calf, and it felt like the flesh was being torn apart. Fortunately, it was not a fatal injury and he did not fall down immediately.
Ah, look, he's been bitten. It's over, GG.
Just a few seconds later, Wu Changle's body froze. A pair of angry, bloodshot eyes suddenly rolled upwards, and the pupils instantly dilated. A cold and dead silence quickly spread throughout the body. The zombie virus has already invaded his brain.
He turned into a zombie.
The girls witnessed this horrifying transformation and burst into shrill screams.
Ah! Wu Changle! He's turned into a zombie. Ooh-hoo! I'm scared. It's so scary. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a person transform into a zombie so close up. Awesome! Wu Changle, you should go away. Don't come over here. You will die together with those zombies.
Unexpectedly, Wu Changle, who had turned into a zombie, made a strange hoarse sound in his throat, but his body still climbed up stubbornly. The overwhelming hatred of being cheated on, transcending life and death, was deeply engraved in his newly born zombie instincts.
Wu Changle remained steadfast in remembering the sole purpose of this trip. He killed his girlfriend Lin Yuwei and his adulterer Qin Feng with his own hands. So, this new zombie continued to climb upwards with a strange madness. He even raised his other foot and kicked away several of his kind who were trying to grab his ankles under the wall. In the boys' dormitory, everyone leaned forward and witnessed the whole process of Wu Changle bravely climbing over the wall, running for his life, and scaling the wall of the girls' dormitory. And the whole process of how a living college student mutated into a zombie. After a brief silence, the waves of noise that erupted became even more complex. There were people clapping, cursing, cheering, shouting, gloating, watching coldly, and wishing for chaos in the world. All kinds of voices mixed together to form a sea of noise. Go! Zombie Wu! Bite that bastard couple to death! Another crazy one! I'm really impressed by these warriors charging for love. Come on, classmate Wu Changle the zombie. Go to the girls' dormitory and have some fun. Turn them all into zombies, I fully support you.
I bet a long time ago that Qin Feng must have slept with Wu Changle's girlfriend.
Look, he really doesn't accept it. If you don't agree, then fight.
Even though you've turned into a zombie, your fighting spirit is commendable.
How many school beauties did that brat Qin Feng harm in the girls' dormitory? Wahahaha.
Now the real culprit has turned into a zombie and is here to collect his debt.
He.
Luckily I don't have a girlfriend, otherwise, in front of Qin Feng, the grassland above my head would have turned green long ago. Strange, how come Qin Feng hasn't starved to death yet? The girls' dormitory is so well stocked? Even if I don't starve to death, I'll be squeezed dry. Come on, Wu Changle, I'm rooting for you. I'd better turn all those delicate girls into mutants. I've had enough of being bullied by green tea bitches. Tonight's show is going to be amazing. The biggest drama of the year: a guy who's cheated on his boyfriend transforms into a zombie and bravely breaks into the enemy camp to seek revenge. Now, on the upper bunk of dormitory 301. The communication between Qin Feng and Lin Yuwei is getting better and better. The bedboard shook slightly and rhythmically. Qin Feng had no choice but to stop until the noisy sound outside could no longer be ignored. Lin Yuwei's eyes were as charming as silk, and she was still breathing heavily. She checked the time on her phone and muttered dissatisfiedly. 40 minutes, you're amazing again, honey, keep going. Lin Yuwei put her arms around Qin Feng's neck, her breath as sweet as orchid. Qin Feng shook his head, listened attentively for a moment, and his expression became serious.
something happened outside.
As he said this, he quickly got out of bed and put on his underwear.
A bag containing a pistol and an automatic rifle was pulled out from under the bed.
He checked the magazine, loaded the gun, and then, holding the pistol, walked a few steps to the balcony of dormitory 301. As soon as he stood still, Qin Feng saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the wall below Wu Chang'e,
climbing up madly in an inhuman manner.
The boys and girls in the two dormitories were having a great time cursing with each other.
Boys, are you all sick?
And you're still making trouble.
Green tea bitches, you're dead today. Wu Chang'e will bite you all to death, ha ha ha. Wow, dear, please come and save us. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, baby. Wu Chang'e won't be able to climb up in that miserable state.
He'll be caught by the zombies below in no time.
Men from the boys' dormitory, do you still have any courage? You're a bunch of cowards. All you do is watch the fun. Hey kids, close all the doors and windows of the dormitory. Don't let Wu Chang'e in. He's turned into a zombie.
Qin Feng watched this farce with cold eyes. At the same time, Wu Chang'e had already climbed over the wall. Started climbing the security window railings of the first floor balcony. He suddenly raised his head, and his turbid, bloodthirsty red eyes locked onto Qin Feng on the balcony.
Ho ho! Chapter 31. Your boyfriend is dead, let's stand up and kick. Wu Chang'e let out a low growl from his throat. The climbing movements are more fierce and rapid. Qin Feng sneered, even after turning into a zombie, you're still so obsessed?
At this moment, Lin Yue also ran out wearing only a thin skirt. When she saw the person below who was desperately climbing up, Lin Yue was stunned and her face turned pale instantly. She subconsciously rushed to the balcony and shouted at the bottom at the top of her lungs.
Chang'e! Wu Chang'e! Go back quickly. It's too dangerous. Do you want to live? Go back quickly.
Qin Feng sneered, turned a deaf ear to Lin Yue's shouting, and slowly raised the Glock 43 automatic pistol in his hand. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed steadily at the head below that was distorted by the virus infection.
Bang! Bang! 3 bullets accurately penetrated Wu Chang'e's forehead.
Wu Chang'e's head exploded, and red and white substances splashed out and splashed onto the cold wall. He lost his strength and fell straight down from the wall.
Downstairs, the zombies went crazy instantly after smelling the blood.
They rushed forward and surrounded Wu Chang'e's body. The sound of biting, chewing, and breaking bones.
It reaches the ears of everyone on every floor clearly.
In the girls' dormitory, there was a deathly silence at first.
Then a scream even more shrill than before broke out.
Ugh, gross.
Ah!
Murder! Murder! Some brave girls, with pale faces, lay on the balcony railings. Looking at the bloody feast downstairs, my stomach churned. But after the fear, whispers and sarcastic comments began to spread from the dormitory windows.
Is this a bootlicker killing his original wife?
A girl covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes glistening with anticipation.
Does this count as a successful seizure of power? It's so sad that the school beauty has become a trophy fought over by men. I guess Lin Yue has been sleeping with Qin Feng for a long time, otherwise how could she react so quickly? Wu Chang'e must have been so upset by the cheating that she rushed over like crazy, only to be shot in the head by her lover. It was so tragic. Wonderful, really wonderful. The only fun in the apocalypse is watching this kind of drama. Yeah, I watched a zombie movie and a family ethics movie up close.
It was much more exciting than the movie theater.
Thank you to those bastards from 301 for this wonderful show.
Suddenly, a calm voice sounded.
You're all missing the point. The point now is, Qin Feng has a gun. Yeah, you're so mean, aren't you afraid he'll blow your heads off with a bullet?
As soon as these words were spoken, several windows fell silent instantly. But soon, someone whispered in dissatisfaction.
TSK, he can't see which dormitory I am in.
That's right, if he has the guts, he can kill us all.
A girl leaned weakly on the balcony railing of her dormitory, with a blank look in her eyes. I'm starving. If you have the guts, just kill me right now and put an end to it.
Another voice was filled with jealousy and confusion.
I just can't understand. Aren't Qin Feng and Lin Yue hungry? Where do they get the energy to do something like that?
On the balcony, Lin Yue covered her eyes and secretly observed the tragic scene downstairs through her fingers. The bloody scene made her body tremble slightly.
Ah, Wu Changle died just like that.
She sighed, and it was hard to tell whether it was sadness or relief in her tone. The next second, she let go of her hand. She turned around, held Qin Feng's arm tightly, and pressed her body softly against him.
Well, now that you've beaten me to death, I won't have a boyfriend anymore.
There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice.
Come on, let's go back and finish what you didn't finish just now.
Qin Feng had a blank expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He put away the pistol that still smelled of gunpowder, let Lin Yue pull him, and walked back to dormitory 301 without saying a word. The heavy door was closed, blocking out all sounds from outside. Soon, the earth-shaking feeling was transmitted from 301 again.
Okay, you can stand up and kick. The boys' dormitory was completely plunged into silence.
Everyone saw with their own eyes how Qin Feng used a pistol to blow Wu Changle's head off cleanly and efficiently. The shocking scene made all the previous ridicule, shouting, and booing stuck in the throat.
There was an invisible pressure in the air.
After a brief discussion, all the dormitories closed their balcony doors at the same time.
Serious meetings began one after another, held in each dormitory. What should we do? You all saw it, Qin Feng actually has a gun.
A boy's voice trembled, and he forgot to eat the half bag of spicy strips in his hand.
I just want to know where he got the gun. This thing must be contraband.
Don't worry about where the gun came from now, let's discuss what we should do first.
What does this have to do with me?
I didn't offend Qin Feng.
I don't even have a girlfriend.
A single boy said thankfully.
The boy next to him immediately retorted.
But my girlfriend, Mu Qingyan, is the campus beauty and lives in the girls' dormitory right now.
Qin Feng has a gun. What if he threatens my girlfriend with it?
My girlfriend is the captain of the cheerleading squad and so beautiful.
Wouldn't Qin Feng? The boy didn't dare to say anything more and his face turned pale. My girlfriend Zhang Chui is also there.
I'm really worried that Qin Feng has bad intentions and will sneak into my girlfriend's dormitory in the middle of the night.
What will happen then? Don't let your imagination run wild. Wait until he actually touches you. I don't think Qin Feng is that kind of person.
Bullshit. It's too late to touch her. What would you do if someone pointed a gun at your girlfriend's head and forced her to take off her clothes and lick her?
Everyone's attention finally focused on a tall boy. Wang Zi. Wang Zi, say something. You're our boss.
Besides, your girlfriend, Tang Tang, is the top beauty in the dance department.
And doesn't Tang Tang live in 303? It's too close to 301.
Wang Zi frowned, pursed his lips, and said nothing.
He was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone knows that his girlfriend Tang Tang lives in dormitory 303.
It is only separated by a wall from Qin Feng and Lin Yue's 301 and 302. Moreover, Tang Tang and Lin Yue are very good friends.
What if that woman Lin Yue drags Tang Tang into doing something ridiculous?
Or maybe Qin Feng had some bad intentions towards Tang Tang who was so close to him.
From 301 to 303, don't be too convenient.
Wang Zi was extremely anxious, his palms were covered in cold sweat. But his expression remained extraordinarily calm. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful.
Please exercise restraint first. First, there are zombies everywhere outside. You just saw what happens when someone bites you. They either mutate or get dismembered.
Secondly, Qin Feng has a gun, and his marksmanship is very accurate, as you have seen. His eyes swept over the faces of everyone in the dormitory.
If we act impulsively now, we'll be courting death.
We must consider this matter carefully.
The restless mood in the dormitory was suppressed by his words. Okay, boss. As you say. You have the final say. You are the leader. Wang Zi nodded, and his gaze once again turned to the dark girls' dormitory building opposite, his eyes becoming extremely deep.
In the girls' dormitory, Tang Tang witnessed the whole process. Indeed, Qin Feng had a gun, she saw it.
However, Qin Feng also gave her food and allowed her to pack it up and eat it as a midnight snack.
Tang Tang sat on the chair, lifted her hair, and took a bite of the 1,000-layer crispy dessert.
Ah, it was delicious.
At this moment, her cell phone on the desk lit up, and Wang Zi sent a message.
Dear, are you okay? Chapter 32 Lin Yue is moving in with me. Wang Zi, dear, are you okay?
The cold light from the phone screen illuminated Tang Tang's delicate face. She had just taken a bite of the mil-fi, and the sweetness of the cream and the crispiness of the puff pastry exploded on her tongue, bringing the most luxurious comfort in the end of the world.
Wang Zi's message popped up at this moment.
Tang Tang paused for a moment, her heart beating rapidly. She put the dessert on the table and slid her fingertips across the screen.
Wang Zi, Qin Feng shot Wu Chang'e to death. Did you see that? You were too close to him. Don't provoke him. Wang Zi's words are full of anxiety. Wang Zi, how is Lin Yue? Are she and Qin Feng really together? Is she chatting with you now? Tang Tang's eyes swept across another large bag of food on the table.
That was given to her by Qin Feng, enough for her to eat luxuriously for several days. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes concealed the complex emotions in her eyes. She quickly typed a reply on her phone.
Don't worry, dear, I saw it, it was scary. I will never leave the dormitory.
I haven't contacted Lin Yue, and my dormitory door has been closed. She knocked on my door and sent me messages, but I ignored them.
The lie was sent out so easily.
Wang Zi, who was on the other end of the phone, felt relieved when he saw his girlfriend's obedient reply.
That's good. You must lock the door of your dormitory and never go out. Wait for me. I will definitely come to save you.
Tang Tang looked at the message and knew that Wang Zi himself didn't believe what he said. If he comes, he will come for the first time.
Yes.
Don't worry, I still have half a box of pure milk.
I can hold on.
After sending the message, she turned off the phone screen.
My sight fell on the empty cardboard box in the corner.
The box of pure milk was eaten up by the 3 roommates on the first day of the apocalypse, and they were later pushed off the roof.
Now, she is the only one in the dormitory. There are also 2 large bags of delicious seafood delicacies that exude an enticing aroma.
She picked up a piece of fried shrimp and started eating it in small bites again.
Wang Zi can wait. But delicious food cannot. On the other side, Qin Feng's dormitory 301.
Lin Yue no longer had any reason to return to her original dormitory.
Wu Chang'e is dead, and there will be no dormitory check at 10 p.m.
The 2 female roommates no longer had any leverage to threaten me with informing on the matter. Lin Yue returned to 302 for the last time and gave some leftover rice and a little broth to Geng Xian and Panyu, placing them on their desks. Then Lin Yue began to pack her clothes and computer charging cable.
Yue, what are you doing? Geng Xian watched Lin Yue start to pack her clothes and cosmetics, her voice trembling.
Panyu's eyes were filled with fear and pleading.
Are you moving out? Are you going to live with Qin Feng? What will we do if you leave? Will you still bring us food?
Lin Yue zipped up the suitcase with a perfect smile on her face, and her tone was so gentle as if she was comforting 2 little animals.
Yes, of course. I'm just moving in temporarily. I'll come back to see you often and bring you things.
Lin Yue sneered in her heart.
Haha, why? Wu Chang'e is dead, why should I keep supporting you 2 losers? You have no value anymore. You weren't very nice to me before.
They even put dish soap in her contact lens case once. Fortunately, Lin Yue found out and had a quarrel with her 2 roommates, who then apologized.
Is that it? Is this what a human being would do? Is this a roommate? This isn't just immoral, it's intentional harm. Lin Yue didn't even look at them again.
She dragged her suitcase, held her laptop, and walked out of dormitory 302 without looking back.
The door clicked and closed gently under their desperate gaze. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yue knocked on the door of dormitory 301 without hesitation. Starting today, she plans to completely surrender to the powerful Qin Feng.
The way he shot and killed was so cool. And the way he conquered himself was also very tough. Lin Yue's heart has been conquered.
Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng was leaning on the sofa, watching the Doomsday News on TV board.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind on time.
Bite.
Detected that the host and Lin Yue have entered into a love and cohabitation mode.
Lin Yue's loyalty has increased, and she has officially become the host's lickspittle.
A virtual panel unfolded in front of Qin Feng.
Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening.
Emotional progress bar, dog licking only one step away from the ultimate dog licking. The fourth time I interacted deeply with Lin Yue, it took 40 minutes and I was awarded 10,000 points.
Current host's remaining points, 74,000 points. System Mall Update. Food updates.
Sichuan cuisine, unlock the entire series of dishes, including fish fragrant shredded pork, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and twice-cooked pork.
Redemption price, 10,000 points.
Beijing cuisine, unlock a full range of dishes, including Peking duck, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, barbecue meat, and noodles with soy sauce.
Redemption price, 10,000 points.
Unlock the entire Shandong cuisine range, braised sea cucumber with scallions, sweet and sour carp, braised pork knuckle, for happiness meatballs, braised prawns, Spanish mackerel dumplings, and more.
Redemption price, 10,000 points.
Xin Feng's gaze passed directly over the food area. His eyes were fixed on the weapons column.
Weapon updates.
Defense grenade rank C, 10 pieces, containing 3,000 steel balls, destroys everything within 5 meters.
Area of effect weapon. Points, 3,000.
AK-47 automatic rifle rank B, includes 3 fully loaded magazines, containing 90 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. Rugged and built for killing, this rifle is a doomsday scavenger.
Points, 5,000.
Equality shotgun rank B, S1897 pump-action shotgun, comes with 50 rounds of 12-gauge buckshot. The king of close combat, unstoppable even by gods and Buddhas.
Points, 4,500.
Barrett M82A1 S-Class, .50 caliber anti-material sniper rifle, comes with 20 rounds of special armor-piercing incendiary ammunition. Take the enemy's head from a distance of 1,000 meters, and judgment will descend.
Points, 20,000. Xin Feng's breathing quickened slightly for a moment.
The pistol was just an appetizer, and there were only a few bullets left.
These are the authorities that will allow him to establish absolute order in the end times.
System, purchase 10 defensive grenades, the Equality shotgun, and the Barrett M82A1. Purchase successful, points consumed, 3,000 plus 4,500 plus 20,000 is equal to 27,500 points.
Host's remaining points, 46,500 points. The moment the words fell, there seemed to be an imperceptible fluctuation in the air.
The next second, several heavy objects appeared out of nowhere on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. A dark green military wooden box, with 10 pineapple-shaped defensive grenades neatly stacked inside, the cold metal shell exuding the breath of death. An S1897 pump-action shotgun with rough lines and full of violent beauty.
In the ammunition box next to it, brass buckshot bullets are shining. The most eye-catching thing is the pitch-black Barrett M82A1. It lay there quietly, the gun body of more than 1.4 meters was full of oppression, and the huge muzzle seemed to be able to swallow all the light, like an ancient ferocious beast that chose its prey. Xin Feng stood up and walked to the coffee table. His fingers gently stroked the cold barrel of the Barrett's gun, and an indescribable shudder spread from his fingertips throughout his body. This is not fear. It's exciting. The absolute excitement of having the power of life and death. The corners of Xin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into an icy smile.
The murderous emotion flowed in his eyes.
This doomsday has just begun. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yue pulled the suitcase and knocked on the door. Xin Feng left the space and opened the door of dormitory 301. Lin Yue rushed in and threw herself into Xin Feng's arms.
Xin Feng felt her gentle curves and the fragrance of her hair.
Chapter 33 Lin Yue becomes a dog.
As soon as she entered dormitory 301, Lin Yue threw herself into Xin Feng's arms. Xin Feng gave this innocent school beauty a close hug.
His fingertips slid across Lin Yue's smooth and delicate jaw.
He could clearly feel that the perfect body in front of him was trembling slightly. It wasn't because of the cold, but because of an anticipation mixed with fear and excitement. It is the trembling and excitement that a girl feels when she has had an intimate relationship with a boy. Lin Yue was wearing a pure and sexy outfit today. Under the gray pleated miniskirt, it is a pair of flawless slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Every inch of the arc seems to have been carefully designed by God. The air was filled with the faint fragrance emanating from her body.
Xin Feng, do I look good? Lin Yue's voice was extremely soft, with an imperceptible flattery.
She looked up at her charming face, observing Xin Feng's every expression. Xin Feng did not answer, but just took Lin Yue into his arms and kissed her. The kiss was filled with undeniable aggression. Lin Yue's breathing suddenly became rapid, panting. The body is as soft as a pool of spring water. She could only cling weakly to Qin Feng's shoulders and let him do whatever he wanted. Oh. After a long time, their lips parted. Lin Yue's eyes were completely blurred, and her cheeks were flushed with an intoxicating blush. She was completely defeated. This man who holds endless resources and tremendous power in the doomsday is her god. After being kissed for a long time, Lin Yue mustered up the courage and asked softly,
Qin Feng, who am I to you?
Qin Feng raised a cold smile, pinched her A4 waist, and asked,
Lin Yue, school beauty, who do you think I am to you? Lin Yue's eyelashes trembled.
She was silent for a moment, as if trying to organize her words. Finally, she said in a humble tone,
I am the person who loves you most in this world. But you may not like me the most. You got me just to get revenge on me for asking you to carry your luggage. Actually, maybe you still want to pursue Tang Tang?
Qin Feng smiled slightly, raised his eyebrows, and agreed.
You know, and you're asking.
This cold word was like a basin of ice water pouring down.
But Lin Yue was not jealous or angry at all.
Instead, it was as if he had received some kind of confirmation, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes.
As long as you are still useful, you will not be abandoned.
She immediately approached Qin Feng in a flattering manner.
Qin Feng, I can help you pursue Tang Tang. I know Tang Tang best. I can help you pursue her, okay?
After saying that, she plucked up her courage and gently rubbed Qin Feng's legs with her calves wrapped in stockings.
Okay. Well, as a reward, now will you please love me? Qin Feng chuckled. Satisfy you.
With a thought, the two of them instantly disappeared from their original place and appeared in the system space. The 1.5-meter single mattress in the space. Soon, a squeaking sound was heard as it could not bear the heavy load, and the rhythm went from slow to fast.
Dormitory 303.
Tang Tang woke up with a severe feeling of hunger. I packed a midnight snack from Qin Feng last night. I wanted to save half for breakfast, but I couldn't resist and ate it all in the middle of the night. Since the end of the world, her stomach has been like a bottomless pit, and her appetite has been particularly rampant. At this moment, she was holding a small durian pastry in her hand to fill her stomach.
The feeling of hunger was like countless ants gnawing at her sanity. No. I can't go anymore.
Tang Tang clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, and warned himself. I must never go to Qin Feng's dormitory again, even if I starve to death.
She didn't want to become like Lin Yue and completely lose herself.
Qin Feng controlled her emotions like a pet. She didn't want to be a woman who could be controlled by Qin Feng. She wants to be a good girlfriend to her boyfriend Wang Zi and stick to his bottom line.
However, ideals are fragile and vulnerable in the face of reality.
By the afternoon, Tang Tang was so hungry that he saw stars and felt weak all over.
He almost didn't have the strength to stand up.
Really, I don't know why, she usually has such a strong willpower to lose weight. But when the zombie crisis came, she couldn't tolerate even the slightest bit of hunger.
Just then, the phone screen lit up. This is a picture sent by Lin Yue.
The high-definition food pictures destroyed the psychological defenses she had built with great difficulty.
No way,
Lin Yue, you're using photos to seduce me again.
Damn it. Tang Tang still opened his iPhone. Today's photos show Beijing cuisine. The shiny, reddish-brown Beijing roast duck is sliced into evenly thick slices and neatly arranged on the plate.
Next to it are green cucumber strips, snow-white scallion shreds and a small dish of thick sweet noodle sauce.
There is also a plate of shredded pork in Beijing sauce with a rich aroma.
A bowl of noodles topped with shredded cucumber, carrot, bean sprouts and topped with fragrant fried sauce.
Gudong.
Tang Tang swallowed hard. Her favorite food is Peking duck. I have even begun to unconsciously imagine that scene in my mind. Spread out a lotus leaf cake as thin as a cicada's wing. Use chopsticks to pick up 2 pieces of duck meat with skin and meat. Dip it in sweet noodle sauce, top it with scallions and cucumber strips, and finally roll it up. The moment you bite it, you can taste the crispy duck skin, the tender duck meat, the salty and sweet sauce, the spicy scallion, and the refreshing cucumber. All the flavors explode in the mouth instantly, and the aroma of oil fills the lips and teeth. When you bite it with your teeth, it sizzles and oil comes out. Tang Tang felt that his saliva was flooding.
Lin Yue's news followed. Tang Tang, come quickly. Brother Feng is in a good mood today.
He has prepared a lot of Beijing dishes and is waiting for you.
Don't worry, you don't need to do anything else this time. Just come and chat with us and make a pot of tea. Yes, he just bought a high-end coffee table. Here's a photo. Photos, photos, photos. Just make some tea.
These 4 words, like the devil's whisper, echoed repeatedly in her ears. Tang Tang's heart was shaken violently again.
Okay, just once, just the last time.
She quickly changed into clean clothes, jeans, a black t-shirt, and a high ponytail. I opened the dormitory door and moved towards room 301 with a guilty conscience.
From 303 to 301, you must pass through the door of 302.
Just as she tiptoed past.
Click.
The door of room 302 opened a crack silently. Behind the door, Gang Xian and Panyu stared at Tang Tang's back with 2 pairs of poisonous eyes. I saw her walk into Qin Feng's dormitory 301 with my own eyes. The 2 men looked at each other, with vengeful sneers on their faces. Humph, after Lin Yue moved away, she no longer planned to give them food.
Gang Xian and Panyu had already guessed this.
For revenge, for breaking the jar, for watching the fun, for everyone to say goodbye. Gang Xian immediately raised her cell phone and took a photo of the house number 301 and the door where Tang Tang disappeared.
Then she opened Wang Zi's dialog box and sent the photo. And accompanied by a line of vicious text. Wang Zi, keep an eye on your girlfriend. She went to Qin Feng's dorm again. Chapter 34. Tang Tang put on a black silk stewardess suit.
After Tang Tang entered room 301, she immediately asked Qin Feng to hold her hand and entered the space.
The next second, the world was spinning.
When Tang Tang stood firm again, he had already arrived at Qin Feng's system space, a room decorated in pure white. A rich and unfamiliar scent of heather instantly enveloped her, mixed with the steam from the bath and a strong smell of hormones between adult men and women.
Tang Tang's cheeks instantly heated up.
Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run, and she knew exactly what the smell meant. Qin Feng and Lin Yue, just a while ago, were here, having sex in bed for 50 minutes. Afterwards, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind.
Bite.
Detected that the number 1 school beauty, Lin Yue, has completely surrendered.
Loyalty locked. After frequent exercise, 10,000 emotional points will be awarded.
New mission released. Host, please conquer the new target Tang Tang as soon as possible to unlock higher level system rewards. A sneer appeared on his lips.
Okay, keep up the good work.
He sat leisurely on the sofa, his eyes like a hunter examining the latest prey that fell into the trap. Senior sister Tang Tang.
Click, the bathroom door opened.
Lin Yue, who had just taken a shower, came out. She was wearing only the simplest white round neck cotton pajamas, which clung softly to her exquisite curves. She had just taken a shower, with wet hair hanging on her shoulders. Her pretty face was rosy and her eyes were full of unconcealable charm and the satisfaction of being pampered. When she saw Tang Tang, she just smiled slightly, and there was no trace of her former reserve in that smile.
Hi, Tang Tang's wife is here. Lin Yue smiled. Well, you took a shower.
Tang Tang said tremblingly.
Yes, I just had a full meal, so I took a shower.
Lin Yue explained, but it would have been better if she hadn't explained.
Tang Tang's eyes were immediately drawn to the dining table.
Sure enough, it was filled with a wide variety of Beijing dishes. The shiny, neatly sliced Peking duck, the rich and fragrant shredded pork in Beijing sauce, and a big bowl of noodles with soybean paste. The aroma was so strong that she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Next to the dining table, there was indeed an exquisite coffee table with a complete set of purple clay tea sets on it, and 4 small jars of beautifully packaged tea leaves next to it.
My task today is to make tea for you?
Tang Tang tried to make his voice sound calm.
Right.
Qin Feng leaned back on the sofa and spoke lazily. We were a little tired just now, and now we are very thirsty.
Okay.
Tang Tang took a deep breath and told himself that this was just a job.
I learned the art of tea at home. People in my hometown all love to drink tea.
She walked to the coffee table, knelt down skillfully, and began to boil water, warm the cups, and place the tea. Her movements were smooth and graceful, with a pleasing elegance. However, Qin Feng frowned.
Tang Tang is dressed too conservatively today.
A pair of loose black street dance pants and an equally loose white t-shirt completely covered her amazing flexibility and perfect body curves as a dancer.
How can this be?
Senior sister, Qin Feng's voice sounded again, you can't do this.
Tang Tang paused and looked up in surprise. What's wrong? Did I make the tea incorrectly? The clothes are wrong.
Xin Feng shook his head.
Clothing? Right.
Xin Feng said as he took out a set of neatly folded clothes from the drawer under the coffee table. A dark blue stewardess uniform jacket, a white silk shirt, a burgundy miniskirt, and even a pair of brand new, thin black stockings and a pair of tiny high heels.
This is the default outfit that the AI flight attendant Xiaoqing changed into last time. Put this on. Xin Feng's tone left no room for doubt.
Tang Tang's face suddenly turned red, as if it was on fire.
You want me to wear this? Don't think too much.
There was a hint of teasing in Xin Feng's eyes.
This isn't some sexy outfit, it's the official uniform for flight attendants. I just hope you can be more professional and ceremonial when making tea. What if I don't wear it?
Tang Tang bit her lip, her voice trembling. Xin Feng's face turned cold instantly, and the temperature in his eyes dropped to freezing point.
If you don't wear it, get out. Never come here again. Roll?
This word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Tang Tang's heart hard. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a favored girl who was the center of attention and the most dazzling campus belle of Binhai University. The boys either admired her from afar or tried to fawn over her from close up.
Has anyone ever said such rude words to her?
What's more, she came here to work today.
The boss actually told her to get out if you don't want to work here? Tears of humiliation instantly welled up in her eyes.
She stood up suddenly, and urge to give it her all surged in her heart.
Just go.
She turned and walked towards the door she remembered. 1 step, 2 steps.
However, she was horrified to find that there was no door at all.
There were familiar walls and furniture all around, but there was no way to leave.
This is Xin Feng's absolute territory.
Without his permission, she had no way to escape. This realization sent a chill down her spine, as if she were trapped in a nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. Her eyes scanned the surroundings in panic, finally settling on a massage chair not far away. There, a pile of dark metal objects were thrown randomly. Although she didn't know the model, the thick barrel, emitting a cold black light, was clearly an automatic rifle. Next to it was a shorter, thicker-barreled shotgun she had seen in the movie Lion, the Professional. She was deeply impressed by the movie because the leading actor was also the actor who played Sirius Black in Harry Potter.
One shot can blow someone away.
At this moment, her boyfriend Wang Zi's warning was still ringing in her ears, don't go to Xin Feng.
He has a gun. Ah, it's too late. It's too late.
Today, she was truly a sheep walking into a wolf's den, and she had gotten herself into trouble. Just when Tang Tang was at a loss and felt cold all over, a pair of soft arms wrapped around her.
It's Lin Yue. Hey, Tang Tang, just wear it, it's no big deal.
Lin Yue's voice was gentle, with a hint of comfort from someone who had experienced it.
We used to be hostesses at sports meets, and we wore similar uniforms, didn't we?
Look at this skirt, it reaches the knees, it's not a short skirt at all.
What's the big deal about black stockings? We all wore black stockings back then, didn't we? It was very formal.
Besides, you just made some tea and you can eat such delicious Peking duck, what a good deal. She leaned close to Tang Tang's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. As long as we don't tell anyone, your boyfriend Wang Zi won't know anything. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, crushing the pitiful persistence in Tang Tang's heart.
Yes, Xin Feng already has Lin Yue, so he shouldn't do anything to me, right?
She hesitated for a long time, and under Xin Feng's cold gaze and Lin Yue's gentle push, she finally nodded stiffly like a puppet.
She picked up the suit and went into the bathroom.
In the mirror, a beautiful face was reflected. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyes are bright and her teeth are white, and her hair is long like a waterfall. A few minutes later, she changed into a full set of stewardess uniform and looked at herself in the mirror wearing a tight white shirt, a burgundy miniskirt, and black stockings and beautiful legs wrapped in exquisite high heels. An unprecedented sense of strangeness and shame surged into her heart.
She let out a long sigh. Well,
even her boyfriend Wang Zi had never seen her like this. Today, I want to wear it for Xin Feng alone.
Chapter 35. Tang Tang slides into the abyss step by step.
The bathroom door was gently pushed open by a snow-white, slightly trembling hand. The air solidified at this moment. Xin Feng paused slightly as he leaned on the sofa, his hand holding the teacup stopped in mid-air. His eyes were fixed on the girl who came out of the bathroom.
That is an extreme beauty of contrast.
The most beautiful girl on campus at Binhai University, a female student majoring in dance, gracefully dressed in a stewardess uniform. The dark blue uniform jacket was well cut, perfectly outlining her slender waist. The buttons of the white silk shirt were buttoned to the top meticulously. Under the abstinence atmosphere, the slenderness and whiteness of Tang Tang's neck are more prominent. That burgundy silk scarf is like a shackle, but also the most gorgeous embellishment.
Move your gaze downward.
The burgundy miniskirt wrapped around her hips, and under the skirt were Tang Tang's breathtakingly long and beautiful legs. The pair of black silk stockings as thin as cicada wings perfectly outlined every inch of her legs. There is no trace of fat, full of the tightness and strength that is unique to dancers. But under the cover of stockings, she exudes a fatal charm. However, Tang Tang's seaweed-like long hair was not tied up, but was softly draped over her shoulders, adding 3 points of charm and 7 points of wildness to this strict uniform. The most touching thing is Tang Tang's face. Those big eyes that are usually clear and bright with a hint of arrogance. It is now filled with water vapor, like a lake that may burst its banks at any time. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her beautiful face was full of humiliation and helplessness. She looked so tearful that she looked like a bullied young wife who was forced into prostitution by a bully. It's stunning, yet full of desire to ravage. Tang Tang walked stiffly to the coffee table, and under Qin Feng's condescending gaze, she slowly knelt down and continued the unfinished tea-making process. Qin Feng and Lin Yue smiled and sat side by side on the large double sofa, like a king and queen, looking down at the humble maid in front of them. Lin Yue picked up her teacup, took a sip, with a smile of victory in her eyes, and a very proud attitude.
Hee, Tang Tang wife, I really didn't expect it. You look even better in black stockings than I thought. Why didn't you wear them before? Tang Tang's fingers holding the tea clip suddenly tightened, and her knuckles turned white. She lowered her head and spoke through gritted teeth. Dislike. Ha, that's such a pity.
Lin Yue chuckled, her eyes sweeping over her straight calves.
Your long legs are perfect for wearing this. It's nothing to regret.
Tang Tang's voice was still cold.
We dancers only wear flesh-colored pantyhose.
Flesh-colored. Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He looked at Tang Tang with interest.
I prefer it. Boom.
Tang Tang's cheeks instantly turned red enough to bleed, and even her ears felt hot. She didn't dare to look up, and could only use faster movements to hide her panic. A cup of brewed black tea was placed respectfully on the table in front of Qin Feng in a light green cracked porcelain cup. Her voice trembled uncontrollably.
Okay, please have some tea. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory,
Wang Zi's phone screen lit up, showing several photos sent by Geng Xian. In the photo, Tang Tang's familiar and pretty back was standing in front of an unfamiliar door. In the next photo, the door opened, and Qin Feng reached out with a playful smile and grabbed Tang Tang's wrist. In the last photo, Tang Tang was suddenly dragged in by him. She lost her balance and staggered as if she was about to fall, while the door slammed shut behind her.
The video is only 2 seconds long, but it's enough. Click.
This video was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Wang Zi's mind. He was completely stunned. His pure, cold, and arrogant girlfriend, the cold campus beauty known as the most dazzling one in Binhai University.
He actually went to another boys' dormitory without telling me? Where is her usual aloofness? Where is her usual reserve? Where is her usual pride in keeping herself clean? She even lied to herself, saying she would stay in the bedroom and not go out.
Wang Zi stared at the photo of Qin Feng grabbing Tang Tang's wrist, unable to believe his eyes. The bitterness of humiliation and betrayal instantly surged into my nose, and tears flowed out in a rush. An idea was growing wildly in his mind, exactly the same as what Wu Changle had thought of back then.
Kill. Kill Qin Feng. I'm going to kill Qin Feng. Even if I turn into a zombie, I'm going to bite him to death. But, the next second, a thought forced its way in. No.
With today's AI technology, those videos on TikTok can even swap faces and lip sync.
Could it be that Geng Xian and Pan Yu photoshopped the picture? Yes. That must be the case.
They are jealous of Tang Tang and are deliberately framing her. A glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Zi's heart.
The first thing he had to do now was to ask clearly in person immediately.
His heart was cold and his hands were trembling as he dialed Tang Tang's video call.
Beep, beep. Sure enough, no one answered.
Wang Zi's heart sank, but he still made several video calls without giving up.
All busy tones.
He switched back to voice calls.
Still no one answered. That glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Wang Zi's heart sank into a bottomless abyss. He wiped the tears from his face with the back of his hand, pressed his lips into a dead white straight line, and clenched his teeth with a clattering sound, as if he wanted to break his steel teeth. A crazy revenge plan began to take shape in his mind. After thinking about it, I still think that the best way is to do what Wu Chang'e did. He asked his classmates to light the sheets downstairs to attract attention, and he took advantage of the chaos to climb over the wall and climb directly up from the balcony behind the girls' dormitory. He wanted to sneak in under the cover of night, and when Qin Feng was off guard, strangle him to death with his own hands. Wang Zi had absolute confidence in himself. He was a basketball player, agile, and 10 times faster than that idiot Wu Chang'e. He was sure to succeed. He suddenly opened his cabinet and took out a short stick made of walnut wood from the deepest part of the cabinet. The stick was covered with natural bumps and was extremely hard. He used it to play with his hands, but now it became his most effective weapon. He seemed to have already seen the scene of himself hitting Qin Feng on the head with a stick, beating Qin Feng so hard that his head was bleeding and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. At the same time, a darker thought emerged. He also wants to ravage Tang Tang, that bitch, with his own hands. That's his girlfriend. I have been pursuing you for so long, even kissing you is very cautious. I'm afraid of hurting her even if I hug her. My precious baby, whom I can't bear to touch. Now, she is being taken away by another man. Stand up and kick. Chapter 36, Riot in the Boys' Dormitory. At this moment, a sharp metal scraping sound suddenly came from the corridor outside the dormitory. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise as tables and chairs were overturned, and the sound of water cups and computer monitors being smashed hard on the concrete floor. The chaotic roars and curses were like the roars of a group of hungry beasts. Wang Zi was very familiar with this voice. When the domestic violence couple upstairs from his house were fighting, the sound they heard was this kind of madness that could not be blocked even by soundproofing. Which dormitory is crazy? Just as he was thinking this, the door of his dormitory room 416 suddenly bang. Bang! Bang, like a battering ram. Outside the door, a rough male voice was roaring. Wang Zi, get the fuck out here. Wang Zi was already holding back a fire of anger that was strong enough to burn the sky because of Tang Tang's matter. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door was like a spark, instantly igniting him. As the captain of the school basketball team and the recognized leader of the entire boys' dormitory, who would dare to speak to him like that? Who the hell is tired of living? Wang Zi was furious and suddenly pulled the door open. Standing at the door was Gao Yi, who was also tall and had a sullen face. Gao Yi, a cadre of the school's student union and a senior in the School of Engineering, also has a very high prestige among male students. If Wang Zi hadn't stepped forward immediately after the zombie outbreak, he would most likely be the one leading the boys at this moment. Gao Yi? When Wang Zi saw the person coming, his pupils shrank slightly. The two of them could be considered friends, the kind of strong friends who understood and respected each other. The two of them had lifted weights together in the gym, organized school sports meets together, participated in 4x4 relay races together, and even discussed how to pursue girls. It was Wang Zi who helped Gao Yi to pursue Mu Qinyan, the hot school girl who loved to wear miniskirts in the law school. Because Wang Zi is the captain of the basketball team and has a close relationship with those coolly dressed cheerleaders. Because of this relationship, Mu Qinyan and Tang Tang also became friends. But at this moment, Gao Yi's face, filled with anger, looked extremely unfamiliar. Wang Zi suppressed his anger and asked coldly, Gao Yi, are you sick? Why are you smashing my door? Behind Gao Yi, there were more than a dozen boys crowded together. There was a hungry green light in everyone's eyes, like hungry wolves cornered in the wilderness. The military hasn't airdropped any supplies for 3 days. Boys' dormitories are not like girls' dormitories where they like to store boxes of milk, instant coffee, sesame paste, etc. There is basically no snack storage in the boys' dormitory. If you buy a box of instant noodles, you can eat it all on the same day and you can't save it at all. 3 days is enough to drive these energetic teenagers crazy with hunger. Wang Zi, hand over the food you've hidden. Gao Yi's voice was cold, without a trace of courtesy, and he got straight to the point. Before Wang Zi could say anything, the other 3 roommates in his dormitory had already exploded. They jumped up from their beds and grabbed the weapons next to them. Fuck you. We hid supplies? Which eye of yours saw that? Gao Yi, don't be so shameless. If you want to fight, just say so. The hungry wolves behind Gao Yi suddenly became agitated and approached forward, roaring. Search. Go in and search. Why would Wang Zi have instant noodles to throw to a woman? That's a fucking waste. Wang Zi, we respect you as a man, but what you did was not authentic. You didn't think about your brothers, you only thought about picking up girls. Wang Zi listened to these slanders and laughed instead of getting angry.
It's only natural for me to save my own food rations for my girlfriend.
You bunch of losers, are you worthy enough to compete with my woman for food? After the laughter, Wang Zi's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Gaoyi. Gaoyi, for the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you some face. Now, take your people and get out. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today, and don't blame me for being disloyal.
The boys behind Gaoyi were intimidated by this momentum, but the hunger in their stomachs soon overwhelmed their fear. They urged Gaoyi to take the lead in the rebellion. Gaoyi was scolded by Wang Zi, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. He bit his lips, his clenched fists turned white in the knuckles, and spoke very slowly and softly, each word spoken, but with enough pressure. Wang Zi, the brothers are just too hungry. He took a deep breath, as if he still wanted to reason, and said calmly, Wang Zi, as a leader, you should lead us to find a solution, instead of hiding in the dormitory to protect your own things. If you have the guts, lead us out and grab the supplies from the cafeteria.
There's a freezer there, full of beef and mutton. Let's fight our way out, that's what men should do. Damn it, I don't want to take my brothers out? Wang Zi was furious.
His chest heaved violently, and the bloodshot in his eyes instantly exploded. He grabbed Gaoyi's collar, pulled him in front of him, and almost yelled at him.
My first priority is everyone's safety. We're not starving to death yet. What if the military airdrops tonight? Why make unnecessary sacrifices? What if you don't vote?
Gaoyi continued in a calm tone, staring at Wang Zi with bloodshot eyes.
Are we just going to starve to death waiting here? Wang Zi, you are a coward. Looking back and forth like a woman. The noise from the crowd made Wang Zi completely lose his mind.
Wang Zi's eyes were blazing with fire as he spoke word by word, you guys want to fight, don't you? If anyone wants to die, come up to the rooftop and fight me.
I'll personally send you to face the zombies.
Anyway, more than a dozen people died in the girls' dormitory, and no one cares.
It's the law of the jungle now. Fighting and killing is fine. I'll accompany you.
Gaoyi pushed Wang Zi's hand away and replied with an equally cold look, Wang Zi, no one wants to fight with you.
Just hand over the food, it's that simple. My instant noodles are something I stockpiled myself. Why should I give them to you? Wang Zi, stop talking to them and just do it. Wang Zi refused to give in.
The three roommates behind him had already picked up benches and were ready to fight. The dozen or so people on the opposite side also raised various things that could be used as weapons, and the situation was tense.
Gaoyi. Wang Zi breathed heavily through his nose. If you're a man, don't let your brothers fight. If you're brave enough, let's have a fight. Gaoyi's teeth chattered. Okay. I'll wait for you on the rooftop. Gaoyi, have you disliked me for a long time? Wang Zi suddenly asked.
No, I was standing up for my brothers.
Gaoyi immediately denied it. Do you think that I've stolen your limelight by being the building manager? Wang Zi pressed. No. Do you think that as the president of the student union, you have the right to always listen to me, the captain of the basketball team? Fine. You be the boss.
I don't want to get involved in this shit anymore.
Wang Zi cursed. No.
Gaoyi roared 3 times, but the expression on his face was so ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone.
Stop pretending. Wang Zi growled, see you on the rooftop in 10 minutes. Just like they say in the movies, a battle of both victory and death. Wang Zi. Gaoyi finally tore off all his disguises.
He sneered, his voice full of disdain and resentment.
Okay, now that we've spoken, I'll make it clear. Don't think you're doing me a favor by introducing me to a girlfriend. Don't think I have to be grateful to you just because you let me be your deputy. Yes, I admit it, I just don't like you for a long time. Who do you think you are? A muscular athlete. I'm a student union cadre. Do you understand?
My parents are both in the military, and I want to join the system and become an official.
My last name is Gong.
He looked Wang Zi up and down, his eyes full of contempt.
What about you? Your family just runs a shabby supermarket, right? What's so great about you? Chapter 37. Tang Tang's belly is full of fullness.
Gowie finally broke off the fight, and the resentful words, "Your family owns a supermarket, it's nothing," seemed to still echo in the corridor.
He left with the group of hungry boys.
The dormitory door was slammed shut by Wang Zi's roommate, isolating him from the outside world. Wang Zi, who was as furious as a lion a second ago, now seemed to have all his bones pulled out and sat down dejectedly on the stool. He laughed softly at first, then his laughter grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a crazy laugh mixed with crying.
He, good brother, good friend, good girlfriend. It's all fucking bullshit. This world is fucked. Everyone is out for themselves. They are all so fucking selfish. He cried. Crying that you are blind and treating jackals as friends. He laughed again.
I laughed at myself for being so stupid that I thought there was still morality in the end of the world. What's even more tragic is that even when he cried, he thought of another woman who might break his heart.
Where is his Tang Tang now? Is he in another boys' dormitory?
Alas, women are really like dogs, they will follow you as soon as you give them food.
Brother! Don't do this. Damn it, let's fight them.
If you have any grievances in your heart, tell us and we brothers will help you fight. The three roommates were filled with righteous indignation and felt full of sympathy for Wang Zi. But deep in his eyes, there was an irrepressible excitement and madness. It is a kind of excitement that one can do whatever they want after the world loses order at the end of the world. Those bastards on the third floor have been displeased with us for a long time.
One-on-one? Bullshit.
I'll call for help, and we'll gang up on them.
Let's show them today who's the boss of this building. Yes. Kill a few and we'll have enough supplies to share. A roommate licked his cracked lips and said in a hoarse voice.
The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. It has been like this since ancient times.
The human heart is scarier than zombies.
Soon, a duel that was about to break out on the rooftop quickly turned into a factional fight that affected the entire boys' dormitory. The news that the boys were going to fight spread in the chat group.
The promise of a rooftop showdown half an hour later ignited everyone's nerves. Girls' dormitory building. The girls who learned the news from the class chat group and even the grade chat group had different reactions. Boys are fighting? Great.
I was just worried there would be nothing to watch.
I bet on Wang Zi to win. After all, he is on the basketball team. I'll bet on Gowie. He's the president of the student union and has a lot of people. Ha, men, they're like animals. They were laughing at us girls a few days ago. Now that we have no supplies, isn't it just dog eat dog? Hurry up and fight, I don't mind the excitement.
Of course, there are also real concerns. Mu Qingyan, the captain of the school basketball team's cheerleading squad and the school belle of the School of Economics, is extremely anxious at the moment. Gao Yi is her boyfriend and also the guarantee of her future. She wants to be an official's wife in the future. Wang Zi and Gao Yi are good friends, and she can't just watch two men kill each other.
The first person she thought of was Tang Tang, Wang Zi's girlfriend.
Mu Qingyan was wearing a cool suspender skirt, with her beautiful legs bare and wearing high heels. She hurried to the door of dormitory 303 and knocked hard.
Tang Tang. Tang Tang, are you there? Open the door quickly. Tang Tang. It's the end of the world, why are you always hiding in the dormitory? Come out, beautiful lady, don't sleep anymore.
I knocked for a long time, but no one answered. The door of the dormitory 302 next to it creaked open. Geng Xian and Pan Yu stuck their heads out, with undisguised sarcasm on their faces. Stop knocking, the campus beauty of the School of Economics. Geng Xian pointed at 301, diagonally across the street with her chin, her tone playful. Your best friend doesn't have time to care about her boyfriend's life or death right now. She's having a great time in Qin Feng's dormitory right now.
Mu Qingyan was stunned. Qin Feng? That 301.
She instantly understood the unspoken hint and her face turned pale.
Tang Tang actually betrayed Wang Zi and cuckolded him?
In the system space. Qin Feng leaned lazily on the sofa, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him.
Tang Tang was kneeling on the smooth floor.
The tight stewardess uniform on her body outlined her breathtaking curves. The black stockings wrapped around her slender legs exuded silent temptation. But at this moment, there was only humiliation and numbness on Tang Tang's pretty face. Qin Feng sipped several cups of the black tea she brewed before he finally spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of a cat playing with a mouse smile.
Okay, Senior Tang Tang, you can eat now.
Tang Tang felt as if he had been pardoned. He almost crawled to his feet and rushed to the dining table filled with Peking duck. She no longer cared about her modesty and image as a school beauty. She grabbed a piece of duck leg, dipped it in sweet bean sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth full of oil, like a starving ghost who was eager to be reincarnated. Lin Yue smiled and advised, "Slow down, Tang Tang, no one is competing with you." At this moment, Tang Tang's cell phone vibrated wildly in his pocket. The name that lit up on the screen was My Baby Wang Zi, a video call request. Tang Tang's body suddenly stiffened and even his chewing movements stopped. She glanced at Qin Feng, who was not far away. He was looking at her with interest. There was no emotion in his eyes, but there was a sense of playfulness. With trembling hands, she pressed the mute button and placed the phone upside down on the table. "No, I can't let Wang Zi know that I'm in Qin Feng's dormitory. I have to make up a lie, right, then I say. Taking a shower, yes, he said he was taking a shower and didn't answer the call." She told herself this, and continued to swallow the food frantically, filling her stomach with food, and also filling her heart with panic and guilt. Qin Feng looked at the school beauty showing off the Peking duck crazily, and the smile on his lips became even colder. A wonderful energy surged into his body, and a cold feedback followed in his mind. He could clearly feel that the emotional energy called humiliation and reluctance was being continuously squeezed out of Tang Tang and converted into a huge amount of points. The broken jar of betraying her boyfriend brought an unexpected surprise. System points are rising rapidly. Bite. Tang Tang wore a stewardess uniform and performed tea art for the host, with various emotions arising. Humiliation, wear black stockings and perform tea ceremony for other boys, plus 1,000 points. Unwilling, a beautiful schoolgirl works part-time just for a bite to eat, plus 2,000 points. Self-deprecation, a girl performs tea art for the rich and powerful, plus 500 points. Broken jar, broken pot, I have already cheated on my boyfriend, so why not cheat again? It is not certain whether we can meet again. Plus 500 points. Host's current points calculation, 10,000 points will be deducted for consuming Beijing cuisine. Obtain Tang Tang's emotional points, plus 4,000 points. Host's current remaining points, 40,500 points. Ding, the system space continues to upgrade, LV9, 100 square meters. The host will be rewarded with a 1.8 meter double bed and a brand new 4-piece set. Tang Tang's current emotional progress bar. Emotional progress bar, humiliation, submission, kneeling and licking, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Finally, Tang Tang wiped his face and mouth with the tissue on the table, and his lower abdomen felt full. Chapter 38. Tang Tang intends to be an accomplice to the tiger. Finally, Tang Tang wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a tissue, and felt a long-lost feeling of fullness in his lower abdomen. In this meal alone, she devoured 8 rolls of roast duck, 2 rolls of shredded pork with Beijing sauce, and a whole bowl of noodles with soybean paste. Looking at the remaining dishes on the table, an idea started to grow wildly in her mind. Pack. If she could take these away, she could survive 3 days, no, even 5 days. I won't have to face the devil Qin Feng again for 5 days. Tang Tang mustered up her courage and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Qin Feng. Can I pack up?" Qin Feng leaned on the sofa, admiring Tang Tang's greedy and timid look, with a sneer on his face. "Sure. Senior, pack as much as you want." Qin Feng added slowly, "My door here is always open to you. As long as you are willing to pay, you can get food in return." Tang Tang stood up immediately as if he had been pardoned. He swept the food on the table into take-out boxes almost rudely. Lin Yue, who was standing next to him, looked at him coldly, as if she saw herself yesterday. She only remembered, and only yesterday. She is also the same humble self who abandons her dignity for a bite to eat. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Tang Tang's trembling hands, her curvaceous figure, and even more on her beautiful face. He saw through Tang Tang's idea of stockpiling enough food, escaping from here, and never coming back. Qin Feng sneered. "The cat is playing with the mouse. The mouse wants to run away? Where can you run to?" Qin Feng spoke softly, like an icicle piercing Tang Tang's eardrum. "However, senior sister, next time you come, it won't be as simple as performing tea art." Tang Tang's packing movements suddenly froze. The soft heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible big hand and almost stopped beating. She raised her head, her voice trembling. "Qin Feng, what do you mean?" "What I mean is," Qin Feng's smile was cold and cruel, "next time you come, I want to see greater sincerity from you, and you have to make greater sacrifices." "I don't understand."
I don't understand what sacrifices you want me to make.
Tang Tang subconsciously shook his head, his eyes full of fear, and his arms protected his soft chest.
You know.
Xin Feng smiled slightly, stood up, walked in front of her, and looked down at Tang Tang condescendingly.
Senior, don't act stupid, we are all adults. What do adults like after they've eaten their fill? Don't you know? Don't you like wearing beautiful flesh-colored stockings, senior?
Next time you come, wear the skirt you think is the most beautiful and can please me the most, and pair it with your favorite flesh-colored stockings. Xin Feng's voice was full of unquestionable command.
I will use the best food in the world to feed you well so that you will never go hungry. Tang Tang's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. She knew that this day had finally come.
My boyfriend Wang Zi's warning is still fresh in my mind. Xin Feng has a gun, so don't go looking for her and don't walk into her trap. But today, Tang Tang ignored her boyfriend's warnings again and again.
Time and again, for a bite to eat, I fell into the trap, until.
Xin Feng, he is the devil.
Tang Tang's tears flowed uncontrollably, a mixture of humiliation and fear. She comforted herself, it's okay, it's okay. Tang Tang, let's take this food away today and never come back again. Even if we die, we won't come back.
Tang Tang wiped away her tears, grabbed 2 heavy packing boxes, and fled in a panic. Xin Feng pressed the red button in his heart and let her go.
Lin Yue asked in surprise, you just let her go like that? Xin Feng smiled, don't worry, she will come back. Tang Tang lowered his head, carrying 2 boxes of food, and walked into the corridor.
He walked hurriedly with his head lowered, like a thief who was afraid of being discovered. As soon as I arrived at the door of my dormitory, I saw Mu Qingyan knocking anxiously on the door of room 303.
It's strange. Mu Qingyan hasn't shown up for a few days. Why did she come to see me today?
Tang Tang quickly suppressed his emotions and forced a smile that was uglier than crying.
Yenner, why are you here? Do you have something to talk to me about?
As she spoke, Tang Tang quickly took out the dormitory key from the small pocket of her stewardess uniform. Yes, she never had the time to take off this black silk stewardess uniform. Mu Qingyan turned around, and the moment she saw Tang Tang, her beautiful eyes widened.
Oh my god. Tang Tang, what's the point of wearing this stewardess outfit? Tang Tang avoided her gaze vaguely, nothing, Yenner baby, what do you want to talk to me about? Mu Qingyan didn't bother to ask about the stewardess uniform and eagerly grabbed Tang Tang's arm. Miss Tang, something big has happened.
Your boyfriend and my boyfriend are going to duel.
What? Tang Tang's brain froze. The boys are in complete chaos. Gao Yi and Wang Zi are arguing for some unknown reason.
They're both trying to save face and neither is willing to give in.
Now that it's the end of the world and there's nothing to eat, the conflict is exploding. Mu Qingyan spoke very quickly, her face full of panic.
They each gathered a group of people, and they're going to fight on the rooftop in half an hour. The whole boys' dormitory is going crazy, looking for anything they can use as weapons.
Listen over there, they're screaming, the boys' dormitory is in chaos. Tang Tang's heart tightened when he heard this, and he became anxious. How could this happen? Aren't they best friends?
They even go to the gym together.
How could they fight? Who knows? Let's find a solution. Mu Qingyan said anxiously. I went to find Jiang Chui.
Her boyfriend is rich and runs a hot pot restaurant on Wenhuo Road. Wang Zi and Gao Yi often bring their brothers to look after his business. They are the most prestigious among their group, so maybe they can persuade him to stay.
What about you, Tang Tang?
Call Wang Zi right away and tell him not to act rashly.
Okay, I got it. Tang Tang hurriedly used the key to open the dormitory door.
Well, I'll do some ideological work for others.
Having said that, Mu Qingyan immediately turned around and ran away.
She was wearing a miniskirt with suspenders, her back was as beautiful as the moon, and her hair was flying in the air.
Mu Qingyan walked briskly with a pair of straight, white legs into dormitory 322 of the school beauty Jiang Chui.
Tang Tang kept turning her head to watch Mu Qingyan leave. Suddenly, she felt extremely jealous of Mu Qingyan.
Why? Why is it that everyone is a school belle, and Mu Qingyan is like a savior, running around and resolving disputes?
Why does she live such a glamorous life, remaining calm in the face of danger, as if the end of the world has nothing to do with her? And Tang Tang herself had to beg for mercy in front of Xin Feng just for a few bites of food, being as humble as dust?
Isn't Mu Qingyan hungry? Isn't she in the end of the world? A strong feeling of resentment and unwillingness instantly overwhelmed Tang Tang's sanity.
She suddenly thought of a kind of ghost in mythology called Chang, which means an accomplice to a tiger. This kind of ghost specializes in working for the tiger that bit it to death and bringing in more scapegoats.
Yes, Tang Tang planned to drag Mu Qingyan into the water just like Lin Yue dragged him into the water. To be an accomplice to a tiger, okay, let me be an accomplice for a while. Tang Tang looked at Mu Qingyan's pretty back and sneered. Chapter 39 I'll sleep with you in return. Tang Tang was burning with jealousy.
She never thought that she, who was the most beautiful girl in Binhai University. There would actually be a day when I would become so jealous and hate Mu Qingyan, the captain of Binhai University's basketball cheerleading team.
She thought about it for a while and had already thought about the next bold move.
It is guaranteed to be unexpected, audacious, and leave everyone's jaws dropping. Therefore, Tang Tang calmed down and returned to dormitory 303 without hesitation. When she turned on her phone, she saw more than a dozen missed calls and video requests on the screen, all from her boyfriend Wang Zi.
Tang Tang was calm and composed. Tear off the humiliating stewardess uniform.
I didn't even have the energy to fold them, and just let the vests, suits, short skirts, black stockings and high heels scatter all over the floor. Tang Tang hurriedly threw on a pair of pajamas, rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and wet her hair with boiling water. Drops of water dripped down the ends of her hair and her cheeks were red, making her look like she had just taken a shower. She faced the mirror, trying her best to pull the corners of her mouth and squeeze out a charming smile. A smile that is enough to make all the boys in Binhai University melt in tears.
Then she called Wang Zi back on video. Beep beep beep. Hello, baby. Tang Tang forced a smile and greeted the phone screen. Video connected.
On Wang Zi's side, there was a serious and cold face. His eyes were filled with determination, like the whistling wind and the coldy river.
Tang Tang, where have you been? Wang Zi asked coldly.
Tang Tang's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to remain calm.
Hey, I didn't go anywhere. I was just taking a shower. Look, my hair is still wet. Tang Tang forced a smile.
Wang Zi's gaze lingered on her wet hair for a second, and his voice lacked emotion.
Oh, did you take a shower? Yes, dear, what do you want from me? I'm fine. Wang Zi's voice was terrifyingly calm. I just wanted to tell you that something happened in the boys' dormitory. Tang Tang, if I die, don't be sad for me. I just want to tell you that in this world, you are the girl I love most, at least, I loved you.
Wang Zi's words were choked with sobs, and there was great pain in his voice. These words were like a poisonous thorn, piercing Tang Tang's heart. Tang Tang hurriedly changed the subject, trying to show his concern. Wang Zi, no, what's wrong with you guys?
Why are you fighting? Can't you just sit down and have a good talk? There's nothing to talk about. The way boys solve problems is with their fists. Wang Zi's tone was a little self-deprecating. It's just that this time the gamble is a bit big. I want to duel with Gao Yi. It doesn't matter. When have I, Wang Zi, ever been afraid?
But, before I duel, I still want to call you.
I just want to know. Tang Tang, are you doing well over there? If I die, is there anyone to protect you? Whoa, no, Wang Zi, don't die.
Tang Tang saw the despair and disappointment in her boyfriend's eyes. A sense of foreboding seized her.
Did Wang Zi know something? I don't want you to duel. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Please, Wang Zi, just be like me and stay in the dormitory. Don't go anywhere, okay?
Tang Tang begged while crying.
He.
A cold laugh came from the receiver, as if carrying the chill of an icicle.
Really? Tang Tang, have you really locked yourself in the dormitory all the time? Wang Zi asked back. Tang Tang's breathing froze instantly, his mind went blank, and he couldn't say anything. Speak up. Wang Zi's voice suddenly became sharp. Wang Zi, I. Tang Tang's lips trembled and tears burst out. I just want to know the truth, Tang Tang, have you been staying in the dormitory all the time? Wang Zi continued to ask. Wang Zi, I've been dating you for a year. I just want you to know that I love you and I've never done anything to let you down. Even if I did something, it was for your own good. Goodbye. Tang Tang was incoherent and could not continue.
She slammed the end button and turned off the phone. The world suddenly became quiet.
Hello? 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 There were only empty shouts from Wang Zi's side. Tang Tang hung up the phone and sneered.
At this moment, an extremely crazy and evil decision occupied her mind. Tang Tang covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face from between her fingers. She choked, as if whispering to the air, or as if trying to convince herself.
Wang Zi, dear, you must remember. I do all this for you. I am the person who loves you the most in this world.
After saying this, she wiped away her tears, her eyes revealing determination and resoluteness. She was completely disappointed with the world, so she planned to take revenge with an extreme attitude. Tang Tang rushed out of 303 without hesitation and stood in front of the door of 301 again.
He knocked hard on the door of Qin Feng's dormitory 301. Squeak!
The door of dormitory 301 did not open, but the door of dormitory 302 next door opened a crack again.
Geng Xian and Pan Yu's two enthusiastic faces popped out. The phone's flash went off, and they were obviously taking a picture. Hey, isn't this our Tang University campus beauty? Is she knocking on Qin Feng's door again? You're really diligent. How long has it been since you started? Looks like you've tasted the sweetness and are getting more excited. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Do you think no one saw you? Guess what Wang Zi's expression will be when we send this photo to him? These words, like poison daggers, stabbed accurately into Tang Tang's heart. Tang Tang turned pale.
No wonder Wang Zi said those words, no wonder Wang Zi seemed to know everything.
It turns out, it was them who informed on us. It must be these two green tea bitches who exposed their whereabouts.
So Wang Zi didn't want to live anymore, so Wang Zi would rather risk his life and duel with others. Tang Tang turned back suddenly, a raging fire burning in her beautiful eyes. He stared at the two girls, Geng Xian and Pan Yu, with murderous intent as if he wanted to eat them alive.
You two are despicable. Tang Tang squeezed out two words from between his teeth.
Geng Xian and Pan Yu sneered, you've been to another boy's dormitory twice in 3 days.
I don't know who's the meanest one. Just then, the door of 301 opened. Qin Feng's figure appeared.
Tang Tang no longer cared about the two gossipy women and stepped inside. Qin Feng looked at Tang Tang, who had returned, and raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Senior, did you figure it out so quickly? However, his eyes swept over Tang Tang.
Seeing that she was only wearing pajamas. She didn't come wearing flesh-colored stockings as she requested, which made her feel a little confused. Tang Tang bit his lower lip tightly, and a hint of blood filled his mouth. Qin Feng, I beg you for a favor.
Qin Feng looked at her. What's the matter? I just got the news that something big is going to happen with the boys. Tang Tang's voice trembled.
Wang Zi and Gao Yi, they each brought a group of people and are going to the rooftop to duel.
I'm afraid the situation will get out of control.
Qin Feng said lazily, oh, I saw it in the class chat group.
They are so boring.
They don't even think about how to survive in the apocalypse, and they still have the energy to fight.
Qin Feng.
Tang Tang took a step forward, raised her head, and stared at him with her peach blossom eyes. Qin Feng, please listen carefully to what I'm going to say next.
This is a plea from me. Oh? What do you want me to ask for?
Qin Feng became more interested.
Qin Feng, you have a gun, right? I saw it all. You're a very accurate shooter.
Even from such a distance, you were able to shoot all three of Wu Chang'el's roommates one by one, killing them on the balcony. Qin Feng raised his lips to a confident smile. Yes, my shooting skills are very accurate.
So I beg you. Tang Tang took a deep breath and used all his strength. Wait a minute, wait until they get to the roof.
Use your gun, no matter what kind of gun it is, AK-47 or Barrett.
I beg you, help me.
She paused, a glint of madness in her eyes.
Kill a few people. Qin Feng's eyebrows suddenly raised. Kill someone? Kill who?
Tang Tang's tears finally fell uncontrollably. Her voice was filled with tears, but every word was clear.
Kill everyone who goes against my boyfriend. You'll kill anyone who dares to lay a finger on Wang Zi. Especially that Gao Yi.
I know Gao Yi, he has always looked down on Wang Zi. He felt that Wang Zi's family was a business family and was not worthy of him, a son of an official. He had endured this for a long time. His girlfriend Mu Qingyan, that idiot, even tried to stop the fight.
What's there to advise? Without the law, they are just a group of wild beasts. Qin Feng's smile turned cold and cruel. I understand.
I can use my Barrett sniper rifle to help you wipe out all those who threaten your boyfriend from this world.
Tang Tang's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes. Especially Gao Yi.
Xin Feng nodded, as if promising something trivial. Okay, senior sister, since you begged me, I'll agree.
My first shot will be to shoot Gao Yi in the head. Thank you, thank you.
Then, senior sister, Xin Feng took a step forward and approached her.
A hot breath almost sprayed on Tang Tang's pretty face.
Senior, I helped you deal with all your boyfriend's enemies. Let your boyfriend be the only king.
Senior, what are you going to give me in return?
At this moment, the tears that had been welling up in Tang Tang's eyes finally couldn't bear the weight and rolled down from her eye sockets. The tear slid across her snow-white and smooth cheek and dripped onto the collar of her pajamas, bringing a cool touch. She raised her head and looked directly into Qin Feng's eyes that seemed to see through everything. In a calm tone of desperation, he said word by word.
In return, I'll sleep with you.
Chapter 40 Qin Feng teaches Tang Tang how to kill. It was at this moment that the tears that Tang Tang had been holding back in her eyes finally burst out. Crystal clear tears ran down her snow-white and smooth cheeks and dripped onto her towering chest. She raised her face, which was wet with tears but also had a hint of beauty and determination. The voice was trembling, but every word was clear.
In return,
I'll sleep with you.
Tang Tang said these 5 words very directly.
It was so frank that even Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He looked at the school beauty in front of him as if he was meeting her for the first time. Her emotional progress bar is faster than the system's pace, and the system must be speechless. The always cold and aloof school beauty actually had to surrender her virginity in such a simple and brutal way.
Senior Tang Tang? Qin Feng asked.
Tang Tang said with a frosty but resolute expression.
Yes, Qin Feng, I am not wrong.
Help my boyfriend Wang Zi kill all his enemies and ensure his absolute safety.
I am yours. I can be your woman like Lin Yue, and you can do whatever you want with me.
The astonishment in Qin Feng's eyes slowly faded away, and then a playful sneer appeared on his face. Okay, sure. He admires smart girls like this. I admire Tang Tang even more, a ruthless person who will do anything to achieve his goal.
Make a deal.
Qin Feng uttered 2 words lightly. I'm going to the rooftop to prepare the sniper rifle now. Senior sister, please wait for my good news. I'll be waiting for you in the room after we're done.
You keep your promise.
Tang Tang nodded, tears trembling in her eyes, but she didn't move.
Wait, Qin Feng, I have one more thing to ask of you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Speak. Tang Tang's eyes instantly turned from sorrow to piercing coldness. She gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Do you have any bullets left in your pistol?
Yes.
What's wrong?
I'm going to kill those 2 bitches in 302 with my own hands. Qin Feng's smile deepened when he heard this. He had long been annoyed with Geng Xian and Pan Yu, the 2 gossipy women. I originally wanted to let them slowly become desperate and starve to death in the end of the world.
But now, Tang Tang couldn't stand these 2 female roommates. She wanted to end their lives in a more direct and cruel way. It can be regarded as a way of surrendering to Qin Feng by killing him, and completely becoming Qin Feng's accomplice. Senior, of course.
First kill someone, then sacrifice yourself.
Cold-blooded enough, tough enough, arrogant enough. Senior sister, you are more gentle than I thought. Not at all. Follow me in. Qin Feng turned and walked into the dormitory, and Tang Tang followed without hesitation.
He took out the black Glock 43 pistol from the locker on the desk. The gun body is small and fits well in women's hands. Qin Feng gave Tang Tang an order. Senior, stand up straight, spread your legs to shoulder level, let your hands hang naturally, look straight ahead, and look out at the balcony.
Oh, okay.
When Tang Tang saw Qin Feng take out a pistol and bullets, he knew that he wanted to teach him how to shoot, so he followed the instructions Qin Feng gave and assumed a shooting position. Qin Feng walked behind Tang Tang and pressed his whole body against her back. He stretched out his arms and hugged Tang Tang's shoulders from behind. His face also pressed against Tang Tang's earlobe from behind her. The tip of Qin Feng's nose also touched Tang Tang's black hair.
In an instant, a faint fragrance penetrated Qin Feng's nostrils.
Tang Tang's body suddenly stiffened, his cheeks instantly became hot, and his heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably.
The man behind me was basically hugging me from behind. This was the first time I was hugged like this.
She twisted her shoulders and waist.
Don't move.
Qin Feng's deep voice sounded in her ears, carrying an unquestionable sense of command.
Don't you want to learn how to shoot and kill people? I'll teach you. Oh. Pistols have recoil.
I don't want you to get your nose broken by the gun before you kill the person.
Oh.
Qin Feng grabbed Tang Tang's two delicate hands, putting the cold handle of a gun into her warm palm. Then he completely covered her small hand with his big hand. He lifted her hands, adjusted her position, taught her how to aim, how to unlock the safety. The two people simultaneously used their eyes to form a straight line and aim at a horizontal point outside the balcony.
Aim at the 3 points in a straight line. Senior sister, you are such a smart science student, don't you understand?
When firing, the left hand supports the wrist of the right hand.
Open here, it's the safety valve. There were 3 bullets in it. Use it sparingly, and it's best to shoot it in the head. Tang Tang, okay.
The cold murderous intent and the burning body temperature intertwined together. Tang Tang's adrenaline soared wildly, and his heartbeat as fast as 150 times per minute. She could clearly feel the rise and fall of the man's chest behind her and his breathing in her ear. At this moment, she knew that she had embarked on a path of no return. Sacrifice your body and soul to the devil in front of you.
And the price is the power of revenge. Qin Feng released his hand. Senior sister, go ahead.
Tang Tang bit her lip fiercely. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, adding a touch of charm to her beautiful face. She didn't look in the mirror because she knew that at this moment she was also a vengeful devil, a very beautiful one.
I'm going in now.
She held the Glock 43 tightly in both hands, walked out of 301 step by step, and stood in front of the door of 302.
Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Deng Xian's impatient voice came from inside, accompanied by the sound of the door opening.
The door just cracked a little.
Hey, Tang Tang? What's wrong?
Deng Xian looked at the pretty face in surprise, with blood at the corner of her mouth, her long hair disheveled and covering one eye, and her pretty face pale with excitement. Tang Tang's eyes were cold, he said nothing, and slowly raised the Glock 43 pistol. Tang Tang had a blank expression on his face, his arm steady as a rock, and he calmly pulled the trigger. Deng Xian stared at the black muzzle of the gun with wide eyes, not knowing how to react.
Bang! The bullet penetrated Deng Xian's eyebrows accurately.
Deng Xian's eyes rolled back instantly, and her body fell down like a puddle of mud, with blood gushing out of the horrible blood hole on her forehead. She was caught off guard and died just like that.
Ah! What's that sound?
In the dormitory, Pan Yu screamed in terror.
She was rummaging through Lin Yue's cupboard to see if there were any leftover cookies.
Tang Tang kicked the door open and slowly turned the cold muzzle of the gun towards the other person in the room.
Pan Yu saw Tang Tang standing at the door and the gun in her hand. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thump. Tang Tang! Don't kill me! It wasn't me. It was Deng Xian.
It was Deng Xian who sent the photos to your boyfriend.
It's none of my business. Tang Tang didn't say a word. Bang!
Pan Yu's cry suddenly stopped, and there was a bloody hole on her chest, her lungs were pierced.
Oh, cough cough cough, hissing hissing, whoa, don't kill me.
Pan Yu's lungs began to bleed, and her voice made a crackling sound like an accordion. She tried to breathe hard, but found that she couldn't breathe. Her lungs became more and more stuffy, and she was about to suffocate to death.
Bang!
Tang Tang fired a second shot at Pan Yu's forehead with an expressionless face and emptied the magazine.
Pan Yu's screams also stopped instantly, and he died. In just 10 seconds, Tang Tang killed 2 people in a row.
The whole room was filled with smoke and the smell of blood.
Tang Tang looked at the 2 bodies gradually getting colder on the ground. Chapter 41 Sniper Rifle Explodes the Boys' Dormitory. Tang Tang is back. She gently placed the empty Glock on the desk. The crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the dormitory.
She had a faint smell of gunpowder on her body, mixed with a faint hint of blood. The tears on that beautiful face were gone, instead there was a cold calmness, and a strange light was burning in her eyes.
I killed them.
Her voice was soft but steady, as if she was reporting the results of the battle to Qin Feng.
Yeah. Well done, senpai.
Qin Feng just nodded, his eyes swept across her beautiful face, and then moved away.
He saw the change in her.
The weak school beauty who would cry for her boyfriend was dead the moment she pulled the trigger. Standing here now is another Tang Tang. Tang Tang, who carried out revenge with his own hands. She was a harem member who stood beside him and was in awe of Qin Feng, the god of death.
Now, senior, it's my turn to perform for you.
Qin Feng's voice was calm as he turned and walked towards a heavy black weapons box. The box was opened, and a piece of pitch-black metal lay quietly inside.
Barrett M82A1.
The gun body, which is over 1.4 meters long, is filled with a brutal sense of oppression, and every part exudes the breath of death. Qin Feng assembled the gun body and barrel with skillful movements, without any unnecessary movements. The heavy metal part seemed weightless in his hands.
He picked up a bullet. The huge bullet was thicker than his finger. Gao Yi's face appeared in his mind.
In his previous life, Gao Yi, as a student leader, repeatedly came to Qin Feng's dormitory 415 to check on hygiene. That pretentious look, that sentence 415 dormitory is too dirty and messy, and that negative review that was written down. Every time, Gao Yi's eyes were filled with jealousy and malice towards Qin Feng, just because Qin Feng was more handsome than him. What was even more outrageous was that Gao Yi brought his men and directly confiscated Qin Feng's battery-powered emergency light. It was just a light for when the power went out. Gao Yi, however, insisted that it was an illegal electrical appliance that would pose a fire hazard, and even went to the student affairs office to complain. He wanted to give Qin Feng a warning or even put him on probation. That was to directly destroy Qin Feng's future. At that time, the murderous intent surging in Qin Feng's heart almost broke through the cage of reason. Fortunately, the teacher from the student affairs office thought it was not a big deal and just asked Qin Feng to throw the things away. But this matter, this account, cannot be let go just like that. Now, the opportunity for revenge has come.
First, he had to fulfill Tang Tang's promise, and second, he had to give an explanation for his past life's grudge.
Qin Feng's eyes were as cold as iron, and he accurately pushed a bullet into the magazine.
Click. A soft sound. He pushed the magazine into the sniper rifle's slot.
Next to it, he also placed a full 20 spare bullets. These bullets are enough to send all the beasts on the roof to hell, or make them completely lose the courage to resist. He also replaced his M16 automatic rifle with a fully loaded magazine. He was absolutely confident that he could mow down all the boys on the opposite side who posed a threat to Wang Zi through precise shooting, just like cutting wheat. This was his promise to Tang Tang. Lin Yue and Tang Tang both stood quietly beside Qin Feng, watching him prepare all this. Their breathing became heavier, and their chests rose and fell violently. They both knew that a massacre was about to begin and they would have the honor of witnessing the whole process.
Qin Feng carried the Barrett and walked to the balcony.
He skillfully set up his sniper rifle behind some discarded cardboard boxes and debris, and pointed the muzzle through the gap, steadily pointing at the boys' dormitory building opposite. From here, he could see everything clearly, but on the opposite side, it was difficult to spot the Grim Reaper hiding in the shadows.
At the same time, the rooftop of the boys' dormitory building opposite. The atmosphere is already tense.
A boy used a red brick to draw a crooked white line in the middle of the concrete floor on the roof.
This is the boundary between Chu and Han. Wang Zi led a group of people and climbed up from the east side of the dormitory building. Gao Yi led another group of people out from the west staircase.
People on both sides were armed. Iron rods, wooden sticks, and dismantled bed legs. Many boys' faces turned pale with fear and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. But in the eyes of more people, there is madness and bloodthirstiness brought about by the surge of adrenaline. They were ready to kill. At this moment, the door of room 301 was knocked again.
Boom, boom, boom. Tang Tang, are you in there?
An anxious but very pleasant and gentle girl's voice came.
Open the door, Tang Tang. Are you there? I know you are in there. Lin Yue recognized Mu Qingyan's voice and looked at Qin Feng, a little confused. Should she open the door?
Qin Feng's eyes were still glued to the scope, and he didn't even turn his head.
Yue, go open the door. Oh. Lin Yue walked over and opened the door.
Mu Qingyan rushed in like a gust of wind, her face full of worry.
Ah, baby Yue, you're here too. Tang Tang, you are here.
I seemed to hear gunshots next to you just now.
I was so worried about you. Are you okay?
Also, I went to find Jiang Chudi, and she said.
Mu Qingyan's voice stopped abruptly. She saw the scene in the room.
She saw Tang Tang first. Tang Tang just stood there, beautiful and charming, with an indifferent expression, her long hair covering one eye. She looked like a completely unknown stranger, very much like the female killer in a two-dimensional game. Lin Yue stood quietly beside Qin Feng, with an admiring look on her face, like a little rabbit. Finally, Mu Qingyan's attention was attracted by the figure of a boy on the balcony. A boy. His body was hidden behind the debris, and an exaggeratedly huge black spear stretched out from the gap, with the muzzle emitting a cold, murderous aura. Mu Qingyan's breathing stopped instantly. She froze completely. Xin Feng also turned around and glanced at the legendary school beauty. Mu Qingyan is indeed a beauty, worthy of being the captain of the school basketball cheerleading team. She has a great figure, is tall, and has an incredibly slender waist. But her buttocks are firm and full, forming a breathtaking curve. The fullness of her breasts almost burst the tight sports vest she was wearing. The delicate face was now filled with horror and disbelief. She habitually wore a black low-cut halter dress, with snow-white shoulders and collarbones. A pair of long and straight legs, wearing flesh-colored stockings. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xin Feng's mind. Do you want to bind a third school beauty? Bind. Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, dancing, piano. Type, hot girl sexy type. Emotional progress bar, none. Chapter 42, Headshot the school beauty's boyfriend. Mu Qingyan walked quickly while anxiously saying, I've already contacted Jiang Chui. She called her boyfriend, but he refused to show up. Sigh, that's just how business people are. Wait, Xin Feng, what are you doing? Mu Qingyan's exclamation exploded in the dormitory. Xin Feng slowly turned around, his eyes like an ice-hardened knife, and gave her a cold look. The girl in front of me is worthy of being the captain of the school cheerleading team. A black suspender skirt perfectly outlines her youthful and hot figure. Her legs are straight and white, and the sweat slightly soaks the loose hair on her forehead, adding a bit of pitiful sexiness. Xin Feng pulled out a cold and indifferent smile. Hi, cheerleader. Mu Qingyan's eyes were fixed on the huge black object on the balcony. His heart was pounding, his face pale. Xin Feng. Are you crazy? What are you doing with a gun at hand? Tang Tang pursed her lips, her lip lines were tightly drawn, and she said nothing. She just looked at Mu Qingyan with an almost pitying look. The woman didn't know it yet, but she was about to cry bitterly over the death of her boyfriend. Lin Yue stood aside with her arms folded, a hint of dark excitement in her eyes. She was like a high-ranking spectator, admiring the way her man held the power of life and death. This feeling is so fascinating. Your boyfriend deserves to die too. We will all become his property. This is the only destination for women in the end times. Xin Feng's voice sounded again, with a hint of teasing. Senior Mu Qingyan, don't be anxious. Find a good seat and sit down. I'll treat you to a good show. Mu Qingyan looked in the direction of the gun muzzle, and the uneasiness in her heart instantly reached its peak. She covered her chest, which was heaving violently, and her voice trembled. Xin Feng, don't do this. The people in Wu Changle's dormitory. I know it was you who did it. Please, don't kill anyone anymore. Of course I won't do anything rash. Xin Feng's eyes never left the sight, and his voice was terrifyingly steady. I'm just in case. Whoever dares to kill me will be killed by my bullets. Mu Qingyan looked at the yellow bullets that exuded the breath of death. Her body was cold and she could only plead with a tearful voice. Xin Feng, I beg you. It's okay if they get hurt in the fight, it really doesn't matter. But please don't kill anyone anymore, okay? I beg you. Rest assured. Xin Feng replied with 2 words indifferently. I know my limits. Across the balcony, on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere had reached freezing point. Wang Zi and Gao Yi, with their respective troops, faced each other across a white line drawn by bricks, like 2 wild beasts about to fight to the death. Gao Yi, don't think you're great just because your family has a few officials. Wang Zi's roar carried on the wind. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will beat him up. Wang Zi, stop talking nonsense. Gao Yi pointed at his nose and cursed, You bastards on the basketball team, you stare at my girlfriends but every day and talk dirty. Don't think I don't know. Oh, Mu Qingyan? Wang Zi sneered. She's dressed so provocatively, twisting around in the basketball hall and filming short videos, disturbing our practice, and she doesn't allow anyone to watch? You're looking for death. Gao Yi was completely enraged, his eyes red. Bang! A crisp sound. Gao Yi slapped Wang Zi hard in the face. In an instant, Wang Zi pounced forward like a lit bomb and grabbed Gao Yi's neck tightly. The two men wrestled with each other and rolled on the ground. Gao Yi swung his fist towards Wang Zi. Wang Zi pinched Gao Yi's neck hard. The troops on both sides suddenly rioted and rushed forward with roars.
Qin Feng, do it!
Tang Tang screamed, worried that her boyfriend Wang Zi would be bullied.
Qin Feng, don't shoot! Mu Qingyan also screamed in horror. She just wanted the fight to stop. Honey, tell them to shut up.
Lin Yue's voice was cold and sweet, full of anticipation. Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's.
The crosshairs of the scope were firmly fixed on Gao Yi's temple. He calmly pulled the trigger. Bang!
A dull and terrifying loud noise tore apart the tranquility of the campus. The bullet, carrying a scorching airwave, whizzed through a distance of hundreds of meters.
Gao Yi, who was riding on Wang Zi and punching wildly, suddenly stopped.
His head exploded instantly, and bright red blood mixed with brain matter gushed out instantly. Gao Yi's body shook, and the madness and anger in his eyes were quickly replaced by a dead gray, and then his body was pushed out by the bullet.
Wang Zi was stunned.
He stared blankly at Gao Yi, who had instantly lost all sound, and felt the warm liquid splashing on his face.
Gunshot! It's Qin Feng!
Wang Zi turned his head suddenly and happened to see a flash of reflection from a lens on a balcony on the third floor of the girls' dormitory opposite.
Run! Qin Feng fired.
Wang Zi let out a heart-wrenching roar and crawled towards the stairs. The boys on the rooftop were instantly in an uproar. Looking at Gao Yi, who died tragically on the spot, fear spread like a plague. Some people collapsed to the ground in fear, while others ran away in all directions in panic.
In just a few tens of seconds, the entire roof was cleared out.
All that was left was a cold corpse and a few crows attracted by the smell of blood.
The warm afternoon breeze blew a few strands of foxtail grass on the dormitory roof.
Qin Feng slowly put down the Barrett sniper rifle, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. It felt great to see Gao Yi dying on the spot and the male classmates running away in all directions. Yes, he didn't intend to kill more classmates. What he wants is not killing. It's their fear of themselves. It makes these self-righteous guys live in fear of death forever, and live under the shadow of the threat of death they themselves give. Tang Tang looked at this scene and once again felt the pleasure of revenge that came from having the power of life and death. Mu Qingyan behind her was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the motionless body on the rooftop opposite, as if all the sounds in the world had disappeared.
Her boyfriend was shot to death by Qin Feng?
A few seconds later.
A.
A shrill scream that didn't sound like a human voice burst out from Mu Qingyan's throat.
Qin Feng! You killed Gao Yi! You killed my boyfriend!
She pounced on Qin Feng like a madman, her nails and fists landing on him indiscriminately.
Qin Feng frowned and let her beat him, his voice cold. Mu Qingyan, are you crazy? Why did you kill him? How did he offend you? Whoa! Why did you kill Gao Yi?
Mu Qingyan cried heartbreakingly, like a madman, and threw herself on Qin Feng and beat him. Qin Feng finally lost his patience. He suddenly grabbed Mu Qingyan's wrist and slapped her in the face with his backhand.
Bang!
Chapter 43. Tang Tang sacrificed his first youth. Qin Feng's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion.
He decided to go all out, and with a slight thought, he grabbed the hands of the three girls, took all the weapons, and disappeared in an instant. The next second, the four of them were in a system space that was far larger than the size of the dormitory. The decoration here is simple and white, and the room is comfortable and tidy, which does not look like a collapsed doomsday at all. Qin Feng skillfully disassembled the gun, removed the magazine, and poured the bullets into a special metal box. Everything was in order, revealing an unquestionable calmness. His gaze turned to Mu Qingyan, who was still confused. Mu Qingyan's tears rolled down her cheeks, and her delicate body trembled with anger and fear. She saw Qin Feng quietly packing up his guns and bullets. While Qin Feng had his back to him, he rushed forward regardless of everything and punched Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng said nothing, but silently untied his 7 wolves belt. He tied Mu Qingyan's hands behind her back and tied her snow-white wrists tightly with a belt. Ah, Qin Feng, you bastard. Whoa. No, don't tie me up, you're hurting me. You can't do this. You can't bully female classmates just because of the doomsday crisis. You hit me first. Doesn't your hand hurt? Calm down.
Qin Feng said coldly, then grabbed Mu Qingyan's hair like a chick and dragged her into the bathroom.
Bang.
Mu Qingyan was thrown on the marble floor, and the cold touch made her shiver.
Whoa, Qin Feng, you are not a human being, you are harboring a female classmate. Also, what kind of place is this? Woohoo, I need to call my parents. Qin Feng, you will regret this. Gao Yi's family is full of people with connections. Get lost.
Qin Feng closed the heavy soundproof door, completely isolating Mu Qingyan's desperate cries and calls for help. Outside the door, Lin Yue and Tang Tang were both silent, but completely different waves were stirring in their hearts. Lin Yue looked at Qin Feng's cold profile, and instead of feeling fear, she felt an unprecedented joy.
This is the kind of man you can trust in the end times.
He is cold, powerful, and merciless to his enemies.
Moreover, Lin Yue has no good feelings towards Mu Qingyan, the captain of the cheerleading team.
Don't be fooled by the fact that they usually call each other wife or dear.
In fact, Lin Yue was extremely disgusted with Mu Qingyan's intimidating and domineering personality. Mu Qingyan usually relies on her boyfriend's status as a student leader and his family background to be arrogant and look down on others.
I often feel that I will be an official's wife in the future, ordering my classmates around.
But now it's the zombie apocalypse, are you still treating your classmates the same way you usually do?
The situation has changed now, but Mu Qingyan still can't see the situation clearly.
What a fool!
Lin Yue knew that she had made the right bet, and she would just follow Qin Feng obediently from then on.
Tang Tang felt a chill in his heart and his legs were trembling. Her last bit of hope was completely shattered the moment Mu Qingyan was dragged away.
She knew that she could not escape the fate of being eaten by Qin Feng today, and she had no chance at all. Qin Feng coldly locked Mu Qingyan in the bathroom, as if he had just dusted her off. He walked to Lin Yue, gently held her in his arms and hugged her, pinched her face with his right hand, and patted her gently.
Yue, baby, is this scene good? It looks great.
Lin Yue felt Qin Feng's movements and did not dare to struggle.
Okay, watch some TV or relax in the massage chair. Now, whatever's going on in the room, don't watch it. Of course, you can watch it if you want.
Lin Yue nodded meekly and curled up in the massage chair, but her eyes always followed the figures of Qin Feng and Tang Tang, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
It seems that today's drama has just begun.
Next, Qin Feng slowly turned to Tang Tang. He approached step by step, without making any sound. Tang Tang felt like every step was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart.
Senior.
Qin Feng's voice was terrifyingly calm. I helped you kill Gaoi, and you saw with your own eyes that Wang Zi escaped unharmed. I did my part in our deal.
Now, it's your turn. Tang Tang's delicate body trembled, and her expressionless face showed no sadness or joy, she just nodded.
She walked silently, step by step, towards the 1.5-meter single bed covered with a comfortable 4-piece set, her movements stiff, like a puppet. She sat on the edge of the bed, then lay down flat on her back. She lay down on a pillow and then closed her eyes tightly. A crystal teardrop finally couldn't be held back. It slid down from the corners of her tightly closed eyes and sank into her hair, cold to the bone. Qin Feng looked at the tear, feeling no pity in his heart, only the pleasure of revenge. He leaned over and whispered in her ear.
Thanks.
Time lost its meaning in space, and I don't know how much time had passed.
About 60 minutes.
Lin Yue had already fallen asleep on the comfortable sofa. Qin Feng finally released the numb body in his arms. The flexibility and firmness that belonged to a top dancer were now reduced to silent submission. Afterwards, Tang Tang sat up silently, her cheeks flushed and her body hot. She put on her clothes one by one, each movement revealing a sense of slowness.
I want to go out, please let me out. Tang Tang's voice was hoarse.
I'm going back to the dorm to take a shower. Qin Feng looked at Tang Tang's distraught and exhausted appearance and nodded.
He didn't say anything else.
A thought flashed through his mind, and Tang Tang's figure disappeared from the space.
Tang Tang found himself back at the door of dormitory 301. She stumbled back to her dormitory 303.
He locked the door, his body could no longer support him and he slid down to the ground. She didn't cry out loud, but just hugged her injured knee. I let the tears flow out silently, soaking my clothes. After a long time, she got up, walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower.
Let the warm water wash over your numb body.
Her cell phone was thrown casually on the bed and had been turned off. If it is turned on, the crazy call and message notification sounds. I'm afraid this small phone would have been shattered to pieces. Finally, Tang Tang finished taking a bath.
Water droplets were still dripping from the ends of her hair.
With hands that were trembling so much that she could barely hold the phone, she pressed the power button. In the chat software, Wang Zi's avatar is a huge number, and it is unknown how many messages he has sent. Tang Tang? Are you there? Baby Tang? Are you there? Speak up, or I'll call you if you don't. Tang Tang dear, can you please say something? Why is your phone turned off? Qin Feng and you? Tang Tang, it's the end of the world, I really don't know what to do. How can I save you, my love? Tang Tang looked at the messages with a sarcastic expression and sneered. Wang Zi, are you my boyfriend? If you cared about me, you would have rushed over like Wu Changle even if you turned into a zombie. So, Wang Zi is not even as good as Wu Changle. Tang Tang's heart sank coldly and she began to cry silently. Qin Feng received real-time feedback from the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host and Tang Tang for making a substantial leap in their relationship. Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body shape, beautiful curves. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Arts, dance major. Weekly hobbies, dancing, watching TV series. The host stimulated Tang Tang's various emotions, gaining a large amount of emotional points. Humiliation, finally, I've reached this point with Qin Feng, plus 3,000 points. Angry at my boyfriend's disappointment and weakness, plus 2,000 points. Reluctant, believes you can kill people even if you have weapons, plus 1,000 points. Happiness, I actually felt a little bit of joy just now, being conquered. Plus 5,000 points. Unfair, I sacrificed myself to kill my boyfriend's enemy, but he sent me these useless messages. Plus 2,000 points. Stockholm Syndrome, although Qin Feng bullied me, I admire Qin Feng's strength even more. Plus 10,000 points. Emotional progress bar, obedience, kneeling and licking dog, ultimate licking dog. System space upgrade LV10, area expanded to 110 square meters. A bedroom is provided to separate the living room and bedroom. Bedroom, 30 square meters, living room, 80 square meters. The single bed was upgraded to a 1.8 meter double bed. Host's current remaining points, 73,500 points. Chapter 44 Tang Tang's subtle psychological changes afterwards. After Qin Feng and Tang Tang slept, he also fell into a deep sleep, mainly because he was too tired. His skills are getting better and better, from the initial 10 minutes to the current 60 minutes. After waking up, he found Lin Yue's big eyes close to him, smiling at him. Lin Yue smiled and said, "Are you satisfied? You even slept with the most beautiful girl in our art academy." Qin Feng patted Lin Yue's face contentedly and gave her a pat on the head, satisfied. Lin Yue, I deserve credit, right? Qin Feng, it's an indispensable contribution. Absolutely an indispensable contribution. Lin Yue said coquettishly, I'm hungry, can I eat now? Qin Feng, let's eat. Lin Yue, by the way, you're asked to lock up a school beauty with a belt in the restroom. How are you going to solve this problem? Qin Feng, if she dares to hit me, just lock her up inside. Lin Yue, ha, I like it. I've been annoyed by this cheerleading captain for a long time. Qin Feng, if I satisfy you, I will tie Mu Qingyan up forever and keep her here and not let her leave. Lin Yue, ha, quite perverted. I like it. Qin Feng opened the system and selected, unlock Sichuan cuisine, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, twice-cooked pork, and more. Redemption price, 10,000 points. System, host selected Sichuan cuisine, 10,000 points deducted, remaining points, 63,500. As Qin Feng's mind moved, the system points were deducted. The originally empty dining table was instantly filled with steaming delicacies. The bright red and oily shredded pork with fish flavor exudes an alluring aroma of sour, sweet, and slightly spicy. On the golden red kung pao chicken, the peanuts are crispy, the chicken is tender, and the spicy and fragrant taste. Mapo tofu is bright red in color, with tender tofu garnished with green garlic sprouts and fragrant minced meat, and is spicy and hot. There is also the twice-cooked pork, which is fragrant, fat but not greasy. Each piece is shaped like a lantern and has a rich sauce flavor. For a moment, the whole house was filled with the strong aroma of Sichuan cuisine, which made Lin Yue's appetite whetted and the glutton in her stomach was completely awakened. Lin Yue was already hungry and sat at the dining table. Ah, do you want to ask Tang Tang to come over for dinner? Qin Feng, go ahead, tell her to put on her most beautiful clothes and come over. Lin Yue smiled. Okay, I'll send her a message.
She's yours anyway, I don't believe she won't come over. As she spoke, Lin Yue sent a message to Tang Tang. Come over for dinner, dress up.
Pictures, pictures, pictures. Tang Tang had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a white pajamas. Looking at herself in the mirror, the blush on her cheeks had not faded. She saw the message from Lin Yue asking her to go out for dinner, and also saw the pictures, all of which were her favorite Sichuan dishes.
Tang Tang couldn't help swallowing.
Originally, she was disheartened, disillusioned, and had seen through the essence of the world.
Between men and women, it's just that little thing.
When the end of the world comes, good friends can turn against each other, and best friends can frame each other. She lost faith in men, women, love, and the whole world, and even wanted to jump off the building and die.
However, when I saw the delicious food, my stomach suddenly growled and my appetite overcame all my rationality. Then I thought, why should I die? There are so many delicious foods in the world, I should just eat my fill first.
Tang Tang suddenly realized something. God designed the human body function of being hungry to help you. Whenever you feel disgusted with the world and you feel hungry, I remind you, what's there to worry about?
Just have a good meal. If one meal isn't enough, try two. Tang Tang immediately decided, it is better to live a miserable life than to die.
I insisted on putting on beautiful clothes and going to Qin Feng's room to eat. As for what Wang Zi thinks, let him think whatever he wants. I have sacrificed for him and killed for him.
I have done my best for Wang Zi.
So, Tang Tang opened the wardrobe, determined to use the asset that he was most proud of to face this cruel and tempting new world. Her model height of 172 centimeters is already outstanding, and now she wants to maximize her advantage. She picked out a pink tight dress with the perfect hem length. It barely covers the base of her thighs, completely revealing her straight and slender legs.
Those legs have fair and delicate skin, and smooth and tight lines.
Then, she picked out a pair of black Balenciaga stockings with letter prints from a pile of designer stockings. The thin black silk wrapped around her shapely calves and round thighs.
Black letters meandered up the fair skin. With an ascetic yet luxurious sexiness, every step sways with fatal temptation.
She put on delicate light makeup and deepened her eyeliner. It makes the already sparkling peach blossom eyes even more charming and cute. When she stood in front of the mirror, looking at her graceful and sexy self, the previous despair and dejection seemed to be swept away.
She is no longer a fool who loves men desperately.
But he is a hunter who knows how to use his own charm.
Food and beauty are her weapons to survive.
Then she went to Qin Feng's dormitory 301 with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking graceful and elegant, and wearing a pair of pointed flesh-colored high heels.
Knock, knock, knock. Knock on the door.
Since the three girls in dormitory 302, Chao Hong, Geng Xian, and Pan Yu, were all dead, there was no one monitoring Qin Feng's door. When Qin Feng came to open the door, he saw Tang Tang's beauty at first sight, and instantly felt that he was ready.
I really want to pull Tang Tang away from eating first, he doesn't mind another round. Hi, senior sister.
Qin Feng looked straight at Tang Tang.
Hello.
Tang Tang blushed and lowered her head, feeling Qin Feng's fiery gaze galloping over her.
However, girls dress up for boys to see, let alone this boy who just explored her body. Senior sister is so beautiful. Qin Feng praised sincerely. Thank you. Can I come in? Tang Tang asked, blushing. Okay.
Qin Feng made way and Tang Tang slipped in. After entering the door, Qin Feng grabbed Tang Tang's hand, and both of their bodies trembled at the same time, as if they were connected again. To be honest, after a man and a woman have that thing going on, their bodies will develop a tacit understanding and they will have telepathic connection with each other. Qin Feng was full of fighting spirit, Tang Tang was blushing and her heart was beating fast, and her eyes were tender and affectionate. The two held hands and entered the space. Lin Yue looked at Qin Feng and Tang Tang in front of her, who looked like a passionate couple. I thought that Tang Tang's attitude had changed so much in just this one time.
Chapter 45 Hot School Girl, Cheerleader Captain.
The boy asked Tang Tang to transform from a girl to a woman, which could make her change her mind immediately.
Lin Yue bet that Tang Tang definitely no longer loves Wang Zi.
Just like after she and Qin Feng had a real relationship, she immediately lost interest in Wu Changle. Her whole heart was filled with Qin Feng, and she only hoped that Qin Feng would continue to love her, and love her.
Okay, the food is here, let's start eating, Qin Feng said.
Then, the two girls sat down, and Qin Feng naturally sat in the main seat, like an emperor. Lin Yue and Tang Tang stood on his left and right, like his most beautiful trophies. In this apocalyptic century, this dinner seemed so unreal and yet so natural. The table was filled with a sumptuous meal of Sichuan cuisine. The boiled fish in red oil is sprinkled with emerald green onions and fragrant sesame seeds. The attractive color of mapo tofu, the bright red chili oil wrapped around the snow-white tofu. There is also the twice-cooked pork with a charred aroma, each piece is covered with rich sauce, fatty but not greasy. Tang Tang's eyes were wide open, she almost trembled as she picked up a piece of fish. The spicy sensation that stimulated her taste buds instantly exploded in her mouth, making her so happy that she almost burst into tears.
This is not just food, it is proof of life and the most luxurious enjoyment in the doomsday. Eat, Yue, senior's sister. Xin Feng said, from now on, this will be our normal routine. Lin Yue was already used to it. She smiled and picked up a piece of tofu for Tang Tang. Tang Tang, my wife, eat more and replenish your energy. We follow Xin Feng and we won't have to worry about food anymore. Tang Tang's cheeks flushed again, and she whispered, It's really delicious. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Xin Feng, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. There is fear, gratitude, and a dependence that she herself is not aware of. However, outside this warm and ambiguous atmosphere, the bathroom just across the door was a cold hell. Mu Qingyan had her hands tied behind her back by 7 wolves and was fixed to an icy water pipe. She huddled on the cold tile floor, shaking with fear. The laughter, the sounds of chewing food, and the flirting between men and women coming from outside were very heartbreaking. She thought of her boyfriend who was brutally beaten to death by Xin Feng, and the humiliation of being a prisoner. She was filled with grief and anger, and tears burst out, soaking the clothes on her full chest. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and she suppressed her voice and started crying and cursing. Xin Feng, you bastard, let me go. You killed my boyfriend, Wuo, you will die a miserable death. Her cry was filled with despair and hatred. I want revenge for my boyfriend. Even if my boyfriend becomes a ghost, he will never let you go. Just wait. However, her cries and curses were locked tightly by the thick door. When it reached the outside, it only turned into a faint whimper. It soon dissipated in the aroma of delicious food and the charming atmosphere, and no one paid any attention to it. After Tang Tang and Lin Yue had eaten their fill, they leaned back in their chairs contentedly. The calories and satiety of a hearty Sichuan meal are more satisfying than anything else. Their cheeks were flushed with health from the food and the warmth of the room. Their eyes were blurred and their postures were lazy, like 2 well-fed cats. They were the first territories that Xin Feng conquered. They are the 2 cornerstones for Xin Feng to establish a new order in this collapsing world. Xin Feng stood up and slowly put the remaining dishes on the table. A few pieces of meat, some shapeless tofu, fish bones stained with red oil, and some steamed rice were placed on a clean plate. He moved slowly, then carried the plate of leftovers into the bathroom with a sneer. In the living room, Lin Yue had already turned on the wall-mounted large-screen TV with familiarity. She took 2 glasses of half-squeezed orange juice from the table and handed one to Tang Tang. I nestled comfortably in the soft and spacious leather sofa. While drinking juice, he excitedly used the remote control to turn on the variety show. Tang Tang took the juice, the cool wall of the glass and the sweet and sour liquid. It allowed her to completely recover from the ultimate sensory feast just now. She followed Lin Yue's example and curled up on the sofa. This sofa was so comfortable that she sank into it. This was a luxury and peace she had never experienced since the zombie crisis. At this moment, her cell phone vibrated in her pocket at an inopportune time, and the buzzing sound broke the silence. The words Wang Zi flashed on the screen. She frowned and pressed the hang-up button directly. However, within a few seconds, the phone rang stubbornly again. Lin Yue turned her head and looked at the annoyance on Tang Tang's face, and said softly, Tang Tang, my dear, it's no use for you to keep avoiding me like this. Why don't you just talk it out with Wang Zi? A short pain is worse than a long one. Tang Tang's heart trembled when he heard this. Lin Yue is right. Her body, her stomach, and even her heart were being occupied by Xin Feng bit by bit. Xin Feng and I have already made a fait accompli. In 60 minutes, we have basically eaten everything up and fully developed. Hiding and dodging will only make yourself more embarrassed. It is better to cut the Gordian knot and sever the emotional ties with tears. She took a deep breath, made up some determination, and finally answered the phone. Wang Zi's anxious voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Tang Tang. You finally answered the phone. How are you? Where are you? Did Qin Feng do anything to you? Don't be afraid,
Wang Zi, Tang Tang's voice was unusually calm, with a coldness that he himself had not noticed.
Don't call me again. Wang Zi's voice froze, as if he hadn't reacted. What?
Tang Tang closed his eyes and said word by word, I'm afraid Qin Feng will misunderstand. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, which scared Wang Zi to death. Wang Zi's head buzzed, and the image of the embarrassing man and woman flashed through his mind. The thing he feared most in this world had finally happened.
Aha!
All the words he wanted to say were stuck in Wang Zi's throat.
All that was left was endless astonishment and humiliation. Misunderstanding? Is she afraid that the demon who forced her will misunderstand?
Tang Tang didn't give him any chance to refute or question, and hung up the phone directly.
Then I decisively chose to block it and turn off the phone. The world is finally completely pure.
After doing all this, Tang Tang felt like he had unloaded a heavy burden.
He let out a long sigh and tossed his phone aside.
She picked up the glass of orange juice again and looked at the TV screen.
The last season of Running Man is playing on the screen.
The celebrity guests inside were playing funny games in the mud, which made the audience burst into laughter.
Tang Tang watched and couldn't help but be amused.
At first, he just smiled with his lips pursed. Later, when I saw the wonderful part, I couldn't help but join Lin Yuwei.
He was laughing so hard that he was shaking and swaying on the sofa.
The clear and pleasant laughter echoed in the spacious living room, full of the carefree atmosphere of youth. At the same time, Qin Feng was pushing open the bathroom door. The laughter and chatter in the living room formed a sharp contrast with the cold and silent atmosphere here.
Mu Qinyan curled up on the cold marble floor.
His hands were tied with a rough 7-horse harness, and his wrists were already rubbed red. The black suspender skirt she was wearing seemed particularly thin at this moment, closely clinging to her body that was trembling slightly from the cold.
Chapter 46. Your boyfriend is jealous of me.
The girl who was crying for her boyfriend just now suddenly became friends with the devil and laughed so happily.
Betrayal can happen so quickly and so completely. Mu Qinyan completely lost interest in Tang Tang. Qin Feng.
She raised her head, her tear-stained face filled with deep hatred.
Damn it! Just because you have a gun, you can do whatever you want? You killed Gao Yi.
You killed him because you were jealous of him. Her voice was hoarse from crying and her words were sharp. Qin Feng put the plate in his hand on the ground, making a crisp clang sound.
He looked down at her, his eyes showing no mercy, only a sneer. I'm jealous of Gao Yi? What am I jealous of him for? Stop being ridiculous, senior. It's obviously him who's jealous of me. You're talking nonsense. Mu Qinyan struggled excitedly. Gao Yi's family are all cadres, and he himself is a student cadre. Everyone respects him. Who are you? You grew up in an orphanage, you have no background, only a back. Gao Yi, why should you be jealous of me? Really? I'm curious too. Qin Feng's sneer became even more intense. Why would someone who isn't jealous of me keep trying to make things difficult for me in the student union? Why would someone who isn't jealous of me look at me like a knife when he sees me talking to another girl? Why does someone who isn't jealous of me always say bad things about me to others?
I've never seen such a narrow-minded and petty student leader. Qin Feng's words, like a precise scalpel, instantly dissected the reality that Mu Qinyan had always been unwilling to face. Mu Qinyan was suddenly startled and stopped struggling.
That's right, Gao Yi is indeed petty sometimes. As a girlfriend, she knows better than anyone else. Gao Yi always has an innate sense of superiority and thinks he is better than Gao. He was used to being the center of attention and having everyone obey him.
If there is any male classmate who is better than him in some aspects, or does not obey his arrangements.
Gao Yi didn't say it out loud, but in private he always used his power as a student leader to do some targeted things. And Qin Feng. Mu Qinyan looked at Qin Feng in front of her.
She knew Qin Feng, the poorest and most unconnected school idol in the School of Computer Science. Because he is kind and handsome, he is very popular with girls, which makes Lin Yuwei become a fish in the pond.
Qin Feng is indeed very handsome, the kind of handsome that is very aggressive and makes girls blush and their hearts beat faster at the first sight of him. This is exactly what Gao Yi, who is not good looking, cares about the most and what he lacks the most confidence in. Could it be that Gao Yi was the one who took the initiative to provoke? Once this thought came into her mind, it grew like a vine in her heart. A crack appeared in the hatred that she had always believed in.
Mu Qingyan suddenly stopped talking and just stared at the ground with a blank look in her eyes. Xin Feng saw that she was speechless and knew that his words had worked. He sneered and pushed the plate with leftovers toward her with his toes. The plate slid across the marble floor, making a harsh scraping sound, and finally stopped in front of her knees.
Eat, senior.
His voice was understated. The food on the plate was exactly what Lin Yue and Tang Tang had just left over. A few fish bones with scattered pieces of meat hanging on them, and a piece of mashed mapo tofu. There were also a few slices of greasy twice-cooked pork fat mixed in, making it look like dog food.
Mu Qingyan's pupils suddenly contracted.
The huge sense of humiliation instantly overwhelmed all the sadness and confusion.
She raised her head sharply and roared angrily, "Do you take me for a dog?"
Right.
Xin Feng's answer was clear and concise.
He squatted down and looked at her at eye level.
"Didn't you want to hit me just now? Didn't you look down on me before? You and I were walking face to face, and you rushed over without even looking at me, as if I was not worthy of chasing you?
Another time, I was playing basketball in the gym, and one of your cheerleaders accused me of secretly filming her but with my phone.
Fuck me, I was browsing my phone, am I sick? Why was I secretly taking pictures of her? Why do you cheerleaders always feel superior to others? Do you really think you are beautiful? Now, you're just my bootlicker, and we'll settle our salary debts together. You either eat or you starve. You're dreaming. Even if I starve to death and jump off here, I will never eat a single bite of your food."
Mu Qingyan shouted with all her strength, tears streaming down her face again.
"Yes, I just didn't bother to look at you before. You have no money and no background, why should I look at you? Who are you?"
"It's useless for a boy to be handsome, stop being so self-indulgent."
"Yes, I have no money or background. I grew up in an orphanage."
Xin Feng stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his hands. "Then you might as well starve yourself to death. I want to see how long your courage can hold out.
Also, who said I wanted to pursue you? I just thought you were pretty and took one more look at you. But you want me to pursue you? That's overthinking."
As he said that, he turned and walked to the toilet next to him, filled it with water, and then pressed the flush button. The sound of splashing water seemed to be playing an elegy for her dignity.
Then, he left the bathroom without looking back.
With a slight click, the door was closed from the outside.
Mu Qingyan was the only one left in the world again.
She knelt on the cold ground, her hands bound tightly, unable to move. The food residue on the plate in front of me exuded a mixed, appetizing smell. Her stomach growled uncontrollably. She looked at the plate on the ground, then at her bound hands, and sobbed in despair. The black suspender skirt outlines her beautiful figure. As the captain of the school cheerleading team, her figure is impeccable. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground, and the curve of her round and firm buttocks looked particularly attractive. However, this sexy and hot body, together with her proud soul, imprisoned in this tiny, cold hell, at the mercy of others.
After a while, the bathroom door was pushed open again. It's Lin Yue and Tang Tang.
They probably wanted to go to the bathroom, and when they saw Mu Qingyan kneeling on the ground crying, they were both stunned. The smiles from before were gone from their faces, replaced by a complex, condescending pity.
"Yenner, stop making trouble."
Lin Yue spoke first, with a hint of impatience in her tone.
"There's a zombie crisis right now. Saving your life is the most important thing. What's the point of your little temper?"
Tang Tang also stepped forward, looked at the plate of leftovers on the ground, and advised.
"Even though it's leftovers, it's better than not eating it. Everyone outside is hungry now.
You have no idea how many people have died just to get a bite to eat. You have leftovers to eat, which is much better than the other people in the dormitory who have nothing." Their words sounded like consolation.
But in Mu Qingyan's ears, it was full of boasting and sarcasm. "You too, just can't stand seeing me doing well." Mu Qingyan raised her tearful eyes and glared at them hatefully.
"You and Xin Feng are in cahoots, but I won't be as spineless as you.
Get out of here, both of you. Get out, green tea bitch." Woo. Chapter 47, The Pride of the Cheerleader and School Beauty. Mu Qingyan's hysterical crying made the sympathy on Lin Yue and Tang Tang's faces disappear.
They looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes.
"You don't know what's good for you."
Lin Yue curled her lips and pulled Tang Tang out of the bathroom. They continued to watch TV in the living room. This time, Lin Yue turned up the volume of the TV even louder, as if on purpose. The exaggerated laughter of the male and female guests in the variety show, the cheers of victory in the game, and the lively background music penetrated the door and poured into Mu Qingyan's ears more clearly. It mixed with the sound of hunger in her stomach and her own crying, forming an absurd soundtrack. In the living room, Qin Feng leaned on the sofa, one hand around Lin Yue's shoulders. While listening to the noise from the TV, I also listened to the deliberately suppressed sobs coming from the bathroom. He looked at Lin Yue and Tang Tang holding a bag of potato chips, looking at them with great interest. I thought it was really easy to deal with girls. Just feed them, give them a little sense of security and entertainment. They can laugh heartily and even break up with their boyfriends so decisively. At this moment, a system voice came into Qin Feng's mind. Bite. Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, cheerleading captain. Type, hot girl sexy type. The host just stimulated Mu Qingyan's various emotions and gained a large amount of system points. Fear, Mu Qingyan's fear of the host having a gun, plus 2,000 points. Humiliation, Mu Qingyan's feeling of humiliation towards the host for putting food on the ground and being treated like a dog, plus 3,000 points. Unfair, Mu Qingyan feels powerless over the unfair fate of Lin Yue and Tang Tang, who can eat, drink, and watch TV. Plus 5,000 points. Shame, Mu Qingyan feels ashamed that the host tied her hands, plus 3,500 points. Anger, Mu Qingyan's anger at having her superior mentality shattered, plus 3,000 points. Helpless, the despair of watching her boyfriend being shot and killed by the host, plus 4,000 points. Total points, plus 20,500 points. Host's remaining points, 63,500 plus 20,500 is equal to 84,000 points. System upgrade LV11, indoor area 120 square meters, 1 guest room, 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Reward, a wardrobe. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar, arrogant. Wave, humiliation, submission, active, dog licking, ultimate dog licking. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar, arrogant. Wave, humiliation, submission, active, dog licking, ultimate dog licking. At night. The whole campus was lifeless, like a forgotten cemetery. Although the water, electricity and networks are in place, hunger is the best silence order. The dormitory building that was once bustling is now brightly lit, but you can hear a pin drop. The scene in Qin Feng's room was quite different. He sat on the sofa with his arms stretched out, hugging his left and right. Lin Yue and Tang Tang, two beautiful women, pressed their bodies tightly against him, watching variety shows with him, and laughing like silver bells from time to time. Across the wall, there is endless darkness outside and the roars of zombies wandering on the road. Inside the room, the air is filled with spring. Sudden. A low buzzing sound pierced the night sky, coming from far away and getting closer. The deathly silence in the dormitory building was broken in an instant. A boy with pointed ears suddenly sat up in bed, leaned out the window, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Drone! It's a military drone! Supplies are coming! The military is sending supplies! Damn it! It's finally here! I don't have to starve to death anymore! Wow, wow, wow! Mom, I'm saved!" The emotions that had been suppressed for several days completely exploded, and both the boys' and girls' dormitories burst into ecstasy as if they had survived a disaster. But this time, everyone was more rational and reserved. The tragedy on the rooftop is still vivid in my mind. No one wants to be pushed off a tall building or shot in the head by a sniper rifle behind the debris on the balcony for a few packets of instant noodles. In the boys' dormitory, the basketball team captain Wang Zi is still leading the organization. People unloaded the supplies from the drone in an orderly manner, and when they found that there was no movement from Qin Feng's side, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Qin Feng's gun is only interested in boys who have school beauties as girlfriends. He was too lazy to waste a bullet on ordinary people like them who just wanted to survive. The military seemed to feel guilty this time and provided particularly generous supplies. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and even bread. The boys' dormitory building has come alive. Great! I can eat and play games again. I love this apocalypse. Honestly, haven't all the teachers been fed to the zombies? There's been no activity in the class group chat for several days. Eat and drink enough, we must celebrate in double Q tonight. I just recharged my primo gems, I have to draw a silcock. Amidst the hustle and bustle and revelry,
Only Wang Zi's dormitory had a terribly depressing atmosphere.
Wang Zi sat on the chair, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the only light in the girls' dormitory building outside the window. His roommates had just wolfed down their instant noodles and were picking their teeth contentedly.
They don't understand.
These heartless single guys will never understand how heart-wrenching it is to watch their woman laughing and chatting in another man's room. They can't even understand the despair that feels like the sky is falling when they receive a breakup call from their girlfriend and hear her say in a cold voice, "I'm afraid Qin Feng will misunderstand."
Wang Zi's nails had dug deeply into the flesh of his palm, and blood was seeping out from between his fingers. He just wanted to rush over, grab Tang Tang's neck, and ask her why. "Don't you love me anymore?" He even wanted to rush into the room and smash Qin Feng's head into pieces like a watermelon. But Qin Feng has a gun. M16, sniper rifle, and grenades. Powerful, so have it all. Weak, so lose everything. The hatred of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable.
Wang Zi suddenly raised his head and transferred the few tens of thousands of yuan left in his mobile phone to his 3 roommates without leaving a single cent.
Ding, ding, ding.
The 3 transfer notification sounds stunned the roommates who were still savoring the taste of instant noodles. Looking at the huge amount of money in the mobile phone, they immediately understood that Wang Zi was going to risk his life.
"Brother Z, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it." Chapter 48. Mu Qingyan's hands were tied. "Fuck. Is this for Tang Tang?"
"Qin Feng, you bastard, we brothers are going to kill you."
"Brother Z, you usually protect us the most. Now that you are in trouble, can we still watch you? You decide what to do. We'll give you our lives."
Wang Zi listened to his brother's words, his eyes reddened, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "To kill someone, you need to use your brain. Last time, Wu Changle and his group of idiots rushed head-on and were courting death."
He pointed out the window at the dark void between the 2 buildings. "We will go through the sky." One of the roommates was stunned and said, "In the sky? Brother Z, we don't have wings. Use a rope." Wang Zi's voice was as cold as ice.
"There are climbing ropes and compound bows in the sports equipment room. We can shoot a guide rope over and then build a zipline."
Another roommate's eyes lit up. "I get it. Use a pulley. Slide over like a special forces trooper." "That's right." Wang Zi's eyes were fierce.
"We also need to take protective measures. We should tie all the hard plastic, old books, and thick cotton clothes we can find to our bodies to make simple armor.
As for weapons, we can bring all the iron pipes and baseball bats in the dormitory. Take advantage of the second half of the night, when they are sleeping soundly, and we will drop down from the sky and raid their entrance." Wang Zi's plan made the 3 roommates breathe faster. This plan is crazy, but feasible. "Okay. Let's do it."
"Damn it, kill Qin Feng and his room will be ours."
"Done." Wang Zi looked at the bright window outside and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "Qin Feng. Do you think you can rest assured just because you have a gun? Tonight, I will let you know what justice from heaven is. The night is deep." 11 o'clock.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang were extremely excited in this doomsday world. The other girls were hungry, but they had food and drink, watching TV and enjoying the air conditioning. Neither of them was sleepy at all, staring at Qin Feng eagerly, like 2 cats waiting to be fed.
"Qin Feng, I'm hungry."
Lin Yue pulled the corner of his clothes and shook it gently, her voice soft.
"I want a midnight snack."
Qin Feng felt a little amused as he looked at these 2 school beauties who were ignorant of the sufferings of the world.
"Aren't you girls afraid of getting fat? Late-night snacks are the natural enemy of your figure."
Tang Tang's aloofness also melted a little under the temptation of delicious food and the emotional constraints of the system's obedience. She nodded gently. "Yue wants to eat, I will accompany her." Looking at their expectant eyes, Qin Feng's heart moved.
In the apocalypse, what could make men feel more accomplished than feeding them?
Qin Feng didn't say much, his mind moved slightly, and the system space opened. Lu cuisine, braised sea cucumber with scallions, sweet and sour carp, braised pork knuckle, for happiness meatballs, braised prawns, Spanish mackerel dumplings, etc.
Unlock the entire series of dishes. Points consumed, 10,000 points. The next second, a miracle happened.
The air was suddenly filled with the rich aroma of meat and sauce, and the originally empty dining table was instantly filled with steaming delicacies. The braised pork elbow is shiny and has a rich red sauce. Beautifully shaped carp drizzled with sweet and sour golden sauce. scallion fried sea cucumber garnished with green onions. There are also golden and plump for happiness meatballs, braised prawns, and a plate of white and plump yellow mackerel dumplings. Lin Yue and Tang Tang's eyes widened instantly, and their breathing stopped for a moment.
Oh my god!
The two girls almost rushed to the dining table, picked up their chopsticks, and started showing off their food. Qin Feng looked at the two of them eating with satisfaction, with a smile on his lips, and turned to walk towards the bathroom to check on Mu Qingyan. As the bathroom door opened, an oppressive atmosphere hit me in the face. Mu Qingyan curled up on the cold floor tiles, her wrists tied with 7 wolves' leather belts, looking miserable. She had just cried, and tears were still hanging on her long eyelashes. Her usually proud and beautiful face was now filled with fatigue and stubbornness. She fell asleep, or maybe she was just resting her eyes. Qin Feng's footsteps woke her up. Mu Qingyan opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes now swollen like peaches from crying, staring at him warily.
Qin Feng's gaze fell on the untouched plate at Mu Qingyan's feet.
The leftovers inside still remain in the same condition as when they were delivered. This woman is a chaste and virtuous woman with a very strong character.
Don't want to eat? Qin Feng's voice was very light.
Mu Qingyan closed her eyes, turned her head to the side, and answered with silence.
Oh. Qin Feng sneered.
He bent down and picked up the plate on the ground.
Mu Qingyan's delicate body trembled. She thought Qin Feng was going to persuade her. However, Qin Feng walked straight to the toilet. Crash.
He poured all the food on the plate into the toilet without hesitation.
Press the flush button.
The whirlpool swept away everything, including the last shaky thought in Mu Qingyan's heart. She stared blankly at the empty toilet, her stomach cramping violently.
Hungry. So hungry.
Since the zombie crisis broke out in the past few days, she has been relying on instant coffee to survive and maintain the strength and dignity of the cheerleading captain in front of everyone. Just now, she was almost, just a little bit, about to give up all her dignity and lie down like a dog to lick the food on the plate. But now, even those leftovers are gone. Qin Feng looked down at her, his eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart.
Senior, what's wrong? Do you want to eat now?
His voice was tinged with teasing.
I don't want to.
Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth, her voice hoarse.
Very good, eat it if you like.
Qin Feng turned and left, closing the bathroom door.
Outside the door, Lin Yue looked up and asked curiously, how is it? Is Yenner willing to eat? Tang Tang also put down his chopsticks and added, I guess she won't. People like her are very proud.
Qin Feng did not answer. He took a clean plate again and took the most complete and best-looking part of each dish in front of them.
3 plump sea cucumbers with scallions. Half a whole sweet and sour carp.
A large piece of soft and glutinous red braised pork elbow.
2 round 4 happiness meatballs.
There are also 4 bright red braised prawns and 6 plump Spanish mackerel dumplings. A full plate, full of aroma. Under the surprised gazes of Tang Tang and Lin Yue, Qin Feng carried the plate and walked back to the bathroom again. Qin Feng gently placed the brand new plate of delicious food that exuded a deadly aroma, along with a pair of clean chopsticks, in front of Mu Qingyan. She was completely stunned.
This time, it's not leftovers? This time, it's a treat? The aroma of food was like an invisible hand, rudely entering her nostrils and stirring her hunger frantically. Mu Qingyan's saliva was secreted crazily in her mouth.
What surprised her even more was that Qin Feng bent down, untied the 7 wolves, and freed Mu Qingyan's right hand, but her left hand was still trapped on the water pipe.
Senior, eat.
Qin Feng's voice remained calm, but carried an unquestionable sense of command.
Only after you finish eating will you have the strength to continue your persistence, right?
Mu Qingyan lowered her head, looked at her freed right hand, and then looked at the plate of food on the ground that could be called a feast.
To eat or not to eat? Eating it means submitting to Qin Feng. Don't eat? Chapter 49 2 School Bells, Obedience Test.
It means she surrendered to the devil who killed her boyfriend.
Don't eat?
He gave her chopsticks and untied one of her hands.
Is this a kind of respect?
A kind of respect like a cat playing with mouse.
Humiliation, unwillingness, resentment, struggle, and something that even she herself was unwilling to admit, gratitude.
All kinds of emotions gnawed at her heart like poisonous snakes.
Qin Feng, this devil. So annoying.
He was using food and this little bit of insignificant kindness to destroy her last line of defense as a girl.
Mu Qingyan's body trembled violently.
She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms.
Bite. Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, cheerleading captain. Type, hot girl sexy sex.
The host just stimulated Mu Qingyan's various emotions and gained a large amount of system points.
Hesitation. It would be a waste not to eat such delicious food. Anyway, it's for myself. Plus 2,000 points.
Anger, Xin Feng tied someone up in the bathroom, made them sit on the marble floor, and deprived them of their freedom.
Plus 3,000 points.
Unwilling, I am the cheerleader captain, not a slave, plus 2,000 points. Humiliation, even though there are chopsticks, the food is still placed on the ground, plus 5,000 points.
Thanks, I want to eat, I really want to eat. They gave me so much delicious food. That's great. They're kind. Now it's the end of the world. 6,000 points.
Host's remaining points, 74,000 plus 18,000 is equal to 92,000 points.
System space upgrade LV12, indoor space area 130 square meters. Gift a set of luxury constant temperature wine cabinet. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar, wavering, humiliation, obedience, initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog.
Xin Feng listened to a series of system prompts in his mind, with a confident sneer on his face.
Are you shaken already? Ha, girl. He knew that sooner or later, the wings of Mu Qingyan, the proud white swan, would be broken one by his own hands. The white swan will come to your door personally, for you to pick. Bang.
Xin Feng closed the bathroom door, isolating himself from everything inside.
The chopsticks are given to you, your right hand is free, and the food is given to you, you can eat it or not. Mu Qingyan, just struggle and get yourself into trouble in there.
Xin Feng returned to the restaurant and saw Lin Yue and Tang Tang sitting at the dining table with great interest.
The aroma of the braised prawns had not yet dissipated.
A costume drama started playing on TV, and the two school beauties were watching it with great interest. It was as if this wasn't the zombie apocalypse at all, as if the two of them were just vacationing in Xin Feng's room.
Xin Feng sat down and ate something with them.
Then I took a quick shower and returned to the newly created bedroom. I sank into the soft, 1.8-meter-long bed, covered myself with a thin quilt, and prepared to sleep. Not long after, the muffled voices of two girls and the sound of water in the bathroom were heard outside.
Lin Yue yawned, I'm full and tired of watching. Tang Tang, this episode is over, want to watch another one?
Lin Yue, I'm sleepy, let's take a shower and go to bed.
Tang Tang, there are so many dishes, and we actually finished them all.
Lin Yue, yeah, I'm so full, let's take a shower and go to bed early.
Tang Tang whispered, by the way, where are we going to sleep tonight? Lin Yue, don't ask questions even though you already know the answer. Just sleep the way you want to. Don't ask. Tang Tang, did you bring your pajamas? Tang Tang whispered, I didn't bring it with me. What should I do? Lin Yue, then you can wear my pajamas. My clothes are all packed here. Tomorrow, you should also pack your clothes here. Tang Tang, well, Yue, I don't know how long this doomsday will last. Lin Yue advised, don't think too much. So many people have died. Every day we survive is a blessing. Tang Tang, no, I want to live well.
I hope the end of the world will pass. I still want to live my life to the fullest, be a dancer, and perform on stage.
Lin Yue, okay, dreams have everything. Let's go take a shower, shall we? Tang Tang, let's take a shower. Mu Qingyan will see us, right? Lin Yue, yeah, just look, what are you afraid of? In public baths, everyone bathes in front of each other, are you still shy? Tang Tang, I.
Xin Feng was lying in the bedroom, and he could imagine how Lin Yue and Tang Tang were washing as if nothing had happened under Mu Qingyan's complicated gaze.
You can also hear them trying in vain to persuade Mu Qingyan after they came out. Qingyan, stop making trouble. You can't beat a man.
It doesn't matter who you sleep with, all boys are the same. There was a sense of relief and self-abandonment in Tang Tang's words.
Xin Feng is still different.
Lin Yue's rebuttal was accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of embarrassment.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang lectured Mu Qingyan for another minute. Until Mu Qingyan said to them, shut up. Let me be quiet for a while.
Then, Xin Feng heard Lin Yue and Tang Tang close the bathroom door. The two girls came to the bedroom wearing slippers and smelling fragrant.
Late at night, everything is quiet.
Qin Feng's eyelids suddenly fluttered open, like a tiger that was disturbed from its doze.
Not a sound.
It was an intuition of being spied on, a cold murderous intent, that pierced the comfortable aura he had constructed with his warmth and softness.
He silently pulled his arm out from Lin Yue's warm neck,
pushing away Tang Tang's long hair that fell on her face.
"Get out of bed quietly."
With a thought, the wardrobe door opened silently. He hung an M16 automatic rifle with a magazine on it and slung it around his waist. Then he held the ferocious-looking shotgun in his hand. The touch of cold steel made his blood begin to heat up. He stood like a ghost behind the invisible door of the system space, his sight penetrating the wall and looking accurately at dormitory 301. In the darkness, four stealthy figures came in. The man in the lead was tall and muscular, and it was Wang Zi. He was followed by three accomplices, who were wearing crude armor made of books, cotton coats and plastic boards, and were holding iron pipes and baseball bats in their hands.
Wang Zi held a heavy steel pipe and made tactical gestures carefully like a special forces soldier in a movie.
Qin Feng sneered silently in the darkness.
"Just relying on this piece of junk, you think you can block the device of equality for all beings?"
Chapter 50, Campus Beauty, Your Boyfriend Dies.
A shotgun shell can shatter even a bulletproof vest into pieces, let alone a few old books. However, when Wang Zi and his three roommates entered dormitory 301, they were dumbfounded.
Apart from the garbage, it doesn't look like anyone lives here. Of the 4 beds, 3 were piled with miscellaneous items, and 1 was empty, without even a pillow or quilt. Of course, there was no sign of Qin Feng, Lin Yue, and Tang Tang.
Wang Zi and several roommates were terrified when they found nothing.
Just like in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you lead your generals to attack the enemy at night, but you find that there is no one in the tent, not a single person. That feeling of fear, the feeling of being broken when you know you've been tricked. Several roommates whispered.
"Strange. Qin Feng doesn't live in 301? Lin Yue and Tang Tang are not here either. Where are they? It doesn't look like anyone lives here. There's no one living in the bed.
So, we should infer this: Qin Feng hasn't lived in 301 for a long time.
He's either living in 302 with Lin Yue, or he's moved into 303, Tang Tang's dormitory. He doesn't live in 301 at all." The analysis of the 3 roommates made Wang Zi's heart sink even more.
Their analysis was correct.
Qin Feng went straight to live in the girls' dormitory. Anyway, he had a gun.
Live directly in the girls' dormitory, how comfortable it is.
Why do they have to live in a shabby 301? Their thinking is so naive. However, this inference made Wang Zi feel particularly heartbroken. Since no one lives here, the only reasonable assumption is that Qin Feng moved into dormitory 303.
In other words, Qin Feng forced Tang Tang to live with him. The 3 roommates saw Wang Zi gritting his teeth in the dark, his nails digging into his knuckles, and comforted him.
"Brother, we don't want this woman anymore."
Yes, it's dirty.
"I don't want it anymore."
"Let's go all out and kill both Qin Feng and Tang Tang. One is buried at the North Pole and the other at the South Pole. Even Lin Yue, let's kill her together and help Wu Changle, the green-haired turtle, to get revenge."
Okay, this brother is in such a bad state. Wang Zi's heart was bleeding, but he nodded in agreement.
The voice said softly, "Let's go to dormitory 303 and kill everyone we see, including Tang Tang."
"No more."
Wang Zi's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were gritting, and he squeezed out a word from his throat. When she said the last 5 words, "I don't want Tang Tang anymore," her voice was already filled with tears. "Yes, my girlfriend who I have been in love with for 2 years, since she has been touched by another boy."
"That is absolutely not possible. Walk."
The 4 of them turned around and rushed towards 303 with murderous intent.
They completely exposed their defenseless backs. Right at this moment,
Qin Feng pressed the red button, and his figure emerged from the system space like a phantom, standing right in the center of dormitory 301. In other words, Qin Feng was standing right behind Wang Zi and the other 4 people. These stupid guys sold their backs to Qin Feng without any defense. It's like when you're playing CS, you're quick and sneaky and end up right behind an enemy who's chatting with you, and they don't even notice.
"Haha, how sad."
Qin Feng whispered contemptuously, as if it was the verdict of the god of death. He didn't even bother to aim, but casually raised the M16 at his waist and said softly,
"Goodbye, brothers. Da-day." Day.
The short and crisp gunshots tore through the silence of the night.
The fire flashed in the dark corridor.
The three roommates' bodies suddenly stiffened, as if they were hit on the back by an invisible hammer. They didn't even have time to scream before blood started spurting out, their eyes were filled with disbelief, and then they collapsed limply to the ground.
Wang Zi turned his head suddenly, and his pupils contracted violently. He only saw three bodies that instantly became warm.
And, standing behind the corpse, that devil-like figure, Qin Feng.
He actually appeared behind me? When did he come out? Qin Feng.
Wang Zi was so surprised that he immediately let out a wild roar, remained calm, and swung the steel pipe to fight back.
Day.
Qin Feng lowered the muzzle of his gun and fired a few precise shots. Several bullets tore through Wang Zi's calves, leaving behind a spray of blood and broken bones.
Ouch!
Wang Zi fell to the ground with a scream, one of his legs unable to move, and his hands on the ground. His huge body twitched violently due to the severe pain, and then he hugged his bloody calf tightly.
Ah, my legs! Qin Feng! You're so cruel!
Wang Zi roared in pain, hugged his legs with both hands, and the iron rod was thrown aside. Qin Feng walked slowly forward, looking down at him condescendingly, with no emotion in his eyes.
Qin Feng, Boss Wang Zi, you brought your roommate to kill me, and you said I was poisonous? Wang Zi said angrily, nonsense. You slept with my woman, and I don't kill you? Am I still a man? Qin Feng shook his head, no. I didn't force your girlfriend to do anything.
Your girlfriend slept in my bed by herself and was very peaceful.
Wang Zi's eyes were blazing with fire. You, nonsense. You must have used a gun and done something she didn't want to do, woo-woo.
Qin Feng sneered, humph, when your girlfriend Tang Tang begged me to save you, she was much more proactive than now.
Wang Zi, what? Qin Feng sneered, do you know?
If Tang Tang hadn't knelt down and begged me to shoot you on the balcony that day, you would have been chopped into pieces by Gao Yi and his gang on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory.
Do you think those beasts would have spared you?
Tang Tang used his own body to beg me to save your life. While Gao Yi was sitting on you and shaking his fist, your girlfriend Tang Tang and I reached an agreement.
That is?
I'll beat Gao Yi to death and she'll be my girlfriend.
Tang Tang, my wife, you are so stupid.
Wang Zi's eyes instantly became dull, filled with despair and pain. I would rather be beaten to death than have you be unfaithful to me.
Yes, Tang Tang is such a silly girl.
Qin Feng showed a sneer on his face.
But it doesn't matter. Tang Tang is with me now. He has food and drink, and sleeps safely. You can go on your journey with peace of mind. On, what? Wang Zi wanted to say something else. Bang!
Qin Feng raised the shotgun in his hands with both hands.
Amidst the huge roar, Wang Zi's body was blown away by an irresistible force and hit the wall heavily. Ah! But Wang Zi's vitality was extremely tenacious.
Even with his chest covered in blood, he was still struggling on the ground, tightly grasping the steel pipe on the ground.
Oh, I respect you as a man.
Qin Feng's praise was tinged with sarcasm.
Then this shot is my respect for you.
You dared to climb down from such a high sky in such a dark night to kill me.
I will give you a quick death. Bang!
The device of equality for all beings roared again, completely breaking the tranquility of the night.
Wang Zi's body was blown away again.
This time, he fell to the ground and there was no movement.
Chapter 51, Playing Hard to Get, you have to come back obediently.
The second shot fired by Qin Feng's equality of all beings device broke the silence of the night and could be heard by almost the entire campus. Many boys heard gunshots in their dreams in the middle of the night, which were the same sound effects as the games on their computers.
Many girls were woken up by loud noises.
They didn't know what the noise was and just blamed the noise for waking them up from their sleep.
That's disgusting. Who would mess around in the middle of the night? What's that noise? It's disturbing. Are the neighbors still sleeping? Do they still have a sense of public morality? Under the attack of the equality of all beings weapon, Wang Zi's body was knocked away again.
This time, he lay on the ground motionless, with a pool of blood flowing from under his body.
In the blink of an eye, Wang Zi and his three roommates were tragically killed in the corridor outside the door of dormitory 301.
A few brave girls even opened the door and looked out. Especially the 230-pound Xiao Jinrong from room 311, who stuck her head out of the corridor and took a look. Qin Feng, have you killed someone again? Qin Feng saw Xiao Jinrong and knew that she was the fattest girl in the whole girls' dormitory.
Her sturdy figure is also well known in Binhai University. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, I just killed 4 classmates. Sorry to disturb your sleep. Xiao Jinrong was very calm, as if this was how a zombie apocalypse should be.
No, Qin Feng, it's fine if you beat someone to death.
But what's the point of leaving the body in this corridor? Won't it stink? Won't it attract flies? Qin Feng was a reasonable person. Student Xiao Jinrong, I'll give you a piece of bread, and you can dispose of the body, okay? Xiao Jinrong nodded. I think it's okay.
Qin Feng returned to dormitory 301, took out a piece of leftover bread, and handed it to Xiao Jinrong. Xiao Jinrong looked at a piece of fragrant bread that looked freshly baked, licked her lips and said,
The bread is delicious.
Then he looked at Qin Feng with emotion and said, Hey, handsome Qin Feng, to be honest, you're so handsome, but you still don't have a girlfriend.
If you didn't have a gun, I really want to snatch you away and eat you up. Qin Feng. Why do you covet my body when I give you a piece of bread?
Qin Feng was horrified when he heard this. Fortunately, I have a gun, otherwise this girl is so fat and is on the women's basketball team. If he and she fight, it is not certain who will gain the upper hand. So, many online articles say how wonderful it is to have a world with more women than men. Bullshit, the handsome guy was caught and raped to death by such an ugly girl first, how could it be the school beauty's turn? Qin Feng had an evil idea in his heart, why not strike first and kill Xiao Jinrong?
Otherwise, in this zombie apocalypse world where the strong prey on the weak, how can there be any morality? Throw 3 bodies downstairs. I'm doing you a big favor. Wang Zi is so heavy.
After watching Xiao Jinrong throw the body 4 times from the dormitory balcony, Qin Feng said, Thank you, Sister Jinrong.
Goodbye. No, it's better not to see you. Xiao Jinrong, you.
Qin Feng immediately returned to dormitory 301, then flashed back to the system space. The living and dining room was quiet, with some leftover food on the table. Sofa, coffee table, TV, massage chair, constant temperature wine cabinet. In the bathroom, Mu Qingyan seemed to have fallen asleep while sitting, without any crying.
He returned to the bedroom and lay down beside Tang Tang.
Tang Tang closed his eyes, murmured, and asked,
Qin Feng, where have you been?
Qin Feng, nothing, I went out and killed a rat.
Tang Tang crawled into Qin Feng's arms and said coquettishly, Why are you killing mice in the middle of the night?
Qin Feng hugged Tang Tang with both hands and said, Rats are very annoying.
They must be killed. There are 4 of them in total. Tang Tang blushed, her body trembling as she said, It's the middle of the night, isn't it? Qin Feng, I am. Tang Tang, okay. Bite.
The system detected that Tang Tang, the second most beautiful girl on campus, was experiencing strong emotions. After the baptism of love for the second time, Tang Tang is completely devoted to the host and is convinced. She is extremely happy, and the system rewards her with 10,000 emotion points. Tang Tang's emotional progress bar, active, licking dog, the ultimate licking dog. System upgraded to LV12, area 130 square meters, add a bedroom, add a 1.5 meter single bed. Current system space area, living room and dining room, 60 square meters, master bedroom, 40 square meters, second bedroom, 30 square meters. Furniture, 1.8 m double bed, 1.5 m single bed, 3-seater leather sofa, coffee table, massage chair, temperature-controlled wine cabinet, wardrobe.
Remaining points, 94,000.
Afterwards, Qin Feng hid his achievements and fame and turned over to sleep. Tang Tang had no idea that her boyfriend Wang Zi had been shot dead by a shotgun.
The corpse was thrown from Xiao Jinrong's balcony and became a meal for the zombies.
Afterwards, she hugged Qin Feng tightly and fell asleep peacefully in his arms. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sweet and satisfied smile.
The next morning,
the sun rises as usual.
No one can remember whether it was the 7th or 8th day of the zombie apocalypse. Anyway, another day has passed, and it's a new day.
The sun shines on time, falling on the sink, toothpaste and toothbrush jar, and clothes drying in the wash basin on the dormitory balcony. All things grow with the help of the sun, and the sun shines on both good and bad people. Some zombies wandered in pairs on the campus roads, or went to the teaching buildings to look for living people. Some students hadn't gone downstairs to get some fresh air for several days and could only lie on the balcony and count zombies.
1 zombie, 2 zombies, 3 zombies, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
A few more bored girls were commenting on the zombies downstairs, comparing which one was more handsome.
Look, this zombie is much more handsome. Its walking posture is so twisted. It's better than the one in Resident Evil. Forget it. Look at that one.
Long legs, thin waist, broad shoulders. He must have been a handsome guy when he was alive.
I don't know which department he was from. What a pity.
Yeah, it would be great if such a handsome zombie could be my boyfriend first.
Being your boyfriend?
Your ex-boyfriend already owed 30,000 yuan in online loans for you.
In the system space, time seems to stand still. The picture is much more beautiful and harmonious.
Qin Feng slowly pushed away the sleeping Tang Tang in his arms, walked barefoot and quietly towards the bathroom. He wanted to see how well the arrogant cheerleader, Mu Qingyan, had been tamed. As the bathroom door opened, a faint scent of shower gel mixed with the smell of food came in. Mu Qingyan curled up on the cold tile floor with her head drooping, as if she had fallen asleep while sitting. One of her snow-white wrists was still tied firmly to the water pipe by the 7 wolves. The plate in front of her that contained leftovers was actually eaten clean. It seemed that the chopsticks were also licked clean. Qin Feng smiled slightly.
That's right. In the end of the world, survival is the only truth. Dignity, decency, and beauty are all useless things. Bite.
The system detected Mu Qingyan's various emotions.
The host's actions once again won a large number of points.
Frustrated, being locked in the bathroom for a day and a night, 2,000 points. Shame, food was left on the ground and eaten, living like a dog, plus 3,000 points.
Satisfied, Shandong cuisine is so delicious. It's the best meal I've had since the zombie crisis. Plus 4,000 points. Surprised, Qin Feng let me go? Instead of being left behind as a hostage like Lin Yue and Tang Tang? Plus 1,000 points. Pain, my wrist hurts so much. Ouch, it hurts so much. Plus 1,000 points. Total points, 11,000 points. Current remaining points, 105,000 points. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar, wavering, humiliation, obedience, initiative, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Qin Feng sneered. After having a delicious meal, you start to waver? Oh, woman. It turns out that if they are fed, their brains will not be able to think.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng had a bigger cat and hide game in mind.
A good way to tease the school beauty by playing hard to get. Chapter 52. The school beauty is under control.
A person who has a bad taste in taking advantage of the school beauty. A way of playing that lures you into a trap and you have to worry about not coming back.
Then,
Qin Feng squatted down and untied the 7 wolves that were restraining Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan suddenly lost her support, her body softened, and she fell forward to the ground.
The violent collision woke Mu Qingyan up instantly. She struggled to get up.
But I found that my limbs had become numb and weak due to being tied up for a long time. Like a helpless lamb, he lay on the ground and trembled slightly.
Qin Feng, you. Mu Qingyan was surprised. Don't talk.
Qin Feng carried Mu Qingyan, whose legs and feet were numb, out of the bathroom in a princess hug. There was no trace of gentleness in his movements, as if he was just carrying an object.
Bang. Mu Qingyan was thrown onto the sofa in the living room by Qin Feng.
Mu Qingyan huddled up in fear, her hands protecting her body, her voice filled with tears.
Qin Feng, what are you going to do?
Qin Feng smiled without answering. He walked to the coffee table, opened the drawer, and took out a first aid kit. He remembered that when the system gave the reward, the drawer of the coffee table came with many common household items, such as a first aid kit, a fire mask, a sewing kit, etc. He grabbed Mu Qingyan's red wrist, dipped a cotton swab in red medicine, and applied it carefully. The cold potion touched the wound, causing Mu Qingyan to gasp in pain, but she did not dare to struggle. At this time, Lin Yue and Tang Tang also walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes. Both of them were wearing cute cartoon pajamas, with their long hair loose and their legs bare, giving them a lazy beauty and the drowsy look of a girl who had just woken up. Their eyes were fixed on Mu Qingyan. Lin Yue folded her arms, leaning against the doorframe, and said with a half smile, "Hey, Qin Feng baby, are you worried about Mu Xiaohua? Did you know to apply medicine to your new pet?" Tang Tang also came over and looked at Qin Feng applying the potion to Mu Qingyan with curiosity. "I always thought you were a rough guy, but it turns out you also have a gentle side?" Qin Feng smiled after hearing Tang Tang's words. "Who said I was rude? I am also very gentle." Mu Qingyan's wrist was grabbed by Qin Feng, but her heart sank to the bottom. As she listened to these words, a feeling of humiliation surged into her heart like a tide, but she was powerless to refute. Xin Feng ignored them and focused on wrapping a circle of white gauze around Mu Qingyan's wrist, and finally tied an exquisite knot, as if he was working on a work of art. After doing all this, he clapped his hands, looked at Mu Qingyan on the sofa, and announced,
"Okay, senior sister Mu, you can go now."
The three girls were stunned after hearing this, with incredible expressions on their faces.
"Let Mu Qingyan go?"
Xin Feng said to Mu Qingyan, "Yes, I don't really like forcing girls.
"Ask Lin Yue and Tang Tang, they both stayed with me voluntarily.
I locked you up in the bathroom for the past 2 days as punishment for hitting me.
Now, we are even, and I am not angry with you anymore. So, you can go now, back to your dorm, back to your home, whatever."
Xin Feng spoke calmly but sneered in his heart. In fact, he had already laid a tight net to lure her back. He was certain that the canary, which had just flown out of the cage, would soon fly back on its own.
Can a girl in the apocalypse survive without relying on a strong boy? The naive Mu Qingyan was stunned by this sudden forgiveness.
Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "Can I really leave?"
Xin Feng sneered. "Why, do you think I'm some kind of sex maniac? Do I have to do something to a pretty girl when I catch her? No, I'm not that kind of person.
I seek revenge when I have revenge, and I seek revenge when I have grievances.
Now that you've settled your account with me, everything will be fine. Senior sister, you can leave now." Mu Qingyan stood up from the soft sofa with doubt.
The numbness in her body still reminded her of the fact that she was imprisoned. She took tentative steps, one step at a time, intending to return to her dormitory. Xin Feng reached out and gently grabbed her wrist. Mu Qingyan froze, almost thinking that he was going to go back on his word. However, Xin Feng smiled slightly and just sent her out of the system space and to the door of dormitory 301.
Mu Qingyan stood in the familiar corridor of the girls' dormitory.
The air was filled with a faint smell of corruption. She looked back at the door of 301 every few steps. Xin Feng's figure disappeared inside the door and never came out again. It seems that he really let himself go.
"Ah, that's great. Finally got away from that demon."
Mu Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved at having survived the ordeal. So, that bastard Xin Feng locked himself in a dark bathroom for a whole day and night, and treated himself in such a humiliating way.
Was it really just to get revenge on me for hitting him a few times?
But, during this time, he actually fed me so many delicious foods. The delicacy, each bite of which was enough to drive the survivors of the apocalypse crazy, was casually placed on a plate and pushed in by him. Xin Feng is a man who is sometimes as cold as ice and kills people without blinking an eye.
Sometimes it seems like he's pretty nice to girls. What is he up to?
Mu Qingyan shook her hair, forced herself to stop thinking about the contradictory man, and walked quickly towards her dormitory 424.
Dormitory 424.
As I opened the door, a familiar air with a hint of perfume and fragrance hit me in the face. The dormitory was still the same, kept neatly tidy by the two girls, completely different from the gloomy and decaying corridor.
Pink sheets and quilt, and a cute PPMT doll hanging on the curtain.
On the desk, skin care products and cosmetics are neatly arranged, and there are bags of unfinished snacks next to them. There are cute lace clothes hanging on the balcony, and everything seems to be the peaceful and comfortable yesterday.
My roommate Jiang Chuyi was the only one in the dormitory. The other two roommates went out shopping on the day of the apocalypse and never came back.
They probably became one of the zombies wandering around the campus. Jiang Chuyi, the school beauty of the School of Economics, is 176 centimeters tall. With her long legs and perfect proportions, she was a well-known part-time car model during her college years. She is a recognized beauty in the modeling circle with a perfect body and stockings, and has hundreds of thousands of fans on Douyin. She was sitting at the desk, carefully wiping an LV bag.
This was a birthday gift from her rich second-generation boyfriend's classmate. Yenner?
Where have you been these 2 days? Jiang Chuyi showed a hint of surprise on his face when he saw her.
No. I didn't go anywhere. Mu Qingyan avoided his gaze.
Jiang Chuyi's eyes were sharp, and he noticed the new gauze on her wrist at a glance. Are you injured?
What's wrong with your wrist? Ah, nothing, just an accidental knock, huh?
Mu Qingyan forced herself to remain calm and put her hands into her sleeves.
He never mentioned the humiliating experience of being imprisoned by Xin Feng.
Jiang Chuyi didn't ask any more questions, but took out a small object from the drawer and handed it over. There was a hint of superiority on his face, as if he was giving alms.
By the way, I got some supplies last night. You can have some. Xiao Jinrong was quite considerate of me and grabbed them for me. Mu Qingyan looked down and saw that it was a gray-yellow compressed biscuit. This kind of thing is very filling to eat. However, it has no nutritional value, just carbohydrates. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I won't touch a beautiful girl. Mu Qingyan shook her head in disdain. I'm not hungry, you eat it. To be honest, she wasn't really hungry. The taste memory of last night is still very clear.
3 pieces of fragrant scallion fried sea cucumber, half a slice of sweet and sour carp, a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork elbow, 2 juicy 4 happiness meatballs, 2 braised prawns, and 4 Spanish mackerel dumplings.
Even though I ate it while sitting on the cold bathroom floor. Although all the state banquet-level meals were humiliatingly squeezed onto one plate. Although the process of eating was filled with the shame of being dominated.
But the taste was heavenly. At this moment, looking at the dry and hard-to-swallow compressed biscuit in Jiang Chuyi's hand, Mu Qingyan saw it and felt her stomach churning.
That's it? And she's a car show model who's seen a lot. That's it? Or is she claiming her boyfriend is a rich second generation? Do you feel superior after eating a piece of compressed biscuit? Mu Qingyan smiled on the surface, but in her heart she despised Jiang Chuyi hundreds of times.
Girls are like this. When they face outsiders together, you think they are such good friends. Once she's one-on-one with you, she turns around and starts talking bad about her best friend.
Chapter 53, The School Beauty Feeds Me Personally. Jiang Chuyi sneered, don't you want to eat compressed biscuits?
You'll miss this opportunity forever.
Mu Qingyan still shook her head.
Jiang Chuyi, the campus belle of Binhai University. A celebrity who goes to 5-star hotels for afternoon tea. A car model who flew to Shanghai, Beijing, Chengdu, and Guangzhou to attend top auto shows. A sophisticated girl who even specifies imported brands for drinking water and knows all about Michelin restaurants. Now, he was nibbling the compressed biscuit in small bites as if he were holding a rare treasure, with an expression of cherishment on his face.
Mu Qingyan suddenly felt that Jiang Chuyi was too low. The 2 former school beauties spent a boring morning in the cute pink dormitory.
Jiang Chuyi talked about her boyfriend, a college student who opened a chain of hot pot restaurants on Wenhua Road outside the campus. Her words were full of pride, and she kept emphasizing how good he was at making money and how many luxury goods he bought for her before the end of the world. Mu Qingyan listened absent-mindedly, but Qin Feng's cold yet playful face kept flashing through her mind.
Yenner, it's funny.
We were starving in the dorm, but my boyfriend said he had $1 million worth of beef and mutton frozen in the freezer at his hot pot restaurant.
Ah, really? Yeah, isn't it ironic?
It would be great if we were stuck in my boyfriend's hot pot restaurant.
We could eat hot pot every day and never starve.
Your boyfriend is quite good at business. Yeah, he doesn't even attend classes right now, and the teachers don't really care. They all know he's going to be a big businessman in the future. The teachers all have discount cards for that hot pot restaurant.
Awesome. Mu Qingyan rolled her eyes inwardly. Just brag about your boyfriend every day. You are hungry now, has he ever come to care about you? Besides, how can a businessman compare with my boyfriend Gaoi, whose family works in the city? What a pity, he was beaten to death by Qin Feng, woo.
Mu Qingyan felt sad when she thought about it, and she hated Qin Feng with gnashing teeth. Qin Feng tore apart Gaoyu's future and also tore apart her own dream of becoming an official's wife.
Time flies. In the afternoon, Mu Qingyan's stomach began to growl. Jiang Chuyi took out her half-piece of compressed biscuit with a calm expression and continued to nibble on it. Mu Qingyan's hunger came like a tide, and she could no longer bear it.
As the saying goes, it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance. She had just tasted the most delicious food in the world from Qin Feng's place, and now asking her to chew on those tasteless compressed biscuits was simply torture.
She thought about it for a long time and decided to go hungry.
She couldn't just go back to Qin Feng and beg for food.
Just at this moment, the phone vibrated twice. These are WeChat pictures sent by Lin Yue and Tang Tang.
When she clicked on it, Mu Qingyan's pupils suddenly contracted. It was still the familiar, simply yet luxuriously decorated white space where she had just returned. The large dining table was filled with fresh, steaming dishes.
This time, it's Hunan cuisine. The huge fish head, bright red and covered with chopped peppers, exudes a spicy aroma.
Next to it is the golden mouse braised pork, shining with oil. There are also stir-fried pork, dry pot pig intestines, and flavored shrimp.
Every photo was like a heavy hammer, hitting Mu Qingyan's stomach and heart hard. Dormitory 301.
The scene in Qin Feng's system space was completely different.
A pure white room with an extremely simple style and a futuristic feel.
Qin Feng spent 10,000 points and redeemed a table of top-notch Hunan cuisine from the system mall. The huge white square table was already filled with dishes. In the center is a huge plate of chopped pepper fish head. The huge fish head was cut into 2 halves and placed on the green onion slices. The fish is covered with a thick layer of bright red chopped peppers. The bright red soup soaked the tender white fish meat and was still sizzling with a slight heat. Next to it is a bowl of golden and shiny mouse braised pork. Each piece is cut into neat squares, with fat and lean parts alternating, and the maroon skin is crystal clear. Stir-fried pork, flavorful shrimp, spicy chicken, Yangzhou blood duck, steamed preserved meat.
Every dish seems precious against the bleak backdrop of doomsday.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang, 2 stunning school beauties, sat at the dining table, clenching their fists and crying for food. Both of their beautiful watery eyes stared at Qin Feng without blinking, their eyes full of admiration, dependence, and undisguised desire. He, Qin Feng, is their god in this doomsday and their only savior.
Qin Feng sat down leisurely in the main seat, looking at the 2 beauties who seemed to be eager to pounce on him and lick the plates. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand.
"Ladies, let's get started." At the command, they both seemed to have received the heavenly sound of pardon.
"Thank you, husband, for the delicious food."
Lin Yue was the first to cheer, her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. He picked up the largest piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth, his eyes narrowed into a line with happiness.
"Well, thank you, Junior."
Although Tang Tang was a little reserved, her movements were not slow at all, and she reached out her chopsticks precisely for the stir-fried pork.
Lin Yue smiled as she chewed. "You still call him Junior?" Tang Tang's cheeks turned red instantly. Like a ripe peach, she glared at Lin Yue in disapproval. "But I didn't know how to refute it. If not calling me Junior, what should I call me?"
She muttered softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum.
Lin Yue smiled evilly, lowered her voice, and said in a volume that only 3 people could hear. "Last night, when you 2 were in the room, were you just chatting under the quilt?" "You."
Tang Tang was embarrassed and anxious, so she quickly picked up a piece of hot braised pork.
He stuffed it into Lin Yue's chattering mouth without any explanation. "Eat quickly, why are you talking so much?"
Qin Feng watched the 2 girls playing around and picked up the chopsticks with a smile. On the table, there were 3 bowls of steaming rice. The rice grains were plump and crystal clear, exuding the pure rice fragrance. In the apocalypse, let alone a table of state banquet-level Hunan cuisine, even a bowl of ordinary white rice is enough to make people outside fight for it.
He really enjoyed the feeling.
Of course, Lin Yue and Tang Tang were no longer like Mu Qingyan a few days ago, who had lost her mind due to hunger.
Their stomachs have been spoiled by Qin Feng.
At this moment, the feeling has been upgraded from simply eating to appreciating and savoring delicious food.
"Well, the fish head is fresh. Thumbs up for the braised pork, it's better than anything I've ever had."
The 2 girls began to comment on the dishes. And Lin Yue, the woman who has maxed out her dog-licking attributes, began her performance. She used her chopsticks to separate the red and green chopped peppers from the huge chopped pepper fish head, picked up a piece of the whitest and tenderest fish cheek meat, and tenderly brought it to Qin Feng's mouth.
"Baby, eat this piece first.
It's the most tender piece of meat in the fish head.
It melts in your mouth."
Lin Yue's voice was so sweet that it could squeeze water out of her, and her eyes were full of flattery and fawning. Qin Feng calmly opened his mouth and ate the piece of fish. As expected, the fish meat was incredibly smooth and tender, melting on the tip of the tongue without even chewing. The rich spiciness and the sweetness of the fish are perfectly blended, instantly igniting the taste buds.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Yeah, delicious, thank you."
Tang Tang, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Yue with a smile on his face.
"You 2 are really good, exchanging saliva in front of me."
When Lin Yue heard this, she pretended to be angry and stretched out her fair and tender little hand to pat Tang Tang gently.
"Hey, you're talking as if you didn't exchange saliva. I'm feeding Qin Feng, and you can't stand it? If you have the guts, feed him too."
These words were clearly provocative. A hint of unwillingness to admit defeat flashed across Tang Tang's delicate face. She straightened her small nose bridge.
"Hey then, who's afraid of who?"
As she spoke, she also imitated Lin Yue and began to search carefully in the fish head. After a moment, she picked up a piece of live meat near the fish's mouth and handed it to Qin Feng's mouth. With a pair of bright eyes and a smile, she said seriously,
"Junior, try mine."
When it comes to eating chopped pepper fish head, I'm an expert. The meat around the fish's lips is the essence of the whole fish, so soft and elastic. Qin Feng smiled and opened his mouth again, savoring it carefully. Just as she said, this piece of meat has a gelatinous and chewy texture and a unique flavor.
Thank you, Senior.
Seeing that her limelight was being stolen, Lin Yue's competitive spirit was completely aroused. She simply put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, walked around the corner of the table, and came to Qin Feng. Then, in Tang Tang's surprised eyes,
Lin Yue turned around without hesitation and sat on Qin Feng's lap. Lin Yue, how much do you weigh?
Qin Feng was overwhelmed by the sudden warm and fragrant smell and asked subconsciously. Lin Yue immediately pouted in dissatisfaction and twisted her soft waist in Qin Feng's arms.
I'm only 95 pounds, what's wrong? Ah. You think I'm heavy? I'm so slim.
Qin Feng laughed and naturally put his right hand around her slender A4 waist.
It's not sinking, it's not sinking. How could the campus beauty of Lin University sink? Chapter 54, Food Temptation Makes the Hot School Beauty Collapse. Lin Yue was satisfied.
She raised her chin proudly and glanced provocatively at Tang Tang opposite her.
If I sit on your lap, will it kill you? Lin Yue asked arrogantly.
Qin Feng shook his head. You can't die from sitting here.
Lin Yue smiled like a fool. That's enough.
Come on, baby, let's feed her like this. Let Tang Tang watch and make her mad. Tang Tang looked at this scene, shook his head helplessly and amusedly, picked up the chopsticks, and took a big mouthful of food and stuffed it into his mouth.
Why should I be angry? You two are busy showing off your affection, so I just took the opportunity to eat more.
Qin Feng enjoyed the warmth and softness in his arms, watching the two stunning school beauties fighting for his favor.
A progress bar came to the active.
A progress bar is a dog licker. As expected, obedient and well-behaved women are the cutest. After playing for a while, Qin Feng pinched Lin Yue's shoulder and said,
Okay, stop messing around.
You two, take a few clear and good-looking photos of these delicacies and send them to Mu Qingyan.
Ask her if she wants to come and eat. If she does, save some for her. If she doesn't come, you know what will happen.
Qin Feng sneered and nodded. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other and both smiled as if to say, as expected. So you were waiting for her here? Lin Yue said coquettishly.
Yeah, that's what I said. How could you let such a sexy cheerleader captain with such a hot body go so easily? Tang Tang also agreed. So you are deliberately playing with Mu Qingyan's mentality?
Yeah, you let her go first, let her experience the despair of the end of the world, and then use delicious food to lure her back?
You boys are really bad.
You know how to manipulate girls' hearts. In this area, Qin Feng, you are at the king level. Qin Feng listened to their teasing without refutation, but simply urged them calmly, okay, send it quickly.
All right. The two girls didn't dare to say anything more and immediately took out their cell phones.
They took a full range of photos from all angles, taking pictures of the bright red and tempting chopped pepper fish head, the bowl of glossy mouse braised pork, and other various dishes. Close up, long shot, filter.
We strive to maximize the temptation of food in every photo.
After the filming, they opened the WeChat chat room with Mu Qingyan and sent all these blockbuster bombs to her at once. After doing all this, they felt it was not enough and started sending various persuasive surrender texts.
Lin Yue, Miss Mu, come and eat it, it smells so good. Drooling. Tang Tang, I'm saving this for you. It's all freshly cooked and still hot.
Lin Yue, Qin Feng said that if you want to eat, you can come over anytime.
He will be waiting for you.
Tang Tang, yes, Qin Feng also said that since you are a distinguished guest, a seat must be reserved for you.
Lin Yue, if you hadn't come, we would have eaten it all. It's such a waste to throw away such delicious food. It would be a waste not to eat it.
Tang Tang, Qin Feng said he hurt your wrist before and he feels really bad about it.
This meal is his way of making amends to you. Lin Yue, are you really not coming?
You will regret it for the rest of your life. Tang Tang, smell it, it's the fragrant chopped pepper fish head.
Take a bite, it's the delicious braised pork. Dormitory 324. Buzz, buzz. The cell phone vibrated repeatedly on the desk, breaking the silence in the dormitory.
Mu Qingyan, who was feeling dizzy and dazed from hunger, picked up her cell phone weakly. She clicked on the dialog box and saw those high-definition food pictures, her eyes widened.
Gulp.
She heard herself swallowing. The bright red chopped peppers, the tender white fish, and the amber-hued braised pork. Every photo, crossing the screen, bombarded her fragile stomach lining, hitting her paper-thin willpower. Her psychological defenses were as thin as paper and were about to be pierced. Saliva was secreted from her mouth like crazy. Acid surged violently in her stomach. Then, swish, 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 text messages popped up one after another. Lin Yue and Tang Tang's words of persuasion for surrender entered her ears one by one. She felt that she was not a female college student. Instead, she was a female general who was trapped in an isolated city, out of ammunition and food, and would rather die than surrender. Qin Feng was like Chow Chow, constantly sending her former colleagues and old friends to talk to Guan Yu about the right time, place, and people, and persuade her to open the city and surrender. Mu Qingyan felt like she was Lu Bu on the White Gate Tower, or Guan Yu in Maichang. Reason told her that she couldn't go. Going there means bowing your head and surrendering. But her stomach, her taste buds, her body instincts, were screaming madly, go. Go. Ah. It's so uncomfortable. This feeling is worse than killing her directly. Mu Qingyan closed her eyes in pain, her long eyelashes trembling violently because of her inner struggle. She glanced at Zhang Chuyi, who was sitting at the desk opposite. Her roommate, the school beauty of the School of Economics. The height is 176 centimeters. A beautiful woman with a perfect figure and a pair of long legs that are enough to drive any man crazy. At this moment, she was leaning on the chair in an extremely elegant posture, with her long, straight black hair hanging down like a waterfall. She was concentrating on watching short videos on her phone. She saw a few more likes and comments like goddess under the videos she had posted before the end of the world. A satisfied and vain smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She also opened her boyfriend's WeChat and listened to the voice message he sent. It was a boy boasting confidently. Don't worry, baby. Once this zombie crisis is over, my chain of hot pot restaurants will definitely make a fortune. Think about it, everyone will be ravenous, and won't they be lining up every day to eat it? When I make money, I'll buy you a bigger Hermes. Zhang Chuyi's face was filled with happiness and longing. It was as if he had seen the end of the world and continued to live a luxurious life, being admired and envied by others. She didn't notice at all that Mu Qingyan's face had turned as pale as paper. It was also completely impossible to understand what kind of tragic struggle Mu Qingyan was going through in her heart at this moment. Mu Qingyan hesitated for a long time and decided to climb up there to sleep so that she wouldn't be hungry. At the same time, she turned off her cell phone so that she would not see messages from Lin Yue and Tang Tang. But Zhang Chuyi suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Qingyan, you look so ugly. Zhang Chuyi said this, and even stood up, walked to Mu Qingyan, and patted her shoulder. Yenner, don't think too much. The dead cannot be resurrected. Zhang Chuyi's voice was gentle, filled with compassion for the world. Gao Yi's spirit in heaven would surely hope that you live well. When Mu Qingyan heard this, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Zhang Chuyi sighed, her tone full of superiority, although she herself might not have realized it. Yenner, you are so beautiful. You will definitely find a boy better than Gao Yi in the future. To be honest, Gao Yi loves to make big promises, and he's not worthy of you. So, don't be sad for someone who has passed away. It's not worth it. Move on, find someone rich. You can live better than you do now. Boom. Every word Zhang Chuyi said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Mu Qingyan's self-esteem hard. What does find someone better than Gao Yi mean? What does Gao Yi is only good at making empty promises mean? What does find a rich one mean? Gao Yi's family is a cadre family. Isn't that better than your boyfriend who runs a hot pot restaurant? An uncontrollable rage suddenly surged up from the bottom of Mu Qingyan's heart, burning her eyes red. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhang Chuyi. Zhang Chuyi, what do you mean? Explain clearly. Mu Qingyan's voice was hoarse and full of hatred. My boyfriend died, do you think you are better off than me? Your boyfriend runs a hot pot restaurant, so you feel superior to me? Are you feeling sorry for me? What the hell are you showing off for? Zhang Chuyi was stunned by Mu Qingyan's yelling, and her face instantly turned a little ugly. Mu Qingyan, what are you crazy about? I'm trying to comfort you, so what's your attitude? Do I need you to comfort me? Do I need you to pity me? Mu Qingyan roared, do I need your sympathy? Get out. Zhang Chuyi was so angry that her face turned pale and she stamped her feet. Are you crazy? You are sick. After saying that, Jiang Chui turned around and climbed back to her upper bunk bed, pulled down the curtain, put on headphones, and ignored Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan was shaking all over, her chest heaving violently, and she cried out, "Jiang Chui, you're sick.
Don't talk to me. I'm too lazy to talk to you."
Anger, humiliation, sadness, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, almost tearing Mu Qingyan apart.
She cried and bit her lips, thinking about her boyfriend's death.
She climbed onto the bed crying and pulled down the curtains suddenly.
She cried on the pillow.
A zombie crisis broke out and her boyfriend was shot dead.
She really couldn't accept this reality. This world is so magical.
At this moment, her cell phone vibrated several times in succession. Mu Qingyan took out her phone with tears in her eyes and found that she was pulled into an unfamiliar group chat.
Gao Yi's Good Brothers group.
Inside are Gao Yi's 3 roommates, Wang Bowen, Li Haoran, and Zhao Wenyu, a boy who had pursued her before.
Sister-in-law. Qingyan, are you okay? Lin Yue told us that Qin Feng had you confined for 2 days? Yes, sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Although Gao Yi is gone, we are all his good brothers. We will never let that beast Qin Feng bully you. Hold on, we'll come and rescue you. Never retreat, never give up, never surrender. Seeing these words, Mu Qingyan's tears burst out. Finally burst out. The heart that was stabbed by Jiang Chui just now seemed to have found a harbor at this moment. Gao Yi's brothers are still the best.
They still remember her and care about her.
With shaking hands, she typed a reply, "I'm fine, he put me back."
As soon as the message was sent, Zhao Wenyu's reply popped up immediately, appearing more anxious than anyone else.
Zhao Wenyu, released? That bastard didn't do anything to you, did he?
Qingyan, listen to me, you must not give in to him.
That kind of scumbag just wants to buy people's hearts with a little food. Wang Bowen, Wenyu is right.
Qin Feng has a long history of bad deeds. He's just taking advantage of the situation.
Don't let him fool you. Li Haoran, right. Sister-in-law, hold on. We're trying to figure out a solution. There are still many survivors in the school. We're uniting and will soon form a team. We'll definitely come to rescue you and crush that Qin Feng. Having a gun is a big deal. Zhao Wenyu, Qingyan, Gao Yi is gone. I will protect you from now on. I will never let anyone hurt you. Believe me. Zhao Wenyu, this name made Mu Qingyan's heart skip a beat.
She knew that Zhao Wenyu had actually been pursuing her since their freshman year, but she chose Gao Yi.
Now, Gao Yi is dead.
The undisguised desire to protect and hostility towards Qin Feng in his words made Mu Qingyan feel an inexplicable sense of security in the midst of her grief. It turns out that there are still people who care about her. It turns out that she is not alone. She doesn't need to turn to the enemy who killed her boyfriend. She still has Gao Yi's brothers. They will avenge Gao Yi and come to save her. Mu Qingyan's tears burst out, blurring her vision. She wiped away her tears, and the balance in her heart completely tilted at this moment. Go to hell with the chopped pepper fish head.
Go to hell with the braised pork. Go to hell with Qin Feng. I, Mu Qingyan, will never eat a single bite of your food, and will never bow to you, even if I starve to death or jump off from here.
She cried and deleted the tempting food pictures on her phone, her eyes becoming extremely firm and resolute. Then, she typed her reply word by word in the group chat of Gao Yi's good brothers.
Well, I believe you. I am waiting for you to rescue me.
I, Mu Qingyan, will never submit to Qin Feng.
Zhao Wenyu, please don't let me down. Chapter 55. Your goddess is my appendage. Men's dormitory, room 505.
The room smelled of a sour mixture of sweat and instant noodles.
Wang Bowen, Li Haoran, and Zhao Wenyu. The three of them sat together, all trembling with excitement.
Wang Bowen slammed his fist on the table, causing the instant noodle bucket to jump up.
Qin Feng is fucking rebellious. He locked Qingyan in the bathroom for 2 whole days? You're worse than a beast.
Li Haoran's eyes flashed with gloating and fanning the flames. He just got the information from Lin Yue's best friend.
That's not all.
Qin Feng tied up Mu Qingyan with 7 wolves, locked her in the bathroom, made her sleep on the floor, and forced her to eat a bowl of rice on the floor.
What? Hold. This damn scourge Qin Feng must be eliminated.
Zhao Wenyu thought of his goddess being bullied by Qin Feng, and his steel teeth were almost broken. God knows what else Qin Feng did behind the scenes.
I'm not afraid even if he has a gun.
I can't watch Qing Yan suffer such an insult. Zhao Wenyu said this, holding a black compound bow in his hand. The lines of the bow are smooth and powerful, and the complex pulley system foreshadows its amazing power.
Ever since Wang Zi pried open the door of the school's sports equipment room, the entire boys' dormitory was in an uproar. The equipment room is right next to a back door of the boys' dormitory building, and you can enter without alerting the zombies.
That door seemed to open the door to a new world, and the boys' repressed hormones found an outlet. Zhao Wenyu grabbed the most eye-catching compound bow in the chaos. Others grabbed a variety of weapons such as baseball bats, barbell plates, dumbbells, etc.
Even basketballs and volleyballs were sold out.
If you light this thing and throw it down the building, it will turn into a moving fireball that can be used to burn zombies.
It's both exciting and stress-relieving.
Yes, men are boys until they die, and they can play with a burning football in many ways. But at this moment, the most excited person was Zhao Wenyu. He felt that what he was holding was not a bow, but destiny.
So what if Qin Feng has Barrett? Ha ha.
That thing makes a lot of noise, and the whole school can hear it when it fires a shot. The compound bow is different, it's a silent killer. He had seen too many videos online where an arrow could penetrate a running wild boar with one shot, and its power was no less than that of a Barrett. Zhao Wenyu was extremely confident. If he gave him time to practice and find the right opportunity, he would shoot Qin Feng to death with one arrow when Qin Feng was completely unprepared. Several roommates shouted about revenge for Gao Yi and venting anger for Mu Qingyan, sounding righteous. But only Zhao Wenyu himself knew the ecstasy that was gushing out from deep within his heart.
Kill Qin Feng, save the beauty, and get Mu Qingyan. Zhao Wenyu started pursuing Mu Qingyan since his freshman year. Mu Qingyan's cheerleading team was training in the gym, and he helped shoot short videos.
Mu Qingyan participated in the welcome party's dance performance, and he was the first to go on stage to present flowers. On Valentine's Day, 5/20, Chinese Valentine's Day, Singles Day, and 618, he tirelessly sent red envelopes to Mu Qingyan.
Mu Qingyan never refused and accepted everything.
Zhao Wenyu thought he had a sure win.
He secretly revealed that his family was well off, his parents were cadres in the local government of a third-tier city, he had 3 apartments and 2 cars, and he was planning to ask Mu Qingyan out for a trip during the National Day Golden Week. Mu Qingyan told him lightly that she had agreed to Gao Yi's confession and was going to travel to the beach during the National Day holiday. Zhao Wenyu, you are a good person, but we didn't meet at the right time. I'm sorry. I wish you all the best.
At that moment, Zhao Wenyu felt like a clown. He regretted bragging in his dorm room every night about how he was about to win the cheerleading goddess. However, he was intercepted by his good brother Gao Yi, who shared the same dormitory with him. He hated Mu Qingyan, the green tea bitch, and hated Gao Yi even more because his family background was better than his.
But he didn't dare to offend Gao Yi. Now, it's okay. Gao Yi is dead. Shot dead by Qin Feng. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng, well done.
Zhao Wenyu almost wanted to thank this zombie apocalypse, and even more so Qin Feng. Now, as long as he kills Qin Feng again and plays the hero saving the beauty.
With Mu Qingyan's cute crying face and soft figure, doesn't it make sense for her to fall into his arms?
Thinking of this, Zhao Wenyu's breathing became heavy.
A strong impulse of elation came over him. He wants to teach Qin Feng a lesson. We must also let Mu Qingyan know who is the man who can truly protect her.
He found Qin Feng's profile picture in the grade group and clicked to add him as a friend. When the verification prompt sounded, the smile on Zhao Wenyu's face became ferocious and confident. He took a photo of a compound bow and then, in a tone of judgment, edited a message.
Qin Feng, you are awesome. You have a Barrett rifle and you killed Mu Qingyan's boyfriend. However, you, a grasshopper after autumn, won't be able to jump for many more days.
Be careful when you show your head on the balcony these days, I will shoot you to death with this arrow.
Nail you to the ground like a dead dog. Leave you struggling on the ground, unable to live, unable to die. Picture.jpg. At the same time,
in the pure white system buffet space,
Lin Yue and Tang Tang ate a hearty meal of Hunan cuisine with great satisfaction.
The 2 girls leaned lazily on the leather sofa, ready to watch TV for a while.
Lin Yue, Tang Tang, my dear, which drama should we watch today? Tang Tang, how about watching a movie? Lin Yue held the remote control and pressed the buttons.
Qin Feng found that his points were being used up too quickly, so he pulled Lin Yue up from the sofa and, ignoring Tang Tang's slightly shy look, dragged her into a bedroom. The door was closed gently. Xin Feng pressed Lin Yue against the wall and gave her a hot kiss on her snow-white cheek.
Ah! Lin Yue's body softened instantly.
Hubby, I love you, I like you so much.
I really can't live without you for even a day. I really hope that life like this can last forever.
No need to get up early, no need to look for a job, everything would be fine except that I can't go shopping or shop online. In Lin Yue's eyes, there was a complete and unreserved admiration and attachment to Xin Feng. In this apocalyptic world where human life is worthless, Xin Feng is her god and everything to her. Xin Feng responded in a low voice and pinched Lin Yue's A4 waist with both hands.
Be good and behave yourself. Bite. Name, Lin Yue. Gender, female. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body shape, pure desire type. Appearance, 90 points. Department, Department of Foreign Languages. Hobbies, dancing, gardening. Current emotional progress bar, the ultimate licking dog.
The system detected that the school beauty Lin Yue generated a large amount of happiness and admiration. Comprehensive evaluation, reward the host with 10,000 points. Afterwards, Xin Feng lay on the bed and watched Lin Yue start looking for a new dress to wear. His cell phone made a soft buzzing sound. A notification that the friend verification was passed, and a message from someone named Zhou Wenyu. Xin Feng picked up the phone, verified it, clicked on the message, and saw the photo of the compound bow and the childish and vicious threat. Xin Feng's eyes instantly changed from tenderness to bone-chilling coldness. There was a slight sneer on his lips. He also jumped up and put on his clothes. Then, he walked into the closet in the room and took out the Barrett M82A1, which was completely black and exuded the breath of death. He took the gun and bullets, left the bedroom, and sat on the sofa in the living room. Take out the special cleaning cloth and gun oil, and start to calmly and carefully maintain this powerful weapon. His movements were meticulous, as if he was caressing his closest lover. Then, he took out a bunch of yellow 0.50 bullets. Using velvet cloth to wipe away the non-existent dust, the action was full of a bloody sense of ritual.
Tang Tang was sitting on the sofa watching X-Files.
When she saw Xin Feng's appearance, she was so scared that she turned off the TV.
The two girls, Lin Yue and Tang Tang, were both shivering and biting their lips.
They looked at Xin Feng's frighteningly cold profile. Looking at the hideous weapon in his hand, I didn't dare to breathe. They knew that Xin Feng was going to kill again.
Xin Feng, what's wrong with you?
Tang Tang mustered up his courage, his voice trembling.
Baby, who offended you? Can you tell us? Lin Yue asked cautiously.
Xin Feng didn't look up, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Gao Yi's roommate. Zhao Wenyu. Lin Yue and Tang Tang understood instantly.
Zhao Wenyu, he has been pursuing Mu Qinyan since freshman year.
Lin Yue's face turned pale and she explained. Tang Tang also reacted. Zhao Wenyu must think that Gao Yi is dead, and his chance has come. Lin Yue's body began to tremble.
She bit her lips, her face full of regret and fear. I'm sorry, husband, it's my fault. I told my bestie about you arresting Mu Qinyan to show off, she must have spread it.
Xin Feng, you want to kill Zhou Wenyu?
Xin Feng finally raised his head, his eyes showing no trace of blame, but rather a playful look like a cat and mouse.
It doesn't matter. Let alone Zhao Wenyu, even if we kill the entire male dormitory, what will happen?
Xin Feng looked at Lin Yue's frightened face and suddenly laughed.
You told them that I locked Mu Qinyan in the bathroom?
Ha, very good. Well done, Zhao Wenyu must be going crazy now. I usually feel sick when I see these boys' arrogant faces. Just right, we'll kill them all in one go, all of them. After saying that, Xin Feng no longer paid attention to the two girls. He took the maintained Barrett and disappeared from the spot.
The next second, he exited the space and returned to dormitory 301.
Without any hesitation, he piled all the boxes, sundries, and bedding in the dormitory onto the balcony, forming a simple and effective shooting shelter, which also blocked the other party's line of sight. The bunker only left a narrow firing hole, just enough for the Barrett's barrel to extend out, but it could perfectly block any possible sight from the dormitory building opposite. He set up the heavy Barrett and, through the scope, coldly locked onto the balcony of dormitory 505 across the street. At this moment, there was no warmth in his heart anymore. All that remained was the cold, violent murderous aura after being provoked by an ant.
The hunt begins. Chapter 56, The School Beauty's Doomsday Dance at the Dance Academy.
In the scope, The figures of the three boys in dormitory 505 were magnified. Because it was too hot in the summer, the three boys inside were only wearing shorts. Damn it, in this awful weather, the zombies are almost roasted. Li Haoran was shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts, playing with a barbell in his hand and cursing irritably. Wang Bowen leaned against the balcony door and said with a smile, "I wonder what it's like when it gets hot over there. What do they wear?" "Li Haoran, where is that bastard Qin Feng hiding in the air-conditioned room enjoying his feast?" "Wang Bowen, Qin Feng has taken both Lin Yue and Tang Tang. Isn't this a slap in the face of us boys? There are so many of us, and we can't deal with him alone?" "Li Haoran, when Brother Yu has mastered the compound bow, I will shoot Qin Feng through the throat. Zhao Wenyu, known as Brother Yu, is playing with a black compound bow." He pulled the bowstring and made an aiming gesture towards the air, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Don't worry, I've almost mastered it. Once I kill Qin Feng with one arrow, we'll go to 424 and rescue Mu Qingyan. To be honest, Mu Qingyan is the one I've been pursuing. She's supposed to be my girlfriend." Zhao Wenyu imagined the scene of Mu Qingyan throwing herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. The corners of my mouth involuntarily curled up. Li Haoran and Wang Bowen were laughing, completely unaware that the crosshairs of death were already on the head of one of them. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Although I couldn't hear what these people were saying, it was really funny to see them provoking the king. Qin Feng adjusted his breathing gently, his finger firmly on the trigger. Bang! A loud bang like thunder instantly tore through the deathly silence of the entire campus. Without a silencer, the terrifying sound of the sonic boom of the 12.7mm caliber bullet was like an invisible giant hand, strangling everyone's heart. Some girls who were washing up on the balcony were frightened out of their wits. Some girls collapsed on the ground, while others rolled back to the dormitory like crazy, pulled the curtains tightly and hid under the quilt. In the boys' dormitory, wailing and screaming were heard one after another. "What's that sound? Where did it explode? It won't be Qin Feng again. Damn it! Has Qin Feng gone crazy? He's shooting again. Hide quickly. That devil." At the same time, in dormitory 505, Wang Bowen, who was still shouting a second ago, suddenly had his head explode with a pop sound, like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Headshot. Red and white instantly splashed all over the glass door of the balcony. Wang Bowen's tall body suddenly fell backwards. His body hit the ground hard, his eyes were fixed, his face turned black in an instant, and blood quickly gathered into a glaring pool. Ah! Oh my god! Li Haoran and Zhao Wenyu's pupils constricted instantly. The extreme fear made their brains go blank. The two men rolled and crawled, huddled in the corner, and hid behind the concrete load-bearing wall, their bodies shaking constantly. Fuck, what's going on? No, don't move, don't move. Listen to me, watch the angle, and hide behind the wall. Oh, my god. A warm liquid quickly spread along Zhao Wenyu's thighs, and a foul smell instantly filled the air. Zhao Wenyu was so scared that he pissed himself. It's Qin Feng, he's using a sniper rifle again. Li Haoran's voice was shaking. Don't move. Don't fucking move. Zhao Wenyu lowered his voice. Snarling like a dying wild dog, he must still be aiming. We can't see him. Sniper, that's what they see in movies, if you show your head, you die. The two of them just lay there tightly behind the wall, not daring to move. Even my breathing almost stopped, and an hour passed, as if several centuries had passed. On the balcony, Qin Feng looked indifferently at the two shivering living targets in the scope and smiled contemptuously. He slowly put away the barrette, his movements unhurried, and turned back into the dormitory. Turning around, I saw Lin Yue and Tang Tang, whose legs and chins were shaking. Qin Feng sneered slightly, took their hands, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and returned to the system space. In the pure white world, everything is eerily quiet. This is the system's independent space, spotless. Like a white cage, but also like an absolutely safe fortress. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and spread a piece of black velvet on the surface of the coffee table. On the velvet cloth, the parts of the Barrett M82A1 were disassembled one by one, emitting a cold metallic glow, and every inch of steel seemed to still retain the smoke and blood of just now. He wiped each part with gun oil with a focused expression, his movements meticulous, as if he was wiping a beloved work of art rather than a weapon that had just taken a life. Lin Yue and Tang Tang curled up on the sofa in the distance, not even daring to get too close. There are two girls, one is a pure and charming school beauty, wearing a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, outlining her youthful and attractive curves. The other is a tall and slender dancer, wearing a black halter dress, which makes her skin look whiter than snow and her temperament is cool and elegant. But at this moment, their beautiful faces were filled with paleness, and their long legs were still trembling slightly uncontrollably.
The gunshot that tore through the sky just now was still echoing in their eardrums.
The air was so oppressive that it was suffocating.
Finally, Lin Yue plucked up the courage and broke the silence with a mosquito-like voice. Xin Feng, you killed someone again?
Xin Feng didn't even raise his head, his hands kept moving, his voice was flat and without a trace of emotion, and he nodded.
Wang Bowen died. Tang Tang's heart suddenly sank and his fingertips instantly became cold. She asked in a trembling voice, dead.
Xin Feng picked up a golden .50 bullet, played with it between his fingertips, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Dead as hell. Head is like a rotten watermelon.
The two girls' faces turned even paler, and their stomachs churned. Lin Yue suppressed her discomfort and asked the biggest question in her heart, why, only kill one? Xin Feng finally stopped what he was doing, raised his head, and his dark eyes swept over the two girls. The cat and mouse game is boring if you play it all at once. His voice was soft, but it carried a chill that made the soul tremble. Kill one today, kill another tomorrow. I want the remaining Zhao Wenyu to live in fear of death every minute and every second. I will make him watch his companions die one by one, and then it will be his turn. I want him to break down in despair.
Tang Tang and Lin Yue looked at each other.
They both saw extreme fear and a hint of morbid admiration in each other's eyes.
This man is a devil.
Fortunately, they are the ones who stand on the side of the devil. Xin Feng's gaze shifted away from the two girls and fell on a brand new wine cabinet in the corner of the space. In the constant temperature wine cabinet, there lies quietly a bottle of Lafite Rothschild red wine from Bordeaux, France, and a bottle of Royal Salute 21-year-old whiskey from Scotland.
Senior Tang Tang.
Xin Feng spoke lightly.
Open a bottle of wine and celebrate.
Oh, okay. Tang Tang stood up from the sofa immediately as if he had been pardoned. Lin Yue also hurriedly followed. I'll go get the wine glass and bottle opener. The two girls worked together, and with a soft pop sound, the cork of the red wine was pulled out, and the mellow fruity aroma instantly spread.
With slightly trembling hands, Tang Tang poured the blood-red wine into 3 goblets. Then, she opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes, walked up to Xin Feng, held the cup in both hands, and handed it to Xin Feng.
Xin Feng took the tall wine glass from Tang Tang, but did not drink it. He looked at Tang Tang's curvy figure and waist-length hair with interest.
Senior, you are a dance major, right?
Yes, what's wrong? Tang Tang blushed when Xin Feng looked at her.
Dance to cheer me up.
This unquestionable tone of command made Tang Tang's heart tighten. She did not dare to disobey in the slightest, but instead felt secretly delighted at being needed by her master.
Tang Tang's lips flattened. You want to see me dance?
Xin Feng, yes, the dancers from your art academy, you haven't danced in the past few days, your bodies must be stiff.
Tang Tang's heart trembled, that's right. They are professional dancers and do stretching and body movements every day.
If I don't practice for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over.
In fact, Tang Tang was practicing splits while watching TV in the morning.
Xin Feng patted Tang Tang's hips and said, go, dance.
Red wine goes really well with a beautiful woman.
Don't waste such a beautiful figure.
Tang Tang stammered, okay, but what kind of dance do you want to see? Xin Feng, I don't know, I'm an outsider, what dance can you do? Tang Tang, Uyghur dance, Dai dance, Mongolian dance, Chinese dance, classical dance. Xin Feng, dance them all. Tang Tang.
Lin Yue smiled and said, I'll play some music and enjoy the dancing of the beauty from our art academy.
As she spoke, Lin Yue understood and turned on the ultra-thin wall-mounted TV and tuned it to a music channel.
The melodious classical music slowly flows out. Tang Tang took off her high heels and walked to the center of the living room with her snow-white feet bare.
She danced impromptu to the music.
It was a graceful Chinese dance, with sleeves tossed lightly and waist swaying gracefully, and every movement was full of classical charm. As a professional dancer, Tang Tang's eyes became charming along with the music. But then, the style of music on TV changed, and Tang Tang's dance had a different feeling. She looked at Xin Feng with awe, like a dancer in an ancient palace. Her movements were flattering, every turn and every bend of the waist was filled with undisguised flattery and submission. She is using her body to please the boy who dominates everything about her. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa, gently shaking the wineglass, and sat on the sofa with Lin Yue. The scarlet wine drew a graceful arc on the wall of the glass. He admired Tang Tang's dancing and had to admit that this woman is a natural dancer. Her figure, flexibility, expressiveness, and gentle eyes are all top-notch. At this moment, he is the emperor. After the dance, Tang Tangxian was sweating profusely and breathing slightly. She looked at Qin Feng timidly and struck a fixed pose. Lin Yue immediately applauded. Wow, Tang Tang's wife dances so beautifully. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but just smiled and hooked his finger at Tang Tang. A simple gesture, carrying with it supreme authority. Tang Tang walked over obediently, like a docile kitten, sat on his lap, and hooked her hands around Qin Feng's neck. Am I dancing well? Tang Tang asked in a low voice. At this moment, she had already forgotten her ex-boyfriend. Her entire body and mind were occupied by Qin Feng. Qin Feng pinched Tang Tang's chin and pulled her pale red lips closer. Senior sister dances so well. Who would dare to hope to see her dance like this except at the welcome party? Tang Tang's heart was moved by what she said, and she took the initiative to give Qin Feng a passionate kiss. Their lips pressed tightly together. Tang Tang shuddered all over, closed her eyes, and responded to Qin Feng's kiss clumsily and passionately. Bite. Detected that the target Tang Tang is experiencing severe emotional fluctuations. Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body shape, beautiful curves. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Arts, dance major. Weekly hobbies, dancing, watching TV series. Emotional progress bar, active, licking dog, ultimate licking dog. Worship, the host's power makes her soul tremble, points plus 2,000. The host's ruthless methods made her completely surrender, points plus 3,000. Lucky, celebrate being the host's private property, enjoying protection during the apocalypse. Points plus 5,000. Sweetness, the kiss with the host makes her feel unprecedented satisfaction and indulgence, points plus 3,000. System upgrade. LV12. The system space has been expanded to 130 square meters, and the layout has been upgraded to 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Reward, a double-door higher refrigerator containing basic ingredients. Host's remaining points, 87,000 points. As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new silver double-door refrigerator appeared out of thin air in the kitchen area. Lin Yue cried out in surprise, ran over to open the refrigerator, and excitedly took out a box of crystal ice cubes from the ice tray. Great! I can drink chilled red wine. On the sofa, Qin Feng ended the kiss and looked at Tang Tang, who was already confused and blushing in his arms. He picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom, letting Qin Feng slowly close the bedroom door with his calves. Lin Yue looked at the backs of the two people, curled her lips and muttered softly. Humph, showing affection in front of me again. Chapter 57. The cheerleader school beauty cried and broke down. The air in dormitory 424 was almost frozen. Mu Qingyan and Zhang Chudi both heard the gunshot that tore through the sky. The two of them jumped up from the bed almost at the same time, their hearts pounding. The two people who were in a cold war a moment ago now had only one emotion on their faces: fear. It's Qin Feng. Zhang Chuyi's voice trembled uncontrollably. Her 176 centimeters tall figure looked particularly thin at this moment. He killed again. Mu Qingyan bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. This man, like a walking god of death on campus, used a gun as a sickle to wantonly reap the lives of his classmates. Such a person is simply a soul. He has a gun, but he doesn't shoot zombies, he only shoots his classmates. First, Lin Yue's boyfriend Wu Changdal and his roommate were scammed. Then Tang Tang's boyfriend Wang Zi and his roommate were scammed. Then, it was her boyfriend, Gao Yi, who was sniped. Mu Qingyan thought of this and burst into tears. Her sobs were especially clear in the quiet dormitory. Who is it this time? Zhang Chudi's face turned pale. What did he think the boy from the dormitory across the street was? Pray? At this moment, in the dormitory chat group and grade group, messages were like an exploding boiler, flooding the screen like crazy. Every message discusses the same issue. Qin Feng, who did you kill today? Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard it. Bang, such a long tail sound, and so many echoes. Which boy is unlucky again? I don't know, who would be stupid enough to provoke Qin Feng now?
Why do I feel like Qin Feng has started to become an antisocial psychopath? Antisocial? Is there still society these days? Qin Feng is society. He pointed a gun at you, and you didn't dare to speak. I suddenly remembered Xiao Li's flying dagger. He only had one flying dagger, but the entire Shaolin temple didn't dare to touch him. You think of Xiao Li Fei Dao? I think of the four evil men, the extremely vicious and the full of evil. Mu Qingyan's hands trembled as she sent a message to Zhao Wenyu. What's going on? It took a long time after the message was sent for Zhao Wenyu to reply. He seemed to be able to feel the warm wetness in his crotch, and the endless shame that came with it. He had just boasted to Mu Qingyan that he would shoot Qin Feng to death with a compound bow. But the reality is that when Qin Feng fired the gun, he didn't even see the other person's shadow and was so scared that he wet his pants. Zhao Wenyu's fingers typed on the screen, but it felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Qin Feng beat Wang Bowen to death. When Mu Qingyan saw the news, her pupils suddenly shrank, her heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lower lip timidly. Zhao Wenyu then sent a series of messages, trying to save his remaining face in front of the goddess. Qingyan, don't worry. He can't hit me. I will definitely kill him with my compound bow. I will definitely save you and help you get revenge. Qingyan, give me a chance. I have been pursuing you since freshman year. As long as I kill him, you will be my girlfriend, okay? Mu Qingyan looked at the pale and powerless words on the screen, without a single ripple in her heart. Instead, she felt an absurd sadness. Compound bow? In front of the Barrett sniper rifle, it is just a ridiculous toy. Be your girlfriend? You really dare to think so. Your background in a small 7th-tier city is nothing compared to your background. Mu Qingyan didn't reply, but threw the phone aside and buried her head deeply in the quilt. The disappointment in Zhao Wenyu and the fear of Qin Feng were like two huge mountains, pressing down on her and making it hard for her to breathe. Right at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the dormitory door. This sudden sound made Mu Qingyan and Zhang Chuyi's body stiffen at the same time. On the other side, 30 minutes later, Qin Feng and Tang Tang came out of the bedroom. Tang Tang's pretty face was still flushed. Her eyes moved with a hint of laziness and satisfaction. She took the towel and walked into the bathroom. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa and looked at the brand new dining table in the system space, on which were placed a few Hunan dishes left over from lunch. He patted Lin Yue, who was watching TV. Beauty, pack up the dishes on the table and send them to 424. Lin Yue was stunned for a moment. Give it to Mu Qingyan? We invited her and she didn't come, so you still gave it to her? Yes. Qin Feng smiled, with a cunning glint in his eyes. Lin Yue was very smart and immediately understood Qin Feng's intention, but she was still a little puzzled. Mu Qingyan is very proud. She's the captain of the cheerleading squad and she's very proud. You killed her boyfriend, so how could she possibly eat something you gave her? Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer. If Mu Qingyan doesn't want to eat it, you can give it to Zhang Chuyi. Let Zhang Chuyi eat in front of her. Lin Yue understood instantly, and a sly yet admiring smile appeared on her face. Great, really great. I'll go right away. Not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. This was the Qin Feng she got to know again. Lin Yue deftly packed the chopped pepper fish head, braised pork, spicy chicken, and rice into 2 round lunchboxes, walked lightly to the door of dormitory 424 and knocked gently. Who is it? Zhang Chuyi asked vigilantly from inside the door. It's me, Chuyi. Lin Yue. Oh. The door opened, and Zhang Chuyi was a little surprised to see Lin Yue smiling sweetly outside. Yue, the beautiful lady from the foreign languages department, what's up? Lin Yue handed over the lunchbox with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Qin Feng asked me to bring it over. It's for Mu Qingyan. Of course, if you want to eat it, you can have it. Bye. For her? Zhang Chuyi's face turned cold instantly. But when her eyes fell on the lunchbox and she smelled the aroma of food, her throat rolled uncontrollably and her saliva began to water. After the apocalypse, Zhang Chuyi hadn't seen real hot meals for a long time. Now Zhang Chuyi couldn't bear to look at these things at all, as she would start drooling. Lin Yue saw the appearance of Zhang Chuyi, the part-time car model, and laughed in her heart. There is an ancient story about 2 peaches killing 3 men. In modern times, there is the routine of Qin Feng using a lunchbox to sow discord between 2 beautiful roommates.
The story of the king of Qi giving 2 peaches to 3 generals tells of a dispute over who had made the greatest contribution. The king only gave 2 peaches to the generals, and the 3 generals argued over it. They felt that the king was deliberately insulting them, and finally all 3 of them committed suicide out of shame and anger.
Jiang Chudi coldly placed the 2 lunchboxes on Mu Qingyan's desk. "Honey, I put the things here for you."
Mu Qingyan, who was lying on the bed, heard the conversation and felt a huge sense of humiliation and anger in her heart.
Qin Feng. He killed my boyfriend. Now he's sending me food to seduce me?
Mu Qingyan suddenly jumped off the bed, her eyes red, crying.
Is Qin Feng crazy? Even if I starve to death or jump off here, I will never eat a single bite of Qin Feng's food. Take it away. Lin Yue smiled and shrugged. My dear Yenner, I've brought your message. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not.
After saying that, Lin Yue turned around and left, leaving behind a swaying figure. Mu Qingyan was so angry that she trembled all over and jumped out of bed.
Although she was hungry.
But when she thought about how Qin Feng had locked herself in the bathroom for 2 days, and how Qin Feng had killed her promising boyfriend, Mu Qingyan angrily grabbed the lunchbox on the table and rushed to the toilet, intending to pour everything into it.
But
a stronger, snow-white, slender hand grabbed her wrist.
It's Jiang Chui. What are you doing? Let me go. Mu Qingyan screamed.
Jiang Chui is 176 centimeters tall, with both height and strength being an advantage. She stared at Mu Qingyan coldly and said word by word, "If you don't want to live, don't pull me."
"I eat. Don't fall." Mu Qingyan cried and said, "This is the humiliation Qin Feng gave me. This is food."
Jiang Chui's voice rose, her eyes gleaming with hunger.
"Eat it and you'll last for days. Eat it and you'll survive. Can you even eat your little dignity? Get out of here. Let go of my hand. Damn it." The 2 school beauties started fighting each other instantly. Mu Qingyan's nails scratched bloody marks on Jiang Chui's arm. Jiang Chui slapped Mu Qingyan hard on the pretty face. Bang!
After a crisp sound, Mu Qingyan was pushed to the ground and beaten into obedience.
She lost. A complete defeat. Mu Qingyan lay on the ground, sobbing.
She got up, grabbed the cup that Gaoi bought for her on her desk, threw it angrily on the floor, smashing it to pieces, and then cried in despair.
Wow, my boyfriend is dead, is my world falling too? Wow. Who are you throwing things at? What if these glass fragments prick my foot? Sweep it up. Jiang Chui angrily ordered Mu Qingyan. I won't sweep. You deserve to be stabbed to death, or you can beat me to death. Mu Qingyan cried. Bitch.
Jiang Chui was angry, but she still took the broom and swept up the broken pieces of the cup herself. In the end, Mu Qingyan could only crawl back to her bed in a mess, pull down the curtains, and cover her head with the quilt.
It is so painful for 2 girls to share a dormitory.
They can't hide from each other, can't win in a fight, and have nowhere to go.
They can only hide in the bed and cry.
After Jiang Chui cleaned up the broken pieces of the cup, she sneered and glanced at the shaking quilt on the bed, lung fog.
Then, Jiang Chui couldn't wait to open the lunchbox.
It's just like on the African grasslands, when a lion drives away a hyena and then steals its food. However, although the food we grabbed was leftovers, it was in good condition. The braised pork is shiny and greasy, the spicy chicken is fragrant, and the spicy flavor of the chopped pepper fish head is so refreshing that it goes straight to the top of your head. This is not the leftovers from other people's meals, this is the food that was specially set aside and left behind, it's different.
Jiang Chui's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, Mu Qingyan, if you don't eat it, I will.
She found her chopsticks and started showing off by the table without even sitting down.
Delicious, so delicious.
As she ate, she murmured in ambiguous praise. Every bite of chewing and every swallowing sound pierced Mu Qingyan's heart. Mu Qingyan cried heart-wrenchingly in the quilt.
She could smell the overbearing fragrance and hear Jiang Chui's satisfied sigh.
Her stomach was rumbling and her dignity was being crushed inch by inch.
Bite.
School bell number 3, Mu Qingyan, has been detected experiencing severe emotional fluctuations.
Fear, because the host hunted Wang Bowen, Mu Qingyan's fear of you deepens. Points plus 2,000. Anger, the target becomes intensely angry due to the host's humiliating feeding. Points plus 3,000.
Unfair, because a companion enjoys a meal alone, the target feels a strong sense of injustice.
Points plus 5,000.
Shame, due to being imprisoned by the host, their past dignity has been trampled upon, causing the target to experience a strong sense of shame.
Points plus 3,500.
Collapse, the target's arrogance has been completely shattered, and their psychological defenses are collapsing.
Points plus 3,000.
Remaining points, 87,000 plus 16,500 is equal to 103,500 points.
System upgrade. Current level LV13.
The space has been increased to 140 square meters, and the layout has been optimized to include 1 guest room, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom.
Bonus, a massage bathtub for couples.
Living room, 50 square meters, master bedroom, 40 square meters, second bedroom new, 30 square meters, bathroom, 20 square meters. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar updated, humiliation submission, initiative, dog licking, ultimate dog licking.
Chapter 58 Lin Yue and Tang Tang take a bath. Zhang Chuyi ate with gusto. She sat in front of Mu Qingyan's desk and used Mu Qingyan's table.
A pair of super short jeans barely covered the perky buttocks, and the 2 straight and slender legs were crossed wantonly, and the smooth feet swayed gently in the air, drawing a provocative arc.
The tight t-shirt on the upper body exposes the entire back to the air without any obstruction, outlining the clear contours of the butterfly bones and the slender waistline.
She picked up a piece of bright red chopped pepper fish head meat and deliberately let out an exclamation of enjoyment amid Mu Qingyan's sobs. Smells so good. The smell reminded her of the first time she worked as a car model, when the modeling agency treated her to a meal at a high-end Hunan restaurant. It was a delicacy that she had never tasted in the first or second canteen. It was the taste of being a superior person. Compared with the female classmates who ate in the cafeteria every day, Zhang Chuyi really felt that it was great to be rich. From then on, she had one foot in the life of the upper class. Later, she accepted the pursuit of Huinan, a classmate who opened a hot pot restaurant on Wenhua Road. After they started dating, Huinan could buy her bags and hold her hand, but they were not allowed to kiss. Because Zhang Chuyi has participated in a car show, I am a worldly wise person. Her personal dream is actually to find a boyfriend who is tall, rich and handsome and is the son of a wealthy tycoon.
Huinan's boyfriend is really just an excessive.
While eating, Zhang Chuyi glanced at Mu Qingyan, who was curled up on the bed with her shoulders shaking. The cheerleader who was once high and mighty is now just a poor wretch who can't even afford to eat.
And you are the winner.
Zhang Chuyi shook her head, ate more happily, with a smile on her lips, and even hummed a little tune.
She just wanted Mu Qingyan to hear it. Let her see clearly who is the one in this dormitory who truly knows how to survive.
At this moment, the screen of her mobile phone, which she had casually placed on the table, lit up.
It's Huinan.
The boy from the School of Economics who was not tall enough and wanted to change his family genes. When Huinan was dating her, he could only see Zhang Chuyi's chin from the top of his head. So Huinan was full of confidence and bought Zhang Chuyi the latest bag every month.
Prada, Gucci, Chanel, Dior, Armani.
Zhang Chu accepted all the orders according to the order, and he would not miss any of them.
Huinan's message is as boring as ever. Chu, what are you doing? I miss you. Huinan sent a message almost every hour to say hello. Yeah. Me too. What are you doing? Guess what I'm doing? I guess you're browsing the shopping app?
After the zombie crisis, I'll buy you something. Huinan's writing is still full of doting for his girlfriend. Yes, due to his lack of height, after finally catching up with this 176 centimeters tall girl, Huinan was so happy that he turned himself into a bootlicker.
Okay, let me tell you something funny. Didn't Qin Feng sleep with Lin Yue and Tang Tang?
He's not giving up yet, and he's still harassing Mu Qingyan. He even brought her food, chopped pepper fish head and braised pork.
It's delicious. Here's a photo. JPG. Did Qin Feng go to your dorm? Did he even bring you food? Yes, Qin Feng sent Lin Yue here, but he didn't come. Oh, that's good.
The boys in the whole building are planning to unite and punish Qin Feng.
Be careful. Don't worry.
If Qin Feng hadn't come, I wouldn't have met him, but the food he gave me was really delicious.
Where did he get these Hunan dishes? How should I know? I have the ability. Bullshit. I have no talent.
This society values money, and I have talent.
Delicious food, dear, just wait.
I'll give Qin Feng some money and have him send you some food every day.
Money makes the world go round. Wait for my good news.
Zhang Chuyi didn't know what Huinan was going to do, and her head was full of question marks.
but said.
In Qin Feng's pure white space. After Qin Feng felt tired, he went to the second bedroom to take a nap.
Save your energy so you can do other things in the afternoon.
Lin Yue slumped on the three-seater sofa, browsing her phone and watching a dating variety show on TV.
The noisy ha-ha-ha laughter of celebrities could be heard from the TV.
Tang Tang was wrapped in a white towel and taking a shower in the bathroom. The warm water washed over her snow-white face, and she felt the impact of the water. Her black hair was also washed wet. But when Tang Tang turned around, he suddenly saw a double jacuzzi in the bathroom.
A huge white bathtub appeared in the originally empty space.
The lines are smooth and the shape is luxurious, which makes it look expensive. A huge white bathtub takes up most of the bathroom space.
Tang Tang turned off the water, walked over and touched the cool, smooth surface of the bathtub with his fingertips.
I saw the metal nozzles on the inner wall again, reached out and pressed a switch on the wall next to it. The nozzles in the bathtub immediately emitted a slight humming sound, and many rollers and tentacles began to rotate and move, starting the massage.
I've never seen this thing before. Yue? What's the matter? Come in quickly. You're taking a shower, can I come in? Lin Yue asked from outside. Well, don't dawdle. Didn't we change swimsuits together when we swam together? Who hasn't seen each other? Come in quickly and see, there's a surprise. Tang Tang kept urging. All right.
When Lin Yue came in, she saw that except for Tang Tang, who was shy before but now showed off her figure openly, the area of the bathroom seemed to have been expanded. What was even more surprising was that there was also a double massage bathtub.
What the hell is this? It just appeared out of nowhere. I don't know. The world is getting weirder and weirder. There are already zombies, don't tell me it's weird. By the way, do you want to try it? This should be a double bathtub. Here, you can touch it, it has massage function.
There was a mischievous look in Tang Tang's eyes.
Double jacuzzi? Who designed it? It's so perverted? Lin Yue's lips flattened. That's nothing.
I was shopping at a furniture store once and saw a 3-person jacuzzi.
A 3-person jacuzzi? What kind of pervert would take a bath with 3 people together? Lin Yue bit her lower lip.
Mom, Dad, and the child, you idiot. Tang Tang looked at her best friend lovingly.
Oh, okay. Lin Yue nodded. Hey, Yue, do you want to try it together? Tang Tang's eyes were full of provocation. Lin Yue opened her eyes wide. Let's take a bath together. Tang Tang? You're so brave. You're so bold. I like it. Tang Tang smiled.
Yes, while Qin Feng is asleep, let's have a girls' party. Pour some red wine, add some hot water, sprinkle some rose petals, take a bath, listen to some music, and talk.
It's a sister's party. Without Qin Feng. Let's talk about men.
Lin Yue smiled very sweetly after hearing this, showing her 8 white teeth, and pinched Tang Tang's cheek. Okay, my wife, you are really good. As he spoke, Tang Tang began to add hot water, sprinkled a bag of rose petals from the bathtub into it, and poured in a bubble bath shower gel. Soon, the pool of water produced a lot of rich white foam. Lin Yue went out to the wine cabinet and found a bottle of dry red wine, 2 high-footed glasses, a decanter, and a glass of ice cubes. Then, the 2 girls took off their skirts, faced each other, and slowly sat in the warm water. The warm water instantly enveloped the whole body, making it so comfortable that one wanted to sigh. The foam covered their chests, leaving only their white shoulders and necks exposed.
Ah, that feels good. Ding, Lin Yue and Tang Tang clinked their wine glasses. Cheers to doomsday. Lin Yue said after thinking for a while. Oh my god, why should we pay tribute to the end of the world? Tang Tang retorted. Because, this is the most enjoyable day I've had since I started college. My 3 annoying roommates are all dead, Xiao Hong and the others, and many beautiful women are starving, like Mu Qingyan, while I can actually take a bubble bath with a girl. Don't you think I'm enjoying it? Lin Yue smiled. Okay, come on, let's toast to doomsday. Tang Tang also smiled and clinked his glass with Lin Yue. At the same time, Qin Feng was sleeping on the bed in the second bedroom, and he had no idea what Lin Yue and Tang Tang were whispering about in the bathroom. He turned over and saw that his phone screen had lit up and he received a verification message. Out of curiosity, I verified it and found several messages from a boy named Gu Yuhu. Qin Feng? I am Jiang Chuyi's boyfriend.
Listen, we're all men, and I'm speaking frankly.
I'll send you a big red envelope every day as meal expenses. Ask your girlfriend Lin Yue to deliver meals to my girlfriend Zhang Chuyi 3 times a day, or even twice, because she's trying to lose weight.
After the zombie crisis is over, there will be a generous reward.
You will get a lot of money. If you make sure my girlfriend doesn't go hungry, I will give you many benefits. Transfer 10,000 yuan. P.S. Remember, your girlfriend Lin Yue is the one delivering the food. Just like today, you don't have to go over. Puff. Xin Feng almost burst out laughing on the bed. Is there really such a way of throwing money around in the world?
Chapter 59. Tang Tang officially moved in to live together. Xin Feng looked at the conversation with Huinan on the phone screen with despair.
I don't know if I'm crazy or if Huinan is even more crazy than me.
Xin Feng even accepted the 10,000 yuan red envelope and then replied to Huinan with a smile.
Okay, brother, I've received the red envelope, that's quite generous.
Don't worry, I'll send the meal to your girlfriend as soon as I finish cooking. I'll make sure Zhang Chuyi eats the freshest, hottest dishes and feeds her till she's full.
What do you think? Xin Feng deliberately emphasized the imaginary tone on the words well fed.
If Huinan were a man, he would be so angry that he would smash his phone after hearing such heart-wrenching words. However, a moment later, the other party's reply lit up the screen again.
Huinan, well, money is not a problem. Please.
Xin Feng laughed out loud and fell on the sofa. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to help others. He threw his phone aside and sank into the soft three-seater sofa. Picking up the remote control, Xin Feng turned off the stupid variety show that Lin Yue loved to watch, switched the screen to the sports channel, and boredly flipped through the replays of classic NBA games from previous years. In the bathroom, the sound of water and the girls' laughter intertwined, coming intermittently, tickling people's ears like feathers. Xin Feng listened attentively. The whispers went on for a long time without any sign of stopping. He finally couldn't help it, so he stood up, walked to the bathroom door, and looked in quietly.
Good job.
In the misty fog and in the foamy bathtub, 2 figures were looming. Lin Yue and Tang Tang were holding high-heeled glasses, shaking the bright red wine in the glasses, taking a bubble bath and chatting about life. The wet long hair was like seaweed, cleverly covering the beautiful spring scenery below the collarbone, revealing only the round, white shoulders and delicate collarbone.
Xin Feng's gaze lingered for 2 more seconds. Hate it. Don't look at it. Lin Yue was the first to notice him.
She pouted and picked up a handful of foam and threw it over.
Get out quickly, this is our best friend time.
Tang Tang also joined in the fun, her cheeks flushed, not sure if it was because of the heat or shyness. Xin Feng smiled silently, retreated quickly and neatly, sat back on the sofa, and his eyes fell back on the 1998 Bulls game on TV. In the bathtub, the girls' whispers continued.
Well, to be honest, Wang Zi was really sincere to you in the past. Lin Yue sighed lightly. How could Wu Changle be bad to you? Tang Tang replied quietly. What a pity. It's the end of the world. We're all dead. This is fate. They died tragically, but Xin Feng can't be blamed for this. Of course I don't blame him.
They are seeking death on their own, and no one can stop them. The conversation was interrupted for a moment, with only the gentle sound of water massage.
After talking about the ex, it's time to talk about the present, right?
Lin Yue suddenly smiled sweetly, her eyes moving as she looked at Tang Tang.
Talk about your current boyfriend? Tang Tang's face turned even redder, like a ripe peach.
The 2 girls knew it very well, and they were both talking about Xin Feng.
Tang Tang, tell me first, what do you think of him? How about, we give him a score? Lin Yue blinked mischievously. Score?
Tang Tang pursed her lips and thought for a moment. I'll give Xin Feng an 8.
Only 8 points?
Lin Yue reached out and pinched Tang Tang's cheek, laughing so hard that her body shook.
Looks like I didn't feed you enough? I'm full.
Tang Tang sighed, his voice as low as a mosquito, his cheeks burning. It's just, my waist can't take it anymore.
Oh. I understand.
It turns out that your waist, which has been trained in dancing, can sometimes not take it anymore.
Lin Yue laughed even more wickedly. Stop talking about me. Tang Tang countered. Tell me, why is Xin Feng so powerful? Where does he get his food, drinks, and weapons? Who knows?
Lin Yue's voice also lowered, with a hint of intoxication in her eyes. I only know that when I follow him, I feel that I am truly alive, very safe and happy. Her fair face looked so tender in the heat that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it.
Yeah.
Tang Tang nodded in agreement, a happy smile on his face that he couldn't hide.
Me too. I feel pretty happy right now. The world is ending anyway.
All my studies, my future, and everything else are just a vague illusion. I just need to live each day to the fullest.
Well, of course. You eat and sleep all day long.
You're like a pig. You're like a pig. As soon as the words fell, the two girls smiled at each other and started tickling each other in the water. For a moment, water splashed everywhere and laughter filled the entire space. Sheen Fong watched Malone and Rodman fighting in the living room, and finally shouted impatiently towards the bathroom.
Are you two planning on soaking your hair in there? Your skin will break if you wash it again.
The laughter in the bathtub stopped abruptly. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other, smiled, and then reluctantly got up from the water. They came out of the bathroom wrapped in towels. From cheeks to toes, both of them were covered in a layer of charming pink. Her eyes moved with laziness and charm after bathing.
They went back to the room to find clothes to wear.
Tang Tang's clothes were all in 303, so she wore Lin Yue's skirt and underwear. When they came out again, they had already changed into carefully selected suspender skirts and even put on light makeup. One is pure, the other is charming, like two carefully decorated flowers, competing for beauty, quietly blooming in front of Sheen Fong. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. The two of them are just competing for favor and hope to get more attention from their boyfriend.
Okay, stop being so conceited.
Sheen Feng's eyes swept over them and he patted the sofa beside him.
Come here and watch the game with me for a while.
I just happened to see Jordan's classic shot, the last one.
Yeah, okay. Basketball? Oh, they all have tattoos? Tattoo? Lin Yue and Tang Tang walked over obediently and sat on the sofa, one on the left and one on the right of Sheen Fong.
The two girls' soft bodies pressed tightly against him, their heads naturally resting on Sheen Feng's shoulders, their beautiful hair draped over Sheen Feng's chest, accompanying him to watch the old game that they didn't understand at all. On TV, Jordan and Malone faced off.
Damn it! Malone, no, this is a collision with the ball. Sheen Fong couldn't help but curse. Lin Yue looked up blankly. What is dribbling? Tang Tang also blinked his big innocent eyes. What do you mean by bumping into someone?
Sheen Fong felt the touch on both shoulders, was silent for 2 seconds, and then spoke slowly.
Just like the two of you right now. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other, still confused. After the competition, Sheen Fong said, Senior Tang Tang, have you made up your mind? Do you want to officially move in? Lin Yue immediately assisted, yes, Tang Tang, move all your clothes over here. The closet here is very big, and we can officially live together. It will be convenient for changing clothes.
A hint of shyness appeared on Tang Tang's cheeks.
Is this Sheen Feng's invitation to her to live together formally? Under the buff of the system's licking dog, Tang Tang nodded lightly, okay.
Tang Tang and Lin Yue immediately went back to dormitory 303, and soon came back dragging 2 large silver suitcases stuffed full of Genshin Impact stickers. The large wardrobes in the master bedroom and the second bedroom were opened, and the two girls' clothes soon filled the entire space. Sheen Fong was eating a popsicle he had taken out of the refrigerator and examining Tang Tang's battle robes with great interest.
She is indeed a dancer.
Tight training suits of various colors, gymnastics suits that perfectly outlined the body curves, and several pairs of dance shoes of different styles all exude a unique temptation. Lin Yue and Tang Tang were excitedly looking at each other's skirts and high heels, chattering about how they would change clothes in the future and dress up so that Sheen Fong wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Sheen Fong leaned against the doorframe, watching them play with a smile.
It's like admiring 2 of the closest little pets that I have raised. Unconsciously, after a busy afternoon, dusk fell.
Sheen Fong had an idea and spent 10,000 points in the System Mall.
System, use 10,000 points to unlock Northeastern cuisine. Ding, Northeastern cuisine has been unlocked.
Pot-fried pork, braised pork ribs, gobanzi smoked chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy shredded pork, dalian seafood dumplings, pork stewed with vermicelli, 3 fresh delicacies, Northeastern hot pot. The two girls had been busy all afternoon and were already starving. When they saw a table full of dazzling and fragrant Northeastern dishes on the table, their mouths were watering.
Lin Yue, let's eat. I'm starving. Tang Tang, the happiest thing in the apocalypse is eating.
Sheen Fong stopped them and didn't let them sit down.
The two girls looked up at Sheen Fong in confusion. Why are we not allowed to sit? etc. Lin Yue was stunned. Ah? Aren't you eating here? Tang Tang was also surprised. Then, what are you going to do?
Xin Feng's lips curled up into a sinister smile, and his eyes flashed with mischief.
Pack everything. Let's go to dormitory 424, drag Zhang Chudi to join us, and eat in front of Mu Qingyan. Lin Yue. Tang Tang. Okay, you are so bad. Chapter 60 showing affection with the three school beauties in front of Mu Qingyan. All right.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang smiled at each other and began to pack carefully.
10 steaming hot northeastern dishes were packed into exquisite insulated lunchboxes according to categories.
The fragrant rice was also packed separately, but there was no portion prepared for Mu Qingyan. Everything was ready, and the two girls came to the mirror again and carefully put on their makeup. Even at the end of the world, they must maintain the refinement and elegance of the school beauty goddess. Xin Feng leaned against the door, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. The two girls carried 2 large bags of packed food and followed Xin Feng out of 301, walked through the silent corridor, and went straight to dormitory 424. Xin Feng walked behind, his eyes fixed on the 2 swaying figures in front of him. The slender straps outlined the graceful shoulder and necklines, and the long hair swings left and right with the steps, drawing a charming arc. That slender waist, so thin that it can be held in one hand, twists and turns with full of charm.
Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the door of dormitory 424. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door was particularly clear in the quiet corridor.
In the dormitory, Zhang Chudi was looking at the screen of her mobile phone with a barely perceptible sneer on her lips.
Hui Nan, baby, I have good news for you. Zhang Chui, ? Hui Nan, I've already bribed Xin Feng. He'll have Lin Yue bring you food every day. Am I awesome? Zhang Chui?
This string of ellipses expressed her inner contempt.
Ah, men, are you all so childish? Did you bribe Xin Feng?
Ha, Xin Feng has a gun in his hand and he seems to have unlimited supplies.
Does he need your money?
He sent Lin Yue here just to show Mu Qingyan, hoping to use delicious food and a stable life to break down the psychological defenses of the beautiful cheerleader.
Of course, there might be another possibility.
Zhang Chuyi's eyes swept across her blurry figure in the mirror.
Perhaps, Xin Feng is also coming for me.
After all, Zhang Chuyi is absolutely confident in her appearance and figure.
Humph, Xin Feng, you want to seduce me with just a meal? Sister won't let you succeed.
Zhang Chuyi lazily changed her posture, crossed her long and well-proportioned white legs, and raised her legs. On her toes, a pair of 8-centimeter black high heels were swaying gently. They were the spoils she had Huinan spend 2,400 yuan to buy for her. Even in the dormitory, she likes to wear it from time to time to get a feel for it.
Just then, a knock on the door confirmed her thoughts. Boom boom boom. Here it comes. She quickly sent a message to Huinan. Got it, baby. How much money did you give Xin Feng? Huinan, a huge red envelope of 10,000 yuan. He accepted it instantly. Ha, money really can buy everything. Zhang Chuyi frowned. I want one too. Huinan, okay, I'm sorry, I'll send you a big red envelope right away. Zhang Chuyi, well, that's more like it. Boom boom boom. The knocking on the door outside became a little more urgent.
Mu Qingyan, who was on the upper bunk, pulled the curtain, listened to the knocking and talking outside, and continued to cover her head with the quilt and pretend to be dead. Come here, who is it?
Zhang Chuyi called out slowly.
Lin Yue's sweet voice came from outside the door. Senior sister, it's me, Lin Yue.
Oh, wait a minute.
Zhang Chuyi walked over, opened the dormitory door, and took a closer look.
Ah.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang, the 2 top beauties at Binhai University, both wore delicate makeup and sexy suspender skirts, standing coquettishly outside the door.
The aroma of the delicious food they were carrying seemed to penetrate the door.
Behind them, Xin Feng had a half smile in his eyes, as if he saw through everything.
Bang!
Zhang Chudi opened the door and slammed it shut in an instant. The 3 people outside the door were stunned.
Zhang Chuyi's slightly panicked voice came from the door. Wait a minute. Why are there boys here? I need to change my clothes.
After closing the door, Zhang Chudi leaned against it, biting her lips, her heart burning with anger. In fact, she was not angry because she saw Xin Feng coming.
But... Okay, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, you 2 are green tea.
She is dressed up, put on makeup, and brings delicious food to my door.
Is she here to make a demonstration? Do you really think you are the only ones who can live like human beings in the apocalypse? And Chin Fong, what does it mean when he looks at me like that? He looked like he wanted to eat me. Boys, their brains are full of little bugs. No, I can't let Lin Yue and Tang Tang lose. Are you the only ones who have slip dresses? Are you the only ones who know how to put on makeup? No. I, Jiang Chui, cannot lose. Jiang Chui's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. She turned around and rushed to her closet. She opened the door and saw a dazzling array of off-shoulder, backless and belly-bearing tops. I looked up at the rails of my bed and saw a long row of colorful skirts hanging on it, long, short, translucent, and backless. Then she ran to the balcony. On the clothesline were hanging all kinds of small clothes and underwear that had just been washed in the washing machine. At this moment, they all became her arsenal. Lin Yue and Tang Tang are wearing suspenders? Humph, who doesn't? Jiang Chui quickly took out a dark blue silk suspender skirt. The fabric was smooth and cool, fitting tightly to the curves of her body. No, that's not enough. She unpacked a new pair of flesh-colored stockings from her drawer, which she was going to wear on important occasions. Today is the most important occasion. It's a battlefield. Filled with smoke. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the stockings up her calves to the base of her thighs. The delicate fabric made her legs seem to be shrouded in a layer of soft light. Then, she rushed to the dressing table and combed her waist-length brown curly hair. She took out the Chanel No. 5 perfume and sprayed it lightly into the air, letting herself walk into the charming fragrance. Outside, Lin Yue and Tang Tang's impatient voices were heard. Senior Chui, are you putting on makeup in there? If you don't open the door, we'll eat all the delicious food. That's right. If you didn't know, you would think you were going out on a date. Open the door quickly. I know you're beautiful. You're stunningly beautiful. Okay? Jiang Chui took a deep breath, ignored the urging from outside, and gave a charming smile that captivated everyone to the fairy-like self in the mirror on the wall. Well, as the old saying goes, a smile can bring out all the charms. That's exactly what I am talking about. Then Jiang Chui slowly walked to the door and turned the doorknob. The door opened. The scent of high-end perfume and feminine body fragrance hits you in the face. She saw Lin Yue and Tang Tang again, carrying 2 large bags of delicious food, standing at the door. Jiang Chui didn't look at the two of them, but her eyes were on Chin Fong. Chin Fong, standing behind Lin Yue and Tang Tang, looked over the heads of the 2 girls. Looking at Jiang Chui, who took a long time to open the dormitory door in front of her, this girl is famous for her perfect figure and works as a part-time car show model. Chin Fong discovered that Jiang Chui in front of him was completely different from the lazy homely beauty just now. At this moment, she looks like a car show model who was about to step onto the red carpet and steal the show. There seemed to be a layer of mist in her eyes, hazy, lazy and charming. She is 1.76 meters tall, with a small head, flat shoulders, round hips and a thin waist. Her amazing 9-head body proportions make her a beautiful sight at the door. The dark blue silk suspender skirt perfectly outlines her breathtaking body curves. The exposed shoulder blades are as delicate as a pair of butterfly wings. Under the skirt, there are 2 1.8-meter long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Straight, tight, smooth lines. In the dim light of the corridor, there is an alluring glimmer. The pair of 8-centimeter black high heels on her feet stretched her leg lines to the extreme. Her makeup was not heavy, but just right. A pair of fox eyes slightly raised, eyes moving. With 7 parts charm and 3 parts provocation, it shot straight at Chin Fong. It seems to be saying, "Brother, do you want to get me?" No way. Chin Fong shouted in his heart, "Damn it. Top. Bite. The system has detected campus beauty number 4. Do you want to bind? Bind. Chin Fong muttered to himself. Name, Jiang Chui. Gender, female. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Economics. Style, 9-headed queen, peerless legs. Hobbies, taking selfies, shopping, and enjoying the spotlight. Attitude towards the host, arrogant. Chin Fong looked at the word arrogant on the system panel, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered in his heart. Arrogant? Why are all these school beauties so arrogant towards me? Why are you so arrogant? What is there to be proud of? Appearance, or beauty, is not hard currency in the doomsday. A girl may be worth only a bowl of beef noodles. Interesting. Hi, Senior Chewy, you finally opened the door. Lin Yue's tone was a little playful. Wow, Chewy, are you going to attend a wealthy dinner? You're so sexy. Tang Tang teased exaggeratedly. Jiang Chui lifted her long hair that fell on her chest, forced out a perfect social smile, and gracefully stepped aside. I can't help it. I didn't expect so many of you to come. I have to be polite to my guests. Come in. Her gaze finally fell on Qin Feng's face, with a hint of victory. As expected, Qin Feng, you sent Lin Yue to bring me food last time, but you couldn't help but come yourself today, right? Hello, senior sister, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Feng. I know, from the Foreign Languages College. Everyone knows you're a moron now. Come in, welcome. Qin Feng, thank you. Jiang Chui looked at Lin Yue and Tang Tang carrying 2 large bags and asked, Thank you, why are you all here at once? Lin Yue and Tang Tang smiled and said, Beautiful lady, we brought you some food. We're worried you'd be hungry. Lin Yue and Tang Tang placed the delicacies on the desk and took out the lunchboxes one by one. Yes, there are delicious foods, how can I forget you and Yenner? But the intimacy in those words was very pleasing to Jiang Chui's ears. Mu Qingyan, who had not gotten out of bed all day and had been hiding in the upper bunk, trembled. She covered her head tightly with the quilt, refusing to listen to the voices of people outside. Play dead. Chapter 61 Nine-Headed Beauty, 1.8-meter long legs. Lin Yue placed 2 large bags of steaming delicious food on the desk, and the aroma instantly dominated the air in the entire dormitory. She looked around and asked curiously, Where is the beautiful Yenner? Tang Tang also stood on tiptoe to look around, her eyes sparkling as she fell on an upper bunk with a tightly drawn curtain. Yeah, why is our cheerleader nowhere to be seen? Jiang Chui pointed at the bed, with a hint of impatience in her tone. He's pretending to be dead. He hasn't moved for a whole day. Who knows if he's dead or alive? Lin Yue and Tang Tang exchanged glances, walked over boldly, reached out and pulled open the curtain with a swish. A petite silhouette was arched in the quilt, with only a bunch of long black hair visible and her face buried deep in the water. A cold and suppressed voice came from under the quilt, with a barely perceptible tremor. Leave me alone. Zip up. Lin Yue and Tang Tang stuck out their tongues in fear and quickly pulled the curtain back up. Yenner, don't be angry, Lin Yue advised softly, we brought some delicious food, come down and eat. An even more impatient voice came from behind the curtain, no. Shut up. Tang Tang also came over and said in a coaxing tone, Baby, give me some face, the food is cold. Tang Tang, get out of here. After a suppressed growl, there was no sound behind the curtain. Lin Yue and Tang Tang were disappointed and looked at Qin Feng awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Qin Feng just smiled faintly, as if everything was under control. His eyes swept across the desks in the dormitory that were piled with clothes and cosmetics, and his tone was unquestionable calm. Put those tables together and have dinner. He pointed to Jiang Chui's most messy table. Today we're having Northeastern cuisine. Jiang Chui was stunned, and when she heard the words Northeastern cuisine, her eyes lit up obviously. That was her favorite cuisine. Seeing Qin Feng giving orders as if it was a matter of course, she felt angry and helpless. It was because he brought her food that she couldn't refuse. The 3 usually spoiled school beauties actually started to clean up at this moment. Bottles and jars of cosmetics, colorful small mirrors, open contact lens cases, and even a few rolled-up stockings and a small black bra that someone had left behind. Qin Feng put one hand in his pocket, leaned against the door and watched, with a playful smile on his lips. Everyone says that boys' dormitories are messy, but today he was enlightened. Jiang Chui felt his gaze, her cheeks felt a little hot, and her hands moved faster. She squatted down and began to pick up the pile of high heels scattered under the bed. Because she was wearing a suspender skirt, this action showed off her exquisite body curves, especially her perky peach buttocks, which outlined a breathtaking curve under the dark blue skirt. Qin Feng's eyes deepened a little. This woman, my god, Jiang Chui, are you a millipede? By so many high heels. However, this figure is indeed superb. Top. Soon, the 2 desks were put together to form a simple dining table. The 3 girls pushed Qin Feng to sit in the main seat first. He was the real owner of this dormitory. Then the 3 girls each brought a stool and sat down around him. Mu Qingyan, Lin Yue finally asked the upper bunk, Are we really going to start? I'm asking you one last time, are you coming down or not?
On the upper bunk, Mu Qingyan bit her lips hard and buried her face in the wet pillow. She heard Qin Feng's voice and the cheerful sounds of people preparing for dinner outside, like a small party. The devil who shot and killed her boyfriend was now enjoying delicious food with other girls in front of her, while she could only hide in bed and cry like a fool.
I will never eat this food given out of pity.
A huge feeling of grievance and hatred surged in her heart, her whole body began to twitch slightly uncontrollably, and a soft, suppressed cry came out of her nose. Seeing no response from the bed, Zhang Chui, Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other and tacitly agreed not to ask any more questions. Zhang Chui's stomach had been growling for a long time. She licked her lips, which were covered with transparent lipstick, and stared at Qin Feng with burning eyes.
So, can we start?
Qin Feng nodded, as if to give permission. Eat, senior sister Jiang.
Zhang Chui seemed to have been pardoned. She immediately picked up the chopsticks and took a big mouthful of the fragrant rice.
Her first chopsticks reached out without hesitation to the plate of sweet and sour pork with golden color and glistening sauce. Yes, sweet and sour pork, it is her favorite.
The sweet and sour aroma had already penetrated her nose.
She picked up a piece and looked at the hot sweet and sour orange sauce on it. She could even hear the crisp crack sound when her teeth bit into it. She couldn't wait to put it into her mouth, and the four sensations of sour, sweet, fragrant and crispy exploded on her taste buds. It was so delicious that she squinted her eyes, and all her reserve and pride disappeared at this moment.
Qin Feng looked at Zhang Chui's satisfied and wolfish look, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Huinan gave me money. Ha ha. Money is just waste paper at the end of the world. Now, I feed you food and you are my little pet. On the other side, Lin Yue and Tang Tang also completely let themselves go.
After all, they had already had an intimate relationship with Qin Feng, so there was no need to talk about ladylike temperament. The two girls each grabbed a huge braised pork bone, abandoning their usual goddess elegance and dignity. They raised their fingers like orchids, but made the most unrestrained movements, chewing the food with big mouthfuls in front of Qin Feng. Their upper lips were stained with oil, so Qin Feng took a napkin and wiped their lips.
Anyway, he has seen my most embarrassing side, so why should I pretend to be a lady?
The dormitory was filled with fragrance.
3 glamorous school goddesses are surrounding a man, feasting and showing off without caring about their image.
And from behind the curtain of the upper bunk, there came an extremely suppressed whimpering sound, like that of a small animal. Mu Qingyan cried even harder, her quilt arched up and trembled constantly.
Mu Qingyan's pillow was completely wet. Bite.
The system detected that the two school beauties were experiencing intense emotions.
Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, cheerleading captain. Type, hot girl sexy type.
The host just stimulated Mu Qingyan's various emotions and gained a large amount of system points. Disappointment, Lin Yue and Tang Tang, two of Qin Feng's best friends, are now Qin Feng's accomplices.
Plus 1,000 points.
Humiliation, Qin Feng repeatedly brings delicious food to force you to submit, forcing you to surrender.
Plus 3,000 points.
Angry, Qin Feng gave the delicious food to his enemy Zhang Chui, making Zhang Chui feel proud.
Plus 2,500 points.
Despair, none of the cheerleaders I usually take care of came to my aid at the critical moment.
What an ungrateful bastard. Plus 2,000 points. Grievance, I feel like I'm the only one left in this world.
I'm so hungry, as if I have teeth in my stomach, eating me from the inside out.
Plus 5,000 points. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar towards the host, humiliation last level. Next stage, wavering. System upgrade, LV14, area 150 square meters, reward, a treadmill. Bite. Zhang Chui's first interaction with the host also generated a large amount of emotion. Name, Zhang Chui. Gender, female. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Economics. Style, 9-headed queen, peerless legs.
Hobbies, taking selfies, shopping, and enjoying the spotlight. Curiosity, Zhang Chui is curious about where the host's delicacies come from and feels strange.
Plus 1,000 points. Interest, Zhang Chui is very interested in the host's secret identity, plus 1,000 points.
Ambiguous, Zhang Chui is smug about the host's gaze, plus 2,000 points. Confidence. Zhang Chuyi is very confident in her appearance and figure, and she is not shy about showing you her beautiful legs.
Plus 1,000 points. Resentment. Zhang Chuyi feels resentment towards Lin Yue and Tang Tang's luxurious lifestyle and longs to catch up. Plus 2,000 points.
Proud. Zhang Chuyi feels a strong sense of superiority over punishing her roommate Mu Qingyan. Plus 3,000 points.
Zhang Chuyi's attitude towards the host, maintaining pride. Mu Qingyan's contribution points, plus 13,500 points. Zhang Chuyi's contribution points, plus 10,000 points.
Points deducted for Northeastern cuisine, 10,000 points.
Host's remaining points, 107,000 points.
The host's points have reached over 100,000, and the funds are very sufficient. System continues to upgrade. Level 15, the area increases to 160 square meters, and a washing machine and dryer are rewarded. When Qin Feng saw this reward, he felt a slight chill in his heart.
What does the system mean? Is it encouraging girls to do my laundry? Chapter 62, Sniper Your Dog Life, Take It.
Qin Feng, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Zhang Chuyi were eating happily around the put-together desk. The dormitory was filled with chirping and a happy atmosphere. Lin Yue picked up a piece of golden sweet and sour pork and squinted her eyes happily.
Ah, this sweet and sour pork is so delicious.
It's so sour and sweet, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside.
Tang Tang, my wife, come and try it.
Tang Tang mumbled with his mouth full of braised bones. I haven't eaten such authentic braised pork ribs in a long time.
They're so delicious. Senior Sister Chuyi, what do you think?
Zhang Chuyi wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully, but did not put down her chopsticks at all. She glanced at him with her peach blossom eyes.
Don't talk to me.
I'm afraid I'll swallow my tongue if I open my mouth. The three girls were laughing together, but Qin Feng was the only one who was eating quietly with a smile on his face. However, warmth is meant to be broken.
Whoosh!
A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out.
Clang!
A black arrow, carrying a gust of evil wind, flew past Zhang Chuyi's ear and was nailed to the wall behind her.
The arrow tail still hummed.
The three girls' laughter suddenly stopped, and they opened their beautiful eyes, not knowing what had happened. They didn't even see what flew past, they just felt a cold chill running down their spines. Their minds went blank as their eyes focused on the trembling arrow on the wall.
Get down! Qin Feng's roar was like thunder out of the blue, causing pain in their eardrums.
But Lin Yue and the others were still in great shock, at a loss and unable to move.
If you don't want to die, get down. Someone is shooting us with a bow and arrow.
Qin Feng roared again, and at the same time his body jumped up like a cheetah, instantly hiding behind the blind spot of the dormitory's load-bearing wall.
Clang! Another loud bang. The second arrow whistled towards them.
It accurately shot through the back of the chair that Lin Yue was sitting on, and shot through the plastic back.
The cold murderous intent is so close.
At this moment, the three girls finally woke up, screamed, rolled on the ground with their hands and feet, and hugged their heads tightly.
Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. He didn't have to guess. Who else but Zhao Wenyu could have used such sinister tactics and such familiar malice? Zhao Wenyu,
Qin Feng said in a cold voice.
Today, you are dead.
Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared at the door of dormitory 424.
On the balcony of room 502 in the boys' dormitory building opposite,
Zhao Wenyu and Li Haoran were holding a black compound bow, with morbid excitement and laughter on their faces.
Ha ha ha. Did you see that? I almost shot Qin Feng's head off with an arrow.
Li Haoran shouted proudly.
Zhao Wenyu's expression was even more ferocious.
It was so fucking cool to see those three little bitches scared shitless.
Qin Feng, aren't you a good fighter? Show me another one. He must be scared and hiding like a dog now. Ha ha ha. What a coward. Let's go back to the house.
I'll shoot him with another arrow later.
Let him live in fear.
The two men laughed wildly, put away their compound bows, turned around and went back to the dormitory, as if they had already seen the scene of Qin Feng kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. They didn't know that Qin Feng, the god of death, had already hung his scythe on their necks.
Qin Feng did not return to his dormitory.
He climbed up to the rooftop quietly along the fire escape outside the girls' dormitory building.
Enter the space and take out the cold metal suitcase. Click.
The box was opened, and pieces of Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle parts, shining with the cold luster of steel, lay quietly in the black sponge. Qin Feng's face was as cold as an ice sculpture, and the flames of revenge burned in his eyes. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins, but his hands were steady as a rock. The angrier he gets, the calmer he becomes. Assemble, load, calibrate. The series of actions are smooth and flowing, full of mechanical beauty and deadly murderous intent. Qin Feng, holding a sniper rifle, crawled behind the parapet of the rooftop. Like a top predator, it has found its best hunting spot. Through the 8-fold scope, he easily locked onto the balcony of dormitory 502 opposite. He didn't even need to look. The wild laughter of Zhao Wenyu and Li Haoran just now was the best signpost. At this time, Qin Feng discovered something interesting. Since all the boys in the dormitory knew that Qin Feng had a sniper rifle, in order to save their lives, some boys in the dormitory did not turn on the lights at night, and some boys in the dormitory hung curtains on the balcony to block the view. At this moment, the lights in dormitory 502 were on and the curtains were not drawn tightly. It was obvious that the two idiots were still immersed in the joy of victory and were completely defenseless. A cruel sneer appeared on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He didn't rush to shoot. He is waiting. Waiting for the moment that makes them most desperate. In the scope, Li Haoran was dancing and boasting about something, while Zhao Wenyu was leaning on the edge of the bed, playing with his mobile phone with a smug look on his face. Qin Feng's index finger lightly rested on the trigger. He decided to kill the dog that barked the loudest first. Bang! A dull roar like thunder tore through the night sky of the campus. The bullet, with the momentum to destroy everything, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and accurately penetrated through the gap in the curtains. Ah! A shrill howl, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, erupted from dormitory 502. Li Haoran, who was climbing on the bed and preparing to lie down to rest, suddenly stiffened and his entire right arm was instantly broken by the bullet. Bones shattered and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The huge impact force knocked him off the ladder of the upper bunk and he fell heavily to the ground. Ah! My hand! My hand is broken. Help! Zhao Wenyu, save me! Call an ambulance! Li Haoran rolled on the ground and wailed wildly, holding his broken arm that was bleeding profusely. Zhao Wenyu was frightened out of his wits by this sudden scene. The smugness on his face was instantly replaced by boundless fear. He rolled and crawled behind the load-bearing wall, his body shaking like a sieve. It's Qin Feng! It's Qin Feng's sniper rifle. He's here for revenge. Stop yelling. Do you want to die? Zhao Wenyu lowered his voice and roared in fear at Li Haoran. What time is it? There's no ambulance. Hide quickly. Hide behind the bed. That bastard Qin Feng is still staring at us. Woo, okay, I'll hide. Li Haoran almost fainted from the pain, and when he heard this, the instinct for survival made him burst out with his last strength. He used his hands and feet to crawl to the back of the bed, trying to use the bedboard and the hanging sheets to block the view from hell. Both sides fell into deathly silence in an instant. One is hunting. One is waiting to die. Qin Feng looked at all this coldly through the scope. Unfortunately, the shot just now only crippled Li Haoran's arm, but failed to hit his head. However, the game has just begun. He has plenty of patience. For a true hunter, the greatest enjoyment is to watch the prey slowly bleed to death in fear, struggle, and then despair. Time passes by minute by minute. Every second was like hell for the two people in dormitory 502. Li Haoran's crying gradually became weaker. Excessive blood loss made him dizzy and his consciousness became blurred. Brother, I can't hold on any longer, I'm so cold, I want to lie down. Zhao Wenyu's voice became sharp due to extreme fear. Don't lie down. If you dare to move or show even a little bit, the next shot will be in your head. But I'm really going to die. I'm bleeding a lot. Li Haoran's voice was weak. Even if you die, you have to hold on for me. Just try and see if you dare to move. Zhao Wenyu has gone completely crazy. He knows that as long as Li Haoran is still alive, Qin Feng's first target will still be him. Li Haoran sobbed in despair. He just wanted to change his posture to ease the pain of his broken arm a little. Li Haoran curled up his body and moved towards the corner, thinking that everything was safe. The back of Li Haoran's head was exposed in the shadow of the bed for less than a second. Now is the time. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Bang!
The second gunshot was the final sentence of death.
The bullet penetrated the narrow gap between the bed and the wall with unmatched precision and hit the moving shadow.
Li Haoran's head exploded with a bang like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Red and white instantly covered the entire corner of the wall and the bedboard.
His body twitched twice, and then he was completely silent.
Dead silence. The silence was so dead that you could hear a pin drop.
Zhao Wenyu widened his eyes and looked in disbelief at the mess in the corner and the body of his last roommate.
All three roommates were beaten to death by Qin Feng. Fear, like cold seawater, completely drowned him. The third roommate also died. Li Haoran just died. Died in front of him.
Zhao Wenyu's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, and a foul-smelling liquid slowly flowed down his trouser legs, frightening him to the point of peeing again.
Zhao Wenyu knew. The next one is him. Chapter 63. Mu Qingyan fainted.
Li Haoran's body trembled violently, and then completely went limp like a puddle of mud. His eyes were still wide open, containing the last traces of pain, fear and a hint of relief.
Headshot. Kill with one blow.
Zhao Wenyu was hiding less than 2 meters away. He clearly heard the dull sound of the skull cracking. I could clearly smell the strong smell of blood and brain matter that spread all over the place in an instant. He turned his head stiffly, bit by bit.
In the darkness, he saw the death of his last roommate.
The head that drooped limply with a big hole in the back of the head. And the sticky stain on the wall that glowed eerily in the dim moonlight.
Ah ah.
A strange hoarse sound came from Zhao Wenyu's throat, and his pupils contracted to the extreme.
Dead. Another one died.
The brother who was drinking and bragging with me yesterday just died, in front of me. Qin Feng used the legendary sniper rifle and shot him in the head from hundreds of meters away, just like playing a game. An unprecedented fear that penetrated deep into his bones completely destroyed all his psychological defenses. Zhao Wenyu could no longer endure this death gaze.
Ah!
Zhao Wenyu let out a desperate scream and rushed to the balcony. Facing the rooftop of the girls' dormitory across the street, she used all her strength to cry out heartbreakingly.
Don't shoot! Qin Feng! I was wrong. I was wrong. Have mercy. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me. His voice, in the silent campus, echoed far, far away.
At this moment, his cell phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a message from Qin Feng.
Zhao Wenyu clicked it with trembling hands. There was only one line of cold words on it. Shout loudly, Grandpa Qin Feng, I was wrong. I won't do it again. If you do that until I'm satisfied, I won't kill you.
After seeing this message, all of Zhao Wenyu's dignity and backbone were instantly crushed. He did so without hesitation. He knelt on the balcony and shouted across the street with a trembling voice, crying out over and over again.
Grandpa Qin Feng. I was wrong. Please don't hit me with the Barrett. Grandpa Qin Feng. I won't dare to do that again. I'm just a piece of fucking garbage. I'm just a waste. Sob.
These humiliating pleas for mercy were like pebbles thrown into the silent campus. It stirred up thousands of waves. In the boys' dormitory building opposite, bursts of suppressed laughter erupted from behind the balconies covered by bed sheets.
Fuck. Did you hear that? Zhao Wenyu is calling Qin Feng Grandpa. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Wasn't Zhao Wenyu supposed to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? How did he become a grandson?
Zhao Wenyu, you're such a weakling. You've completely disgraced us men.
Why are you crying? You ballless bastard. If you have the guts, go fight Qin Feng. You're giving up so soon?
You're such a useless thing. If Qin Feng and I were to fight head-on, I'd die. Really, a man shouldn't cry and beg for mercy. Countless boys hid behind their respective shelters and laughed unscrupulously at this hero who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. There was even more noise in the girls' dormitory. Some brave girls stood directly on the balcony, pointing in Zhao Wenyu's direction with contempt on their faces. Especially Xiao Jinrong, the 230-pound, tough-minded girl from the sports department, who cursed loudly.
Zhao Wenyu. Are you a man?
I'd rather die standing than live on my knees.
Look at Wu Changel, Wang Zi, and Gao Yi.
Even though they were beaten to death by Qin Feng, they all died standing up.
Yeah. Stand up for me. Let Qin Feng beat you to death quickly. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Is it a man?
The girls started swearing at each other in a sarcastic manner. For a time, the chat group of the School of Economics also exploded.
Breaking news. Qin Shen strikes again. Barrett shoots Li Haoren in the head with a single shot. Ah? Li Haoren died? So sudden. Who told them to provoke Qin Feng? They just asked for it. Holy crap. Is this true? I was wondering why I heard gunshots again. It's absolutely true.
Zhao Wenyu is kneeling on the balcony right now, begging for mercy from Grandpa Qin Feng. The whole school can hear it.
This is hilarious. Gao Yi and his two roommates are absolutely nuts. They actually want to use a compound bow to single-handedly challenge Barrett? What kind of bizarre train of thought is this?
I heard that Zhao Wenyu actually likes Mu Qingyan. This time he wanted to show off in front of the goddess and play the hero to save the beauty. Unexpectedly, he failed to be a hero and turned into a bear.
I see. Didn't Zhao Wenyu pursue Mu Qingyan during his freshman year? So, Mu Qingyan, the cheerleading captain and our top school beauty, will be completely taken over by Qin Feng again, right?
I don't know, but Qin Feng is acting lawless in the girls' dormitory right now. Alas, I really hope that Qin Feng will be punished by law soon.
Law? Brother, are you awake? It's the end of the world, who cares about the law? In dormitory 424.
Mu Qingyan covered herself tightly in the quilt, her body trembling slightly. The sound of gunfire outside, Zhao Wenyu's cry for mercy, and the laughter of his classmates. She could also see clearly the messages that were constantly being updated in the grade chat group. She kept scrolling through the chat group on her phone and saw shocking news.
Waste. Zhao Wenyu is such a waste.
She cursed Zhao Wenyu madly in her heart. She asked him to teach Qin Feng a lesson and teach him a lesson, but she didn't ask him to die. Now, not only did he fail to hurt Qin Feng, but he also lost his life and that of his roommate. He even knelt down and begged for mercy in front of the whole school, which completely disgraced her. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyan was angry, scared, and extremely aggrieved. My stomach, which hadn't eaten for 2 days, started to growl at this moment.
Hunger, fear, shame and anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined together. Mu Qingyan couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying in her bed.
In the dormitory, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Jiang Chudi witnessed the flash of fire on the rooftop, heard the gunshot, and saw the blood splattering in the dormitory opposite.
Qin Feng, killed again.
Just so calmly and decisively, he ended a life. The 3 girls' faces were filled with shock and disbelief.
They are still breathtakingly beautiful under the candlelight.
Lin Yue's cold and extraordinary face was now filled with a complex expression, including fear and a hint of inexplicable shock. Tang Tang's sweet baby face had turned pale with fear. She hugged her knees tightly, her body still shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Chuyi's peach-colored eyes were also filled with fear. She subconsciously hugged Lin Yue's arm, as if this was the only way to gain a sense of security. After a long time, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Jiang Chuyi looked up at the curtain on Mu Qingyan's upper bunk and began to persuade her.
Please, Aunt Mu Qingyan, don't do it again. Yes, Yenner, you see, don't hurt others anymore.
Jiang Chuyi also echoed, yes, Mu Qingyan, don't let your licking dog come to make trouble again.
It's deceiving yourself and hurting others. You've even lost your own dog life. Mu Qingyan quickly pulled open the curtains and sat on the edge of the bed. She looked down at the 3 sisters below angrily and asked sternly, What? What did you say?
Lin Yue, what I'm saying is, stop dreaming about asking Zhao Wenyu to use a compound bow to save her. Tang Tang patted his chest with lingering fear. Zhao Wenyu almost accidentally injured us with the compound bow just now.
Look at the arrow on the wall, is he going to shoot me to death? Jiang Chuyi sneered and said, Mu Qingyan, look at this.
Zhao Wenyu is no match for Qin Feng. He's not even worthy of carrying his shoes.
Now he's kneeling there crying for mercy. Is he a man? Mu Qingyan.
That's right, Zhao Wenyu is really embarrassing. I lost my own face as well.
Mu Qingyan had an expressionless face.
She jumped off the bed and walked between the 3 sisters. She said nothing, her face was as pale as a piece of paper, her eyes were empty, and she walked straight to the bathroom on the balcony. She had been holding her urine for a long time on the upper bunk. Because Qin Feng and they were eating downstairs, she never came down to pee.
So she didn't say anything, went to the bathroom, closed the door heavily, and squatted down. Pee. Lin Yue walked over and knocked on the bathroom door. Yenner, I'm talking to you, do you hear me?
Tang Tang also walked over and knocked on the door. Yeah, stop fighting among yourselves, it will only kill more students.
Zhang Chudi sneered, it would be better to just eat Qin Feng's meal. I don't know what you are insisting on. Your Gaoyi is dead.
Mu Qingyan squatted in the toilet, listening to the teasing and sarcasm of the three sisters outside, and tears fell again.
Result? Because Mu Qingyan hadn't eaten properly for 2 days, her body was extremely weak.
After squatting down to use the toilet and standing up suddenly, the brain was instantly deprived of blood. She just felt a black screen in front of her eyes and the world was spinning.
Thump! A muffled sound. Mu Qingyan fell straight back and fainted on the cold tiles.
She was only wearing a silk nightgown, the hem of which had flipped up due to the fall, revealing a large area of her snow-white, slender thighs, which looked particularly dazzling in the darkness.
What's that sound? With a plop, she fainted? Are you starving?
The three girls in the dormitory were startled when they heard the noise.
Chapter 64. Please feed senior sister Mu Qingyan.
The night wind from the rooftop, carrying a hint of blood, blew the corners of Qin Feng's clothes. He knelt on one knee, his body steady as a rock, his eyes still glued to the Barrett's scope. In the mirror, Zhao Wenyu knelt on the cold balcony floor, tears streaming down his face, crying out with all his might.
Grandpa Qin. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. 555,555.
The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and disdainful sneer.
Forgive you? Can. But your claws must be chopped off. His finger once again rested gently and steadily on the trigger.
Without the slightest hesitation.
Bang! Another dull gunshot like thunder tore through the dead silence of the night sky on campus.
The bullet flew over Zhao Wenyu's head with destructive force and hit the wall of the dormitory behind him.
Crash!
A hideous hole was instantly blasted into the wall, and brick and stone debris exploded inward. The compound bow, which Zhao Wenyu treasured as a treasure and used as a capital to save the beauty, along with the quiver, was torn into pieces by the violent kinetic energy and turned into a pile of meaningless waste plastic and carbon slag. This completely broke Zhao Wenyu's last bit of mental defense. He turned around and saw that his greatest support had been shattered into pieces. The heroic spirit that he had in the past to stand up for Mu Qingyan disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he became completely dejected. How can a hero save a beautiful girl without weapons? How can he still get down to business? Ah! Zhao Wenyu let out an even more shrill scream. Holding his head, his body shook like a sieve, a hot current flowed out uncontrollably from under his body, and a strong and foul smell instantly spread. He was really scared to death. In front of the boys' dormitory, she knelt down and begged for mercy, and even wet her pants. Qin Feng looked at the figure in the scope indifferently and retracted his finger. Keeping Zhao Wenyu alive might be useful in the future. He folded up the Barrett with swift movements, disassembled the heavy gun, and carefully placed each component back into the long black box. Then he turned around and disappeared onto the rooftop. Dormitory 424. Qin Feng pushed the door open and came back. I saw three girls, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Zhang Chui, anxiously surrounding the bathroom on the balcony and banging on the bathroom door.
Yenner? Mu Qingyan? What's wrong with you? Tang Tang knocked on the door loudly. Open the door. Answer me. There was a hint of concern in Lin Yue's tone. What are you doing in there? Are you depressed? Zhang Chui said coldly. Qin Feng frowned, walked over, and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? The three girls seemed to have found their backbone and immediately surrounded them. Tang Tang explained quickly, Qin Feng, Mu Qingyan, she just came out of the dormitory and went into the bathroom without saying a word. Then we heard a thump inside, and there was no response when we called her again. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with understanding when he heard this. I haven't eaten for 2 days, and I just suffered tremendous mental torture. It would be strange if I didn't faint. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and took a step forward. Under the astonished gaze of the three girls, he raised his right foot, aimed at the door lock, and kicked hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the fragile bathroom door lock flew off and the wooden door suddenly bounced inward. The scene inside the toilet was exposed to everyone. In the small single toilet space, a delicate figure collapsed powerlessly on the cold tiles. Mu Qingyan, the cheerleading captain and school beauty, was only wearing a light pink silk nightgown. The material was thin and smooth,
and it tightly fit her exquisite body. Because of the posture of falling, the already short skirt rolled up to an alarming height, almost reaching the waist. Two long, snow-white, straight legs without a trace of fat were exposed to the air without any cover. The delicate skin on the dark marble floor looked like fine white jade, emitting a lustrous luster that made people dizzy. Her face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The pair of almond-shaped eyes that usually showed pride and charm were now tightly closed. There were still undried tears hanging on her long and curled eyelashes, flickering slightly in the candlelight, adding a sense of broken fragility to her. The whole person is like a beautiful rose that has been ravaged by a storm, losing all its edge and color, leaving only a pitiful beauty. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on her for a brief second, then he bent down, stretched out his strong arms, and picked up Mu Qingyan's soft and hot body in a standard princess hug. The delicate body in his arms seemed too light, obviously due to hunger.
Although it's not skinny, it still feels soft.
She's a soft girl. Qin Feng turned around and gave brief orders to Lin Yue and Tang Tang, who were still in shock.
Let's go home.
Naturally, Jiang Chuyi was not mentioned in his words.
Jiang Chuyi was also very self-aware.
She opened her innocent peach blossom eyes and watched Qin Feng holding Mu Qingyan, while Lin Yue and Tang Tang followed Qin Feng away, without any sense of loss at all. Jiang Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes still fixed on the steaming northeastern delicacies on the two desks.
Fortunately, 2 arrows were shot at me just now, interrupting my dinner, and I didn't have time to finish it. Bang!
Qin Feng carried Mu Qingyan horizontally, and left with Tang Tang and Lin Yue. Jiang Chuyi sat down happily, picked up a large braised bone with great interest, put it in her mouth and continued to chew it with relish.
Great! If you don't eat them, they're all mine now.
Jiang Chuyi mumbled incoherently, her face full of happiness.
I'm not polite. Qin Feng held Mu Qingyan in his arms and walked in the narrow corridor of the girls' dormitory.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang followed closely behind him. In the darkness, the two girls exchanged a smiling look. Tang Tang smiled, "It seems that our team is getting stronger and stronger." Lin Yue had anticipated this and responded softly, "It's hard to lead a large team." Qin Feng heard the conversation between the two girls clearly, but ignored it.
Soon, the three of them returned to the familiar door of dormitory 301.
Qin Feng gently pushed the door with his toes, and it slid open silently. Then he took one hand and grabbed Lin Yue and Tang Tang's hands and entered the system space. Inside and outside the door are two completely different worlds. Outside the door is a cold, dark, and doomsday corridor full of unknown dangers. Inside the space, however, the lights were on, as bright as day.
The spacious living room was spotless, and Lin Yue and Tang Tang placed incense in the room.
The system space is a pure land in this doomsday world, an absolute paradise. Qin Feng held Mu Qingyan horizontally in his arms and walked to the 3-seater leather sofa in the living room. He gently put the girl down in his arms. Mu Qingyan was still unconscious, her brown hair falling on the wooden floor. Qin Feng turned around and gave orders to Lin Yue and Tang Tang again.
Yue, go to the refrigerator and get some honey.
Tang Tang's wife, go boil a pot of warm water.
Don't make the water too hot.
Mix it with honey and feed it to her with a spoon.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang were filled with questions. We are all wives now? Are you starting a harem?
However, they both took action immediately, as they were already accustomed to following Qin Feng's orders. Lin Yue opened the huge double-door refrigerator and found a glass jar of pure natural honey among the wide variety of supplies inside. Tang Tang also operated the water dispenser skillfully, taking hot water, adding boiled water, and adjusting the water temperature. As the two of them worked together, Lin Yue looked at Mu Qingyan, who was unconscious on the sofa, and murmured to herself, "It seems that our Mu University campus beauty can't escape Qin Feng's grasp after all." Tang Tang also stirred the honey water in the cup and echoed, "Yes, Qin Feng plays with US school beauties in the palm of his hand." Lin Yue sighed, "Alas, a beauty in troubled times, a girl is in the midst of the turbulent times, helpless and so fragile."
Tang Tang pushed Lin Yue and said, "All right, stop acting like a drama queen."
Qin Feng glanced at Mu Qingyan, who was lying on the sofa. She had delicate features, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure.
He said to them calmly, "Did I bully her? I just don't want her to die young and perish.
Besides, Mu Qingyan is such an interesting toy, it's more interesting if you play with it slowly."
Lin Yue. Tang Tang. Soon, the warm honey water was ready.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang, two school beauties, sat on the sofa, one on the left and one on the right.
Lin Yue gently lifted up Mu Qingyan's upper body and let her lean on her arms.
Tang Tang used a small spoon to carefully pry open her tightly closed lips and fed the sweet liquid into her little by little. The warm, sweet liquid slid into Mu Qingyan's dry throat, moistening her hungry body. The instinct for survival made Mu Qingyan subconsciously start swallowing. Finally, with the nourishment of spoonfuls of honey water, Mu Qingyan's long eyelashes trembled a few times and she slowly opened her eyes. The vision gradually became clear from blurry. The first thing that catches your eye is the pure white ceiling and a crystal chandelier with a luxurious shape and soft light. Where is this? She rolled her eyes blankly, taking in her surroundings. A pure white living room, simulated floor-to-ceiling windows, modern minimalist decor, and 2 bedrooms with open doors. This place. She has been to this place. The floodgates of memory burst open, and endless humiliation and fear instantly swept over her whole body. This is it. It's this damn white space that looks like both heaven and hell. It was here that the devil Qin Feng tied her up like a puppy on the cold bathroom floor and forced her to eat food from the plate on the ground. She struggled to sit up, but found that her whole body was sore and she had no strength at all. Turning her head, she saw Lin Yue and Tang Tang, 2 good friends. Then, she saw Qin Feng standing not far away, looking at her with a playful look as if he was examining prey. At his feet stood the long black box containing the deadly sniper rifle. Boom! Mu Qingyan's brain seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. Zhao Wenyu's screams, the deafening gunshot, and all his previous unwillingness, everything was connected together. Well, she lost, Mu Qingyan, she lost. The defeat was complete and utter. Her beauty that she was proud of, her dignity as a school belle, her carefully planned dog-licking hero-saving beauty, all became a huge joke in the face of Qin Feng's absolute force. Not only did she fail to get the dog to help her take revenge on Qin Feng, but she also sent herself into this damn ant nest again. There's no escape anymore. She will live under Qin Feng's shadow for the rest of her life. She looked at Lin Yue and Tang Tang in front of her. These 2 girls are so beautiful and innocent. However, Mu Qingyan looked at the calmness on their faces that had already accepted their fate, and was determined to become Qin Feng's licking dog. A bone-chilling chill rose from the depths of Mu Qingyan's heart. She knew that she would soon become like them. Mu Qingyan will also become Qin Feng's pet. Become a little pet with no dignity, no freedom, and can only wag its tail and beg for mercy. Whoa. Despair, like a black tide, instantly drowned her. Mu Qingyan could no longer control her emotions. Tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes like pearls that had broken off their strings, wetting her temples. Qin Feng slowly walked to the sofa and looked down at Mu Qingyan condescendingly. Senior Mu, stop crying. Stop resisting in vain. From today on, you belong here. Belong here, these 4 words broke Mu Qingyan's last psychological defense line. The honey water in her mouth entered her trachea, causing her to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Qingyan coughed heart-wrenchingly, and her tears flowed even more violently. His body was shaking violently from humiliation and despair. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Bite. It was detected that the psychological defenses of Campus Beauty No. 3 had completely collapsed, and her emotional state had undergone a qualitative change. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress towards the host, obedience. Qin Feng's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he finally obeyed. After Mu Qingyan coughed, she softly said 2 words, okay. Qin Feng nodded. Mu Qingyan continued. Qin Feng, I can stay. I can live here with you, just like Yue and Tang Tang. But, I'm hungry and I need to eat now. Chapter 65, School Beauty? Go wash my clothes, hand wash. Bite. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress towards the host, obedience. Ding, new member obey detected, system space upgrade begins. Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, cheerleading captain, piano. Type, hot girl sexy type. System space upgraded to LV16, area expanded to 170 square meters. Special reward, virtual balcony space has been unlocked, with an area of 20 square meters. The balcony contains basic gardening tools and random flower seeds. The host can organize his wives to cultivate plants on the balcony and experience the joy of farming. Qin Feng. Give me a balcony to grow flowers? System, do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to plant flowers and plants? Flowers in my hands will only be bullied and picked.
At this time, Mu Qingyan finally caught her breath.
She looked at Qin Feng pitifully with her red and swollen eyes, and made a request in a hoarse voice.
I'm so hungry. I promise you, I will listen to you from now on. Like Yue and Tang Tang, I'm staying here and won't leave. Now, could you give me something to eat?
Qin Feng looked at the pitiful Mu Qingyan, smiled and shook his head. Senior, you just drank a whole bowl of honey water, and your body has been replenished with enough sugar. You've been hungry for 2 days, your stomach is very fragile.
It's not a good time to eat right now. It will upset your stomach.
Mu Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then she shouted in despair, "Don't worry. I hope to die of starvation.
Just starve me to death. No, who's going to dance for me?
You're the cheerleading captain, you can't let it go to waste."
Qin Feng's answer was simple and cruel. Mu Qingyan, this guy still wants to watch me dance in the future?
Qin Feng, senior sister, if you want to eat, you can.
Since you are here, I will definitely provide you with enough food. But before you eat, you have to work first.
He paused, his eyes scanning himself. Then I thought of the washing machine and dryer that the system had just rewarded. Qin Feng smiled, and in his mind, he had a good idea to bully Mu Qingyan and create emotional value.
He glanced at Lin Yue and Tang Tang, two strategic partners.
"Wife Yue, wife Tang Tang, please give all the dirty clothes I've changed these days to senior sister Mu Qingyan."
Lin Yue. Tang Tang.
The two girls looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes.
"Good guy, calling us wives in public? Ask Mu Qingyan to wash your clothes? Is she a maid now?"
Lin Yue and Tang Tang, without any hesitation, turned and walked towards the bathroom, and soon came out carrying a laundry basket full of Qin Feng's dirty clothes.
With a bang, the two of them threw the laundry basket onto the floor in front of Mu Qingyan. T-shirts, pants, and a dozen pairs of men's underwear, mixed together, all summer clothes. Qin Feng winked at Lin Yue and Tang Tang.
"You two, go check out the newly opened balcony and familiarize yourself with the surroundings."
"Okay."
Tang Tang immediately became excited and pulled Lin Yue towards a new glass door that appeared on the side of the living room. Outside that door is a sunny virtual balcony, provided by the system, which must be of high quality. Lin Yue and Tang Tang pushed open the door, and a fresh air with the scent of earth and flowers hit them in the face. There are more than 20 exquisite flower pots on the balcony, and there is a small tool rack next to it, on which are hung watering cans, small shovels, and other gardening tools.
"Wow! Tang Tang, look, it's so nice here!" Lin Yue exclaimed in surprise.
Lin Yue was wearing a pair of tight denim shorts.
She squatted down excitedly and fiddled with the flower pots.
The pants tightly wrapped around her round and firm buttocks, outlining a heart-pounding peach curve. Her long hair fell neatly from the back of her head to her waist, smooth as a waterfall.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing." Tang Tang also squatted down.
As a dancer, Tang Tang also wore the same style of shorts. She was taller and had a slender waist. When she squatted, the streamlined curve from her waist to her hips was so eye-catching. "That's good now." Lin Yue picked up a small kettle and began to water the soil in the flower pot.
"I'm stuck in that white space every day, and it's suffocating."
Tang Tang nodded in agreement as he loosened the soil with a small shovel. "With this balcony, it feels like being outside.
I can finally get some fresh air."
Lin Yue chuckled. "Yes, it used to be like a beautiful prison, but now there is an additional yard for exercise." Their conversation is full of helpless acceptance of the current situation and a hint of finding joy in suffering. In the living room, Mu Qingyan was facing another form of bullying from Qin Feng. She had already seen the brand new fully automatic washing machine and dryer in the corner of the balcony. But Qin Feng's voice sounded like the whisper of a devil in her ears.
"Senior, you are not allowed to use the washing machine. Wash it by hand."
Mu Qingyan suddenly looked up, opened her eyes wide, and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief.
"Why? Boss, there's a washing machine right there, why do you insist on me washing it by hand?" "Woo woo woo." Qin Feng's answer was filled with unquestionable arrogance. "Because I said so."
He leaned over, pinched Mu Qingyan's chin, and forced her to look into his eyes.
"Senior, please finish washing my clothes.
After that, we'll have Yunnan cuisine, hot cross bridge rice noodles, steamed chicken, mushrooms."
Yunnan bridge noodles. Mu Qingyan couldn't stand it anymore.
She had been to Yunnan before and immediately started imagining hot chicken soup, tender shanwei ham slices, smooth rice noodles, and the aroma of various side dishes.
Mu Qingyan's throat rolled uncontrollably and her mouth began to drool wildly.
There is also steamed pot chicken and mushrooms that make you crazy. It's magical, but it's really delicious. For a girl who has been hungry for 2 days, the temptation of these 4 words is fatal.
Good. Mu Qingyan squeezed out the word from between her teeth. A girl's dignity is worthless in front of food.
Mu Qingyan resigned herself to her fate, picked up the laundry basket with both hands, and walked into the bathroom. There was a washing machine and a dryer, but this bastard insisted on asking her to wash it by hand.
Or underwear.
She stood in front of the sink, looking at her pale and humiliated face in the mirror, a beautiful face that could turn everyone upside down, and felt extremely absurd.
She, Mu Qingyan, the campus beauty of the law school and the much-anticipated captain of the school cheerleading squad, rarely even washed her own underwear by hand since she was a child. Now, I have to wash a boy's underwear. Alas, she resigned herself to her fate and squeezed out the detergent, filled the sink with water, and soaked Qin Feng's clothes one by one. Fortunately, they were all thin summer clothes, t-shirts and shorts, so they were quickly dealt with. In the end, only a dozen or so pairs of underwear were left. Mu Qingcheng wanted to cry but had no tears. She closed her eyes and put her hands into the foam to rub her clothes as if she was going to the execution ground. Bite. Mu Qingyan's emotions are fluctuating violently, and a large amount of emotional points are being generated.
Frustrated, a school beauty has fallen to the point of washing men's underwear.
Plus 2,000 points. Absurd, the world is ending, why am I here doing laundry for a demon?
This is fucking ridiculous, plus 3,000 points.
Expectation, after doing the laundry, she can eat cross-bridge rice noodles. I really want to eat it.
Also, she wants to go to that beautiful balcony and plant flowers later.
Plus 1,000 points.
Sense of belonging, as long as you obey this man's orders, you can survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse and have food to eat.
This seems to be the only way out. Plus 2,000 points.
Host's remaining points, 107,000 plus 8,000 is equal to 115,000. The host has sufficient points and can purchase a large amount of food.
Just as Mu Qingyan was feeling the extreme humiliation and fantasizing about the deliciousness of rice noodles.
In her pocket, her phone vibrated. She hurriedly dried her hands and took out her cell phone to check.
Caller ID, Zhao Wenyu.
Oh my god, you were crying and calling Qin Feng grandpa in front of everyone in the school, why are you calling me now? Mu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then swiped the phone to answer it. Zhao Wenyu's weak and tearful voice came from the other end of the phone.
Qingyan. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. I lost.
I'm sorry for your trust.
But I hope we can still be good friends in the future.
Mu Qingyan felt annoyed for no reason as she listened to his nonsense.
Good friend?
She interrupted him unhappily, her voice cold.
Zhao Wenyu, don't call me again. I'm washing Qin Feng's underwear.
There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone.
After several seconds, Zhao Wenyu's unbelievable voice came tremblingly. What are you doing? I'm washing Qin Feng's underwear. Mu Qingyan almost roared. Zhao Wenyu stammered, You, where are you? Mu Qingyan sneered, guess where I am? Zhao Wenyu, don't call me again.
There's no chance for us to be together in this lifetime.
That's it.
After saying that, Mu Qingyan hung up the phone directly. Throwing the phone aside was like throwing away a piece of lung fog that no longer had anything to do with me. And in a certain corner, Zhao Wenyu, who survived the disaster.
Holding the hung-up phone, I felt like I was struck by lightning. Mu Qingyan, I'm washing Qin Feng's underwear.
These words kept echoing in his mind, and his heart felt like it was being crushed by an invisible hand.
A sad song seemed to be playing in the sky. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. It's his own BGM. Chapter 66. Mu Qingyan finally had a meal.
Finally, after an epic mental exhaustion, Mu Qingyan finished washing all of Qin Feng's clothes. Qin Feng, like a supervisor, leaned against the doorframe of the bathroom, admiring Mu Qingyan's beautiful back from behind. To be honest, she is worthy of being the cheerleading captain, and her back view is really great. The pink pajamas she wore, with her long brown hair loose, just covered the snow-white skin on her back under the backless design. Unfortunately, no matter how long her hair is, it cannot hide her pair of legs that can be described as legs of the year.
They are straight and white, making people dizzy.
Qin Feng suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Do you girls take so long to wash clothes? Mu Qingyan was wringing water and almost sprained her waist when she heard this.
She turned back speechlessly. What do you mean by so long? This is called professionalism. Do you think it's like you guys, soaking dirty clothes in the wash basin for a week? Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God, and then you take them out and hang them to dry, and that's it?
Yes, how do you know that boys wash clothes like this?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course I know.
Mu Qingyan glanced back at Qin Feng, her hands moving non-stop. I always soak it for 10 minutes first, then rub it carefully.
You see, this is the only way to wash out the dirt.
Qin Feng watched with interest.
A beauty is a beauty, even washing clothes.
The slight trembling of her delicate body carries with it a peculiar sense of rhythm.
That's right, from now on, all my clothes belong to you.
Qin Feng announced, his tone as a matter of course.
Mu Qingyan, thank you.
After finally finishing all the clothes, she felt like her waist was no longer her own.
Now, honorable fellow student Qin Feng, may I use your noble dryer? Qin Feng finally nodded, okay.
The big stone in Mu Qingyan's heart fell to the ground with a clang, and her whole body relaxed. She patted her chest and muttered softly.
I was so scared.
I thought you were going to make me blow dry it with my mouth, but I don't have that skill.
After finishing everything, Mu Qingyan fled to the balcony. There, Lin Yue and Tang Tang were fiddling with several flower pots with great interest.
The sun was shining, the breeze was blowing, and three young and beautiful girls squatted together, watering the plants and loosening the soil, creating a peaceful zombie apocalypse scene.
Yenner, come and see, this pot of mint is growing so well.
Yue baby, be careful not to spill the water outside.
Tang Tang wife, can we plant some more tomatoes?
The girls chattered and called each other affectionately, as if they had temporarily forgotten the cruelty of the end of the world. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa in the living room and watched the scene with satisfaction.
Very good.
This is what a qualified shelter should look like, not just lying on the sofa all day watching those money-throwing variety shows. Full of energy, vitality, and absolute obedience. The afternoon passed quickly, and at dinner time, Qin Feng spent 10,000 emotion points to buy a Yunnan cuisine set meal. Ding, deduct 10,000 points from the host to purchase Yunnan cuisine. In an instant, a feast appeared out of thin air on the dining table.
Cross-bridge rice noodles is just an appetizer before the meal.
The Yunnan steam pot chicken has a crystal-clear chicken soup with a layer of golden chicken oil on the surface, and the rich and delicious aroma penetrates into everyone's nose. A plate of jianshui fried tofu with battered sauce, the outer skin is fried until golden brown and crispy, and the inside is as tender as tofu pudding.
Just pick it up with chopsticks and the boiling hot sauce will flow out impatiently.
There is also the Russian, that is baked with a milky aroma.
Mushroom hot pot is stewed with precious wild mushrooms.
And the neatly arranged, fat and lean Lijiang cured spare ribs. Finally, there was a Snow Mountain sour soup fish. Bright red tomatoes and emerald green onions floated on the sour and spicy appetizing soup, and the fish meat was as white as snow.
Ladies, dinner is ready, come and eat. Qin Feng gave an order. Oh, here I come, said Lin Yue. Is it time for dinner again?
Tang Tang said, time flies so fast.
I haven't had enough fun yet, and it's time for dinner again.
If I keep going like this, Qin Feng will definitely feed me fat.
Oh. Damn, I've been hungry for 2 days.
Mu Qingyan bit her lip and said, lifting her long hair and pinching Tang Tang's slender waist.
Ah. Hateful. Tang Tang laughed sweetly.
The three girls on the balcony came over after hearing the noise. When they saw the table full of delicacies, they froze in their places for a moment, their beautiful eyes filled with shock.
Oh my god, is this Yunnan cuisine?
Lin Yue was the first to exclaim. She had traveled to Lijiang before and remembered the taste very clearly.
This mushroom, won't you see little people dancing after eating it, right?
Tang Tang swallowed and asked worriedly. Qin Feng smiled calmly, what I give you is absolutely safe.
Wow. I love this tofu with coating the most. Mu Qingyan's eyes were fixed on the plate of tofu and she couldn't move away.
Humiliation, fatigue, hunger, at this moment, they were all completely washed away by the aroma of food. The three girls no longer cared about being reserved. They sat around the dining table and discussed every dish in a buzzing voice.
Qin Feng couldn't get a word in. Yue baby, try this steamed chicken soup, it's so delicious.
Tang Tang, my wife, these cured pork ribs are for you.
Don't you like chewy ones the best?
Yenner, I'll pick up a piece of fish for you, boneless. They took care of each other and did not forget to diligently pick up food for Qin Feng, their eyes full of gratitude and flattery. "Brother Qin Feng, try their ham, it's delicious," Lin Yue said. "Head of the household, come and try this steamed pot chicken, it's a classic," Tang Tang said with a smile. "Junior, since they're picking up some food for you, I'll pick up a mushroom for you too. Don't blame me if you get poisoned after eating it." Mu Qingyan also gritted her teeth and picked up a dish for Qin Feng so as not to look like an outsider. Qin Feng sat quietly in the main seat, enjoying the service of the three school beauties, feeling very satisfied. He picked up a piece of Xianwei ham from the plate and paired it with smooth rice noodles. The salty and fragrant taste exploded in his mouth, which was simply an imperial enjoyment. Mu Qingyan, still wearing her pink nightgown, had no time to care about Qin Feng's undisguised aggressive gaze sweeping over her body. Mu Qingyan had no choice but to use her long hair like a waterfall to cover the overly white skin on her chest. In this lively dinner, everyone was immersed in the happiness brought by the delicious food. No one remembered that in another dormitory building, there was another person who was surrounded by darkness and hunger. Dormitory 424. Jiang Chudi sat blankly in front of the window, looking at the sky outside, which gradually sank from the gorgeous sunset to the dead blue. What a beautiful and romantic city evening. Unfortunately, ever since Qin Feng carried Mu Qingyan away like a trophy, her whole world became quiet. On campus, no human screams can be heard anymore, only the zombies' tireless roars echo in the distance. The boys' and girls' dormitories fell into a terrifying silence. The military supplies have not arrived for 2 days. Without Mu Qingyan by her side, Jiang Chui felt so empty for the first time. Once upon a time, the greatest pleasure in her life was to compete, fight, and show off with Mu Qingyan. Fighting with others is endless fun. Compare who has the newest lipstick, the more expensive bag, and the richer boyfriend. The constant internal friction and the pleasure after victory enriched her entire life. Although we quarreled, mocked each other, and were mean to each other every day, we even fought. But now, Mu Qingyan is gone. Her enemy, her reference point, her only spiritual support, disappeared. Jiang Chui felt like a ship that had lost its direction, floating in endless loneliness. Who should I compete with next? What is the meaning of my life? Woo! Loneliness drowned Jiang Chui like a tide. She hugged her 1.8-meter long legs at her knees, looked at the gorgeous sky outside the balcony, and finally couldn't help crying. The sunset glow at dusk is extremely bright, and the night sky in the city is still fiery red. She missed it so much, missed those evenings when she could put on exquisite makeup and accept everyone's attention on the street. She missed it so much, missed the vanity of sitting in her boyfriend's car and going shopping in Taikoo Hui to buy a bag. She missed it so much, missed sitting in the coffee shop in the mall with those coquettish girls, drinking coffee, and gossiping about which female classmate had an abortion. The worldly life that she once disdained has now become an unattainable paradise. Gurgle. The growling of her stomach brought Jiang Chui back to reality from her memories. She had already eaten up the northeastern dish at noon. Now, a new round of hunger is torturing Jiang Chui's stomach like torture. Where's the food? Where is Qin Feng? Didn't you promise to bring me food? On Jiang Chui's beautiful face, a pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with anxiety and resentment. There was only one thought left in her mind at this moment. Qin Feng, why hasn't he come yet? Did he forget me? Aren't my legs beautiful today? Chapter 67. 176 centimeters long-legged school beauty lying on the ground eating. Jiang Chui felt very aggrieved. Didn't her boyfriend say he'd send Qin Feng a 10,000 yuan red envelope and ask him to bring her dinner? Did Huinan forget to send it today? Jiang Chui immediately made a video call to Huinan to ask for accusations. As soon as the video call was connected, Jiang Chui's pretty face with tears in her eyes filled the entire screen of Huinan's phone. Huinan! Where's my meal? Jiang Chui's voice was tearful, and she felt so aggrieved as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Didn't you transfer 10,000 yuan to Qin Feng? Why didn't he bring me food? Huinan, the licking dog boyfriend, feels like he is facing a great enemy and in the abyss. Looking at the charming look of my girlfriend in the video, my heart almost melted and I hurried to comfort her. I was wrong, baby, I'll ask right away. Hey, what's going on with Qin Feng? Didn't I agree with him to have Lin Yue bring you food? She didn't go? Jiang Chui's tears flowed even more fiercely, and she complained with a thick nasal voice. Lin Yue didn't come. That bitch Mu Qingyan was also taken away by Qin Feng. Now the three of them, Mu Qingyan, Lin Yue, and Tang Tang, are all living in Qin Feng's dormitory 301. These three shameless green tea girls are all Qin Feng's girlfriends, and I'm the only one left.
They don't want to play with me anymore, woo-woo. What the hell? Huinan was stunned. Qin Feng is so good at playing?
But he didn't have time to think about these things now. His girlfriend's belly was more important.
It's okay, baby. Money talks.
I'll give Qin Feng a big red envelope so he can send someone to bring you food.
Well, hurry up. I'm hungry. Zhang Chuyi hung up the phone.
In dormitory 301, Qin Feng's phone screen lit up.
It was a WeChat transfer from Huinan. 10,000 yuan.
The following message read to her brother, please ask Lin Yue to send a meal to Chuyi.
Thank you very much.
Qin Feng's lips curled up in a playful sneer. He slowly ate a piece of tofu that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, feeling the delicious aroma of the tender soy milk bursting in his mouth.
Huinan transferred another 10,000 yuan to himself. This Huinan really regards money as a master key. Come on, it's the zombie apocalypse, what's the point of asking for money now?
And Zhang Chuyi, even at this time, is still putting on her airs as a car show model, thinking that she can control herself with her beauty and her boyfriend's money?
Innocent. Every pattern is broken.
Qin Feng's eyes swept across the dining table and finally landed on Mu Qingyan and Lin Yue, who were fighting for the last piece of steamed chicken. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Senior Qingyan.
Mu
Qingyan responded vaguely with her mouth full of chicken.
I'm sending you to do something. What's the matter?
Mu Qingyan asked, looking up and tucking her hair behind her ear with her left hand to pick up some food.
Go and bring some food to your good roommate. Qin Feng said. Mu Qingyan's movements froze instantly.
She raised her head suddenly, her eyes wide open.
What? Me?
Her voice suddenly rose, as if she had heard something out of the Arabian Nights.
I'm delivering food to Zhang Chuyi? Junior Qin Feng, are you sure? You didn't see how she hit me.
Zhang Chuyi scratched my arm with her nails. Just this afternoon, she deliberately smacked her lips in front of me to disgust me.
I wish Zhang Chuyi would starve to death in 424, and you actually asked me to deliver food to her?
Mu Qingyan was so angry that her chest heaved, and her pink nightgown trembled. The smile on Qin Feng's face remained unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of alluring magic.
Yes, senior sister Mu, it's you. Qin Feng smiled. Mu Qingyan was indignant, I won't go. Why? Doesn't she brag every day that she's 176 centimeters tall and weighs only 110 pounds? Isn't she obsessed with losing weight?
Then let her starve until she becomes a bolt of lightning.
Don't get so excited.
Qin Feng chuckled, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice, as if he was sharing a huge secret.
Senior, I know you and Zhang Chuyi don't get along. I'll teach you a good way to get revenge. Yeah. Mu Qingyan opened her beautiful eyes and nodded.
Just imagine, you're carrying a delicious lunchbox and knocking on the door of 424 with good intentions. Then, you were in front of her, and your hand slipped accidentally. Qin Feng's voice is full of visual images.
With a bang, the lunchbox fell to the ground.
The steaming hot pot chicken, the golden and crispy tofu, and the delicious mushrooms, mixed with the cross-bridge rice noodles and the shenwei ham inside, were all scattered all over the floor.
What expression would she have?
Qin Feng said with a very sinister smile.
Mu Qingyan looked at Qin Feng in disbelief.
The anger in her eyes gradually died down, transforming into a mixture of shock and excitement.
Oh my god.
This man Qin Feng is even worse than I thought. I just want Zhang Chuyi to starve. Qin Feng wanted to completely destroy her arrogance mentally and tear off the last layer of her psychological fig leaf.
This is not just delivering food, this is clearly a heartbreaking act. He ha 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 ha.
Mu Qingyan suddenly laughed. First it was a low laugh, then she laughed out loud, her body shaking.
Qin Feng, you're so bad. I like it.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang next to them looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. They understood that Qin Feng's next target was the 176 centimeters tall long-legged model at 424.
Mu Qingyan was instantly filled with energy and looked radiant.
She slapped away Lin Yue's chopsticks that were reaching for the last piece of chicken, and put it into a takeaway box like a treasure.
Stop eating. Such delicious chicken nuggets must be left for our beautiful Chuyi to taste.
As she spoke, she packed her things with great interest. steamed chicken, coated tofu, xianwei ham, cross-bridge rice noodles. She deliberately put a little bit of everything in it, filling it up completely, dripping with soup and overflowing with fragrance, as if it were a loving lunchbox carrying endless care. Then she hummed a little tune and ran to change her clothes. She looked too homely in her pink nightgown to highlight her victorious demeanor. She went to Tang Tang's closet and pulled out a loose white t-shirt, paired it with a playful gray pleated skirt, revealing a pair of straight white long legs, and dressed like a lively girl who was about to go on a date. Before leaving the house, she faced the mirror and forced a sweet and innocent smile. Perfect. Today is a good day, everything you wish for will come true. Mu Qingyan hummed a folk song and walked briskly towards the familiar dormitory. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door of dormitory 424. Zhang Chuyi in the room startled and jumped up from the bed. The meal is here. Lin Yue is here. Qin Feng finally remembers me. Zhang Chuyi rushed to the door and opened it impatiently. The person standing outside the door was not Lin Yue as she expected, but Mu Qingyan, who was dressed brightly and in high spirits. Zhang Chuyi was stunned. Qingyan? Why is it you? Mu Qingyan smiled like a blooming sunflower and shook the lunchbox in her hand. Miss Chuyi, Qin Feng felt sorry for you being hungry, so he sent me here to bring you food. Come in. Zhang Chuyi turned sideways, but his eyes scanned Mu Qingyan back and forth like X-rays. Didn't she faint? Didn't Qin Feng take her away? It's only been this afternoon, why do you look so lusty and coquettish? Is the matter already done? Is the matter already settled? Has the flower already been picked? Look, today we have Yunnan cuisine, it smells so good. Mu Qingyan walked into the dormitory and put the lunchbox on the table. Didn't you faint? Are you okay? Zhang Chuyi asked coldly. Yeah. Mu Qingyan blinked, looking innocent. Qin Feng fed me a lot of honey water and gave me a big meal. Look, I'm already full, but I packed so much for you. Am I being nice to you? Mu Qingyan said this as she enthusiastically tried to open the lid of the lunchbox. Look, this steam pot chicken. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the lunchbox lid was opened, Mu Qingyan's wrist trembled strangely and she screamed. Ouch! Crash! A lunchbox full of delicacies poured out in an instant like a flood. Golden chicken nuggets, piping hot tofu, fragrant mushrooms, white rice noodles. Mixed with the rich soup, it drew a desperate parabola in the air, and finally with a pop, it all stuck to the cold and dirty floor tiles. The fragrance and foul smell instantly filled the entire dormitory. Ah! Mu Qingyan exaggeratedly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of innocence and horror. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chuyi. My hand slipped. I really didn't mean to. Ugh, my butter hands. Zhang Chuyi's pair of peach blossom eyes were burning with fire at this moment. She stared at Mu Qingyan intently, and every word she said seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Mu Qingyan. You did it on purpose. Mu Qingyan put away her disguise, and the smile on her face became cold and sarcastic. Zhang Chuyi. I brought you food out of kindness, and you actually said I did it on purpose? You really are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. Who are you calling a dog? You are the dog. Qin Feng's bootlicker. Zhang Chuyi was completely enraged. What's the matter? Mu Qingyan was full and confident, so she rolled up her sleeves. Still want to fight? Last time you pulled my hair, this time I'll let you have a taste of my own medicine too. Zhang Chuyi didn't want to fight. Her peach blossom eyes were fixed on the pile of food on the ground, which could no longer be called food. Her heart ached as if it was bleeding. The delicious food I bought with 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chuyi pointed at the door and screamed angrily at Mu Qingyan. Get out! Get out of here! Did you sleep with Qin Feng? Green tea! Get out! Never come back again. Mu Qingyan's goal had been achieved, and she laughed contemptuously. Just go away, who cares? Oh, by the way, I didn't sleep with Qin Feng. Tonight, I'm going to sleep with my wife Yue and my wife Tang Tang. Bye. I will never live in this dormitory again. After saying that, Mu Qingyan turned around and left, not even bothering to pack up the things in her closet. Anyway, there will be endless beautiful clothes of Lin Yue and Tang Tang to wear in the future. Bang! The door of dormitory 424 was slammed shut, completely isolating the two worlds.
Mu Qingyan walked away.
Zhang Chuyi stood there, staring at the mess on the floor. The burning sensation of hunger in my stomach became stronger and stronger. At the tip of my nose, I could smell the overbearing aroma of steamed chicken and mushrooms.
Eat? Still not eating? Eat? How long has it been since you mopped the floor tiles?
I wonder how much dust and bacteria there are on them.
Don't eat it?
That whole chicken breast, that piece of tofu that wasn't completely broken apart, that hadn't touched the floor tiles, that was completely clean, both posed a fatal temptation to her. There was a conflict in her mind.
Eventually, hunger took over.
She walked to the door and locked it tightly with trembling hands. Then, she squatted down, like a desperate scavenger, and got her chopsticks from the desk. She carefully picked up a piece of clean chicken that had not touched the floor tiles from the mess and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. It smells so good.
Dormitory 301. Lin Yue and Tang Tang lazily nestled on the sofa, watching TV while digesting their food.
Qin Feng thought the double bathtub was nice and was about to take a bath to relax completely. At this time, the door opened. Mu Qingyan hummed a little tune and walked in with her head held high, like a little peacock returning in triumph.
Chapter 68, The Cheerleaders' Dance Moves, Sweating Profusely.
When Mu Qingyan came back, she looked like a little peacock that had won a fight, with her chin almost raised to the sky. As soon as she entered the door, she began to recount the feat she had just done in a vivid and colorful manner, gesticulating with joy.
You didn't see it.
I slammed the lunchbox to the ground, and Zhang Chuyi's face instantly turned green. Mu Qingyan imitated Zhang Chuyi's shocked and angry expression at the time and laughed so hard that she fell over. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, pointing at me and telling me to get lost.
Her expression looked like she was about to cry. It was so cool.
Then, I said she was a dog biting Lu Dongbin, and this sentence irritated Zhang Chuyi. Mu Qingyan was wearing Tang Tang's loose white t-shirt, the hem of which just covered her white pleated skirt, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. These legs were her proudest asset as the captain of the cheerleading team.
At this moment, they were bouncing slightly with excitement, full of youthful vitality.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang both looked at Mu Qingyan closely, with a knowing smile on their lips.
All right, look how happy you are. Your face is all red and sweaty, idiot.
Tang Tang also smiled, his voice soft and sticky. It can be seen that Yenner is really full and has the energy to bully others. There was a hint of sarcasm in these words from someone who had experienced this, and Mu Qingyan understood it.
The three women in this dormitory have all fallen.
At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind at the right time.
Bite. Name, Zhang Chuyi. Gender, female. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Economics. Style, nine-headed queen, peerless legs.
Hobbies, taking selfies, shopping, and enjoying the spotlight.
Mu Qingyan's intentional spilling of food on the ground had triggered a lot of emotions in Zhang Chuyi.
Humiliation, the hardship of eating with chopsticks while lying on the ground, plus 2,000 points.
Angry at his lack of ambition, my boyfriend Huinan is a loser. He can't do anything except spending money, plus 3,000 points. Hardship, my life is so difficult. The end is coming.
I'm such a beautiful girl, just like any other girl, I have nothing to eat.
Why don't any lickers come to bring me food? Plus 2,000 points.
Envy, I envy Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan.
As long as they embrace Qin Feng, they can get delicious food, plus 3,000 points. Struggle, should I join Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan's camp? Plus 1,000 points.
Angry, Mu Qingyan, this green tea bitch, I'm going to give her a good earwax.
Plus 3,000 points.
The host has obtained a total of 14,000 points.
Current remaining points, 115,000 points plus 14,000 10,000 Yunnan cuisine equals 119,000 points. Zhang Chuyi's current attitude towards the host, beginning to waver. Starting to waver?
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly.
Very good.
This means that it is only a matter of time to conquer that 176 centimeters tall lady with amazing legs. He seemed to be able to see the proud and arrogant queen, snuggling in his arms and acting docilely and coquettishly in the future.
There will always be a day like that.
Qin Feng withdrew his thoughts and looked at the three chattering beautiful girls in front of him.
For a moment, he was unable to get a word in.
They were touching their bellies or looking at each other's thighs, with a look of ostentatious distress on their faces.
It's over, it's over. I had 2 big meals today and my stomach feels full. Wow, my abs are going to be ruined. Will I become ugly? It's over. If this continues, how can I still be the cheerleading captain?
After hearing this, Chin Feng finally found the entry point and spoke slowly. Ladies, after eating, you need to do some exercise to digest it. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 women instantly became subtle.
Lin Yue's eyes wandered. Exercise? Is it the exercise I'm thinking of? Tang Tang's cheeks turned red. So soon, do you want to exercise again? Mu Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. He wants to do it to me? So direct? Can't even wait a second?
Qin Feng's gaze fell on Mu Qingyan's curvy figure and he pointed to the center of the living room.
Senior Mu, are you the captain of the school cheerleading team? Come on, dance. Demonstrate.
Mu Qingyan was stunned and looked at Qin Feng speechlessly.
Ha? I'm the cheerleader, so I have to dance for you? We only dance during halftime of basketball games, right? Now you want me to dance for you in your house? Qin Feng nodded as a matter of course.
Yeah, I just like watching your cheerleading team dance, it's full of youthful energy. Qin Feng changed the subject.
Besides, I asked you to dance not for me. I did it for your own good, senior sister. Aren't you full? It's a good time to do some exercise and help digest it. Mu Qingyan. I really want to thank you all.
So, you asked me to dance not to appreciate my dancing moves, but purely to make me sweat and lose weight, right? Lin Yue and Tang Tang immediately saw through Qin Feng's intention and began to assist with a smile.
Hey, Yenner, Feng Feng asked you to dance, so just dance once. Yeah, you have such a great body and your dancing is the best. Come on, do one, we all want to see it. Mu Qingyan's eyes turned, and she came up with a plan.
She put her arms around Tang Tang's slender waist.
No. Tang Tang, you're also a dance major. If you want to dance, you have to accompany me. Qin Feng nodded immediately. Yes, senior sister Tang Tang, you come too.
When Tang Tang heard this, he confidently struck a Latin dance pose and said, okay.
It's just dancing, there's no need to be shy. Seeing this, Lin Yue stood up unwilling to be left behind. Then I'll just follow you guys and dance around a bit, just to join in the fun. Okay. The 3 girls hit it off and became excited immediately.
A woman dresses up for the one who pleases her, and a man dies for the one who understands him. They perform for the only head of household in this doomsday, to please him and also as a way of survival.
What's more, which girl doesn't like to show off her most beautiful figure in music?
Mu Qingyan connected her mobile phone to the TV's Bluetooth and selected a dynamic dance music that their cheerleading team often used.
Verb, beat.
As the music started, the spacious living room of 60 square meters immediately turned into a stage. Mu Qingyan is worthy of being the captain of the cheerleading team. Every pause, every turn, every blink and nod are precise and powerful.
The pleated skirt draws a dynamic arc with her movements, which is sexy and handsome. That little butt was twisting as if it had an electric motor installed. Yes, this is called professionalism.
Senior Tang Tang's dance moves are more graceful and skillful, her waist is so soft that it seems to have no bones, and every look in her eyes is hooked. She looks more like a concubine who performed for the king in ancient times, or a dancer who was sent as tribute from the western regions. Lin Yue, this pure and lustful girl, wore white stockings and white shorts. Although her movements were a little awkward, she was able to let go and twist her beautiful buttocks casually to the rhythm. Every twist was full of charm. 3 stunning beauties, 3 different styles, under the sweat and lights, form a picture that is enough to drive any man crazy. Qin Feng collapsed on the sofa, squinting his eyes as he watched the 3 girls dancing, admiring them with the eyes of a professional artist, without a trace of evil thoughts in his heart.
Do you believe it?
At this moment, when the atmosphere was at its most lively, a sudden cell phone ring interrupted the music.
Ah, who is it? You're still calling me late at night?
Mu Qingyan stopped, took a tissue from the coffee table, wiped the sweat from her forehead, picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID on the screen.
Zhao Wenyu. Her brows furrowed instantly. Oh my god, this haunting guy. Didn't I make it clear? Didn't I tell you not to call me anymore? Didn't I say it? I've already surrendered to Qin Feng.
Besides, your compound ba was destroyed by Qin Fang's sniper rifle. You've already lost miserably, so why are you still calling me?
Can you still turn the situation around?
Mu Qingyan lifted her hair, shook her long hair, opened the phone and answered it with a cold tone.
Hello? Zhao Wenyu, what else do you want?
On the other end of the phone came Zhao Wenyu's voice with a hint of tragedy.
Yenner. I just want to tell you one thing. Don't give up on yourself. You must hold on.
We boys have elected a new chairman.
We are organizing our forces and will come to rescue you soon. You must never yield to Qin Feng's tyranny. You must endure the humiliation and persevere until the day of victory. Phew.
When Mu Qingyan heard these words, she just felt ridiculous and sad.
Let me endure the humiliation? Let me fight to the bitter end?
You guys are standing opposite me and talking to me without any pain in your waist.
How could a weak woman like me resist Qin Feng? Should I just surrender?
I beg you, Zhao Wenyu, if you boys just stay still, you'll live longer. Stop having these wild dreams and stop resisting Qin Feng.
Seriously, if you dare to move, you'll be shot in the head in the next second. Is headshot fun? Ha!
Mu Qingyan paused, and her voice became extremely resolute.
Also, I'll say this one last time. I've never liked you. Don't call me again. You've seriously disturbed my life. You, what are you doing? Zhao Wenyu's voice trembled, carrying the last glimmer of hope.
Mu Qingyan glanced at Qin Feng, who was sitting leisurely on the sofa, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
She said in an extremely clear and firm voice.
I was dancing for Qin Feng and I was sweating a lot.
Hang up. There was only deathly silence on the other end of the phone.
The built-in background music plays, snowflakes falling, the north wind whistling.
Chapter 69 finally ate Mu Qingyan.
Mu Qingyan hung up the phone and wanted to continue dancing, but her physical fatigue could not be concealed. Sweat slid down her smooth forehead, soaking the hair at her temples, and a few strands of hair stuck tightly to her slightly red cheeks. Her chest was heaving, her rapid breathing was accompanied by a hint of sweet panting, her eyes were blurred, and when she looked at Qin Feng, it was as if she was covered with a layer of mist. The blush from dancing spread from her cheeks to her slender neck, shining alluringly under the light. Qin Feng walked forward, took out a tissue, and wiped the sweat from Mu Qingyan's forehead.
All right, senior sister Mu, stop dancing.
Qin Feng's voice was flat, with a wicked smile on his lips.
I'll show you something good. Mu Qingyan's heart skipped a beat, and countless unbearable scenes flashed through her mind. What does this man want to do? The good stuff he mentioned is definitely not a good thing.
Before she could react, Qin Feng had already grabbed her snow-white wrist. The warm touch made her tremble all over. He pulled her and walked straight to the bathroom. In the living room, Lin Yue and Tang Tang exchanged a knowing look, with a playful smile on their lips. We are all adults, and we all know what will happen next. Qin Feng turned around and glanced at the two girls sitting on the sofa watching the fun.
You two idiots, stop sitting there and keep exercising. Lin Yue blinked innocently, the two of us? Who are we exercising with? Tang Tang's cheeks also felt a little hot, and he muttered quietly, I can't exercise with myself, right? Qin Feng.
After experiencing the nourishment of love, these girls become very bold in their words and have no limits. They even use more lewd words than boys.
Damn it.
Qin Feng raised his chin towards the corner of the living room. There, a brand new multifunctional treadmill awarded by the system stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, full of modern technology.
Go, both of you, play that. Qin Feng's tone towards the school beauty left no room for doubt. Everyone must run 10,000 steps. You are not allowed to stop until you finish the run. Lin Yue exclaimed exaggeratedly, Ah! A beautiful woman has 10,000 steps? An ugly woman has how many steps? Qin Feng, are you making a pun joke on me? Lin Yue? Feng, do you want me to die suddenly in the apocalypse?
Tang Tang also stuck out his tongue, running 10,000 steps feels more tiring than some sports.
Qin Feng.
He ignored the protests of the two school beauties, pulled Mu Qingyan, whose body was a little stiff, into the bathroom, and closed the door behind him.
Click.
A slight sound separated the two worlds. Outside the bathroom, Lin Yue and Tang Tang stuck out their tongues together. I started to worry about Mu Qingyan's health.
In the bathroom, Mu Qingyan was instantly distracted.
This place was too luxurious, even more luxurious than the last time she came. The bathroom is 30 square meters in size, which is incredibly spacious. The floor and walls are covered with seamless snowflake white marble, which is so shiny that you can see your reflection in it. In the corner is a smart toilet with a heated seat, automatic flushing function, and a remote control. On the other side is a high-tech shower room with metal nozzles precisely arranged from 8 different directions, as if to bring a rainforest-like bathing experience. There is a huge electronic smart mirror hanging on the wall, which can display the time, weather, and even play music. It contains the playlists of Lin Yue and Tang Tang's favorite songs connected to their mobile phones, such as Blackpink. What disturbed her most was the huge double massage bathtub by the window. The bathtub has smooth lines and looks expensive. A full set of Hermès bath products is neatly placed next to it, exuding an elegant fragrance of citrus and wood tones. Several bottles of essential oils and scented candles add a touch of ambiguous atmosphere. Is this something that should exist in the apocalypse? In the outside world, students would fight to the death for half a biscuit. But here, it is as luxurious as heaven. Looking at the bathtub that was big enough for 2 people, Mu Qingyan's cheeks flushed and her body trembled uncontrollably. Unpleasant images, unpleasant scenes, and unspeakable scenes flashed through her mind.
Aha!
She felt like she was standing on the edge of a volcano, about to witness the spectacular eruption with her own eyes, her heart pounding. Mu Qingyan struggled out of Qin Feng's hand and held down her heart tightly, which was about to jump out. Her nervous heart was now beating wildly, as if she was holding a jumping little white rabbit. Qin Feng let go of her hand and spoke lightly.
Senior Mu, go run the water and make a bubble bath. Mu Qingyan's voice was as low as a mosquito. Bubble bath? You take the bath, or me? Qin Feng smiled and looked at her leisurely. You wash. He paused and added, of course, to show my welcome to your second visit to my house, I can help you wash your hair. Mu Qingyan suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. You help me wash my hair? Yeah. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes fell on her long, black, and smooth hair, and he reached out to touch it. Girl, your hair is very beautiful. I will wash it for you. How about this service? I guarantee you will be satisfied. Mu Qingyan's heart beat faster. What's Qin Feng up to? What's in his head? What evil is in his body? Mu Qingyan calmed herself down and asked tentatively, after you wash my hair, what next? Qin Feng looked at Mu Qingyan's bright eyes, did not answer, but asked in return. And then? Then just do whatever you need to do. What do you want to do? Mu Qingyan understood instantly. This is a silent transaction, a possession wrapped in tenderness. She bit her crimson lips, her fingertips trembling, and finally she lowered her eyes, as if accepting her fate. The system's obedience buff began to oppress her heart. Okay. You wash my hair, and on the surface, it seems like I'm getting a great deal. Mu Qingyan walked to the bathtub and bent down to turn on the faucet. This simple movement made her t-shirt tighter, outlining the breathtaking curve of her waist and hips. Her shiny black hair cascaded down like a black waterfall, the ends of her hair almost reaching her knees, swaying slightly with her movements. Hot water poured into the bathtub, creating a thick mist. Mu Qingyan turned her back to Qin Feng. In the misty water vapor, she took off her clothes with a blushing face and a beating heart, and slowly slid into the bathtub full of bubbles. The warm water wrapped around her body, relaxing her tense nerves a little. She leaned her head against the cool edge of the bathtub, closed her eyes, and pushed all her long hair out of the tub, as if waiting for something. Qin Feng walked over, picked up the shower head, and carefully wet her long hair with warm water. He washed the girl's hair in a very formal manner. Mu Qingyan's heart was filled with a strange feeling. This was the first time in her life that a boy washed her hair. Qin Feng rubbed the shampoo into dense foam in the palm of his hand, then gently covered her hair. He ran his slender fingers through her hair, massaging her scalp neither lightly nor heavily. Just when Mu Qingyan felt that she was about to melt in this strange tenderness, Qin Feng picked up the bathtub remote control with his other hand and pressed the soothing massage mode. Buzz. The water flow and rollers on the inner wall of the bathtub start to work. Ah! Mu Qingyan suddenly let out a suppressed cry of pain, and her body suddenly arched like a frightened cat. Qin Feng stopped and asked, "What's wrong, senior?" Mu Qingyan bit her lower lip, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes due to the pain. Her voice was filled with tears. "No, that roller is right on my waist. I injured my waist when I was dancing." "Really?" Qin Feng put down the things in his hand. "Where is it?" "Let me see." "No, that's not necessary." However, Qin Feng's hand had already reached into the foamy water. Mu Qingyan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he pressed the injured acupoint on her waist.
Qin Feng's fingers accurately found a stiff muscle node next to her lumbar spine and applied a little force.
Ah!
This time, Mu Qingyan really cried out in pain.
It's okay.
I'm an old Chinese doctor specializing in treating injuries.
Don't move, I'll do it. Oh.
What old Chinese doctor?
Mu Qingyan's back injury flared up and tears came out of her eyes in pain.
Qin Feng did not stop, but began to help her relieve the pain in her waist with a professional kneading technique. The force was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and the feelings of soreness, numbness, swelling and pain were intertwined, making Mu Qingyan unable to help but utter a series of fragmented mumblings.
Gradually, the pain went away and the soreness came. Mu Qingyan's tense muscles slowly melted and stretched under Qin Feng's fingers. Mu Qingyan's whole body softened and she fell into Qin Feng's arms.
She turned around, in the misty water vapor,
meeting Qin Feng's deep eyes. The two hugged and kissed. Outside the living room,
Lin Yue and Tang Tang were already sweating profusely on the treadmill.
It is a luxury to have such training conditions in the doomsday.
And Qin Feng was right.
If I eat so well and don't exercise, I will really gain weight. Suddenly, Mu Qingyan's scream was faintly heard from the bathroom.
Although it disappeared quickly, the two still heard it. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other, slowed down their running pace, and a knowing smile appeared on the corners of their mouths at the same time.
Lin Yue panted and said to Tang Tang mischievously, "Did you hear that?"
"I heard it. Let's time Qin Feng and calculate how long he takes to take a shower this time."
Tang Tang wiped the sweat off his face, nodded, and analyzed seriously. "Hearing the noise, I think Qin Feng needs at least an hour to take a bath." Chapter 70 Mu Qingyan becomes a little dog. 60 minutes. Mu Qingyan took a refreshing hot bath.
The air was filled with steam and the water was boiling hot. Her cheeks, her neck, and even her collarbone were all flushed red.
After the water in the bathtub was drained, Mu Qingyan was like a fish out of water, left on the dry shore.
She struggled a few times, flapped her tail, and breathed violently with her gills, but her body could not move. Qin Feng looked at Mu Qingyan like this, smiled slightly, and wrapped her up like a dumpling with a large bath towel.
Suddenly, the exquisite curves made the bath towel wrapping more prominent.
Then he and Qin Feng picked up the zongzi and placed it on their shoulders.
"Ah, don't drop me!" Mu Qingyan screamed. "No,"
Qin Feng said, carrying the rice dumplings out of the bathroom, passing by Lin Yue and Tang Tang who were exercising on the treadmill in the living room and staring at them with wide eyes, and entered the master bedroom.
With a bang, Qin Feng closed the door of the master bedroom. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other and said speechlessly, "Are they inseparable now? Isn't this what you call a raging fire? I just took a 60-minute shower, and they still want."
Young people don't know the benefits of junior schoolmates, and mistakenly treat senior schoolmates as treasures.
"Back then, you called me sweetie, but now you call me Madam Nyo." Lin Yue and Tang Tang began to feel jealous. Does Qin Feng like the explosive bodies of cheerleaders? Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked down at their own postures and decided to exercise to make their bodies more curvy. So the two girls started running even more, sweating profusely. In the bedroom,
on the 1.8-meter high bed, there are light blue sheets and quilts, and 2 light blue pillows. Mu Qingyan lay weakly on Qin Feng's shoulder with a dazed look in her eyes.
Qin Feng touched her freshly washed hair and asked, "Senior sister, what are you thinking about?" Mu Qingyan shook her head, "I didn't think anything." "Qin Feng, it feels like you are thinking. Are you thinking about Gaoi?"
Mu Qingyan's eyes were like water, and she said, "I remembered a little bit, but it's nothing.
This person has been erased from my memory. He no longer matters to me." Qin Feng pinched Mu Qingyan's shoulders and said, "That's good." Mu Qingyan curled up even more in Qin Feng's arms. "I just wonder what the end of the world is?"
A beautiful girl is like duckweed. In troubled times, she will be snatched away and sold.
The best destination is to find a strong person to protect you. Qin Feng nodded, "Yeah, very insightful."
The blush on Mu Qingyan's face did not fade away. "Well, so, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Now, I am with you, so I will be your Qin Feng's woman from now on. Marry a man, get clothes and food. As long as I follow you, I will have food to eat every day, a soft bed to sleep on, and a warm bathroom to take a bath."
"I am already satisfied."
Qin Feng smiled and pinched Mu Qingyan's cheek, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely feed you every day."
"Come, baby. Ah. Bite. Host successfully captures campus beauty number 3, system upgrade to level 17, area expanded to 180 square meters. House area reallocation, living room 70 square meters, master bedroom 40 square meters, second bedroom 30 square meters, bathroom 20 square meters, balcony sky garden 20 square meters. The master bedroom with a king-size bed is increased to 2.2 m wide x 2 m, accommodating 3 people. Home statistics, 3-seater sofa expands to 4-seater leather sofa. The wall-mounted TV is expanded to a 76-inch large-screen TV. The 4-person dining table expands to a 6-person dining table with 6 chairs. Other home appliances, wardrobe, constant temperature wine cabinet, massage chair, double-door refrigerator, treadmill, washing machine, dryer. Mu Qingyan's emotional attitude changes. Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Hobbies, cheerleading captain. Type, hot girl sexy type. Hobbies, dancing, fitness, piano. The host just stimulated Mu Qingyan's various emotions and gained a large amount of system points. Desire, Mu Qingyan desires a positive emotional relationship with the host, plus 1,000 points. Happiness, Mu Qingyan felt the host's ultimate joy in life, plus 3,000 points. Stability, Mu Qingyan feels extremely safe living in the host space, plus 2,500 points. Satisfied, Mu Qingyan is well fed and satisfied, feeling very fulfilled, plus 2,000 points. Fragile, in the turbulent end of life, a girl still needs to find a boy to lean on, so she feels extremely fragile, like a fragile vase. Plus 5,000 points. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar towards the host, little liquor. Qin Feng read the system information and smiled slightly when he read this. How come Mu Qingyan became a bootlicker so quickly? So he became even more violent towards the girls below. Bite. Unlock the next round of food choices, 10,000 points for each set meal. Guizhou cuisine, fish and sour soup, fried cured pork with jierjian herba jierjian, shredded pork wraps, spicy chicken, tofu balls, intestine noodles, 10,000 points. Hubei cuisine, steamed wuchang fish, mianyang 3 steamed dishes, pork ribs and lotus root soup, jingzhou fish cake, jingzhou soft-shelled turtle, 10,000 points. Shanxi cuisine, rujiamo Chinese rujiamo, mutton soup bun, oil-splashed noodles, sauerkraut noodles, hot and sour cold noodles, red willow meat skewers, 10,000 points. After watching this food preview, Qin Feng really wanted to complain. The first 2 dishes will cost me 10,000 points, which is acceptable. Shanxi cuisine is very low in carbohydrates and is either pancakes or noodles, but it still costs 10,000 points? System, you can be really annoying sometimes. Ding, unlock a new round of weapons. The host currently has a sufficient arsenal and ammunition because the host never wastes bullets on zombies. However, the system still launched a batch of new products for the host to choose and use. M2 Flamethrower, a close-range, area of effect weapon. Effective range, 30 meters. The liquid hellfire it sprays can instantly ignite a swarm of zombies, creating an insurmountable wall of fire. It's the most effective choice for clearing narrow spaces and dealing with zombie hordes. Plus 10,000 points. RPG rocket launcher, individual shoulder-fired heavy firepower. Equipped with a high-explosive warhead, it can easily destroy vehicles, bunkers, and thick walls. The simplest and most direct solution when facing difficult mutants or needing to forcibly break through obstacles. Plus 10,000 points. Suicide bombing drone, a safe and precise long-range attack method. The host can remotely control the explosive-laden drone from up to 1 kilometer away, locking onto the target through real-time image transmission and delivering a fatal strike. Elegantly resolve the threat without risking personal involvement. Plus 10,000 points per drone. Qin Feng, cool. No need to aim with a Barrett sniper rifle anymore, just fly a suicide drone over. At the same time, men's dormitory, room 626. Zhao Wenyu was crying and complaining about Qin Feng's behavior to a boy with long hair and artistic temperament. Wow, Captain Hong, Qin Feng asked Mu Qingyan to wash his underwear. Mu Qingyan, the cheerleading captain, such a beautiful girl, Qin Feng asked her to wash his underwear. Also, I just called Mu Qingyan, but she hung up on me. She said she was dancing for that beast Qin Feng. Just think about it, a pure and innocent cheerleader dancing for Qin Feng? Who does Qin Feng think he is? He's the emperor? He makes his concubines dance? Can you handle that? Also, after Mu Qingyan and I talked, she forgot to turn off her phone, so I heard everything. The sound was unbearable. I felt like my heart was breaking. Captain Hong, you are the only one who can take action. You can't bear to see your brother's favorite girl being tortured by Qin Feng like this, right? Qin Feng is just a beast. No, he's worse than a beast.
The long-haired boy named Hong had an artistic temperament and a calm gaze. He held a guitar in both hands and played it, plucking the strings a few times with his slender, smooth fingers. His name is Hong Yaoshun, the president of the Guitar Association, and the idol of many girls. He is 1.9 meters tall. He looked at Zhao Wenyu, who was crying in front of him, with disdain in his almond-shaped eyes.
Hong Yaoshun said coldly, Zhao Wenyu, you're flirting with girls with your looks? You're embarrassing a man. Also, why is Mu Qingyan like this now? After being manipulated by Qin Feng a few times, you became Qin Feng's bootlicker? Mu Qingyan used to be my little fangirl. When I was playing guitar on the stage, Mu Qingyan came to give me flowers. Hong Yaoshun looked into the distance on the balcony, as if recalling his college days. When he was a junior in college, he performed at the welcome party and Mu Qingyan became his little fan. Zhao Wenyu immediately added fuel to the fire and said, yes, Mu Qingyan used to be your little fangirl. You wouldn't want your little fangirl to be abused and ravaged by Qin Feng, right? Chapter 71. You represent justice, I represent evil. After Qin Feng tormented Mu Qingyan into falling into a deep sleep, I went to the second bedroom to see what Lin Yue and Tang Tang were doing. In the second bedroom, Lin Yue and Tang Tang had just taken a bath together while Qin Feng and Mu Qingyan were away. Lin Yue and Tang Tang lay side by side on the bed. One was wearing a pink suspender nightgown and the other was wearing a pure white silk nightgown. The two of them had their long, snow-white legs crossed together, and were holding their phones, looking at something unknown. The light from the screen illuminated their delicate faces, making the outlines of certain parts vaguely visible. They appear to be browsing a shopping app. Even if the end of the world comes and express delivery stops, it cannot stop women's yearning for beautiful clothes and bags. Oh, it would be great if I could buy this skirt and wear it for your Qin Feng to see. He will definitely like it. Lin Yue sighed. Tang Tang snorted lightly, with a hint of barely perceptible sourness. It's enough for him to have that enchantress Mu Qingyan by his side. How could he even care about us? That's not necessarily true, men. Before they finished speaking, they both noticed Qin Feng at the door. Ah! A tacit scream, more like a signal. They quickly grabbed the quilt and covered their chests, leaving only a pair of big watery eyes exposed, looking at him vigilantly and curiously. That frightened deer-like appearance is so pitiful and lovable. Qin Feng had a smile on his face. He walked closer step by step, and the strong sense of oppression made the two girls on the bed breathe faster. Go on, keep acting. Qin Feng's voice was low and magnetic. Lin Yue bit her lower lip, pulled the quilt aside a little, and looked at him seductively. What are you acting? What did you do to Senior Mu? It's over so quickly? Qin Feng looked down at them. She's asleep. Oh. Tang Tang deliberately prolonged the tone, with a seductive look. She fell asleep, and you came to find us? Are we the backup? Qin Feng did not answer, but just looked at them quietly. The two girls made Qin Feng's heart pound. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. Lin Yue grew bolder. She lifted a corner of the quilt and patted the empty space beside her. It's so tiring to stand here. Why don't you come up and lie down with me and talk? Qin Feng smiled faintly. It's a great time. Why sleep? Get up and have fun. Lin Yue curled her lips and said, what are you talking about? There are zombies everywhere outside, the mall is closed, the cinema is closed, and we are almost bored to death. Tang Tang also echoed, yeah, I really want to go shopping. Qin Feng complained in his heart. Sister, so many people have died outside now. The mall is full of zombies and has become a hell on earth. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his pocket vibrated with a buzzing sound. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and unlocked the screen. A message popped up, and the sender was Hong Yaoshun. Qin Feng, you rubbish. Mu Qingyan is my little fangirl and also one of my concubines. You'd better behave yourself and don't touch her. Also, the weapon in your hand doesn't actually belong to you alone. Hand it over immediately. We boys will keep it together. Let's go hunt zombies together and protect everyone. Don't be a coward who only attacks your classmates. If you're a man, take responsibility and fight the zombies together. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, you know?
I suggest that you hand over all your weapons and we fight together.
Grab supplies. Build a doomsday base for Binhai University. Consider this and give me a reply. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. Hong Yaoshan? This arrogant, thoughtless idiot.
The one who relied on his 1.9-meter height and a broken guitar worth 2,000 yuan.
A fool pretending to be a melancholy prince in the stadium to attract ignorant schoolgirls? Do you think you are a male god and feel superior? Do you think you are the king just by singing a few songs at the welcome party? Let me hand over my weapon?
I save my bullets to shoot self-righteous seniors like you. Qin Feng's fingers tapped quickly on the screen and only replied with 5 words.
Don't move, or you'll die. Click and send.
On the other side, in dormitory 626, Hong Yaoshan received Qin Feng's message. He looked at Qin Feng's murderous words on the phone screen, was stunned at first, his heart tightened, and then his face became so gloomy that blood seemed to drip out. Zhao Wenyu, who was standing nearby, came over and saw the message, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Brother Shun, this kid is too arrogant.
Kill him. Get Qin Yan back. Hong Yaoshan ignored him with a sinister smile on his face.
Wu Chang'e, Wang Zi, and you're just a bunch of idiots who only know how to use brute force.
To kill someone, you need to use your brain.
A gleam of light flashed in Hong Yaoshuan's eyes.
A vicious plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife took shape in an instant. Let us men fight men? Wouldn't that be a lose-lose situation? Dog bites dog, a mouthful of fur? Hong Yaoshan believes that the correct way is to use girls to deal with Qin Feng. No matter how cruel Qin Feng is, would he shoot dozens of unarmed girls?
If he dares, he will become the public enemy of the whole school. I, Hong Yaoshan, will make Qin Feng fall into the vast sea of girls and be unable to escape. Hong Yaoshan immediately opened a large group of girls and quickly edited a very inflammatory message.
Attention all girls. The end of the world is coming, are we still waiting to die? The biggest cancer is right next to you. Qin Feng from 301 has stockpiled a mountain of food, feasting on delicious fish and meat every night.
He has taken possession of our 3 most beautiful schoolgirls, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan.
They are being ravaged by this demon in there. Sisters, are we just going to stand by and watch?
He wouldn't dare lay a hand on you girls. We unite, storm into 301, take back the food, rescue our sisters, and judge the scumbag. Below the message, he also attached a few pictures of delicious food that he got from somewhere, including steak, hot pot, and barbecue, each of which exuded a fatal temptation. The message was like a bomb, instantly exploding in the silent group of girls.
Oh my god. Qin Feng really has so much food. I'm starving. I can't stand it anymore. Why can Qin Feng eat and drink delicious food while we can only starve? Those school beauties are also cheap. They just lick Qin Feng's boots for food.
Jealousy and hunger, like 2 poisonous snakes, madly gnaw at the sanity of all girls. In order to ensure that the plan was foolproof, Hong Yaoshan sent a private message to a girl alone.
From the Institute of Physical Education, the women's shot put champion, Xiao Jinrong, weighs 230 kilograms. Sister Rong, it's your turn. You are full of muscle and strength, you are extremely powerful, are you afraid of Qin Feng? He monopolizes beautiful women and food, but doesn't fight zombies. This kind of person is the scum of humanity.
Sister Rong, you represent justice, go put an end to him. All the rice, flour, grain, and oil that Qin Feng in 301 has stored are yours.
Xiao Jinrong looked at the message, and the phone rattled between her thick fingers.
She was so hungry that she was seeing stars, and she had no place to vent her anger.
People are most likely to get angry and collapse when they have low blood sugar. Hong Yaoshan wants me to kill someone with a borrowed knife?
Today I will use this knife to see if Qin Feng's neck is hard enough. Xiao Jinrong directly sent a voice message to the girls group, her voice rough and powerful.
Girls! Don't let those guys in the dormitory across the street look down on you. Now is the end of the world, the law of the jungle, whoever has the bigger fist rules.
Qin Feng had indeed stockpiled a lot of food.
I saw it with my own eyes that day. He even gave me a piece of bread. Could it be that those green tea bitches and school beauties could betray their boyfriends and become Qin Feng's bootlickers? Do we, who are ordinary looking and have no girls, deserve to starve to death? I'm going to 301 right now. If I kill Qin Feng, I'll have something to eat. Who dares to come with me? Let's rise up. I'll go. Sister Rome, I'm with you. Count me in.
Starving to death is death, being beaten to death is death, so we might as well give it a try. The girls in the chat group were furious. They were all starving and their eyes were blurry, so they were going to die anyway. Starving to death is also death, being beaten to death by Qin Feng is also death. It is better to fight to the death once and forget about it, rather than endure endless hunger. Soon, a team of dozens of hungry and famished girls was assembled. They had no weapons in their hands and looked kind and innocent. But in her pockets, she kept scissors, utility knives, nail files, etc. that she had taken out of her pencil cases and makeup bags, intending to do something sneaky. Their goal was to blind Qin Feng's eyes or stab his throat with scissors while he wasn't paying attention.
Xiao Jinrong waved her hand and led this women's army to charge towards dormitory 301 in a mighty manner. Chapter 72, Male God? I'm fighting the male god. Late at night, the darkness grows darker. Mu Qingyan experienced love between a man and a woman and fell asleep on the bed in the master bedroom. In the second bedroom, the bright lights bring the ambiguous atmosphere to the extreme. The air was filled with the fragrance and laughter of young beauties. It turned out that Qin Feng was having a pillow fight with his two gorgeous young wives, and the girls were giggling and looking very happy. It's so rare that after Qin Feng accompanied Mu Qingyan, he also came to play a pillow fight with them. Qin Feng held a pillow in each hand and forced the two girls to retreat step by step. Lin Yue was wearing a white silk nightgown, her skin was as smooth as jade under the light, and her long hair fluttered as she dodged. She was panting and laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out.
Ah!
Stop fighting! I surrender, husband. Tang Tang was wearing a playful pink pajamas that perfectly outlined her hot body. She used a pillow to block it and begged for mercy in a coquettish manner. Hubby, please spare me. You are so mean, you only know how to bully us.
Qin Feng smiled evilly, threw them both onto the soft big bed, pressed them down with pillows, and enjoyed the rare warmth in this doomsday. Just at this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! System warning. 19 highly hostile targets detected, rapidly approaching the host's room, threat level, medium. Target gender, female. Do you want to open the real-time monitoring screen? Qin Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. Open. The next second, a clear surveillance image unfolded in his mind.
In the corridor, the 230-pound sports student Xiao Jinrong was covered in flesh, with hunger and madness in his eyes. Behind her, there were a dozen girls with red eyes. Their expressions were distorted and filled with the violent energy of 2 days of hunger. The system's X-ray scanning function automatically turned on, marking out the scissors, utility knives, small fruit knives, hidden in their pockets one by one, flashing a dangerous red light.
A bunch of ignorant people. Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a sneer.
He leaned over, held down Lin Yue and Tang Tang, and kissed each of them on their smooth foreheads, his voice so gentle that it could squeeze water out of them. Stay still, there are some mad dogs barking outside, I'll go take care of them.
I'll be back to sleep with you guys soon.
The two girls looked at the cold murderous intent that flashed across Qin Feng's eyes, and their hearts trembled. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls.
Mad dog? Is Qin Feng going to kill someone again?
Qin Feng did not explain, but gently covered them with the quilt and tucked their arms into the warm quilt, as if he was protecting the most precious treasure. Then he turned and walked out of the second bedroom, gently closing the door. Inside the door, there were two delicate lambs hugging each other and trembling in the quilt. Outside the door is a doomsday king who is about to transform into a Shura. Qin Feng came to the living room and took out his arsenal from the system space.
The Glock pistol had no bullets left and he threw it aside.
His eyes fell on the big guys, AK-47, M16 automatic rifle, Barrett sniper rifle, with full magazines, exuding the breath of death. Next to it, 10 defensive grenades were neatly stacked, like a row of black eggs waiting to harvest lives. Qin Feng picked up 2 grenades and weighed their heavy weight in his hands. He murmured softly, as if reciting a poem of death.
Okay, girls, since you want to die so badly, I'm willing to bury you.
On the other side, Xiao Jinrong and a group of starving girls had rushed to the door of dormitory 301.
The door is locked. Quiet the hell up. Time to get down to business.
Xiao Jinrong growled, stopping the chattering of the dozen or so girls behind her. She took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and then kicked the door hard.
Bang!
Wood chips flew everywhere, and a big hole was kicked out of the door panel by her strong body. Xiao Jinrong reached in and unlocked the door from the inside.
Go in.
A dozen girls rushed in like a swarm of locusts and turned on the lights.
However, dormitory 301 was completely empty.
Not only was Qin Feng and the three campus beauties not there, there wasn't even a ghost. The beds were empty, and it didn't look like anyone had ever lived there.
What's going on? Where are the people? Escaped? Evaporated? It doesn't look like anyone lives here. It's so dirty. There's dirt everywhere. Driven by hunger, Xiao Jinrong's brain was working fast.
Qin Feng must have gone into dorm 302, where that green tea bitch Lin Yue lives.
Let's go. To 302. Yes.
Kill that green tea girl Tang Tang as well.
And Mu Qingyan, don't let them go.
The girls' emotions were stirred up again, and they rushed out of 301 roaring and rushed to the neighboring dormitory 302. Just when Xiao Jinrong was about to kick the door again, a dark shadow, like a ghost, appeared silently at the corner of the dim corridor behind them.
Qin Feng.
He left the system space and appeared silently behind the female classmate. The look in his eyes when he looked at these crazy girls was so cold, as if he was looking at a group of dead objects. He gently pulled out the safety pin and swung his arm lightly.
A black ball rolled to the girl's feet. Zizizi.
A slight sound of smoking was heard.
What is that?
A girl looked down, her face full of confusion.
It seems so.
Before they could react, another identical object rolled over and stopped in the middle of the crowd. Qin Feng threw the second defensive grenade. Xiao Jinrong was a sports student after all, and her reaction was half a beat faster than others. When she saw the thing clearly, she was instantly scared to death and let out the most shrill scream in her life.
It's a grenade. Get down. It's too late. Boom.
The first grenade exploded. The terrifying shockwave instantly swept through the entire corridor, followed by a second, even more violent explosion.
Boom.
2 defensive grenades, each containing more than 6,000 steel balls, exploded in a small space, forming a death storm with no blind spots.
Ah. My leg. My leg is broken. Eyes. I can't see. Woo. Wow, Mom.
Screams, wails, and cries resounded through the air. Countless tiny steel balls and grenade fragments, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, madly sliced through their fragile bodies. Blood and broken flesh instantly dyed the walls and the ground red, and the entire corridor turned into a hell on earth. Even so, Xiao Jinrong, who was incredibly heavy, did not die immediately thanks to the cushioning of her fat body. She struggled to look back, her face covered in blood, and saw the devil-like figure standing in the darkness.
Qin Feng was actually hiding behind them. Like a ghost.
There was no trace of mercy in Qin Feng's eyes, only the flame of revenge burning. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, he was pushed off the balcony by a group of girls.
Fuck your mother. Qin Feng.
Xiao Jinrong roared like a beast, dragged her half-broken body, and pounced forward with her fangs and claws bared. Qin Feng stood there, motionless. He just slowly raised the AK-47 that was already ready in his hand.
Dad Ada. Flames spewed out and bullets rained down.
Xiao Jinrong's body rushed forward, as if being hit continuously by an invisible giant hammer, and blood splattered all over her body. She didn't even have time to feel the pain before her consciousness fell into eternal darkness, and her huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the figures still struggling and squirming on the ground. A girl with a broken leg tried her best to point the small pair of scissors in her hand at him with a vicious look in her eyes. The other girl used up her last bit of strength and cursed, "Qin Feng, even if I become a ghost,
I will never let you go." Very good.
Qin Feng nodded, his voice cold.
I'll wait for you. Dad Ada. He pulled the trigger and accurately delivered the remaining bullets in the magazine into every still gasping body. One-stop service, delivering everything to your destination. The gunshots and explosions downstairs in the girls' dormitory had already alarmed the boys' dormitory opposite. Countless boys lay on the balcony and witnessed the whole process of Qin Feng slaughtering his female classmates. They were all excited and terrified. Someone couldn't help but start shouting. Qin Feng, good fight. Qin Feng. Stop it. They are female classmates from our university. Are you still human? Stop now. It's so cruel, he actually shot and killed a woman. The sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling came one after another.
Xin Feng's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly turned the gun and aimed it at the noisy balcony of the boys' dormitory opposite.
Day. He put on a new magazine and fired the bullets without hesitation. Fuck. Get out of the way.
The boys on the balcony were so scared that they peed their pants and immediately retracted their heads. However, in the midst of the chaos, a figure hid behind the load-bearing wall and plucked the strings.
A handsome boy with long hair, holding an acoustic guitar, sang loudly in a sad and angry voice.
Cover your ears.
Those who thought they would never hear the cries again. Oh. It was Hong Yashun,
the president of the Guitar Association, the man everyone in the girls' eyes loved. He actually had the guts to provoke me with his singing.
Well done. Brother Shun is awesome. This is singing with life.
Yes, Brother Shun will lead us to resist Xin Feng's sanctions. Xin Feng looked at the self-righteous young artist on the balcony opposite, with a disdainful sneer on his face.
Ridiculous. Xin Feng did not waste any more bullets.
Instead, he spent 10,000 points in the system space to buy a palm-sized, sci-fi black drone.
Suicide attack drone.
Xin Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the virtual controller on his wrist. The drone took off silently, drew a barely visible arc in the night, and instantly locked onto Hong Yashun's position. Hong Yashun was immersed in his tragic performance when he suddenly felt an extreme danger falling from the sky. His face changed drastically and he rolled on the ground without thinking, trying to hide under the bed.
Not good. Boom.
A ball of blazing fire exploded on the balcony where he had just stood. The balcony suddenly turned into a sea of flames.
The terrifying shock wave of the explosion tore the balcony railings and debris into pieces. Hong Yashun was blown away by the airwave and hit the wall.
He let out a shrill scream, his face covered in blood, and his entire left arm was blown into a bloody mess, with only half of it hanging down. The severe pain and fear made him completely collapse.
Fuck. Xin Feng. You are not a fucking human. Chapter 73. Don't move, you'll die if you move.
The smoke from the drone explosion had not yet cleared, but the balcony was already a mess. Blood, flesh, and concrete fragments mixed together, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Hong Yashun was lying in the ruins of the balcony, his face was black and bloody, and there was no trace of the handsome face of the most handsome man in Zhangbin University. Even more terrifying is his right arm. The part from the elbow down had completely disappeared, leaving only a bloody, jagged wound, with the broken bone exposed and muscle fibers hanging like tattered tassels. Blood was gushing out from the terrible fracture.
Ah! After a brief moment of silence, Hong Yashun let out a heart-wrenching roar.
The sound no longer sounded like a human voice, but more like the howl of a dying beast. He rolled around on the ground in pain, his remaining left hand digging into the ground so hard that his nails broke instantly.
Xin Feng. I'm going to fuck you. Fuck you. I'm going to kill you. Ah.
Holy shit.
It hurts so much.
The two boys in his dormitory stood at the door like petrified, shaking like sieves. A strong smell of urine filled the air, and one of them was so frightened that he became incontinent.
Is this the power of thermal weapons? Is this Xin Feng's method?
The prodigy who was playing the guitar and attracting countless cheers in the previous second turned into a piece of rotten meat wriggling on the ground in the next second. They looked in the direction of Xin Feng's dormitory, with only the most primitive, bone-deep fear in their eyes.
That's not a person. It was a devil in human skin. They didn't even dare to have any thoughts of resistance or revenge, and only felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
Blood, Brother Shun, he's going to bleed to death. Another boy finally found his voice and pointed tremblingly at Hong Yashun's broken arm that was bleeding. If this continues, he will go into shock from excessive blood loss and die within a few minutes.
Brother Shun, you hold on. We can't call an ambulance or go to the hospital, so we'll use a sheet. We'll bandage you with a sheet.
The two men hurriedly tore the bedsheets, trying to stop Hong Yashun's bleeding. Hong Yashun was sweating profusely from the pain, his teeth chattering as he squeezed out a few words. I won't die.
My face hurts, my arms hurt the most. Go next door, call Wu Yuyan. Quick. Okay. Find Wu Yuyan.
A boy rushed out, rolling and crawling. Fortunately, the dormitory of the medical school, which provides undergraduate and master's degree programs, is next door.
Hong Yashun's good friend Wu Yuyan is a top student in the medical school, majoring in dentistry.
He is a recognized academic master.
It is almost certain that he will stay in school and study dentistry in the future. He has a bright future. Wu Yuyan rushed in carrying a small first aid kit. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, even though he had seen the cadaver teacher on the dissection table, he couldn't help but gasp. TSK. Qin Feng, you're too ruthless. He squatted down and quickly checked the injuries, his movements professional and calm. Fuck, this bomb is so powerful. Wu Yuyan took out a few strong painkillers from the first aid kit, asked his roommate to feed them to Hong Yaoshan, and then began to deal with the broken arm. Disinfect, clean the wound, clamp the artery that is still bleeding with hemostatic forceps, and then use bandages to apply pressure layer by layer with professional techniques. After Hong Yaoshuan's roars gradually subsided and his breathing stabilized, Wu Yuyan began to deal with his disfigured face. He used tweezers to carefully pick out tiny pieces of metal fragments and stones from the flesh and blood. His left eye, the eyeball is gone. Wu Yuyan's voice was deep. When everyone looked over, they saw that there was only a bloody hole in Hong Yaoshuan's left eye socket, which looked extremely creepy. As for where the eyeballs are, no one knows. During the entire first aid process, Hong Yaoshuan's two roommates recorded the entire process with their mobile phones and broadcast the horror live in the boys' chat group. Video, 30 seconds long. One of the roommates explained in a voice of suppressed fear. Did you see this? This is what Qin Feng did. A military-grade suicide drone blew up Brother Shun like this. The most handsome guy in Bin University, our former Brother Shun, his face, is completely ruined. Video, 61 seconds long. Now Wu Yuyan is bandaging his broken arm. Look everyone, Shun Gu definitely won't be able to play guitar anymore. In the boys group, comments flooded in. Fuck, is Qin Feng a devil? That's not called decisive killing, that's called indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Hong Yaoshan just sang a song. Bayan's song is pretty good. Shut up upstairs. How dare you say that in front of Qin Feng? This is what happens when you challenge the god of death. Where on earth did Qin Feng get all these terrifying weapons? Grenades, AKs, and now even drones? I only know one thing. I used to think Qin Feng was just an ordinary, sunny and cheerful classmate. But now, I just avoid him when I see him. He's not Qin Feng, he's the god of death. Don't mess with him, no matter who you are. The video was quickly forwarded to various groups in the girls' dormitory. In the picture, Hong Yaoshuan's face is covered in blood. The once elegant long hair was glued into strands by the blood plasma, sticking to the rotten flesh. He waved his broken arm, which was wrapped like a dumpling, and roared and cursed in a hoarse voice. Qin Feng. Even if I turn into a zombie, I will crawl to your 301. Bite your throat. Die with you. The girls' group instantly exploded. Oh my god. What a pity, such a handsome brother like Hong Yaoshan is just wasted like this. That song The Great Wall turned out to be his last song. How could this happen? He was playing the guitar so handsomely just a few minutes ago, but now, how did he become like this? It's his own fault. Who told him to provoke that lunatic Qin Feng? I heard that he is also one of Mu Qingyan's suitors. Now that's good. It's all Mu Qingyan's fault, that vixen. How many boys has she killed? Is Qin Feng trying to eliminate his love rivals? He'll kill anyone who tries to steal Mu Qingyan from him? Just a quick question, are Qin Feng and Mu Qingyan already together? Need I ask? Qin Feng must have killed Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan long ago, otherwise he would have gone to such lengths for her. Stop talking. Qin Feng just killed a bunch of girls with grenades in the corridor on the 3rd floor. He's gone crazy. Don't call him Qin Feng anymore, call him Qin Feng. Oh, was that ta did this sound just now a gunshot? I thought it was a cannon. You are so well protected that you don't even know the sound of a gunshot. If you were in a foreign country, the people would have already fled when they heard that sound. At this time, Qin Feng, the instigator, was handling the aftermath indifferently. He walked to the door of dormitory 301 with an expressionless face, looking at the bodies of girls lying in the corridor without frowning. If these corpses are left, they will only rot and stink, attracting flies and plague, so they must be disposed of as quickly as possible. He bent down, grabbed Xiao Jinrong's ankles, and dragged this huge 230-pound body to the balcony. Then, he threw Xiao Jinrong's body off the 3rd floor balcony like throwing away a bag of garbage. Bang! With a dull thud, a huge body fell to the concrete floor downstairs. The zombies wandering around the campus were like sharks that smelled blood.
They were instantly attracted and rushed over from all directions with roars. They rushed forward, biting, scratching, and devouring the fresh delicacies frantically.
In the boys' dormitory opposite, countless heads popped out from the balcony.
The dim light from the street lamp just illuminated the bloody feast downstairs. Their eyes widened, their faces showing a mixture of fear, disgust, and a morbid excitement.
Holy shit! Look! Live broadcast of zombies eating people. It's so exciting, even though it's a bit disgusting. It's really fat. This meal is enough to feed the zombies.
One brave boy even shouted towards Qin Feng's balcony, "Boss Qin Feng.
Throw another one. Haven't seen enough? Yes. Boss Qin Feng is awesome. Throw another one. It's so fun. Boss Qin Feng, didn't you just blow up a bunch of them? We still have plenty in stock. Keep throwing. We'll cheer you up."
As they spoke, several boys actually set bedding and footballs on fire and threw them down from the upstairs like fireballs to provide lighting for the zombie feast downstairs.
The howling sounds of ghosts and wolves echoed one after another in the boys' dormitory.
The coming of doom, long hunger, and captivity. The psychology of these former college students has been completely distorted. They have degenerated from the fear of death to the revelry of the death of others.
Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. Okay, you like to watch it? Satisfy you.
Qin Feng turned around and went back to the corridor, dragged up another girl's body, and threw it off the balcony again.
Ouch. The zombies, who were also transformed from college students, roared excitedly and pounced again.
The sounds of breaking bones and chewing flesh could be clearly heard. The university that was once filled with the sounds of reading and the students that were once so busy has become a purgatory of infighting. In the girls' dormitory, a brave girl finally peeked out from the balcony and saw this horrifying scene. They finally understood that after the explosion and gunfire, all the sisters who had gone to trouble Qin Feng had been wiped out, with no one left alive.
In one word, miserable.
And now, Qin Feng is using their corpses to feed the monster downstairs.
Ah. Woo, Qin Feng. Stop it. Don't. They're already dead. Why did you feed them to the zombies? You're so cruel. Wow, I'm crying. My poor roommate.
Qin Feng, please, leave my roommate's body intact.
You crazy devil.
Qin Feng, you are too cruel. I curse you to die a miserable death. You're just like those perverted boys over there.
Do you think feeding your female classmates to zombies is fun? Wow, I cried, I really cried.
Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to the girl's curses and pleas.
A bunch of idiots. If he didn't dispose of the bodies, would he let them live in the corridor with them until they rotted and maggots appeared? He methodically threw the last body down.
After doing all this, he dusted off his hands, and the cell phone in his pocket just happened to vibrate.
These are two new pieces of information. The first one is from Jiang Chui.
Junior Qin Feng, ignore the cries of those stupid women.
I support you.
If they take the initiative to cause trouble for you, you should be prepared to be killed. You did the right thing, you were decisive in killing.
I support you.
For some reason, Jiang Chui attached a beautiful photo of herself at the end of the message. There is no face in the photo, only a pair of extremely long legs. Slender, straight, and well proportioned, wrapped in top quality black stockings, extending from the base of the thigh to the delicate ankle, in the dim light of the mobile phone screen, it exudes an alluring luster, full of the ultimate charm of a mature woman. Qin Feng took a look and replied with one word, yeah. The second message surprised Qin Feng a little. The sender is Su Xia, the campus beauty known as the classical goddess of the Chinese department. She always likes to wear a horse-faced skirt, with a cool and aloof temperament.
Su Xia is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys.
Su Xia is a pure school beauty with a first love face and a beauty that can bring disaster to the country and the people. Su Xia's message was short, but it carried a chilling chill. My idol, Hong Yaoshan, has been disfigured by you.
Qin Feng, you will not die well. Chapter 74, Helping Others, Helping You Get Pregnant. Although Su Xia did not send any photos, but a figure was clearly outlined in Qin Feng's mind. Su Xia, cold, aloof.
She always wears a simple and elegant horse-faced skirt and a high ponytail, walking on campus like a white lotus that is not stained by dust. The classical goddess of the Chinese department, Su Xia. Su Xia, the classic campus beauty, has unparalleled weight and status in the men's center of Binhai University. At the beginning, Sushiya's pure and beautiful face caught the attention of the admissions office teacher. I asked a photographer to take a set of close-up photos of her and put them on the homepage of Binhai University's admissions website.
Many high school seniors apply for Binhai University based on Sushiya's photo.
At the university sports meeting, Sushiya wore a white shirt and a red horse-faced skirt, with a high ponytail and a slender swan neck, holding the sign of the engineering college in both hands. Tingting and Nyonya walked across the red track of the sports field, causing a sensation on the spot. She became the white moonlight of many boys at that time. They all said, "Mom, I'm in love," and vowed to find a girlfriend like her who was gentle, elegant, and otherworldly. Shin Fong also remembered that one time when he went to the library, he met her face to face in the narrow bookshelf aisle. She looked straight ahead, as if there was nothing in front of her. It was Shin Fong who took the initiative to move sideways, allowing her to walk straight ahead. At that time, Shin Fong felt that this school beauty was too pretentious. Now, this chilling message has given us the answer to everything. My boyfriend, Hong Yaoshun, was disfigured by you.
Shin Fong, you will not die well.
It turns out that the guy playing the guitar, Hong Yaoshun, is her man.
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. That's so interesting.
Next, I will let you see with your own eyes what a miserable state your idol will become when I torture him, and see if you can still hold your head high. Shin Fong put his phone back into his pocket and calmly cleaned up the traces on the balcony. Then he returned to the system's white space, holding the still warm AK-47. Shin Fong sat on the sofa in the living room, placed the rifle on the coffee table, disassembled it carefully, wiped the gunpowder residue on every part of the AK-47 with a cloth, then reassembled it and oiled it. He took the remaining bullets out of the magazine one by one, checked them, and stacked them neatly.
Absolute concentration and absolute calmness are his creeds for survival in the doomsday.
After doing all this, Shin Fong took a hot shower to wash away the blood and gunpowder, and his hair was also washed clean. Then, he returned to the master bedroom shirtless and quietly. On the luxurious 2.2-meter high bed, Mu Qingyan was sleeping soundly, covered with a thin quilt and with the air conditioner on.
Shin Fong lifted the silky quilt and lay down in it.
The moment their bodies touched, Mu Qingyan instinctively crawled into his arms like a frightened kitten seeking shelter. She rubbed her nose against his chest and murmured in a dreamy voice,
"Baby, where have you been?"
Shin Fong put his arms around Mu Qingyan and spoke in a calm voice as if he was stating a fact. "There were a few wild dogs barking outside, so I went out to deal with them." Mu Qingyan, who was half asleep and half awake, did not think deeply, but just hugged Shin Fong tighter like an octopus. She buried her head deeply in his arms, with a hint of dependence and resignation that she herself was not even aware of. Mu Qingyan murmured to herself, "I have planted this flower here with you." Shin Fong lowered his head, looking at her delicate hair, and stroked the back of her neck with his other hand, with a tone of command that left no room for questioning.
"Really? You've already admitted defeat?" "Ah!" Mu Qingyan's scream was completely swallowed up in the darkness. Early morning. The 10th day of doomsday.
The campus radio was dead silent, and the supplies promised by the military had not arrived for 3 days. Despair spread like a plague among the survivors, and many chose to escape reality through sleep, because staying awake meant facing hunger and fear. Only in the white space of Qin Feng's system, the years are peaceful.
Mu Qingyan woke up in a soft and warm environment. My whole body felt sore, yet I felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment.
She turned sideways and looked at the handsome profile of Shin Fong, who was still sleeping beside her. She couldn't help but stretch out her finger and gently stroke the firm outline of his chin. This man is the devil and also her god. Mu Qingyan suddenly felt that she had completed a transformation, from a girl to a woman.
Life seems to have become wonderful all of a sudden. From now on, I am also a married woman. There is a little pride, a little shyness, a little emotion, and a little magic.
She quietly took out the mobile phone from under the pillow, the screen lit up, and 6,000 unread messages in the chat group flooded out.
"Oh my god, was it so lively last night? You guys really can chat."
Mu Qingyan clicked it curiously and started reading from the beginning.
One bloody photo after another came into view.
In the photo, Hong Yaoshun, the guitar club idol who once shone brightly on the stage, now has his face covered in blood, and one of his arms was blown to pieces, revealing only half of his bones. It was a horrible sight. Mu Qingyan gasped in fright and subconsciously covered her mouth. When she was a freshman, she was an avid fan of the senior, a fangirl of her junior.
Unexpectedly,
the former male god has fallen into this state.
She continued to scroll down, and segments of shaky videos were shared by her classmates.
In the video, Qin Feng stood on the balcony of the girls' dormitory and threw the bodies of the girls down one by one with an expressionless face.
Downstairs, a dark mass of zombies surged up like a tide, gnawing madly.
The scene was as if Qin Feng was the owner of this group of monsters, and his former classmates were just the food he fed them. What made her shudder even more was that the boys' dormitory across the street, instead of being frightened, erupted in cheers like ghosts howling and wolves howling.
Some even set bedding on fire and threw down flaming footballs to illuminate the bloody feast.
This world has gone completely crazy.
Mu Qingyan's heart began to beat wildly, and her legs trembled uncontrollably.
She finally understood what Qin Feng meant by dealing with a few stray dogs last night. The man beside her pillow was a scythe-wielding, ruthless god of death. He is the master who controls the destiny of boys, and the male god of male gods. Just then, Qin Feng woke up.
He opened his eyes and looked calmly at Mu Qingyan, who was in a daze, and the phone in her hand.
Qin Feng reached out, took the phone from her hand without a trace of politeness, and threw it aside.
"Senior, are you awake?"
His voice was a little hoarse from waking up, but full of irresistible majesty.
"Come here and kiss me." "Oh."
Mu Qingyan responded almost mechanically. Her mind was blank, and her delicate body moved forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck and offering her soft lips.
"Baby, I love you, please don't kill me."
Qin Feng's hand gently stroked her long hair that flowed like a waterfall.
"Shark, what are you doing? Senior is so cute and adorable.
It would be so satisfying to sleep with her every day." Mu Qingyan's delicate body trembled, her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum.
"Qin Feng, are you okay again?"
Qin Feng said and reached out to pinch Mu Qingyan's A4 waist.
"Yes, can't I?" Ding.
The host has continuously caused Mu Qingyan to accumulate a large amount of emotional points.
Name, Mu Qingyan. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Department, School of Law. Type, hot girl sexy type. Hobbies, dancing, fitness, piano. Happiness, Mu Qingyan gained an indescribable extreme life experience, plus 3,000 points.
Sense of security, Mu Qingyan receives absolute protection from the host, plus 2,000 points.
Awe, Mu Qingyan's perception of the host is completely overturned, and she feels a godlike awe. Plus 3,000 points. Host's current points, 109,000 plus 13,000 Mu Qingyan's emotional points plus 8,000 Mu Qingyan's emotional points 10,000 points drone bomb. Host's current points, 110,000 points, plenty of points. Mu Qingyan's emotional progress bar towards the host, ultimate big dog locked. System upgrade. Level 18.
Space increased to 190 square meters.
Reward, a fully automatic smart kitchen 20 square meters. A new area is generated in the white space.
The kitchen floor is covered with high-grade gray matte tiles and the walls are clad in easy-to-clean stone slabs.
In the center is a large island with an integrated flameless induction cooker and a sunken range hood.
Along the wall, built-in refrigerators, ovens, steamers, and microwave ovens are lined up, flashing a cold metallic light.
The sink is ultrasonic cleaning type.
When fruits and vegetables are put in, they will be automatically cleaned and drained.
There is also a fully automatic dishwasher next to it, which truly frees your hands.
The entire kitchen is full of a futuristic sense of technology, forming a heaven and hell contrast with the doomsday wasteland outside.
60 minutes later. Mu Qingyan looked like she had just been pulled out of the water. Wrapped in a bath towel, she ran towards the bathroom with unsteady steps. In the bathroom, Lin Yue was wearing a pink nightgown with cute cartoon patterns, and was sitting on the toilet with sleepy eyes, flushing the toilet.
When he saw Mu Qingyan's appearance when she came in, he immediately became energetic and whistled mischievously.
"Hey, senior sister Qingyan, the battle was really intense last night. You felt dizzy even when you were walking." Mu Qingyan's face turned red with shame, and she grabbed a towel and tried to cover her mouth. What nonsense are you talking about?"
Lin Yue giggled and lowered her voice. "Don't be shy, tell the sisters, our baby Qin Feng, is he very amazing?" Afterwards, Qin Feng lay leisurely on the bed, opened his mobile phone and saw a new message.
"I saw several new messages from Jiang Chudi's boyfriend Hui Nan. Hi, Mr. Qin Feng, good morning."
Qin Feng replied with one word.
"Good.
Boss, your deeds last night have already been deified in the chat group."
"Well done."
Hong Yaoshan, that idiotic self-proclaimed male god, has long been displeased with him. Boss Qin Feng, you're truly enforcing justice. Qin Feng replied with another word.
And those female boxers, just die. Seriously, these ugly women are a waste of food. Feeding them to the zombies is simply a delight.
Brother Qin Feng, I won't say much. This card has 10,000 yuan in it, as a gift to you. I just have one request, please take care of my Chu Yi in the future.
When it's time for dinner, just ask your girlfriend to bring her some food.
Below is a pink transfer notification for 10,000 yuan.
Yes. Qin Feng clicked on the payment button.
Although it's the end of the world and money is useless, it can stabilize Huinan.
Thank you, sir. Boss Qin Feng, you are truly a living bodhisattva.
Qin Feng looked at the last message, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly typed a reply.
You're welcome. Being willing to help others is my glorious tradition. Chapter 75 Daily Life Living with 3 Girls. Qin Feng got up and walked to the bathroom door.
The sounds of Lin Yue and Mu Qingyan talking and laughing came from inside the door, one was on the toilet and the other was in the shower. Qin Feng lives with 3 girls and there is only one bathroom. Especially since they are 3 stunning beauties, the scenery in the early morning is quite interesting. This was Qin Feng's first time living with 3 girls. He didn't expect the girls to occupy the bathroom for so long and was caught off guard. He said to the system in his mind.
System, these girls are too slow in going to the bathroom.
Next time, there should be another bathroom in the space. It should be bigger and more luxurious.
System, received. Qin Feng turned and walked towards the second bedroom.
Tang Tang was sleeping soundly. She was wearing a pure white silk nightgown, and her long, smooth black hair was spread on the pillow, which made her face look delicate and her skin whiter than snow. Qin Feng walked to the bed, gently slid his fingers through her hair, then leaned over and plundered her delicate lips wantonly. Tang Tang was disturbed in her sleep, her long eyelashes trembling. She opened her eyes hazily, with a hint of lazy and innocent expression.
Ah, husband, what are you doing? I'm still sleeping. Qin Feng's fingertips hooked a strand of her hair and he smiled softly.
They occupied the restroom, so I came to see my good senior.
Tang Tang pouted and said coquettishly.
Then you can't interrupt my sweet dream. I just dreamed about shopping in SKP, and you woke me up with a kiss.
Hate it. Do girls all like bags?
Qin Feng asked playfully.
Yes, husband, you buy it for me too. Tang Tang's eyes were full of anticipation.
Qin Feng chuckled, it's the end of the world now, the mall is full of zombies, why are you buying a bag?
Are you crazy?
Tang Tang said as a matter of course, you are so powerful, with guns and cannons, why don't you kill all the zombies? Then the whole mall will be ours.
We don't need to buy anything, we can just rob it.
Qin Feng's smile deepened when he heard this.
Women, your thinking is so simple and crude.
He took out his cell phone and found Tang Tang's dialogue box. With a ding sound, an orange-red transfer information of 10,000 yuan suddenly appeared on the screen.
Qin Feng said slowly, Senior sister, check your phone.
Tang Tang picked up the phone, and when she saw the glaring 10,000 yuan, her beautiful big eyes lit up instantly, as if stars were falling into them.
She had never received such a large transfer.
Although money is like waste paper in the apocalypse, this feeling of being pampered made her heart beat faster.
She asked in surprise. Husband, why are you transferring so much money to me?
Qin Feng's smile was filled with a hint of lazy indulgence. After the apocalypse is over, senior sister, take this 10,000 yuan and go buy the donkey brands and tags you like.
Tang Tang was amused by him and smiled brightly. She corrected him, that's called LV and Dior. It's all the same. Great, husband. Thank you for the red envelope, I hope the apocalypse will pass quickly.
Tang Tang excitedly held the phone in his hands, took the initiative to move forward and gave her a sweet kiss. The two were being affectionate in bed when Lin Yue happened to come out of the bathroom. She leaned against the doorframe, crossed her arms, and knocked on the door sourly. Hey, it's broad daylight, please be careful of the impact. Qin Feng and Tang Tang then separated. Tang Tang's pretty face flushed slightly, but she was full of pride and boasting. She shook her phone and raised her eyebrows at Lin Yue.
Yue, guess what Qin Feng did just now?
Lin Yue curled her lips, what else can I do?
You kissed, I saw it all. More than that. The smile on Tang Tang's lips became more cunning. What else? Lin Yue came over curiously.
Tang Tang held up the phone screen in front of her, looking proud like a little peacock.
Look.
Your husband sent me a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Lin Yue's attention was instantly attracted by the string of numbers, and a strong sense of jealousy surged in her heart. She immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, rubbing her body against him, and said coquettishly,
"Ah, baby. You gave senior sister Tang Tang 10,000 yuan, but you didn't give it to me? Is it that I'm not beautiful anymore, or that I don't love you anymore, or that I'm not gentle and considerate enough in bed?"
As she spoke, Lin Yue kissed Qin Feng all over the face like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Feng smiled and pinched her slender A4 waist, took out his cell phone. I also transferred a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to Lin Yue. These women are so vicious and brainless.
In this doomsday world, what's the use of asking for money? I'm speechless.
Qin Feng's tone was full of joking.
All right, I'll satisfy you, you jealous little bastard. The money from doomsday is only good enough to make you happy.
Lin Yue received the red envelope and immediately smiled and hugged Qin Feng tightly.
Who says it's useless? This is my future shopping fund.
When the zombie crisis is over, we can go shopping.
Thank you, husband. I love you so much.
As she spoke, Lin Yue threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and twisted around. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of Lin Yue's hair, enjoying this moment of tenderness, then patted her, got up and walked towards the bathroom. The sound of water was rushing in the shower room, and Mu Qingyan's delicate voice came from behind the frosted glass.
Honey, I forgot to bring a bath towel, can you help me get it? Qin Feng curled the corners of his mouth, walked into the bedroom, and picked up the light blue bath towel that Mu Qingyan used yesterday. He walked into the steamy bathroom, and Mu Qingyan had just turned off the water.
Qin Feng opened the glass door and unfolded the bath towel himself, wrapping Mu Qingyan's exquisite body tightly like a rice dumpling made of white glutinous rice.
He whispered in her ear, "If you forget again next time, the punishment won't be just this."
Qin Feng also took a shower to wash away his fatigue and sweat. When he came out of the bedroom, the three girls in the living room were already dressed up, forming a beautiful sight. Lin Yue wore a white sports vest that exposed her belly, paired with a pair of high-waisted denim shorts, looking youthful and energetic, with her A4 waist faintly visible. Tang Tang wore a gentle beige knitted hip-hugging long skirt, which outlined her mature and slender curves, making her look intellectual and elegant.
Mu Qingyan is even more bold.
She wears a tight black leather suspender skirt, which shows off her hot and sexy figure to the fullest. She is full of wild charm and fully lives up to the title of cheerleading captain. At this moment, Lin Yue and Tang Tang were holding their mobile phones, showing off the big red envelopes Qin Feng gave them in front of Mu Qingyan.
Lin Yue smiled sweetly. "Yenner, look at what this is, you don't have it, do you?" Tang Tang smiled brightly. "Yes, I have one too." Mu Qingyan immediately became jealous when she saw this.
She flirted into Qin Feng's arms, using her delicate body to warm his cold heart, and caressed his neck with her warm breath, saying coquettishly,
"Hubby, why did you give them red envelopes and not me? Is it because I'm new and ignorant? I will be a good boy today and never ask you to get a towel again. I'll get you one, okay?" Mu Qingyan hugged Qin Feng's arms coquettishly. Chapter 76 Sour Soup Fish, Girls Drooling.
Qin Feng pinched Mu Qingyan's snow-white and soft arm and said with a smile, Okay, I'll send you one too." He took out his cell phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Mu Qingyan. This money was transferred to him by Huinan.
It is useless.
It seems that it can only be used to coax these thoughtless girls.
Isn't money just worthless paper in the end times? I wonder what you like about it. To be honest, they are all waste paper. Qin Feng said.
Mu Qingyan received the red envelope and immediately smiled.
Whatever, if they have it, I must have it too.
Even though I can't spend money now, I can save it. If the apocalypse is over one day, I can go shopping. Qin Feng looked at the three girls who looked very satisfied and said, Alright, you guys are right.
Mu Qingyan said with some distress, "It's a pity that my beautiful clothes are all in dormitory 424. It's not convenient to go back and get them." Lin Yue and Tang Tang pulled Qin Feng's arm in unison. "I'm hungry, husband, when is dinner?" "How can I not be hungry if I sleep in now?" Qin Feng said.
"It's almost noon," the three girls protested in unison.
"Okay."
Qin Feng thought about it and spent 10,000 points.
The next second, a sumptuous guizhou dish appeared out of thin air on the table. It was a feast of sour and spicy. A large pot of golden and translucent sour fish soup. The soup base is made with tomatoes and secret spices. The fish fillet is white and tender, with a layer of bright red chili oil and emerald green chopped green onions floating on the surface. Just smelling the sour and appetizing aroma is enough to make people salivate. A plate of fried bacon with zircon. The bacon is fried until it is fragrant. The oil soaks into every crispy and tender piece of watercress, and the unique fishy aroma is intertwined with the salty and fragrant meat flavor, forming a wonderful flavor that is hard to stop. There are also exquisite silk dumplings, with more than a dozen kinds of finely chopped vegetables placed next to the thin dough, waiting for diners to wrap it by hand and dip it in special sauce. There is also the rosy-colored, fragrant spicy chicken, and the crispy on the outer and tender on the inner tofu dumplings. And a bowl of chongwang noodles with rich soup and abundant contents. The color, aroma, and taste of the food on the table instantly ignited the taste buds of the three girls. Wow! Fish and sour soup. This tastes so delicious. I love this dish. Lin Yue's eyes were shining. Tang Tang wiped the saliva that flowed unconsciously from the corner of his mouth and sobbed. It's so delicious I'm crying. I can't stop drooling before I even start eating. It's sour, spicy, and fragrant. It goes really well with rice. Mu Qingyan pointed at the dish and said proudly. Je er Jen. I'm an expert at eating this, many people can't get used to it. Tang Tang avoided it. Yeah, the smell of Hautuinia cordata, anyway. Mu Qingyan smiled but said nothing. I'm used to it. It's the same as Qin Feng's. The three girls were about to feast on their food when Qin Feng spoke slowly. Wait a moment. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep and a little playful. Go call Jiang Chuyi over and eat together. Lin Yue and Tang Tang looked at each other, silently complaining about Qin Feng as a pervert in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. Mu Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she almost jumped up with excitement. Okay. Should I pretend to pour the food on the ground in front of her this time? Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil smile. No. This time, Senior Qingyan, I have a more interesting way to tease her. Mu Qingyan immediately cheered and jumped for joy. She knew that Qin Feng was full of bad intentions, so she smiled cunningly and said, Okay. I'll get Jiang Chuyi to you right away. You'd better tie her up and make her kneel on the marble floor to eat, just like you did to me before. Qin Feng just smiled and said nothing. He waved his hand and ordered the three girls. By the way, dress her up nicely, wear some black or white stockings or something and bring her over. Lin Yue, oh. Tang Tang, oh. Mu Qingyan, oh. The three girls immediately obeyed the order, touched up their lipstick, sprayed some perfume, and walked towards dormitory 424 in a fancy way. And in dormitory 424, Jiang Chuyi was lying on the bed, recalling the delicious food she had eaten in her dream last night, tossing and turning because of hunger. Dormitory 424. Jiang Chuyi woke up because she was hungry, her stomach was empty and she felt uneasy. Last night, she had a sweet dream. In the dream, Qin Feng fed her Yunnan vegetables and xiangxi. In her dream, she ate the mushroom hot pot and the Hunan dish of chopped pepper fish head until her mouth was full of oil. She devoured them all in no time and couldn't stop drooling. Unfortunately, when I opened my eyes, all the delicacies disappeared, leaving only a wet spot on my pillow. Saliva, the saliva actually wet the pillow. Jiang Chuyi scratched her thick hair in frustration. When did I become so greedy? She felt a wave of emptiness in her stomach, so she grabbed her phone and, suppressing her irritability, sent a message to her boyfriend Huinan. Where's breakfast? Didn't you say you gave Qin Feng a red envelope and asked him to bring me breakfast? The message was sent and the other party replied almost instantly. Huinan's words revealed a sense of hurried flattery. Right away. Don't worry, baby, I've already made all the arrangements. Qin Feng has been won over by my money offensive, I promise to make sure you're well fed. Jiang Chuyi looked at the screen, but felt no warmth in her heart. Money offensive? In this world, money is worthless. She typed the following line weakly. Why hasn't he come yet? It's almost noon. I woke up hungry at 5 in the morning and wanted to eat something delicious. Huinan, okay, I'll urge you again, baby, don't cry. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Boom boom boom. Jiang Chuyi jumped up from the bed with a start, moving as fast as a frightened rabbit. She was wearing only a small gray tank top and short pajama pants, revealing her busty figure and long legs. What if Qin Feng came in person?
Zhang Chuyi tiptoed to the door, opened it a crack, and looked out cautiously. Standing outside the door was not Qin Feng, but three girls dressed up beautifully. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, the roommate who deliberately spilled food on the floor last time. Lin Yue has a pure and sexy look, and the white sports vest makes her arms look particularly soft and charming. Tang Tang, the queen, is wearing a long skirt that covers her hips, showing off her S-shaped curves and round peach buttocks. And Mu Qingyan, the green tea bitch, a 170 centimeters tall cheerleader captain, wearing a black suspender, her collarbone could hold water. However, the three girls had nothing in their hands, and didn't look like they were here to deliver food. Zhang Chuyi was puzzled, but she still opened the door. "You, young ladies, why are you all here?" Lin Yue looked Zhang Chuyi up and down, her big eyes full of admiration, and whistled.
"Senior sister is so hot. Come on, dress up and take you out to eat." Tang Tang's eyes fell on Zhang Chuyi's straight and slender long legs, and he was amazed.
"Wow, senior sister Chuyi, you have such a great figure.
Aren't you cold wearing so little?" Chapter 77 176 centimeters car model, wearing black and white stockings.
Mu Qingyan stood aside with her arms folded, smiling like a spider spirit.
There was a hint of command in his tone. "Don't just stand there.
Qin Feng specifically asked you to come over for dinner, and he even asked the three of us to come and treat him with such fanfare.
That's enough respect for you, right? Hurry up." Zhang Chuyi's heart skipped a beat. Qin Feng asked me to come over for dinner? Didn't he deliver the food? She didn't know whether it was because she finally had something to eat, or because
Qin Feng called her over.
Zhang Chuyi's mind was in a mess.
The cruel scene in last night's video where Qin Feng threw the girls off the balcony one by one to feed the zombies flashed through his mind. The nightmare last night where he turned into a zombie and pounced on her bed also flashed through her mind. In the nightmare, Qin Feng transformed into a zombie, first eating her brain, then baring his white teeth, and eating his own stomach. Zhang Chuyi felt that she was a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Qin Feng, and could only be eaten up and fully developed by him. I don't know if that dream was a nightmare or a happy dream of a boy or girl. Now, having lunch with the Grim Reaper was both terrifying and filled with a deadly thrill.
Besides, this time she was invited to eat. Mu Qingyan couldn't overturn the table of food again, right? "Hurry up, Shui, the food is on the table, we are all hungry." Lin Yue walked into the dormitory impatiently and opened Zhang Chuyi's wardrobe. "Shui, you look absolutely stunning in this slip dress. It really brings out the best of your long legs."
"That's right, wearing this makes your legs almost 1.8 meters long."
"Well, Qin Feng will definitely like it."
The three women were like mice that broke into a rice warehouse. Excitedly, he rummaged through Zhang Chuyi's wardrobe and dressing table.
Zhang Chuyi herself became an outsider. Mu Qingyan picked up a box of stockings, raised her eyebrows, and smiled meaningfully.
"Senior Chuyi, baby Qin Feng asked you to wear some stockings and show them to him." Zhang Chuyi's cheeks felt slightly hot and she bit her lower lip.
"What? This is what Qin Feng said? Wear stockings for him to see?"
Zhang Chuyi opened her stockings drawer, which was filled with a dazzling array of items, black, white, flesh-colored, with letters, diamond-studded, gold-colored, Balenciaga, etc. She didn't know how to choose for a moment.
Mu Qingyan was the most creative.
She picked up a pair of black and white silk stockings and said with a smile, "Only children make choices.
Adults want them all. One on each side, isn't that perfect?"
This proposal was bold and unusual, but it inexplicably made Zhang Chuyi feel a little excited. So, with the joint efforts of three fashion consultants, Zhang Chuyi has a brand new look. She changed into that dark blue suspender skirt, the hem of which just covered her thighs, making her skin look white. She put on foundation, drew delicate eyeliner, and wore colored contact lenses, making her eyes look big and bright. Finally, she followed Mu Qingwan's advice and put on pure black stockings on her left leg and pure white stockings on her right leg. The black and white were clearly distinguished, and the visual impact was extremely strong. Putting on a pair of 4 cm pointed high heels, her height of 176 cm instantly rises to 1.8 meters.
The car model's aura is fully open and she sways gracefully.
Lin Yue took a step back exaggeratedly.
"Oh my god, are you going to the auto show? I can't stand next to you. It makes me look shorter."
Tang Tang also said sourly, "I used to be quite confident about my height, but now it seems that I'd better forget it." Mu Qingyan was very satisfied with her masterpiece and patted Zhang Chuyi on the shoulder.
"Shui, let me be honest, even though we have a little conflict, your legs are truly amazing. Even I, a woman, want to touch them.
Jiang Chuyi felt a little flattered when she heard the compliment, you can touch it twice.
Mu Qinyan patted Jiang Chuyi's long legs and said 2 words with a smile. Play.
Year. The 4 girls locked the door and walked towards dormitory 301. The corridor was lifeless, but the appearance of the 4 of them was like a beautiful landscape, instantly igniting all hidden gazes. Countless pairs of eyes were peeping behind the dormitory doors, and the small chat group of girls was already in an uproar.
It's over, another campus beauty has fallen. This time it's Jiang Chuyi. I saw it.
Those legs, in those black and white stockings.
They're amazing. Doesn't Jiang Chuyi have a boyfriend?
I'm afraid Hui Nan's head has already turned green like a meadow.
I seem to have discovered a pattern.
Qin Feng only targets beautiful girls on campus who have boyfriends.
The truth is out above. Whoever is the boyfriend of the school beauty is in a high-risk job now.
Thankfully, I look safe, and my boyfriend is safe too.
Oh, this is what you call a school beauty?
For a stutter, she has no shame at all.
Even if I were starving, I would still go. Can dignity be eaten? Exactly. Didn't you see the complexions of those 4 people?
They were all rosy-cheeked, just like before the apocalypse. They must have been eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks every day, and Qin Feng had kept them plump and white.
Are you raising a licking dog? Woof woof. I'm willing to be a bootlicker. I'm starving. If anyone gives me a bite to eat, I'll kowtow to them.
The outside world's discussions did not affect the 4 girls at all.
Finally, a group of school beauties stopped in front of the door of dormitory 301.
Jiang Chuyi stood at the front, her heart pounding. She took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock on the door. Qin Feng sat on a broken bench in dormitory 301, waiting for his prey to come. The door lock of room 301 had been kicked in by him a long time ago, and the door was only ajar and could not be locked at all. He heard the sound of high heels coming from the corridor outside.
Day.
Crisp, dense, and with an unconcealed flamboyance. The sound of someone walking like this must be that of a beautiful woman, and more than one. The door was pushed open.
Sure enough, his 3 wives brought Jiang Chuyi over.
The 3 little wives each have their own beauty, and the expressions on their faces are also different and wonderful. There was a subtle hint of teasing in Lin Yuwei's smiling eyes. She knew that Jiang Chuyi's coming today was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, with no way out. Tang Tang lowered his head slightly, not daring to look Qin Feng in the eye. She was worried about Jiang Chuyi in her heart.
This beautiful 176 centimeters senior is about to become the next prey.
Of course, sometimes, it's hard to tell who's the hunter or the hunted. Mu Qinyan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, her eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. She couldn't wait to see what new tricks Qin Feng would use to bully Jiang Chuyi, her female roommate who had always been in conflict with her. The excitement almost overflowed from her eyes. Qin Feng's gaze passed over his 3 wives and fell precisely on senior Jiang Chuyi. Today a senior schoolmate can be described as a beauty on earth and a beauty in troubled times.
A dark blue suspender dress tightly wrapped around her exquisite body, outlining her breathtaking curves.
The skirt was very short, barely covering the base of her thighs, revealing her long legs, which she was proud of, without reservation. And those legs are endowed with the ultimate visual impact. One leg is wearing mysterious and sexy black stockings, which makes the leg lines tighter and longer, exuding an aura of abstinence and temptation. The other leg was clad in pure white stockings, which shone softly in the dim dormitory light, making the leg appear plump and full of youthful fleshiness.
Black and white, contraction and expansion, abstinence and innocence.
The 2 completely opposite styles have achieved a strange yet harmonious unity in her, making it impossible to look away.
Chapter 78 Arrogant School Beauty, please lower your head and wash the dishes.
Jiang Chuyi wore a pair of 4 centimeters high-heeled shoes, which increased her already amazing height to 1.8 meters. It made her look like a proud white swan in front of the other 3 girls. Qin Feng's eyes were like hooks, sweeping across Jiang Chuyi's face, to her collarbone, and then to her stunning legs, inch by inch. Jiang Chuyi felt hot all over when he looked at her, and her cheeks flushed instantly. I subconsciously wanted to close my legs, but I felt that this action was too deliberate. She suddenly remembered the nightmare she had last night. In the dream, Qin Feng was not a human at all. He transformed into a zombie and quietly sneaked into her dormitory 424 in the middle of the night. She could clearly feel Qin Feng's cold body and smell the faint smell of blood on him, which was the breath of death. In the dark nightmare, Qin Feng didn't say a word. He just stared at her with his emotionless eyes, and then bit her neck. It was an indescribable feeling, a mixture of extreme fear and unspeakable excitement. There was even a tinge of shame, pain, and pleasure intertwined together, causing Jiang Chuyi to suddenly wake up in a cold sweat. It seemed that her blood had been washed away by Qin Feng, and her body had been eaten up and fully developed. At this moment, Jiang Chuyi faced the male protagonist of the nightmare. This guy just used an AK-47 to kill his classmates and his idol yesterday, blowing his arm in half. Jiang Chuyi's heart was beating wildly as he threw the bodies of his female classmates down the stairs one by one to feed the zombies. Nervous as fearful, yet with a hint of morbid anticipation. Jiang Chuyi bit her lips hard, trying to use the slight pain to calm the waves in her heart.
Senior Chuyi, welcome.
Qin Feng looked at her and spoke slowly, his voice calm and composed.
Jiang Chuyi's body trembled slightly, and she responded in a low voice. Yeah. Thank you, Junior, for giving me food.
Qin Feng sneered in his heart.
Senior sister, now that you are here, don't even think about leaving.
He stood up and, moving as fast as lightning, stretched out his two hands and grabbed the wrists of the four girls. His palms were warm and strong, and did not allow any resistance.
With a bang.
Jiang Chuyi only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the whole world spun around in an instant. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and entered an unknown dimension. When she stood firm again, she was stunned by the scene before her. This is a spacious living room decorated in pure white. It is so large that it is even more exaggerated than the largest tiered classroom in the school. Soft leather sofas, crystal clear crystal coffee tables, and a large LCD TV that takes up an entire wall. A massage chair that looks full of technology, a dining table that can accommodate 6 people at the same time, and a temperature-controlled wine cabinet filled with various famous wines. Over there is a bright and shiny open kitchen with all the necessary kitchen utensils, sparkling.
Oh my god, what is this place? Jiang Chuyi's mind went blank.
She even wondered if she was hallucinating because she had been hungry for too long. This was completely beyond her comprehension. What made her even more crazy was that the huge dining table was already filled with a wide variety of delicious food.
Today's theme is the sour and spicy appetizing Guizhou cuisine.
The air was filled with the overbearing aroma of a rich mixture of sour soup and chili peppers, like an invisible hand, roughly prying open everyone's taste buds, causing people to drool wildly.
Wow! It smells so good. Can you eat it now? It'll get cold if you don't eat it now.
Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qinyan were already accustomed to this kind of scene. Their eyes were shining and their mouths were almost watering.
Qin Feng nodded. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yue and the others pushed and pulled Qin Feng from the left and right, and pressed him to the main seat at the dining table, which was also the position of the head of the household. After Qin Feng said let's eat, the 3 girls immediately turned into gluttons and started showing off their food like crazy. Especially the sour soup fish, the fish meat is tender and the soup is sour and refreshing, it is simply the most delicious thing in the world. They ate with oil dripping from the corners of their mouths, and the school beauties had no manners at all, shoveling rice in their mouths. Qin Feng picked up a tissue, wiped the corners of his 3 wives' mouths one by one, and instructed. Yue, eat slowly and don't choke. It's all yours anyway. Senior Tang Tang, that's not the case. Senior Yenner, slow down.
Jiang Chuyi, however, was much more reserved than the last time she had dinner with Qin Feng. She sat down carefully, paying attention to her posture and appearance at all times, and she didn't eat in a hurry at all.
Jiang Chuyi herself found it strange.
In front of her boyfriend Huanan, she is always careless, doesn't know how to sit or eat properly, and is a real tomboy. But today, in front of Qin Feng, Jiang Chuyi couldn't help but want to appear dignified, gentle and beautiful, and must act like a lady from a noble family. So when Jiang Chuyi ate, every movement was elegant and intelligent, neither hurried nor slow. Even when spitting out fish bones, he used a tissue to catch them, his posture was so elegant as if he was in a movie.
Moreover, she deliberately sat sideways.
This angle allowed Qin Feng to see her long legs in black and white stockings most clearly. Qin Feng's eyes fell on her legs. He looked at her legs for a few seconds and suddenly asked,
Senior, why are you wearing black stockings on one leg and white stockings on the other? Here we come.
Jiang Chuyi was delighted and immediately began the academic discussion she had prepared with Qin Feng.
It's fashionable to wear this way now. Qin Feng. Oh.
This is the first time I've seen a girl wearing black stockings on one leg and white stockings on the other.
Is there any scientific reason for this?
Jiang Chuyi cleared her throat and said in a fashion guru-like tone. Black stockings make you look thinner visually, while white stockings make your legs look fuller, which means they appear fleshier. Putting these two together creates a strong visual impact and a sense of asymmetrical beauty.
Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, then asked in an extremely serious tone. Will it make one leg look fat and the other thin? Jiang Chuyi.
Her carefully prepared fashion theory was silenced by the simplest and most plain words.
Puff. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan beside them could no longer hold back and all burst out laughing.
Mu Qingyan laughed so hard she fell backwards. Qin Feng baby, you are such a straight man. I am dying of laughter. Lin Yue laughed and said, this sour soup fish is so delicious. Senior Chuyi, eat the fish quickly. It tastes amazing. I can eat 3 bowls of rice. Tang Tang also joined in the fun. Yes, there's also this Hatuinia chordata. Yue, hurry up and eat it, it's good for your beauty. Hatuinia? I won't eat it. You eat it yourself. It smells fishy.
Lin Yue dodged it in disgust. The girls were in a mess, forcing each other to eat Hatuinia chordata.
The unique smell made Lin Yue and Tang Tang avoid it. Only Mu Qingyan liked to eat Hatuinia chordata.
Qin Feng also picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, tasted it, and chewed it, without any special expression.
It's okay, pretty good. Before I knew it, the meal had taken an hour and a half.
They devoured all the dishes on the table in no time, leaving only a mess of cups and plates. Lin Yue and the others touched their bellies and collapsed on their chairs.
It's over, how can I lose weight? I'm full again.
Mu Qingyan stood up and said, I'll go to the refrigerator and cut some watermelon for you to help you digest the food. Qin Feng looked at the mess on the table, his eyes swept across the faces of the girls who had eaten and drunk their fill, and finally, stopped on Jiang Chuyi. Jiang Chuyi is trying hard to maintain her last bit of elegance at this moment.
Senior.
Qin Feng spoke lightly.
Jiang
Chuyi raised her head and met his gaze.
You wash the dishes. The smile on Jiang Chuyi's face froze instantly. You invited me to come over for dinner, am I not a guest? You asked the guests to wash the dishes? Chapter 79 Jiang Chuyi's tears. Jiang Chuyi retorted, no, Qin Feng, didn't my boyfriend give you money for dinner? Qin Feng sneered, food money? This is the end of the world. Is your boyfriend's money enough to buy all these ingredients for me? Jiang Chuyi.
Qin Feng sneered, of course, you don't have to wash.
You can go back to your dormitory 424 now. I won't stop you. But, don't come next time. I won't accept your boyfriend's money. Jiang Chuyi, don't.
In the end, Jiang Chuyi almost gritted her teeth and said 4 words through her teeth.
Okay, I'll wash it.
Jiang Chuyi bit her smooth lower lip, her heart in turmoil. I dressed up carefully today and put on this most figure-flattering battle robe. There is also 1 black silk thread and 1 white silk thread, just for you, Qin Feng, to appreciate.
So, you asked me to wash the dishes for you? An indescribable feeling of humiliation surged into my heart.
But when she looked at Qin Feng's eyes that seemed to see through everything, she couldn't say a word of resistance. Thus, a very impactful picture appeared. In the living room, 3 girls, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, were lazily sinking in the soft sofa, and the coffee table in front of them was filled with sliced watermelon and fruit platters.
Last year's comedy variety show was playing on TV.
The 3 girls were laughing so hard that they were shaking with laughter. From time to time, they would pick up a piece of iced watermelon with toothpicks and enjoy their after dinner time comfortably. In the kitchen, Jiang Chuyi looked like a bullied young wife, or more like a captured maid. She silently carried the messy dishes and cups on the dining table into the kitchen sink one by one. Looking at the high-tech built-in dishwasher, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she squatted down to figure out how to use it.
Senior. Qin Feng's voice suddenly came from behind. He was leaning against the kitchen doorframe, his arms folded across his chest, with a half-smile on his face. Senior, you are not allowed to use the dishwasher. Jiang Chuyi shuddered, turned around, and looked at him in disbelief. Why? Qin Feng, the dishwasher can't clean it properly. Jiang Chuyi, who said that?
I heard that dishwashers clean dishes very cleanly.
The dishes are still hot and disinfected.
Shin Feng said coldly, if I say it's not clean, then it's not clean.
Jiang Chuyi bit her lip. You want me to wash it by hand? Yes. Shin Feng's smile contained a hint of amusement that left no room for questioning. Whoa, why?
Jiang Chuyi's voice was filled with tears, and she began to act coquettishly unconsciously. How could you treat me like this?
At home, I never have to wash dishes. This is not your home.
Shin Feng stated the fact calmly. He paused, glanced at the dishes, and added, after washing, put them one by one in the disinfection cabinet.
Jiang Chuyi was about to cry.
She has grown up to be the good baby of the family, the apple of her parents' eyes, the goddess of boys, the beauty that makes passers-by turn their heads, and the focus of the old French photographer's camera at the car show. She had never been involved in any domestic harassment before, so how could she have suffered such an injustice?
Okay. Jiang Chuyi finally gave in.
In order to prevent the oil from staining her beloved suspender skirt, she had to deal with herself first. Her long, wavy, meticulously styled chestnut hair would get in the way while washing dishes.
Tang, lend me a rubber band.
She shouted towards the living room.
Oh.
Tang quickly ran over and handed her a cute strawberry hairband, with a complex look of sympathy and schadenfreude in her eyes, then ran away. Jiang Chuyi took the hairband, turned her back to Qin Feng, gathered her hair together, and tied it neatly into a high ponytail. With her hair tied up, the smooth and graceful lines of her neck were fully revealed, as elegant as a white swan.
Under the thin straps of the dark blue suspender dress, a large area of snow-white skin and delicate butterfly bones glowed with an alluring luster under the bright light of the kitchen. Then, Jiang Chuyi squatted down a little awkwardly and searched for an apron in the cupboard. Finally, she found a pink cartoon apron, put it on her head with some disgust, then stretched out her slender arms and fumbled to tie the straps on the back. But the belt seemed to be deliberately against her and she couldn't tie it properly. Suddenly, a pair of boys' hands reached out from behind her and naturally took the laces from her hands. It's Qin Feng.
He was so close that Jiang Chuyi could even smell the refreshing and pleasant scent on him and feel the heat from his breath gently brushing against her ears and the back of her neck. Her body froze instantly and her heart skipped a beat.
Qin Feng actually hugged me from behind. Qin Feng's slender fingers deftly tied a beautiful bow for Jiang Chuyi. However, at the moment it was tied, Qin Feng's palm slid down and slapped Jiang Chuyi's round and plump buttocks neither lightly nor heavily. Pop. Crisp and elastic. Ah. Jiang Chuyi's mind buzzed and went blank. Qin Feng groped me? How dare he? Feel sorry.
Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of suppressed laughter, but it sounded particularly sincere.
My hand slipped, I didn't mean to. Who would believe that? You did it on purpose.
Jiang Chuyi screamed wildly in her heart, but her face was burning with anger, and she didn't dare to refute a single word. She could only stand in front of the sink and turn on the faucet, feeling humiliated and ashamed. Warm water rushed down, she picked up a plate stained with sour soup fish oil, and began to wash dishes for the first time in her life. There were at least a dozen plates, 5 people's bowls, and a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. Fortunately, she didn't have to wash the pot. She stood there, and even when she was doing the most embarrassing housework, her height of 176 centimeters still made her stand tall and straight. The apron tightened her waist, but it only highlighted her amazing waist-to-hip ratio. 2 pairs of stunningly long legs wrapped in black and white stockings were slightly apart to maintain the balance of the body. She lowered her head slightly, and the lines of her profile were extremely soft. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes are now filled with mist, and crystal tears hang on the long eyelashes.
Pilgrim, sexy and helpless.
Qin Feng, like a supervisor, not only did not leave, but pointed and commented with interest.
See that bowl, senior? There's still oil on the edge. Rinse it off with hot water. A spoon, yes, that one, rub the grease off it with your fingers.
As a model at the auto show, Jiang Chuyi has long, carefully maintained nails with expensive crystal manicures to look good on camera. Now, these beautiful nails have become the biggest burden for her to wash dishes. She rubbed it carefully with her fingertips, but when she pressed too hard on the edge of a plate, there was a crisp click sound. A piercing pain came from the fingertips. Her longest and most beautiful middle fingernail broke with a sound.
Ah! Jiang Chuyi gasped in pain and tears instantly came down.
Before she could finish feeling sad, the nail on her index finger broke with a snap when she was washing another bowl. Qin Feng looked at her pitiful appearance, and instead of feeling sympathy, he frowned.
Senior, what's the point of growing your nails so long? Look, it really affects your efficiency in washing dishes.
He ordered in a tone that brooked no negotiation. Later, you and Mu Qingyan will need a pair of nail clippers, and cut them all for me.
What? No. Zhang Chui finally couldn't help it and retorted with a crying voice. I'm a model, so nails are a must.
Otherwise, other car models would get manicures, but mine costs 1,088 yuan per session, which is very expensive.
It's the end of the world, and you still want to be a car show model?
Xin Feng sneered and ruthlessly shattered her fantasy.
Wake up!
The cars outside are all jammed on the road, all broken down. The drivers on the street have turned into zombies, and the roads are paralyzed.
Who will still go to the car show? Who will still buy a car? Who will still give you money?
Xin Feng's words were like the sharpest knife, piercing Zhang Chuyi's heart.
Yes, it's the end.
Everything she was proud of, her career, her glamorous life, were all gone. The grievance, pain, humiliation, and despair about the future completely broke down her psychological defenses at this moment. The big tears could no longer be controlled and rolled down from her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
Xin Feng is too good at bullying people. Really good at it. Bite.
Zhang Chuyi interacted with the host for the third time, generating a massive amount of emotion.
Name, Zhang Chuyi. Gender, female. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Economics. Style, nine-headed queen, peerless legs.
Hobbies, taking selfies, shopping, and enjoying the spotlight. Humiliation, I came to the boys' dormitory to eat, but was forced to wash the dishes myself.
Wow, plus 1,000 points.
Pain, 2 of my carefully maintained nails are broken.
It hurts and I'm heartbroken. Woohoo! Plus 1,000 points.
Ambiguous, Xin Feng has been staring at me from behind with a fiery gaze, and even took a photo of me, with ill intentions.
Plus 2,000 points.
Submission, Xin Feng actually asked me to cut off all my nails.
He's so overbearing. Woohoo! Plus 1,000 points. Indignant, why can Lin Yue and the others just sit on the sofa and eat watermelon and watch TV while I have to sit here like a maid and wash dishes?
I want the same status, plus 2,000 points.
Disappointment, what's the point of Hui Nan as a boyfriend? His girlfriend has been taken advantage of by another man, and where is he? Besides giving money, what else can he do? At the critical moment, he's useless. Plus 3,000 points. Zhang Chuyi's attitude towards the host, humiliation mixed with a hint of indescribable fear and throbbing.
Chapter 79, Truth, Within the Range of Cannons.
Bite. Host's current points, 110,000 10,000 Guizhou cuisine plus 10,000 Zhang Chuyi's emotional points. Remaining points, 110,000.
Host system upgrade, LV19, space area increased to 200 square meters.
Layout replanning, add a new bedroom 20 square meters, 1 bed, 1 wardrobe.
A new toilet has been added to the restroom, the legendary handshake toilet, where 2 girls can sit at the same time. Living room area 60 square meters, master bedroom 40 square meters, second bedroom 30 square meters, third bedroom 20 square meters, kitchen 20 square meters, bathroom 30 square meters.
Reward, double row gaming computer set plus computer desk plus ergonomic computer chair. Computer configuration. CPU, AMD Ryzen 9 5900X 12 cores, 24 threads. Graphics card, NVIDIA RTX 3088GB VRAM. Motherboard, Asus TUFB 550M dual M.2 slots. Memory, G.Skill Trident Z 3600 MHz DDR4 32GB 16GB X2. Storage, Samsung 970 EVO plus 1TB NVMe. Cooling, NJX73 water cooling. Power supply, Seasonic Focus GX850W80 plus gold certified. Mansfield solid wood gaming table. Lian Shan electric ergonomic chair.
Xin Feng looked at the long list of top-notch products, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This configuration was considered luxurious before the end of the world.
The system understands men quite well. As for the newly added toilet, Xin Feng's expression became a little playful. Letting 2 girls go to the bathroom together, what kind of bad taste is this? The system is getting more and more tricky.
He turned his head and saw Zhang Chuyi had just put the last plate into the sterilizer. She stood up slowly, the curve of her peach-shaped buttocks outlined by her squatting posture trembled slightly as she stood up, which was perfect. After washing the dishes, this woman with stunning legs still felt aggrieved. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were as red as a rabbit's, tears were welling up in her eyes, but she tried hard to hold them back.
Qin Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "No way, senior sister, I just asked you to wash the dishes, and you're crying already?" Jiang Chui shook her head stubbornly, her voice raspy and nasal, "No." "Well, that's good."
Qin Feng's tone carried a hint of joking instruction.
"You have to understand one thing, senior sister. There is no free lunch in the world. Any enjoyment must be paid for. Next time you want to come here, think carefully."
Jiang Chui's pitiful appearance, coupled with the tears in her eyes, is enough to make any man soften his heart.
"If you're all right, I'll go back first."
Her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum.
"I won't come here again." Qin Feng smiled. "Okay, you decide."
He changed the subject and his eyes suddenly turned cold.
"By the way, don't tell anyone about this white room, otherwise."
Qin Feng's voice was soft, but it carried unquestionable murderous intent.
"I'll shoot you dead."
Jiang Chui's delicate body trembled violently, and the thought of resistance was instantly shattered by fear, and her face turned pale.
I won't tell you." She lowered her head as if running away and walked quickly towards the door.
Seeing this, Mu Qingyan, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled sweetly and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice.
"Shui, are you leaving? Bye, welcome back next time."
Jiang Chui paused, without looking back, but squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth.
"Green tea bitch."
Qin Feng walked up to her, grabbed her wrist, and with a thought, sent her out of the system space.
The world was spinning.
Jiang Chui found herself back in the shabby, dim dormitory 301.
The luxurious room and the sumptuous feast just now seemed like an unreal dream.
I had just made up my mind that after washing this bowl, I would never see Qin Feng again in this life.
But,
looking at the crowded, dilapidated, musty environment before me, I recalled that paradise-like space.
who wouldn't want to live there? Well,
Jiang Chui returned to her dormitory 424 in a daze, threw herself on the bed, and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. 2 straight and slender beautiful legs are kicking around in the air, one is wrapped in seductive black stockings, the other is wrapped in pure white stockings. The picture is very impactful. She cursed Qin Feng, that bastard and scumbag, hundreds of times in her heart. Just then, the cell phone video ringtone rang.
"It's Huinan, my boyfriend."
His proud voice came from the phone, as if he was waiting to be praised.
"Have you eaten yet, honey? I spent a lot of money to give you this meal."
Jiang Chui's face was covered with tears, she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and choked up in front of the camera.
"Whoa whoa. Eat shit."
I was taken advantage of by that bastard Qin Feng.
Huinan was stunned. "What?"
The meal was Guizhou cuisine, and the sour soup fish was delicious, but after we finished eating, Qin Feng forced me to wash the dishes and he even touched my butt. Whoa.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Huinan sighed and said soothingly, "Alas, there's nothing we can do about it.
In the apocalypse, people will be soft-hearted if they eat someone else's food."
Jiang Chui couldn't believe her ears and was instantly shocked. "Other men have touched my butt, and you tell me there's nothing I can do?"
When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Besides, touching it won't cost you a piece of meat.
At least you're full, right?
Jiang Chui was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her chest was heaving violently.
"Huinan, are you my boyfriend or not? Shouldn't you be furious and rush over to kill Qin Feng to avenge me?"
Then, capture that green tea bitch Mu Qingyan and humiliate her severely to vent my anger.
That's illegal. Besides, it's too immoral. Aren't you and Mu Qingyan roommates? Jiang Chui was so angry that she was speechless. "It's the end of the world, and you're telling me it's illegal? You've been bullied to the point of being bullied by others, and you still have morals? The truth is within the range of the canon. Now your girlfriend is within the range of Qin Feng's canon, why don't you stand up and resist?"
Chapter 80. The male god is disfigured and the goddess kneels down.
Woo woo woo. Get lost. Huinan, don't call me again.
Jiang Chui hung up the video call abruptly, slammed the phone on the bed, threw herself into the quilt, cried even harder, and her body trembled constantly.
Boyfriend? If he can't even say anything when his woman is being bullied, what's the point of having him? Woo woo woo.
A boyfriend like this is fine in prosperous times, when you have money to spend and laws to protect you.
But now it's the end of the world, the law of the jungle, so how can you still talk about morality?
At the same time, in the system space, Qin Feng was already sitting at the brand new gaming table, feeling the comfortable wrapping of the leather ergonomic chair. Mu Qingyan came closer, her thick long hair exuding fragrance. When she saw the game icon on the screen, her eyes lit up.
Wow, Call of Duty. I love playing it. Oh? You can play? Of course, I'm the COD queen of our cheerleading team. Mu Qingyan was wearing a black suspender skirt, and her pair of long, white legs made people dizzy. Then come.
Soon, the huge screen in the living room lit up and the surround sound system erupted with the sound of booming gunfire. The two of them played in a duo online, shouting and yelling.
Nice. Qingyan, your shooting skills are pretty good. Qin Feng, quickly cover me. I'm going to go around and blow up their tanks.
Qin Feng felt so happy. He didn't expect that Mu Qingyan was also a game master.
This was much more interesting than playing alone. Lin Yue and Tang Tang watched the fight curiously from the side.
Qin Feng pulled Tang Tang, who was wearing a tight skirt and had a charming figure, onto his thighs.
Sit here and watch.
Tang Tang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, and she leaned meekly in Qin Feng's arms, watching the character he controlled be invincible on the battlefield of Normandy. Sometimes it was precise long-range sniping, sometimes it was violent machine gun fire, and sometimes it was accurate grenade throwing. The shocking scene and the masculine scent coming from Qin Feng made her heart beat faster and her eyes blurred.
Just then, Qin Feng's cell phone vibrated. A new message. From Huinan. Huinan, boss Qin Feng, are you busy?
Qin Feng controlled his character to get on a helicopter while replying with one hand. Qin Feng, busy, playing games with my girlfriend.
Huinan, boss Qin Feng, can I discuss something with you? Qin Feng, speak. Huinan, boss, I'll transfer you an extra 50,000 yuan.
You see, you're surrounded by beautiful schoolgirls too. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, Mu Qingyan, these are all top-notch schoolgirls.
Can you please stop touching my girlfriend? When the apocalypse is over, I sincerely want to marry Jiang Chuyi. I hope you can help us. Please stop touching her butt, okay? After the apocalypse, Chuyi and I will invite you to our wedding.
Below the message, there is a transfer prompt.
Transfer 50,000 yuan to you.
Qin Feng looked at the phone screen and smiled.
Is there really such a person who spends money lavishly in this world? Give yourself money and beg yourself not to touch his girlfriend? Oh my god. Confirm receipt. Huinan, boss Qin Feng, you accepted it, so do you agree? Qin Feng, yes, I agree.
I will never spank her while she washes dishes again.
Huinan, thank you, Mr. Qin Feng. Put your hands together.
Qin Feng casually clicked receive, threw the phone aside, and continued to immerse himself in the killing pleasure of the game.
Men's dormitory building, room 626.
The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. Hong Yaoshan trembled and signaled his good friend Wu Yuyan, who was a medical student, to remove the last layer of gauze on his head. When the medical gauze was peeled off layer by layer, the two roommates and the boys from the next dormitory saw Hong Yaoshuan's bumpy and bullet-riddled face, and there was a sound of gasps in the dormitory.
Fuck. No, this is over. Oh my god, is this still our idol? It's over.
All the girls in Binhai University's Appearance Association are going to be heartbroken. After hearing this, Hong Yaoshan became even more curious about what his face looked like.
Give me a mirror. Hong Yaoshan said in a crying voice. Brother Shun, stop looking. Wu Yuyan's voice was filled with reluctance and he sighed. Mirror. Give me a mirror. Hong Yaoshuan's voice was hoarse and almost crazy.
The roommates had no choice but to hand over a cheap blue plastic mirror commonly used in boys' dormitories.
What was reflected in the mirror was a completely destroyed face.
It's bumpy, like the surface of the moon. In the right eye socket, there was an empty bloody hole, and the eyeball had long disappeared.
Ah!
A shrill scream tore through the silence of the dormitory. Hong Yaoshan collapsed when he saw the monster in the mirror. Once upon a time, he was the idol of the art department of Binhai University. Lighting candles and singing love songs on the playground is the youthful dream of many girls. Once, he was the rock singer at the welcome party. He roared the Great Wall and enjoyed the screams and admiration of female fans, and even slept with them after the concert. Once upon a time, he was 1.9 meters tall, with long flowing hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He walked on the tree-lined road with a guitar on his back, and he was a sight in himself. Now, everything is ruined.
The face is ruined.
In order to make it easier to bandage the wound, medical student Wu Yuyan shaved off Han Yashuan's long, literary hair, turning him into an ugly bald monster.
Qin Feng. Woo woo. Hong Yashan roared like a cuckoo crying blood. Fuck you.
I, Hong Yashan, will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. There was a glint of resentment in Hong Yashuan's single scarlet eye. He must avenge this grudge.
If he didn't, he would be a grandson. But, confronting Qin Feng head-on?
That was a stupid thing that Wu Chang'e, Wang Zi, and Gao Yicai did. Hong Yashan is an artist, and what he uses is his brain and strategies. Hong Yashuan's brain began to work rapidly, thinking quickly about what strategy to use to ruin Qin Feng's reputation and destroy his body and soul. Just at this moment, his phone screen lit up with a video call request. The note is, College of Arts baby Su Xia. The best and purest fish in Hong Yashan's fish pond. A sly smile flashed in his eyes. He connected the video but deliberately avoided the camera.
Yashan, are you okay?
On the screen, Su Xia was wearing a clean white shirt, with picturesque eyebrows and clear eyes. She is worthy of being the most innocent campus beauty of Binhai University and the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys.
With a face that captivates everyone's first love.
With her smooth hair that flows like a waterfall, she is a goddess that makes boys fall in love with her at first sight.
Chapter 81, Cold School Beauty Su Xia, a slap. Oh, that's not good. Hong Yashuan's voice was full of fragility and helplessness. Let me see your face. No, Xia, please don't look. Hong Yashuan's voice was filled with tears. My face is ruined. I don't want you to see me in this ugly state. My life is also ruined. It was ruined by Qin Feng. Su Xia's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up in her eyes.
Hong Yashan, this male god, is so pitiful and makes girls feel so distressed. A disfigured male god, a guitar-playing boy who lost his artistic stage. Just think about it and you will know how discouraged and desperate it is.
Qin Feng, he's gone too far. Su Xia's tears also fell down.
She felt so sorry for this artistic boy. Her girlish compassion overflowed and tears rolled down her cheeks.
Hong Yashan seized the opportunity and began to incite emotions. Xia, Qin Feng is a devil, he's a cruel beast, he's ruined my life, woo. Hong Yashan burst into tears.
Su Xia's tears finally fell, and she was filled with indignation. Well, Yashan, wait, I'm going to find Qin Feng.
I'll seek justice for you. Done. Hong Yashan was ecstatic, and a vicious plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife took shape in an instant. What's the point of sacrificing a fish? As long as I can avenge this disfigurement.
But Hong Yashuan seemed to be trying to dissuade her. Xia, no.
Don't go.
Qin Feng is a lunatic.
He has a gun. It's too dangerous. I can't let you take risks.
The more he said this, the more Su Xia's sense of justice and mission exploded.
No. I must go. Su Xia cried even harder.
I want to ask him face to face if he still has any humanity left. If he has a weapon, why doesn't he go and fight zombies instead of targeting his classmates?
Qin Feng is a coward. He only dares to bully others in his own home.
Xia, listen to me, you can't force it, you have to confuse him, make him.
Hong Yashan also wanted to teach some of the essence of the beauty trap. However, Su Xia didn't listen at all. Who is she?
She is the campus belle of the Faculty of Arts, and is the center of attention.
Countless dogs come and go at her call.
In her opinion, the reason why Qin Feng was so violent was simply because he had not received the education of an outstanding woman like her. She firmly believed that as long as she showed up in dormitory 301 and used her personal charm and literary accomplishment to reason with him, Qin Feng would definitely come to his senses and kneel down to repent. They might even surrender all their weapons, or repent, follow their own orders, fight zombies, and end the end of the world.
Well, Su Xia is so confident.
After hanging up the phone, Su Xia made up her mind. She began to change her clothes silently. She changed into a snow-white shirt and paired it with her favorite red horse-faced skirt, which outlined her slender and graceful waist.
A high ponytail highlights her slender, white swan neck.
She looked in the mirror at her own pure, charming, and captivating face, and her self-confidence reached its peak. She walked out of the dormitory gracefully and walked towards dormitory 301 with great charm. She wanted to teach that wicked bastard, the beast who had disfigured her idol, a lesson. At the same time, in the system space,
Boom, 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 boom.
On the giant computer screen, space battleships are engaged in a fierce firefight, and the surround sound system brings an ultimate sense of immersion. Qin Feng leaned back on the leather ergonomic chair, with the gentle and charming senior Tang Tang sitting on his lap, and was having a great time playing online with Mu Qingyan.
Sudden. Qin Feng's operation paused for a moment. Ding.
The system has detected a woman with a beauty score of 95, approaching dormitory 301 with malicious intent. The host is advised to face the gale. Qin Feng's lips curled up into a playful smile. He paused the game and said, "There seems to be a guest at the door."
Let's go meet him. Mu Qingyan was puzzled. Huh? Who is it? Aren't you afraid of my husband's AK bullets? Tang Tang whispered in his arms. Could it be that some female classmate came to ask for food? Lin Yue stood up calmly and said, "Go and see, and you'll know." Well, go check it out and come back to play later.
As he spoke, Qin Feng took the three stunning school beauties out of the system space and returned to dormitory 301. As soon as I came out, there was a knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom. Qin Feng walked to the door and opened it.
At the door stood a girl with a ponytail wearing a white shirt and a red skirt. She raised her snow-white chin, opened her eyes wide, and stared at Qin Feng arrogantly with a scrutinizing and angry look.
Bite. The fifth campus beauty has been bound. Name, Su Xia. Gender, female. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. College, College of Arts, Binhai University. Type, pure, proud. Hobbies, art and literature. Appearance, 95 points. Favorability towards the host, arrogant.
Qin Feng sneered in his heart.
Another arrogant Zhang Chui is gone, and another arrogant Su Xia comes? Very good, I want to see how you fall from arrogance step by step to become a bootlicker. It won't be long before you, Su Xia, will be like Zhang Chui, kneeling in front of me like a pet and barking like a dog. Su Xia saw Qin Feng and saw that he was indeed handsome. But that look was like a hook, scanning her unscrupulously, full of aggression. The anger in Su Xia's heart was instantly ignited, and the words of enlightenment that she had been brewing for a long time came out of her mouth. Classmate Qin Feng. Su Xia's voice was cold and contained a condescending questioning tone. You are a loser. What qualifications do you have to hurt an artistic idol like Hong Yaoshan? Are you worthy? Do you know? You've ruined not only a face, but also Binhai University's pursuit and yearning for beauty. Let me ask you, since you have a gun, why don't you go kill zombies and contribute to human civilization? Why are you pointing your gun at your own kind? Your realm is too narrow. You are only aiming at the 2 acres and 3 mu of land in front of you. Your thinking is too narrow, you only think about bullying your classmates. You are too petty-minded, only protecting your own ridiculous amount of food. Bang! Qin Feng did not tolerate Su Xia and slapped her. Su Xia was immediately slapped away by Qin Feng. She knelt on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Chapter 82, Give Bai Yu a Guang a slap. Since you have a gun, why don't you go kill zombies? Why target your own classmates? Where's your conscience? Where's your perspective? You're too narrow-minded. You have a petty bourgeois mentality. Su Xia stood on the moral high ground, her voice clear, as if she was judging a sinner. A man who possesses power should care about the world and take it as his responsibility to save the people. Don't you understand that with great power comes great responsibility? Su Xia's eyes were filled with disappointment and contempt as she continued to vent her sense of justice. But what about you, Qin Feng? You're selfish, keeping the school beauty captive, and harming your classmates. Honestly, I'm ashamed of a man like you. You don't deserve to be a man. No realm. Just guarding your own little piece of land. Small peasant mentality. Qin Feng listened to this impassioned speech, and a hint of extremely cold sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said nothing. Just raised his hand. Then, without any warning, a slap came. Bang! The clear and loud sound exploded in the silent corridor, carrying an echo. Qin Feng used all his strength in this slap. Su Xia staggered after being hit by Qin Feng. Her head buzzed and she was stunned. 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on her fair face, which quickly became red and swollen. She couldn't even stand up and fell to the dirty ground. The spotless red horseface skirt was suddenly stained with gray and black stains, looking in a mess. Su Xia, as the white moonlight goddess of Binhai University, had she ever suffered such a great humiliation?
Not to mention being beaten, I have never even heard a harsh word from my classmates. Humiliation, shock, pain, countless emotions surged in my heart. Her vision blurred instantly and tears flowed uncontrollably.
You hit me?
Su Xia covered her burning face, her voice trembling, crying in disbelief.
I'm right, Qin Feng, you're really a loser who only cares about personal gain and loss.
Qin Feng looked down at Su Xia condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes.
Su Xia, shut up. Put away your ridiculous and twisted logic.
Qin Feng slowly squatted down and looked into Su Xia's tearful face. His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-wrenching.
You want me to kill zombies? Senior Su Xia, let me ask you, were those zombies downstairs our classmates not long ago? Have these zombie classmates ever harmed a single living person, other than relying on their zombie instincts to find food? No. These zombie classmates are also victims of the zombie virus. Why do you want me to kill them?
Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the girls' dormitory building, and the sarcasm on the corner of his mouth became even stronger.
On the contrary, what are you doing to those who are still alive in the girls' dormitory?
They robbed supplies, engaged in intrigue, and in order to survive, they pushed their roommate off a tall building and killed him.
They are deceitful, scheming, double-dealing, and will do anything to the extreme. Who is the devil? Who is human? The people I killed were all those who wanted to kill me first.
Now, tell me, senior sister Su Xia. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, fixed on the depths of Su Xia's pupils.
Who looks more like a zombie? Who is the devil?
These questions were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Xia's heart. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say a word.
Yeah, I can't really put it into words.
She is proud of her literary accomplishment and moral logic. In the face of Qin Feng's cruel and straightforward reality, he was torn to pieces. She has always lived in a pure white world of her own making and never imagined that human nature could be so dirty. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, who were standing behind Qin Feng, looked at his cold profile with a glint in their eyes, their admiration almost overflowing.
Yes, Qin Feng, this is their man. That's absolutely right. The truth is simplicity itself.
The zombie students downstairs just pick up trash cans and eat rotten corpses.
They are simple-minded and confused, but they don't hurt anyone. Besides, zombies are also victims of the zombie virus, so why should we kill them?
Qin Feng said it very well.
Su Xia got up from the ground in a daze.
The severe pain on her face was far less than the collapse in her heart. She didn't even want to look at Qin Feng again, covering her face. Her pride and her worldview were shattered in just a few minutes by Qin Feng's slap and a few words.
Chapter 83 Dance School Beauty Splits.
Under the pitying gazes of Qin Feng and the three girls, Su Xia hurried back to her dormitory 601 on the 6th floor.
Bang!
The dormitory door was slammed shut, isolating the room from everything outside. She climbed onto the bed, threw herself on the upper bunk, and buried her head deep in the quilt.
The suppressed sobs finally broke out and turned into hysterical crying. Xia? What's wrong with you?
From the lower bunk came the cautious voice of my roommate Lu Xinlei.
Why is your face so red and swollen? Oh my god, who in the entire Binhai University dares to bully you?
Lu Xinlei wanted to climb up to see her.
Leave me alone.
Su Xia roared hoarsely and suddenly pulled the bed curtains, completely sealing herself in this small, dark space.
In the darkness, tears flowed even more violently.
The first time she cried was because of the burning slap Qin Feng received.
Humiliation.
She, Su Xia, has always been the focus of the crowd since she was a child. She is the pride of her parents and the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys in Binhai University.
Not to mention being beaten, I've never even heard a harsh word.
But today, she was slapped mercilessly by a man, like an animal. This great humiliation made her wish she could die immediately.
The second time she cried was because she was completely woken up by this slap. Qin Feng's icy words echoed in her mind over and over again like a curse. Were those zombies downstairs our classmates not long ago?
Instead, it was the living who were snatching supplies, scheming against each other, and even pushing their roommate off a tall building.
Who looks more like a zombie? Who is the real devil? Yes. Who is the devil?
The logic she was proud of and the morality she held as her guiding principle were torn to pieces and left vulnerable in the face of Qin Feng's bloody reality. She always believed that if she had the power, she should protect the people, but she forgot that this world is no longer the peaceful and prosperous one that needed knights.
She thought she was the embodiment of justice, judging a villain.
In the end, I realized that I was just a hypocritical knife in the hands of others, a clown. She has been living in the ivory tower of her own making, so ignorant that it's ridiculous, and so naive that it's pathetic. What frightened her the most was that when she recalled Qin Fang's condescending and dominating look. In addition to the overwhelming hatred and humiliation, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a trace of trembling admiration. Qin Fang's absolute power, which treated human life as worthless and rules as nothing. Make her despair, make her admire, make her fear.
No! Su Xia, what are you thinking about?
She pounded the bed hard, feeling endless panic and self-loathing for the terrible thought that had arisen in her mind.
Why should I be in awe of Qin Feng? Does he deserve it? He's just a loser. At the same time,
Qin Feng brought his 3 little wives back to the luxurious and comfortable system space. Qin Feng leaned lazily on the sofa, the cool air from the air conditioner made him feel refreshed. Mu Qingyan was feeding him small bites of iced watermelon, while Lin Yue and Tang Tang were chattering about the famous scene just now, their eyes full of admiration for Qin Feng. Suddenly, a series of system information appeared before his eyes.
Bite.
Target Su Xia has experienced severe emotional fluctuations.
Points are being calculated. Name, Su Xia. Gender, female. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Type, pure. Appearance, 95 points. Hobbies, art and literature.
Enlightenment, Su Xia's worldview is subversively impacted by the host's words, and she begins to reflect deeply on human nature and the laws of the apocalypse.
Points plus 2,000.
Great humiliation, Su Xia felt unprecedented humiliation from the host's slap, her self-esteem completely crushed.
Reward points plus 3,000.
Impotent rage, Su Xi is extremely angry at the host's behavior, but is unable to resist due to the huge gap in strength.
Reward points plus 2,000.
Self-awareness, the host's absolute strength allows Su Xia to clearly realize that she is not the savior who holds the heroine's script, but just a weak woman who needs to be protected.
Reward points plus 3,000.
Worship of the strong, in the midst of extreme fear and humiliation, Su Xia developed a distorted worship of the host's absolute power deep within her heart.
Reward points, plus 2,000. Comprehensive assessment, target Su Xia's attitude towards the host has entered the stage of wavering. In an instant, a total of 12,000 points were credited to the account. Host's remaining points, 122,000, plenty of points. A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes, then turned into deeper ridicule. This woman, the white moonlight school beauty, surrendered so quickly? With just a slap and a few words, the goddess in the ivory tower has begun to waver?
It seems that it won't take too long to make her kneel completely at his feet.
Bite.
System space continues to upgrade, level 20, area 210 square meters. Reward, a dance machine, for girls who love dancing to sweat it out and lose weight. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared in the corner of the living room, and a cool-looking dance machine appeared. The metal pedals and color screens look particularly trendy under the soft light of the space.
Wow, a dance machine.
Tang Tang was the first one to be attracted, his eyes sparkling.
Mu Qingyan also walked over, reached out and touched the cold fuselage, a look of nostalgia appearing on her face.
Both of them are dancers, and they used to play this kind of thing a lot in the playground on the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. But after the end of the world, there is no dance machine, let alone a place where you can dance in peace. A body that is well fed and well drinking will always feel a bit lazy, and will be more likely to miss the days when it sweated and practiced martial arts.
I haven't practiced for a long time. I feel like my bones are rusty.
Mu Qingyan stretched out her body, and her body formed an amazing arc.
Tang Tang immediately understood. Practice for a while? Okay. The two girls hit it off immediately. If you want to practice, you naturally need to change into appropriate clothes.
Tang Tang and Mu Qingyan smiled at each other, then turned and went back to their respective rooms. Lin Yue looked at the two of them, then looked at herself, and followed incuriously. Qin Feng was already sitting in the ergonomic gaming chair, ready to continue playing Call of Duty. But when the 3 girls came out of the room again, he could no longer take his eyes off them. The first one to come out was the cheerleading captain Mu Qingyan. She changed into a pair of pure black high-waisted yoga pants. the fabric tightly wrapped around her long, straight legs, outlining the tight lines unique to dancers. The upper body is a sports vest of the same color, revealing a flat belly and clear vest line. The whole person exudes a professional and cool temperament. Following closely behind was Senior Tang Tang, who majored in dance. She chose a pair of smoky gray yoga pants, which were lighter in color and more prominent in her figure. She has a slender waist and a firm buttock, and every step she takes has a lively and elastic texture. The last person to come out was Lin Yue, who majored in foreign languages and had no dancing skills. Her good figure is purely natural, a gift from God. She had a hint of shyness on her face and was wearing a set of pink yoga pants. The pink color makes her skin look even whiter and makes her look sweeter and more delicate. She didn't have the skills like the other two, she just thought it was fun and wanted to join in the fun. A large yoga mat was quickly spread out in the middle of the living room. Mu Qinyan and Tang Tang did almost no unnecessary warm-up exercises. As soon as they lowered their bodies, they performed a split that was standard to the extreme. Black lines and gray curves are interwoven on the ground to form a picture with great visual impact. Their bodies are incredibly flexible, their upper bodies can easily fit on their legs, and their movements are smooth and graceful. Lin Yue followed suit. Her face flushed red, and she tried to press her legs down, but she could only split them at a barely defined angle, her body still swaying, making her look clumsy and cute. Ha ha ha, that's too difficult. How did you do it? Lin Yue said with a smile. After trying a few times, she simply gave up on the difficult moves, lay on the mat, and began to do hip and leg training, following the example of her two senior classmates. Hey, if you don't know how to do the splits, don't do it. Be careful not to twist your muscles. Tang Tang said with a smile. Yes, we can't go to the hospital now, so we can only ask the old Chinese Dr. Qin Feng to treat you and give you acupuncture. Mu Qinyan also smiled. When Qin Feng heard the old Chinese doctor's words, he put down the gaming mouse in his hand. He suddenly felt that the endless war on the screen would be meaningless if it continued for too long. As an adult, the scene before us is obviously much more interesting. He walked over, leaned on the sofa, and openly admired his wives. Looking at the girls' flexible bodies. Look at the girls' skin covered with a thin layer of sweat due to exercise, and look at their focused and lively expressions. Well, this is the apocalyptic life he wants. Before I knew it, it was evening. Xin Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a transfer message. Huinan transferred 50,000 yuan. Immediately afterwards, Huinan's message also came. Boss Qin Feng, remember to ask your girlfriend to bring food to my girlfriend. Please, I will give you more money. Please don't let Jiang Chuyi come to your dormitory. It's not very convenient after all. Please, please, namaste, namaste, namaste. Qin Feng looked at this message that was so humble that it was almost like begging, and a sneer appeared on his face. Why should I listen to you? Throw money around. He threw his phone aside, not bothering to reply. His eyes swept over the three girls who were still stretching on the mat. They had expended considerable energy, and their faces were flushed from the exercise. It's time to prepare dinner. Shaanxi cuisine tonight. Qin Feng stood up and announced. Rujiamo, Upoomian, and Yangrupemo are all high in carbohydrates and very filling. Send a message to Jiang Chuyi asking if she wants to eat Rujiamo. If you want to eat, you can eat as much as you want. Chapter 80 for the long-legged school beauty was hungry in the middle of the night. Qin Feng looked at the three girls who were exhausted and sweating profusely, and spoke with a smile. All right. Good job on your yoga. Go to room 424 and call Jiang Chuyi over to start dinner. Qin Feng's voice was commanding. The three girls felt that Qin Feng was mobilizing too many troops. Lin Yue collapsed on the yoga mat and complained weakly. Honey, my legs are almost broken. Can't you just call her? Who is she? Why does she need three of us to treat her to a meal? Yes, brother. Tang Tang propped himself up and sat up, pleading pitifully, you are attracted by her long legs, right? Why make such a grand ceremony? Mu Qinyan was even more direct. She rubbed her sore waist and snorted. Baby, I just finished training and I'm exhausted. Just give me a call and call me over to finish it. Qin Feng said nothing and smiled coldly, woman. He picked up the phone and tapped the screen a few times with his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were 3 slight vibrations, and messages rang on the 3 girls' phones at the same time. Qin Feng leaned back on the sofa and looked at them calmly.
Check your phones.
Lin Yue picked up the phone suspiciously, and when she saw the pink transfer pop-up window on the screen, her eyes widened.
Transfer, 10,000 yuan. Husband, you.
Before Lin Yue could finish her words, she saw the message from Qin Feng.
This is the errand fee. Tang Tang and Mu Qingyan also saw the pink 10,000 yuan transfer in their respective mobile phones.
The fatigue and dissatisfaction on his face were swept away, and his face was filled with unconcealable surprise and excitement.
Wow. Thanks, hubby.
Lin Yue was the first to transform into a clingy kitten, throwing herself directly into Qin Feng's arms and kissing his face hard with her warm and sweet lips.
When the apocalypse is over, I'll use this money to buy the latest LV. Tang Tang was unwilling to fall behind and followed closely behind.
The enchanting dancer rushed over, pushed Lin Yue aside, hooked her arms around Qin Feng's neck, and gave him a deep, sweet kiss, her breath as fragrant as orchid.
Thank you, brother. My requirements are not high. Just enough SK2 facial treatment essence will be fine. Mu Qingyan was even more charming.
She waited for Tang Tang to make room. She pressed her plump body against Qin Feng's chest and said coquettishly in a soft voice. Head of the household, you've already given me 20,000 yuan.
I've taken note of it in my little notebook. I can buy Chanel little golden balls in the future. Moi, thank you, dear.
Qin Feng pinched their tight four waists with one hand each, feeling their amazing elasticity and softness. He enjoyed their passion at the moment, but his heart was indifferent.
Women, your minds are empty. 10,000 yuan turned them from complaining to being attentive. Well. Go ahead.
Qin Feng said, let Jiang Chuyi dress up, change into black stockings, and come over for dinner.
Lin Yue, yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Tang Tang, just wait and see, husband. Tonight I will make Jiang Chuyi kneel down in front of you and sing conquer. Mu Qingyan, she thought she was here to eat? Humph, actually she was here to be eaten.
The three girls were instantly energized, overjoyed, and marched briskly towards dormitory 424 like three gorgeous butterflies.
Boom, boom, boom.
The door of dormitory 424 opened, and Jiang Chuyi's cold face appeared behind the door. She was alone in the dormitory, wearing only dark blue home sweatpants and a pair of long, snow-white legs. When she saw three female classmates wearing colorful yoga pants and with hot figures outside the door, a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes.
It was Qin Feng who sent them again.
In name, he was treating himself to a meal, but in reality, Qin Feng wanted to continue his sexual harassment from last time.
Jiang Chuyi's self-esteem was touched and she felt humiliated.
Senior Chuyi, let's go, Qin Feng has prepared some Shaanxi cuisine.
Rojiamo, mutton soup bun, oil-splashed noodles, and skewers. Super delicious. Yes, Chuyi, Qin Feng personally gave us the food. The three girls introduced enthusiastically.
After hearing this, Jiang Chuyi forced herself to hold back the saliva in her throat and did not swallow it. However, in the end, Jiang Chuyi just clenched the corner of her clothes and shook her head.
Shaanxi cuisine, low in carbohydrates?
How could she, a young model at a car show who needs to keep in shape all the time, eat these things? What's more, although her boyfriend Huanan swore that he would give Qin Feng more money and not touch her again, she didn't believe it. She has seen a lot of bad qualities in men.
Which man doesn't look at his own long legs?
Rather than being humiliated by Qin Feng again, it would be better to starve for a night, just in time to lose weight. Excuse me, thank you for your kindness, and thank you Qin Feng for your hospitality. Jiang Chuyi had no expression on her face and her voice was as cold as ice.
I'm not hungry tonight, so I won't go.
Please help me explain to Qin Feng.
Lin Yue, no. Tang Tang, we came here specifically to invite you.
Mu Qingyan, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. However, no matter how much Lin Yue and the others talked, Jiang Chuyi still shook her head with a cold face, and finally closed the door. The three women could only return in disappointment and told Qin Feng everything that had happened. After listening to their report, Qin Feng's face was not disappointed, but instead showed a playful smile.
She's not coming? Very good.
He seemed to have anticipated this outcome.
Forget it if you don't want to come. Let's eat.
Qin Feng had an idea and exchanged the Shaanxi feast, worth 10,000 points in the system mall.
Boom. The next second, a wide variety of dishes appeared on the large dining table. For Rujiamo, the buns were baked until golden and crispy.
It is filled with fat and lean meat, which is tender and tasty in the old soup. The gravy soaks into the inner wall of the steamed bun, emitting an overbearing aroma. 4 bowls of steaming hot mutton soup with milky white soup. It is topped with large slices of mutton, green onions and coriander, and bright red chili oil. The rich aroma of lamb fills the entire room. There are also 4 large plates, each with 5 large skewers of willow braised meat. Each skewer is as long as a forearm, and the fat and lean lamb is roasted until it is sizzling with oil. Golden and crispy, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. The complex smell of meat, wheat, and spices tease every girl's taste buds. Wow! The 3 girls screamed with happiness, their eyes shining as if they had seen a miracle. Thank you, husband. Thank you, head of household. Thank you, dear, you are so kind to us. Please don't treat me like a human being tonight. Chapter 85. Young model school beauty knocks on the door in the middle of the night. The 3 girls were full of praise for the shanshi feast. They first ate the skewers with their hands, and then ate the rujiamo. Finally, eat a bowl of mutton soup with steamed buns, which makes you feel full and fulfilled. Lin Yue said vaguely while eating. Well, I've been saying I'd go see the terracotta army, but I never did. I didn't expect to eat some authentic shanshi cuisine today. Tang Tang also ate a large piece of meat skewers sprinkled with spicy cumin and said, yeah, my parents also said a while ago that we were going to stay at the Hot Spring Hotel in Huaqing Hot Spring for a few nights. I didn't expect that we didn't soak in the hot springs in Huaqing Hot Spring. I had mutton soup with steamed buns first. Mu Qingyan grabbed a rujiamo with both hands and ate it, with oil dripping from the corners of her mouth. Oh, me too. I've been wanting to travel to Xi'an for a long time. My uncle lives there, so it's very convenient for traveling. Do you know Yang Guifei? Qin Feng said expressionlessly, Yang Guifei is your aunt? Puff. After hearing Qin Feng's joke, Lin Yue sprayed the mutton soup bun in her mouth all over Tang Tang's pants, and then Lin Yue laughed out loud. Mu Qingyan also took out 2 bottles of ice-cold beer from the double-door refrigerator and poured amber beer into a glass for Qin Feng. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, each girl drank a glass of beer with Qin Feng, and soon their faces turned red. In dormitory 301, there were laughter and noise. Qin Feng and the 3 girls devoured the food in no time and were very happy. However, dormitory 424 was dead silent. Zhang Chuyi stood alone on the balcony. The sky outside was a strange dark red color dyed by the doomsday virus. There is no traffic, no hustle and bustle, not a trace of noise belonging to human civilization. For a girl like her who is used to the bustling city with its bright lights and nightlife, this extreme silence is not a pleasure, but a torture that can drive one crazy. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Chuyi could imagine what kind of human feast Qin Feng was enjoying and what kind of laughter was coming out of him in room 301 not far away with the 3 girls she looked down upon. That green tea bitch named Mu Qingyan must be clinging to Qin Feng and acting coquettishly at this moment. Zhang Chuyi felt a surge of irritation in her heart. She paced back and forth in the dormitory, scratching her head. I picked up my phone several times and wanted to call Mu Qingyan. Even just to hear her voice or have a fight with her would be better than this. But her self-esteem made her hold back again and again. She opened her laptop and clicked on a movie recommended by TikTok. The exaggerated performances of the actors on the screen seemed extremely funny in the silence. A dumb movie. She cursed softly and slammed the computer shut. Time passes by every second. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she went to bed early and forced herself to sleep. But in the darkness, the senses become more acute than ever. Gurgle gurgle. My stomach was empty, and the stomach walls seemed to be rubbing against each other and digesting, causing waves of burning cramps. What is even more terrible is that the names of the dishes that Lin Yue and the others had mentioned before were echoing wildly in her mind like a curse. Pita bread in mutton soup. Willow twig skewers. Rujiamo. She could even clearly imagine the golden and crispy steamed buns, the sizzling barbecued meat, and the rich and milky mutton soup. Saliva is secreted uncontrollably in the mouth. Zhang Chuyi curled up in pain and covered her head with the quilt. But the feeling of hunger was like countless ants, gnawing at her internal organs and her pitiful self-esteem. Finally, after another violent cramp in her abdomen, all of Zhang Chuyi's defenses completely collapsed. Damn it! Zhang Chuyi suddenly sat up from the bed, grabbed the phone. My fingers were trembling with hunger and I pressed the wrong screen several times. I only eat 1 rujiamo, just 1. Can Qin Feng eat me? She comforted herself in this way, but her voice was tinged with tears. Even if I let Qin Feng touch me, I'll accept it. I'm starving. Whatever, I'm going all out. The call was finally made. On the other side, in Qin Feng's bedroom, Mu Qingyan had just finished taking a shower, with the sweet scent of water on her body. She was wearing a pink silk nightgown and was making the bed with Qin Feng. Suddenly, the cell phone she had thrown on the bedside table began to vibrate. The 3 words Zhang Chuyi were jumping on the screen. Mu Qingyan paused, then a sly and complacent smile spread across her lips, and she gave Qin Feng a look that said, "Look, you've taken the bait." Qin Feng curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. It's the middle of the night, Zhang Chuyi is not too hungry, right? 9 out of 10. Mu Qingyan cleared her throat and answered the phone in a lazy tone with a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. Hello? Beautiful Chuyi, it's so late, what's going on? Qin Feng and I are getting ready for bed. Zhang Chuyi's hesitant and stammering voice came from the other end of the phone. She cursed Mu Qingyan as a green tea bitch in her heart, but she spoke cautiously and tentatively. Ah. I'm sorry, Qingyan, for disturbing you. Well, forget it, you guys go to sleep. No. Mu Qingyan deliberately prolonged her tone, her voice cloyingly sweet. We're good roommates, we've lived together for 3 years. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Why are you being so polite? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Chuyi was silent for a moment, as if he was having some intense ideological struggle. Are you guys really asleep? Not yet. I just took a shower and am making the bed. Mu Qingyan chuckled and asked knowingly, so, Chuyi, what's the matter with you? Zhang Chuyi's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz, full of humiliation. I'm so sorry, could you tell Qin Feng that I apologize for what I said at dinner? Oh. I'm so hungry now. Can I just go over and get a Rujiamo and leave? I promise not to disturb your rest. Mu Qingyan covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. She looked at Qin Feng with her bright eyes and silently said with her lips, she begged me. Qin Feng nodded slightly and sneered, his eyes full of amusement as if he was in control of everything. Sure. Mu Qingyan's tone instantly became generous, I've saved it for you, come quickly, I'll open the door for you. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qingyan couldn't help herself any longer. She jumped into Qin Feng's arms like a happy kitten and pecked his lips excitedly several times. Hubby. Thank you. You don't know how arrogant that green tea bitch was before, but today she finally begged me. Qin Feng hugged her slender waist and said lightly, this is just the beginning. Mu Qingyan's eyes flickered with curiosity and excitement. So, how are you going to bully her later? Qin Feng's smile was meaningful. Watch and learn. Okay, I knew it, husband, you are worse than me. Not long after, the crisp sound of high heels was heard in the quiet corridor. Tick, tick, tick. The sound came from far away and gradually got closer. Every time, Mu Qingyan felt a surge of joy of revenge. She knew that as long as it was high heels, it must be Zhang Chuyi. This girl, relying on her height of 176 centimeters, never wears flat shoes. Zhang Chuyi only buys high heels. The result is that she can wear a pair of 4 centimeters high heels and her height is almost 1.8 meters. It made many boys feel oppressed, and Zhang Chuyi stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. The door opened. Zhang Chuyi stood at the door. Even in the middle of the night, even when begging for food in such a humiliating situation, she is still the radiant young car show model Zhang Chuyi. She was obviously dressed up. A light blue pure desire style suspender hip skirt perfectly outlines her breathtaking S-shaped curve. The fabric clung tightly to her body, as if it would be burst by her plump flesh in the next second. The skirt is very short, barely covering the thighs. Below, there is a pair of straight, well-proportioned, and ivory-like long legs. It was estimated to be about 1.1 meters long and dazzlingly white under the dim corridor light. She was wearing a pair of stiletto high heels and was only 1.75 meters tall. At this moment, he has grown to nearly 1.8 meters tall, with an intimidating aura. Under the exquisite makeup, her face is flawless. But in those cold and beautiful eyes, although trying hard to maintain pride, but it could not hide the humility and begging caused by hunger. She is like a thorny snow rose about to be picked, beautiful, proud, yet so fragile. Qin Feng looked at the girl who came to beg him, and a hint of teasing emerged in his heart. I'm sorry, senior sister Chuyi, you came here on your own accord.
I didn't force you to come. Chapter 86, Playing Truth or Dare with the School Beauty. Chu-yi, you are finally here. Mu Qingyan walked forward enthusiastically and took Zhang Chuyi's arm affectionately, as if there had never been any unpleasantness between them.
Qin Feng was really impressed when he saw this scene. It is impossible to tell whether the relationship between girls is good or bad from the surface. In fact, Mu Qingyan and Zhang Chuyi had just had a fight the day before yesterday, pulling each other's hair and scratching each other's skin. Who would have thought that Mu Qingyan would come to welcome this roommate with such a beautiful smile, but in her heart she really wanted to slap her in the face. Qin Feng leaned against the door, his arms folded across his chest, and looked at her quietly with his eyes that seemed to see through everything in a playful smile. He didn't say anything, but his eyes made Zhang Chuyi feel inexplicably flustered and uneasy.
Junior Qin Feng, Mu Qingyan, did I disturb you?
Zhang Chuyi's voice had a hint of flattery.
What are you talking about? Come in quickly. I saved some Ruji ammo and Upamian for you. Mu Qingyan pulled Zhang Chuyi in.
Qin Feng then spoke lazily, since you're here, don't just stand at the door. As Qin Feng grabbed Mu Qingyan and Zhang Chuyi at the same time, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The pure white minimalist decoration space makes the luxurious living room as bright as day. Before Zhang Chuyi recovered from her shock, the door to the second bedroom opened.
Lin Yue and Tang Tang walked out with a look of surprise on their faces. Lin Yue was wearing a pink nightgown and Tang Tang was wearing a white silk nightgown. They were both yawning and getting ready to go to sleep.
When they saw Zhang Chuyi coming in dressed up, they were all stunned.
Hey, senior sister Chuyi? Why are you here so late? Lin Yue asked in surprise. Zhang Chuyi's cheeks flushed instantly.
In front of the three girls in pajamas, she looked like an alien despite her careful dressing.
She whispered awkwardly, I just came here to get a Ruji ammo and leave right away. Hey, now that you're here, why are you leaving? Tang Tang walked over with a smile and pointed at the dining table. Sit down and eat slowly.
Only when you're full will you have the strength to survive the apocalypse. Tang Tang's words were gentle, but they made Zhang Chuyi feel like a refugee begging for food, being pitied and given alms by the host. On the table, the leftovers of the Shangxi feast were still there. Qin Feng said nothing, walked straight over, picked up a Ruji ammo and a few skewers, and turned into the kitchen. Soon, the hum of the air fryer working could be heard from the kitchen. Without stopping, he poured another bowl of solidified mutton soup into the small pot, turned on the fire, and stirred it gently with a spoon to make the soup boil again. The hot air blurred his handsome profile. The four girls in the living room all fell silent at the same time. 4 pairs of beautiful eyes were all cast towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Qin Feng skillfully lit the fire, heated the pot, and arranged the dishes. His movements were smooth and there was not a single bit of redundancy. At this moment, Qin Feng had shed his usual laziness and dominance, and a soft halo enveloped his body.
Wow, the way Qin Feng cooks is so charming. Lin Yue couldn't help but sigh softly. Tang Tang also nodded in agreement, although it's just to heat up the food, it really gives people the feeling of a good family man, so warm. Mu Qingyan puffed out her chest proudly, her eyes full of pride, of course my husband is handsome.
Zhang Chuyi also stared at it in a daze. Qin Feng's figure in the kitchen was reflected in those charming peach blossom eyes, and a ripple was stirred in her heart.
Qin Feng, this god of death actually cooked and heated up food for himself? An indescribable warmth, mixed with a hint of bitter emotion, quietly surged into my heart. She thought of her boyfriend Huinan. Huinan would only take her to the most upscale restaurants and use the most expensive red wine and steak to show off his financial strength, but he had never done such an insignificant yet heartwarming thing for her. Soon, a steaming hot, crispy Ruji ammo and a bowl of fragrant mutton soup were served on the table. Qin Feng placed the 5 skewers that were fried in the frying pan until they were sizzling with oil on the plate. Senior Chuyi, please eat. Qin Feng said calmly. Mu Qingyan took out a few bottles of beer and glasses from the double-door refrigerator and said with a smile. How can we not have a drink on this apocalyptic night? I said let's not sleep tonight, let's have a late night party. The ancients walked around at night with candlelight, and we, on the other hand, eat skewers late at night. As she spoke, Mu Qingyan poured beer for everyone. The amber beer liquid rises with dense foam under the light, looking particularly refreshing. Under the gaze of the 3 girls, Zhang Chuyi began to eat in small bites uncomfortably. But hunger ultimately triumphed over shame. She was soon immersed in the delicious food, the crispy Ruji ammo, the rich mutton soup, the charred and fragrant grilled skewers, each of which made her so happy that she almost cried.
The loneliness and solitude I felt in dormitory 424 just now disappeared. People are social beings and want to be with other people. This place is really nice, with food, drinks, air conditioning, watermelon, beer, and skewers. It seems there are 3 bedrooms in total. I really don't want to go back to dormitory 424. It's too lonely. Just then, Jiang Chuyi's cell phone rang. It's Hui Nan. Hey, baby. Did you sleep? How was your day? No. I'm in my junior Qin Feng's dormitory, having a midnight snack. Jiang Chuyi subconsciously glanced at Qin Feng. Huinan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Oh. It's so late, you're still at his place? Yeah, Yue, Tang Tang, and Qingyan are all here, everything's fine. Oh, that's good. Then go back to 424 early after eating. Be careful. Got it. Good night. Good night. By the way, please thank Qin Feng for his hospitality. Good. Jiang Chuyi hung up the phone. She looked at Qin Feng and said mechanically, my boyfriend, let me thank you on his behalf. Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart, but his face remained calm. You're welcome. Remember to wash the dishes after eating. Jiang Chuyi's face flushed red, and she nodded, no problem. But I have already prepared myself mentally. It seems that I can't avoid this dirty hand today. Next, the 3 girls who were supposed to be sleeping became interested and started drinking beer and chatting about all sorts of things. The 3 girls accompanied Jiang Chuyi for a midnight snack, and the atmosphere was so warm that it seemed unreal. In this zombie apocalypse, no one knows whether they will be able to open their eyes tomorrow. Seeing a few girls sitting together, drinking cold beer and eating sizzling skewers of meat is like a dream in heaven. Lin Yue raised her glass, her eyes moving. It's such a nice night, it's boring to just eat more, why don't we play a game? Okay. I won't sleep anymore. It's not early in the morning anyway. Tang Tang immediately became interested. Mu Qingyan smiled slyly, glanced at Jiang Chuyi, and suggested, then let's play truth or dare. The 4 girls hit it off immediately, while Qin Feng leaned leisurely on the sofa, sipping beer. His eyes fell with interest on Jiang Chuyi's pair of long and beautiful legs wrapped tightly in black stockings. The game begins. The show begins. After a few questions, the atmosphere quickly became ambiguous and exciting. When was your first time? What's your longest time? Who was the most enjoyable person you had with? Chapter 87 I can wear this, but you are not allowed to touch. The answers to almost all the embarrassing questions undoubtedly pointed to the only boy present, Qin Feng. Every answer made the girls present blush. So their first time was actually with Qin Feng. These questions also made Jiang Chuyi's heart beat faster involuntarily. Finally, it was Mu Qingyan's turn to face Qin Feng. There was a smug glint in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Qin Feng, do you choose truth or dare? Qin Feng raised his eyelids lazily, tell me the truth. Okay. Mu Qingyan cleared her throat and asked word by word, who is your favorite girl since you entered Bin University? As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly became quiet. Lin Yue and Tang Tang's breathing stopped and their ears stood straight up. Even Jiang Chuyi subconsciously stopped chewing and fixed her eyes on Qin Feng. Qin Feng was stunned, and the beautiful face of the cold and aloof school beauty from the School of Computer Science appeared in his mind. No one knows whether she is dead or alive, human, or a zombie in the doomsday. Seeing him in a daze, Mu Qingyan urged him dissatisfiedly, hey. I'm asking you a question. Who is your favorite girl in our Bin University? Qin Feng came back to his senses and looked at the nervous and expectant eyes of Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, and suddenly smiled playfully. I'm afraid that saying this answer will hurt feelings. He said slowly, forget it, I'll choose the big dare. This one sentence made Mu Qingyan, Lin Yue, and Tang Tang's hearts sink at the same time. Not us? Qin Feng really has someone else in his heart. The 3 girls' eyes were instantly filled with resentment. Oh, Qin Feng, you're so good. You contradict us every day, but you have someone else in your heart? Who is it? Good for you. Mu Qingyan was angry and annoyed, but a plan came to mind, and she smiled with success. Qin Feng, you asked for this. Her gaze turned and fell on Jiang Chuyi. Feng, then the punishment for your great adventure is. Mu Qingyan dragged out her voice and said word by word. Go touch the legs of a girl wearing black stockings here. First pinch them, then pat them gently. If you can't do that, I'll punish you by making you do 30 push-ups. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chuyi's face turned pale.
Wearing black stockings? Besides her legs, who else is there?
Zhang Chuyi almost subconsciously closed her legs to dodge.
But it's too late.
Qin Feng seemed to have anticipated this punishment, and even his sitting posture did not change much. He simply stretched out his right hand, which had been resting on the armrest of the sofa, like a dragon exploring the sea.
Zhang Chuyi only felt warmth on her legs.
Qin Feng's palm was firmly placed on her thigh. Through the thin black stockings, she could clearly feel the warmth of his palm. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng gently applied force with his fingers and slowly pinched Zhang Chuyi's tense long legs. Zhang Chuyi trembled all over, a strange electric current ran through her body from the contact point, and her brain went blank.
Pa!
A soft sound. Qin Feng's palm patted her leg again, neither lightly nor heavily. The amazing elasticity made the skin wrapped in black stockings tremble slightly. Qin Feng, you are a dirty jerk. Zhang Chuyi was both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed red and her voice trembled. Qin Feng had already withdrawn his hand, as if he had only done something insignificant. He leisurely picked up the beer glass. Looking into Zhang Chuyi's fiery peach blossom eyes, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
What's wrong, senior sister Chuyi?
His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly.
It's just a game. Everyone's watching. Can't you afford to play?
After hearing what Qin Feng said, Zhang Chuyi angrily said the classic words of girls. We girls can dress like this, but you can't look at it, let alone touch it.
Qin Feng got angry when he heard this. What kind of nonsense were these girls saying?
In the middle of the night, you come to my house dressed so coquettishly, wearing a backless and shoulder-bearing camisole and a pair of seductive black stockings. Then you say, I dress like this to look good, but you are not allowed to look at it, let alone touch it?
It's so funny, Zhang Chuyi. I want both.
You're dressed so beautifully, coming here in the middle of the night, and you still claim to be a good girl? Qin Feng just happened to slap Zhang Chuyi's elastic thigh wearing black stockings again.
This is my home. I can do whatever I want. Qin Feng looked into Zhang Chuyi's eyes and said.
Zhang Chuyi was helpless and froze in place, her face from cheeks to ears was a hot red. In front of everyone, being flirted with by a boy like this. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever experienced in the past 20 years of her life.
Who have I become? Is she the kind of girl who comes to you in the middle of the night and lets you play with her?
She is obviously the elegant senior schoolmate pursued by countless boys in Bin University, that arrogant Zhang Chuyi. But now, in this shameful silence, all her pride was shattered by Qin Feng's casual pinch and slap just now.
Next, the atmosphere of the game became a little subtle.
Zhang Chuyi absent-mindedly asked Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan a few harmless truth questions.
Time quietly slipped to 1:11 in the morning.
Mu Qingyan yawned lazily and stretched her body, revealing her graceful curves.
I'm so sleepy, let's stop here for tonight and go to sleep.
Lin Yue also rubbed her eyes, her voice filled with weariness. Yeah, good night, my dears.
Tang Tang naturally took Lin Yue's arm and said, My dear Yue, shall we sleep together?
Lin Yue smiled and pinched Tang Tang's cheek. Okay, Tang Tang's wife. Seeing that they were all about to go back to their rooms, Zhang Chuyi suddenly came to her senses, subconsciously stood up, began to clear the dishes on the table, and planned to go into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Mu Qingyan glanced at her and waved her hand lazily.
Hey, Chuyi, stop washing. It's the middle of the night, the dinging is disturbing my sleep. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The matter-of-fact tone made Zhang Chuyi's movements freeze instantly.
She felt like a young wife who had just married into a wealthy family.
And like an insignificant maid in this family. Every move depends on the master's mood.
When did Mu Qingyan, this green tea bitch, become so bossy?
But, under someone else's roof.
Zhang Chuyi bit her lower lip and silently put down the plate in her hand.
Okay, then I'll go back tonight and come back to wash tomorrow.
After she finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave the place.
Senior, it's so late, what are you replying?
Qin Feng's indifferent voice came from the sofa, with an unquestionable tone.
There's an empty bedroom, so why not stay there?
This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Zhang Chuyi's heart.
What? Stay? Am I just going to stay here like this? This is like boiling a frog in warm water. Step by step, is he trying to turn me into a member of Qin Feng's harem? Chapter 88 Young model senior sister, drunk and has a house.
Before Jiang Chuyi could refuse Qin Feng's request to let her stay, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan smiled knowingly and began to assist. Lin Yue was the first to speak, her tone warm. Senior Chuyi, it's dark outside, and there are zombies downstairs.
It's so unsafe. Don't go back. Just stay here.
Tang Tang followed up with, yes, Chuyi, we've known each other for over 2 years.
We're sisters who wore cheongsams and performed etiquette for the Universiade together. We're not strangers.
That bedroom is empty anyway, so I have no objection to you staying here.
Mu Qingyan, with a sly smile, finally made the decision, acting like a hostess. Chuyi, just listen to us. There's no need to make a fuss. From now on, we can be roommates again, and that bedroom will be yours.
Jiang Chuyi's heart was completely confused. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, waging a conflict between her conscience and her desires, making her extremely conflicted.
First, asking her to walk through the silent corridors and stairs alone.
She didn't dare, she was really scared. Second, returning to the empty dormitory 424 alone, listening to the zombies' ho-ho roars outside the window, it is more despairing than any horror movie. To be honest, Jiang Chuyi has never lived alone since she was a child. Before going to college, she slept in the same bed with her mother until she was 18. After going to college, there were 4 people sleeping in the girls' dormitory, and it was crowded and noisy with quarrels and banter every day. Only when the zombie crisis broke out, several days of living alone and the tormenting silence brought her to the brink of collapse. Here, there are many people, it is lively, and there is Qin Feng, a man who can easily kill zombies, which gives girls a sense of security. Third, but, once you settle down, you will implicitly acknowledge that you are Qin Feng's family member.
What is this? This is a silent betrayal.
It is a reversal of all your past insistence. It was also a betrayal to her boyfriend Huinan.
She couldn't do such a thing. Of course, Jiang Chuyi's dilemma only lasted 10 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, forget it. In the face of absolute fear and a fatal sense of security, Jiang Chuyi's girlish reserve was so fragile that it could be broken at the slightest provocation. Jiang Chuyi nodded with pretended difficulty, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Well, then, I'll just stay for one night. It's too dark outside, I'm a little scared. In order to save the last bit of dignity, Jiang Chuyi added.
However, I will still return to 424 early tomorrow morning so as not to disturb your lives. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Chuyi's want both look and sneered in his heart. Sometimes women even believe the lies they make up to convince themselves. But Qin Feng did not expose Jiang Chuyi's face, he just nodded with a calm expression.
Sure, senior.
The quilt and pillows in that bedroom are freshly washed.
You can stay here. He paused and glanced at his 2 wives, Lin Yue and Tang Tang.
If senior Jiang Chuyi stays here, she doesn't have any pajamas, so you can lend her some. Lin Yue and Tang Tang immediately smiled at each other and understood what Qin Feng meant in seconds.
Lin Yue, no problem.
We have plenty of pajamas. A moment later, Lin Yue walked out of her room with a black silk garment in her hand.
She handed the pajamas to Jiang Chuyi.
Jiang Chuyi took a look at it, and her breathing stopped. It was a black lace silk nightgown. The fabric was pitifully small, as thin as a cicada's wing, and the hem was extremely short, barely covering the thighs.
How can this be called pajamas?
This is clearly a battle suit that a girlfriend wears to please her boyfriend. Lin Yue's height is 168 centimeters, while Jiang Chuyi is 176 centimeters. Lin Yue thinks the skirt is too short, so what would it look like if I put it on?
It can't cover anything.
Jiang Chuyi's face suddenly turned red enough to bleed. She held the light black silk fabric and felt her palms burning hot. However, Qin Feng seemed not to see this scene. He had already naturally taken Mu Qingyan's hand, and the 2 of them walked into the master bedroom with their fingers intertwined. Lin Yue and Tang Tang also laughed and walked into the second bedroom hand in hand.
Bang, bang, both bedroom doors slammed shut.
Jiang Chuyi was the only one left in the spacious living room. She stood there, holding the thin black nightgown in her hand. Shame, humiliation, confusion, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, leaving her mind blank.
Bang, bang.
The doors of the 2 bedrooms closed one after another at similar times. Inside the door is the warmth and softness of beauty, the laughter of Qin Feng and Mu Qingyan, and the evening chats between Lin Yue and Tang Tang, their best friends. Outside the door, there was deathly silence. In the huge living room, Jiang Chuyi was the only one left, standing alone in the middle. She looked down at the light black lace nightgown in her hand. The silky touch of the fabric seemed to have some kind of magic, eroding her fingertips bit by bit. Shame, humiliation, confusion, and a hint of joy that she herself was unwilling to admit. Countless emotions surged in her heart, causing her mind to go blank for a moment. But soon, this blank was replaced by another more concrete feeling.
The sense of relief brought by absolute silence. No one was staring at her here. They were all asleep. Qin Feng didn't continue to harass him. Jiang Chuyi took a deep breath, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed.
Jiang Chuyi walked barefoot on the cool and smooth floor and walked towards the bathroom, intending to take a comfortable and quick bath. Step into the shower and turn on the 8-way spray.
Wow!
Warm water poured down from the shower head, and water flowed out from the pipes on the wall in 8 directions, washing Jiang Chuyi's snow-white and delicate skin, and also washing away her fatigue and fear of the past few days.
Oh, it's so comfortable.
In this zombie apocalypse, taking a hot bath is a heavenly enjoyment. While washing, Jiang Chuyi's eyes fell on a corner of the bathroom.
2 identical toilets, standing side by side. The corner of Jiang Chuyi's mouth twitched, and he complained in his heart. What kind of disgusting design is this? It must be Qin Feng. This bad guy.
After washing up, she finally changed into the black nightgown that Lin Yue gave her. With a height of 176 centimeters, the effect of wearing this battlesuit prepared for Lin Yue, who was 168 centimeters tall, can be imagined. The skirt was shockingly short, and her 2 proud and long legs were exposed to the air without any cover. With every step you take, you can feel the cool breeze from the air conditioner. However, when she returned to the living room and collapsed into the soft leather sofa, a strange feeling of satisfaction came over her.
The sofa was so comfortable. There was a double-door refrigerator next to the sofa.
She stood up, opened the refrigerator, took a look, and took out a bunch of green grapes with water droplets still hanging on them. She lay on the sofa, put one icy thing after another into her mouth, and the sweet juice exploded in her mouth.
Ah, so sweet, so cold, so refreshing.
Jiang Chuyi turned on the 76-inch wall-mounted TV again, muted the volume, and watched the silent screen, which was playing A Bite of Dragon Kingdom. Safe, comfortable, and cozy. At this moment, she imagined the students in the entire girls' dormitory who were hungry and frightened. I don't know how many female classmates hid behind the curtains of their beds, listening to the roars downstairs outside the window, their stomachs aching with hunger.
And what about me? He.
A complicated smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chuyi's lips: air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelon. It turns out that the taste of decadence is so sweet. Jiang Chuyi ate the green grapes, yawned, and glanced at the time.
It was 1:30 in the morning.
She turned off all the electrical appliances, left the living room reluctantly, and returned to her second bedroom. The room is 20 square meters, with a 1.5 meter high bed in brand new bedding that smells like it's been sun-dried.
Click. The first thing Jiang Chuyi did was to lock the door. This is her last line of defense.
Used to resist the man named Qin Feng, in case he suddenly bursts in with his beastly nature in the middle of the night. This door must be locked from the inside and propped up with a chair.
Qin Feng, you can't come in now. Jiang Chuyi smiled proudly. Chapter 89: Young model school beauty goes to the toilet late at night.
Jiang Chuyi had just crawled into the soft bed and took out her cell phone when a video call request popped up.
It's my boyfriend Hui Nan. Jiang Chuyi's heart skipped a beat. Feeling guilty, she immediately turned off the bedside lamp in panic.
The room was instantly plunged into darkness.
At this moment, I can only lie to my boyfriend.
Jiang Chuyi cleared her throat, connected the video, and spoke in her most sweet voice.
Hello, Nan, why are you still awake so late?
On the phone screen, Hui Nan's anxious face appeared a little blurry.
Baby, I accidentally called you on video. Are you back? I'm back. I came back a long time ago.
Jiang Chuyi blurted out without a trace of flaw in her tone. After dinner, I chatted with Mu Qinyan and the others for a while, then I came back.
It was dark outside, so I walked fast.
Hearing this, Huinan felt relieved.
That's good. That Qin Feng, he didn't do anything to you, did he?
I transferred 50,000 yuan to him, so he should know what's good for him this time, right?
Fool.
Jiang Chuyi cursed her boyfriend in her heart, saying he was really stupid, but her words became more and more sweet. No, Qin Feng was pretty well behaved today. We just played games together for a while, and then I left. Now he's lying on his bed in the dormitory, getting ready for sleep.
That's good, I hope you return to the dormitory safely. Hui Nan's voice softened. After this zombie crisis or whatever, let's go on a long trip as a couple, okay? We'll go to Dali, where you want to go the most, and stay there for a week. Hui Nan said boldly.
It has always been his long-cherished wish to take a long trip with his girlfriend.
Of course, long-distance travel between couples means a lot.
After hearing this, Jiang Chuyi immediately understood what Hui Nan meant.
He wanted to take her down.
Okay, baby, as soon as the apocalypse is over, I promise to go on a long trip with you and be your real girlfriend. Jiang Chuyi particularly emphasized the word real.
Hui Nan's uncontrollable joy could be heard from the other end of the phone. Finally this day has come.
Jiang Chuyi changed the subject, with a hint of coquettishness.
Nan, shouldn't you reward me too?
Xin Feng gave you 50,000, so I want a big red envelope too.
Okay, no problem. As long as you're happy, not to mention 50,000, even 100,000 is fine.
Ding, you received a transfer of 50,000 yuan from Hui Nan. Jiang Chuyi looked at the glaring red numbers on the phone screen and her mood suddenly brightened. The amount of real money, even if it cannot be spent in doomsday, is enough to bring the most primitive happiness. It's so simple to make a girl happy, just spend money on it.
Got it, good night baby. Well, good night, Shui, have a sweet dream.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chuyi threw the phone aside and breathed a long sigh of relief. She slept in another man's bed and lied to her boyfriend to get his money. An inexplicable feeling of excitement mixed with guilt made her tremble all over.
Jiang Chuyi didn't know how long she had slept before she was awakened by the urge to urinate.
The bottle of beer I drank at night began to take effect.
I glanced at my phone screen and saw it was only 3 in the morning.
She got up in a daze and groped in the dark to unlock the door to the second bedroom. In the living room, a row of dim night lights were on the baseboards, making it barely possible to see things. She tiptoed across the living room and into the bathroom, forgetting to lock the door because she was still drowsy. Sitting on the cold toilet seat, she half closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief.
Right now.
Squeak. The bathroom door was pushed open from the outside.
Jiang Chuyi was half awakened in an instant.
She froze in place, not even able to utter a word. A tall black shadow walked in, bringing with him an unquestionable sense of oppression.
It's him. Xin Feng.
Jiang Chuyi's heartbeat instantly rushed to her throat. She subconsciously pressed her legs together and even her breathing stopped.
Damn, there is only one bathroom in a 200 square meter house?
However, the boy's shadow in the darkness did not notice her sitting on the toilet. Or maybe he noticed it but didn't care.
Xin Feng walked straight to another toilet next to her and unbuttoned his pajamas smoothly.
The next second, a powerful line of water cut through the silent air and accurately hit the water surface of the toilet. The splashing water and the sound were infinitely amplified in the small space.
Crash. Jiang Chuyi was completely confused.
Her mind was blank and she could only watch, her ears filled with the voice that made her blush.
In the darkness, she couldn't see clearly and couldn't make out anything.
But the blurred outline, the parabolic sound of splashing water, and Qin Feng's masculine aura combined into an extremely impactful picture that was deeply imprinted in her mind.
Damn, Qin Feng, is this intentional? Did he see me? Is he draining the water with his eyes closed? He must know I'm here. Oh my god, who designed the double toilet? Is it serious? Is it formal? Xin Feng, this bastard. A devil. The god of Pua. The emperor who controls school bells.
Soon, the sound stopped. Xin Feng shook himself, pulled up his pants, turned around and left. He never turned his head to look at her or spoke a word. It was as if he really didn't see her, as if Jiang Chuyi didn't exist. The bathroom door closed gently, and Jiang Chuyi seemed to come back to life, breathing heavily. She lowered her head, and in the darkness, her pretty face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out.
An unprecedented feeling of humiliation, mixed with indescribable fear, gripped her heart.
After a long time, she stood up, wiped it with paper, and fled back to her room. Lying back on the bed, she covered her head with the quilt, her teeth chattering. What lingered in my mind was the scene just now. From then on, Jiang Chuyi suffered from a symptom, gigantic fear.
Master bedroom.
Xin Feng returned to the bed, and Mu Qinyan immediately clung to him like a kitten, murmuring, "Husband, where have you been?" Xin Feng held her soft body in his arms and replied calmly, "I went to the bathroom." Mu Qingyan rubbed against his chest and closed her eyes contentedly. "Hubby, you are so great."
I am so happy.
Xin Feng hugged Mu Qing, patted her head and stroked her hair. At this moment, the system's voice came in my mind.
Bite.
School bell number 4, Jiang Chuyi, has experienced significant emotional fluctuations, and her emotional score has increased significantly. Humiliation, forced to listen to the entire process of urinating in front of the host, your proud self-esteem is shattered, points plus 5,000. Fear, the host's overwhelming masculine symbol, causing awe and fear from the depths of their soul, points plus 4,000. Guilt, cheated on my boyfriend and took his money, feeling ashamed of my depraved behavior.
Points plus 3,000. Conquer, the target has been initially intimidated by the host's absolute dominance.
Their pretense of aloof school beauty has begun to peel off, and they have developed a preliminary sense of submission.
Points plus 2,000.
Total points earned this time, 15,000 points. Jiang Chuyi's attitude towards the host has been updated, obedience.
Xin Feng's eyes were as calm as water? Ha! We're just getting started? You're obeying so quickly? Chapter 90 Car Model School Beauty Obedience Test.
Xin Feng held the soft Mu Qingyan in his arms, his consciousness immersed in the system prompt sound in his mind.
Bite.
System space continues to upgrade, level 21, area upgraded to 220 square meters. It has been detected that the host is troubled by the double toilet design, and with the increase in the number of residents, there is a lack of sanitation facilities.
Special reward, private bathroom upgrade. Second bedroom A and second bedroom B each have a new set of luxurious independent bathrooms.
The master bathroom has been upgraded, and there are now 3 separate bathrooms in total.
Xin Feng smiled. This system is becoming more and more considerate. Last night's embarrassment was resolved in one fell swoop.
Of course he saw Jiang Chuyi sitting in another toilet.
But, I am in a hurry to pee. He glanced at his phone and saw it was just after 3 in the morning. Host's remaining points, 167,000. Unlock the next 3 packages.
Wenzhou cuisine, 3 shredded fish, stir-fried cuttlefish, steamed abalone with garlic, Wenzhou fishball soup, ginger wine crab, Wenzhou duck tongue, 10,000 points. Huayang cuisine, braised lion's head with crab roe, boiled dried shredded vegetables, Yangzhou fried rice, squirrel mandarin fish, Wensi tofu, crystal braised pork knuckle, 10,000 points. Shanxi cuisine, signature sliced noodles, Shanxi fried pork, old vinegar peanuts, sweet and sour meatballs, lamb stew, oat noodles, 10,000 points. When Xin Feng saw this news, he started to complain in his heart again.
Shanxi, also a high-carb province, also requires 10,000 points? Ah. The night is still long.
He calmed his mind, hugged Mu Qingyan tightly, and continued to sleep soundly.
The next day. The 10th day of the zombie apocalypse.
The whole world is still asleep, as silent as a cemetery.
Many people in the boys' and girls' dormitories would rather continue to sleep with their quilts covered on their heads than wake up and face reality.
But Xin Feng and Mu Qingyan woke up early in the morning and had just finished a 60-minute vigorous morning exercise. Mu Qingyan, steaming with passion, hummed a song as she walked into the bathroom of the master bedroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water was heard from inside. Xin Feng was thinking about his senior Jiang Chuyi, who was 176 centimeters tall and had beautiful legs. The system prompts that her attitude towards herself has changed to obedience.
I just don't know what the quality of this obedience is?
Xin Feng has always liked to learn true knowledge through practice. He stood up, walked barefoot on the soft laminate flooring, and walked silently to Jiang Chuyi's door.
Boom, boom, boom.
He bent his fingers and knocked lightly on the door. A few seconds later, there was a rustling sound from inside the door, and then the door was opened a crack.
Jiang Chuyi's beautiful face was revealed.
She was obviously still asleep, her eyes were blurry, with a hint of laziness and alertness as if she had been disturbed. She was wearing a black silk suspender nightgown that made her already fair skin almost glow. The skirt was very short, revealing 2 breathtakingly long legs, exposed to the air without any cover. They were smooth and straight, making people dizzy in the dim light.
Junior, is there something wrong?
Jiang Chuyi's voice was hoarse from just waking up, and a little alert.
Can I use the bathroom in your room?
Xin Feng's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. Jiang Chuyi was stunned for a moment, and her sleepiness was slightly awakened.
My room has a bathroom?
Her face was full of question marks. The weird double toilet last night is still vivid in her mind, and she will never forget the feeling of social death last night.
My phobia came back and I had a lot of weird dreams last night. They were so weird. Bamboo grows 1 meter a day. A huge blue whale swimming in the ocean. The train goes through the tunnel. Is this man Qin Feng deliberately playing tricks on me? She subconsciously looked back towards her bedroom. With just one glance, she froze. Just opposite her bed, on the originally smooth wall, a pure white frosted glass door had appeared out of nowhere. What is going on? Is there really a bathroom in my room? Then why didn't I take care of myself here last night? Zhang Chuyi was struck by lightning, her mind went blank, and she gently pushed open the door. The scene before her left her completely speechless. The intelligent sensor lights light up softly, reflecting a brand new, extremely luxurious modern bathroom space. There is a smart mirror that can reflect people's eyes, a pure white ceramic wash basin, and a full set of brand new high-end toiletries placed next to it. There is a fully intelligent computer toilet and a dry and wet separated shower room with glass. The shower head is an overhead tropical rainforest design. Everything here exudes a dreamlike atmosphere that does not belong to this doomsday. Zhang Chuyi blinked hard, wondering if she was still dreaming. Are you fucking kidding me? Why did a bathroom suddenly appear? Zhang Chuyi asked in confusion. No one's kidding you, seeing is believing. As Qin Feng spoke, he walked past her and went straight into the brand new bathroom. Excuse me, can I borrow your shower room to take a shower, senior? He said with a smile, his tone so natural as if this was his territory. Zhang Chuyi's mind was in a mess, and she asked subconsciously. Why don't you use your master bedroom? Qin Feng took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined back muscles, and said without turning his head, Qin Yan is using it. Zhang Chuyi felt a lump in her throat. Then you can take a shower together. The words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. She could only retreat silently, sitting beside the bed with a confused heart. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the shower room, a thought kept echoing in my mind. What on earth does this man want to do? Create a bathroom out of thin air? Is he God? 15 minutes later, the sound of water stopped. Qin Feng's magnetic voice came through the glass door, with a lazy commanding tone. Senior Chuyi, I don't think I brought the bath towel. By the way, please give me a back rub. Zhang Chuyi trembled all over, as if she was hit by an electric current. Rub your back? Shall I rub your back? Her cheeks flushed instantly and her heart beat wildly. He pretended not to hear and clutched the bed sheet tightly beneath him. However, Qin Feng obviously did not give her the chance to play dumb. Zhang Chuyi. This time, his voice was not loud, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power. Come in and rub my back. Broken. Zhang Chuyi felt a chill in her heart. I was just thinking about them taking a bath together, but now, how come it has become that I want to be with Qin Feng? The thrilling glimpse in the darkness last night flashed through her mind. The lingering giant phobia seemed to have recurred. Fear, shame, humiliation, and a trembling feeling of being forced to obey that even he couldn't understand. All these emotions intertwined together, almost suffocating her. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. Oh, here it comes. In the end, Zhang Chuyi slowly stood up and walked towards the restricted area shrouded in steam step by step like a puppet. I can't even control myself. She picked up the brand new bath ball hanging on the hanger, and with trembling hands, pushed open the glass door of the shower room. Chapter 91, Internal strife begins in the boys' dormitory. Water vapor hit my face, blurring my vision. Qin Feng's strong back was clearly visible before her eyes. Every inch of muscle is filled with explosive power. Zhang Chuyi resisted the urge to turn around and run, squeezed the shower gel onto the bath ball, and rubbed out rich foam. Then, she took a deep breath and gently placed the soft bath ball on Qin Feng's back. At the same time, the boys' dormitory was in chaos. The military has been out of supplies for 3 days. Hunger completely brings out the evil in the deepest part of human nature. The art department's male god, Hong Yaoshan, no longer looks like a male god at all. He had half of his arm broken off and was wrapped in a piece of cloth. His blind eye socket was empty and terrifying. The man's face was hideous, like a demon crawling out of hell. Having fallen from the altar of male god and now becoming a waste, his mentality has also changed. The former calm and composed school idol has now turned into an angry and extremely irritable person. No, if this continues, I'll starve to death before the zombies even arrive. Damn it! Hong Yashan was cursing loudly outside the balcony, not knowing who he was cursing.
His good friend Wu Yuyan and his little follower Zhao Wenyu have been starving for the past 3 days. Zhao Wenyu licked his cracked lips and said sinisterly,
Brother Yashan, there's nothing we can do now.
Either we rush out to the cafeteria and look for the dance figure in the freezer, or solve this from the inside.
Solve it from within? Brother Shun, do you know Huinan, that rich second generation?
Zhao Wenyu's eyes flashed with greed. This kid has a rich family and high aspirations, but his physique is not good and he is a head shorter than me. I went to his dormitory and saw a whole box of instant noodles in his closet.
There are also various hams and luncheon meats. That kid eats delicious food and drinks spicy drinks every day, he's so happy. Isn't this a ready-made target for fleecing?
A terrifying and ferocious light flashed from Hong Yaoshuan's hollow eyes, and he grinned widely.
That makes sense. Huinan is 2 heads shorter than me, and he's fighting with me? He's not a jerk. Wu Yuyan slapped his thigh and said, let's do it. It's the end of the world now, whoever has the bigger fist is the ruler. If Huinan dares not give it to us, we will beat him until he gives. Yes. Go. Yeah, beat him up.
The people in their dormitory are all short, so let's just rob them. Hong Yaoshan and the other 2 hit it off immediately and rushed towards Huinan's dormitory 415 with ferocious looks.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The heavy sound of knocking on the door scared Huinan and his roommate Suyu in the dormitory to death.
Who is it? Roommate Suyu whispered. Don't open the door. Pretend to be dead.
Huinan said in a low voice, he felt something was wrong.
Outside the door, Hong Yaoshuan's patience had long been worn away by hunger. Open the door. Huinan. Don't fucking play dead, I know you're in there. We are all classmates, so let's talk it out. Open the door. If you don't, I'll kick it. Bang. With a loud bang, Hong Yaoshan kicked a big hole in the dormitory door, which was not strong to begin with. The door is broken. Huinan and Suyu were so angry that they started cursing, fuck. Hong Yaoshan, are you sick?
In the end, Huinan still gritted his teeth and opened the door. Hong Yaoshan pushed him away and said with a sly smile, brother, lend me some food.
Look, I'm injured. You can't just stand by and watch me die, right? Huinan was shaking with anger. I don't give a damn about your injury. Who told you to get on with Qin Feng? Bang.
Hong Yaoshan slapped Huinan hard in the face with a loud slap.
Hong Yaoshuan's face was ferocious. How do you talk to me?
Don't mention Qin Feng's name in front of me, this beast doesn't deserve it.
What are you so proud of? Let me tell you, your girlfriend Zhang Chuyi is probably being fucked by Qin Feng on the bed right now.
You've already been fucked like a piece of grass.
I'll kill you. Huinan felt the pain and rushed forward with a roar.
But as a pampered rich second generation, he was no match for 3 starving 1.8-meter tall boys. Wu Yuyan and Zhao Wenyu walked up to him with a grin, kicked him to the ground one by one, and then punched him.
Huinan suddenly couldn't open his eyes.
My roommate Suyu was so scared that he huddled in the corner, his thighs shaking, not daring to do anything. Soon, Zhao Wenyu took out a whole box of instant noodles, a box of sausages and a box of luncheon meat from the cabinet.
Fuck, perfect. Very good. Huinan, thank you.
The 3 men's eyes lit up, and the ecstasy of grabbing the food made them almost crazy. They pushed away the bruised Huinan and walked away laughing.
Brother Hu, what should we do? Suyu cried, we've run out of food, and we can't defeat them.
Huinan lay on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were unusually calm, even with a hint of ruthlessness.
We're courting death by fighting these beasts.
He slowly got up from the ground and took out his cell phone.
It doesn't matter.
In this world, money makes the world go round.
Now, if I have the strength, I can do it. How could I be afraid of Hong Yaoshan?
If I had a gun, I would shoot him dead.
A trace of morbid admiration and trust appeared on Huinan's face.
He dialed Qin Feng's number, which he knew by heart. In his heart, Qin Feng was like a god. In Huinan's heart, Qin Feng is his life-saving straw. He is the only one who can help him regain his dignity. This revenge must be avenged. At this time, the bathroom in the girls' dormitory was filled with mist and was hazy.
Zhang Chuyi, who was 176 centimeters tall, had a red face and was about to bleed from shame.
She was only wearing a black silk short skirt pajamas, and she was rubbing the mud on Qin Feng's broad back mechanically. My heart was pounding and I didn't dare to look at her anymore. The short skirt was wet with moisture and stuck to the skin slightly. It outlines her slender waist and curvy figure. Under the skirt is a pair of breathtakingly long legs. Straight, well-proportioned and slender, the legs are extremely beautiful. A few playful crystal water droplets slowly slid down the curve of her fair and tight calves. Chapter 92 RPG Rocket Launcher, Send the Male God to His Death. The bathroom was steaming. Zhang Chuyi, who is 1.76 meters tall, has a pretty face that looks like a school beauty, but it is now red enough to look like blood. The black silk miniskirt pajamas she was wearing were soaked with water vapor, tightly fitting her youthful and curvy body, outlining a breathtaking waist-to-hip ratio curve. Qin Feng turned around and faced her with his back. Zhang Chuyi took the bath towel and slid it gently across Qin Feng's back, her heart pounding and her whole body trembling. At this moment, Qin Feng's cell phone rang.
Caller ID, Hui Nan. It's her boyfriend.
Zhang Chuyi,
don't answer it. Qin Feng answered the phone and said calmly, what are you afraid of? What if Hui Nan wants to talk to me about something?
Zhang Chuyi said tremblingly, don't say we are together, let alone say I am bathing you.
Qin Feng sneered and pressed the answer button.
Zhang Chuyi quietly covered her mouth with her left hand, fearing that she would accidentally make a sound.
Qin Feng, hello?
Hui Nan. Why are you calling so early? From the other end of the phone, Hui Nan's aggrieved voice with a tearful tone came.
Woo brother Feng. Brother Feng, save me. I was beaten. Someone snatched all my instant noodles.
Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Chuyi, who was as stiff as a sculpture in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Hui Nan, what's going on? Tell me slowly. It's Han Yaoshan. And those three bastards Wu Yuyan and Zhao Wenyu. Hui Nan spoke incoherently and began to accuse.
They broke into my dorm and first asked me to borrow instant noodles, but I refused to give them. Then Han Yaoshan, his left hand was gone, one of his eyes was missing, and he still beat me.
Wu Yuyan and Zhao Wenyu also beat up my roommate Su Yu. My cupboard is full of instant noodles, sausages, luncheon meat, woo. Brother Feng, that's our future life. Qin Feng said calmly, oh? Han Yaoshan? This bastard is still alive? Hui Nan cried even louder.
Yes, he is a disabled person, and he still came to my house to beat me.
Brother Feng.
I sent you so many red envelopes, and you still help me take care of Chuyi.
We are closer than brothers. You must help me avenge this vengeance. Please, Brother Feng.
When Zhang Chuyi heard her own name, her whole body trembled. She covered her mouth tightly and even stopped breathing, for fear of leaking even the slightest sound. She could imagine how much her boyfriend on the other end of the phone trusted the man who was invading her. Qin Feng stretched out his hand, sneered slightly, and gently stroked Zhang Chuyi's long hair that was wet with water, feeling the violent trembling of the beauty in his arms. However, his voice sounded extremely reliable when talking into the microphone.
Hui Nan, don't worry. Your business is my business.
I'll definitely do you a favor, since your girlfriend and my wives are all good friends.
Put your heart back in your stomach, I promise.
This time, Han Yaoshan will die without knowing how he died. Upon hearing this, Hui Nan burst into tears of gratitude, as if he had found a savior.
Brother Feng. You really are my brother. When I get back, I will definitely bring Chuyi with me, and we will thank you in person. Yeah, no problem.
Qin Feng hung up the phone and threw it aside. He pushed the distraught Zhang Chuyi away from his arms, walked straight out of the shower room, and pulled a bath towel around his waist. Zhang Chuyi came to her senses, chased after him, and asked in a trembling voice, I heard everything.
Hui Nan was beaten. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill someone again?
Qin Feng turned around and revealed a cruel sneer, like the Grim Reaper about to swing his scythe.
Right. Avenge your boyfriend. To send off Mu Qingyan and Su Shi as idol.
New grudges, old grudges, let's settle them together. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng's mind moved. System, I want to buy weapons with the most powerful firepower.
Byte.
System Mall, RPG 7 rocket launcher, redemption points, 10,000 points.
Exchange successful.
The next second, a metal launch tube and a dark green shell appeared on the living room carpet. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and began to assemble calmly, his movements as skillful as if he was assembling a model. But in those eyes, there was a murderous intent brewing to destroy the world. A suppressed murderous aura began to emanate from his entire body. In the living room, the pure school beauty Lin Yue, the dance beauty Tang Tang, and the cheerleading captain Mu Qingyan, three stunning beauties had already been awakened. They were wearing nightgowns of different colors, like three trembling flowers, looking at Qin Feng and the terrifying weapon in his hand in awe.
Husband, you want it again. Lin Yue's voice trembled. Who has offended you this time? Don't make too much noise, okay? Tang Tang pleaded.
Mu Qingyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. Qin Feng, please, don't kill anymore, they are all classmates, forget it.
How many people do you want to kill? Shut up.
Qin Feng uttered two words in a low voice, but his three wives were instantly silenced. He carried the assembled RPG rocket launcher, left the system space, returned to dormitory 301, then went up the stairs to the 7th floor, opened the iron door of the rooftop, and jumped onto the roof of the girls' dormitory. The breeze blew his short hair. He carried the RPG rocket launcher in both hands, like a demon god overlooking all living beings, aiming at the boys' dormitory building opposite, aiming at Hong Yashuan's dormitory. The dormitory balcony was shattered to pieces by Qin Feng's drone bomb last time, with bricks all over the ground.
Hong Yashan immediately packed up his things and moved to the dormitory opposite, away from the front of the girls' dormitory.
They thought that as long as they avoided Qin Feng head-on, they could avoid Qin Feng's sniper attack.
Ha, naive.
Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on the window. He raised the RPG rocket launcher and his eyes, like an eagle, penetrated the opposite side. At this moment, Hong Yashan, Wu Yuyan, and Zhao Wenyu were gathered around a desk, enjoying the hot instant noodles they had just grabbed.
In the soup were some ham and luncheon meat cut with a knife.
In such a doomsday world, it is considered a feast. Hong Yashan, Wu Yuyan, and Zhao Wenyu were eating enthusiastically and sweating profusely. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so good.
Ah, this Thai instant noodles is awesome. So fucking delicious. Another bowl of black pork luncheon meat, it's amazing. Huinan's second generation really knows how to enjoy life.
He's really rich. He bought his 176 centimeters car model girlfriend with his money.
You guys think that wimp is crying while hugging his roommate right now? I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. They are too weak and can't even fight. We are the only good guys. If the apocalypse really comes, they won't survive a single day.
The one-eyed Hong Yaoshan grinned fiercely, with viciousness flashing in his eyes. They had no idea that Qin Feng had already put their figures into the sight. Qin Feng placed the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and aimed the cold crosshairs at the revelry window.
Whoosh!
A flash of fire tore through the air, dragging a long white tail, and with a buzzing sound, it passed through the sky between the two dormitory buildings and shot accurately into the window.
The next moment. Boom! The deafening explosion with heavy bass swallowed everything. The walls of the entire dormitory exploded outward, and flames and thick smoke rose into the sky.
The carnival laughter came to an abrupt end. In the smoke-filled ruins, half of Hong Yashuan's leg was missing, and the broken part was charred.
Oh, Mom. Oh. It hurts so much.
Zhao Wenyu's stomach was completely blown open, and his colorful intestines were all over the floor, still steaming. He sat on the ground, watching his intestines flow all over the floor, and he grabbed them with both hands. My intestines are all out, please help me put them back in, wow, please help me, I can't feel the pain anymore, Mom. Wu Yuyan was lying face down on the ground, motionless, and his life or death was unknown. 3 bowls of hot instant noodles, along with the soup and ham slices, were spilled all over the floor. The entire boys' dormitory building shook violently, as if it had been hit by a huge hammer.
After a second of dead silence, a panicked scream broke through the sky. What the hell? What's going on? Earthquake? Or explosion? Damn it! It's Qin Feng again. He definitely did it. Is he going to blow the building down? Doesn't Qin Feng want to give us a chance to survive? Why is he going to blow up the house? A boy collapsed and leaned against the window, roaring hysterically at the girls' dormitory building opposite. Qin Feng, fuck you. You have weapons, but instead of fighting zombies, you blow up your classmates every day. Madman. Qin Feng, you are a fucking madman. It's on fire. Put it out. Bucket of water. Oh no. This dormitory building is about to collapse. Everyone, run.
A boy jumped off the balcony in panic. With a bang, he fell to the ground, groaned, and died from the fall. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, Mu Qingyan, and Zhang Chudi were all standing on the balcony of dormitory 301, staring in amazement at what was happening before their eyes. Black smoke billowed out of a balcony in the boys' dormitory building, crows flew everywhere, and the boys screamed and howled.
A doomsday scene. All thanks to Qin Feng. Chapter 93, by Yue Guang School Beauty, sacrificing herself. Boys' dormitory building.
A loud noise with white smoke ripped through the air, boom. A large piece of the outer wall of the dormitory where Hong Yashan lived was forcibly gouged out, revealing the broken steel bars and concrete. Black smoke billowed out, and the smell of burning pierced everyone's nostrils.
The glass in the entire building was buzzing. Dead silence.
There was a dead silence of more than 10 seconds. Then, there were ghostly howls like a volcanic eruption.
What the hell? What's going on? Qin Feng. That madman Qin Feng again. He has a cannon. He really has a cannon. Are we going to die? This building is going to collapse.
A boy collapsed to his knees, his hands covering his head, screaming incoherently, Qin Feng is going to kill us.
He's going to kill us all. Fear, like a plague, spread instantly.
Everyone in the boys' dormitory went crazy, some laughed, some cried, and some cursed.
But the most common emotion among all boys is fear.
This time, it was no longer the lucky escape that Qin Feng had previously used to launch a drone attack. Instead, the boys truly felt the unbridgeable gap between themselves and Qin Feng.
That is the gap between mortals and gods and demons.
If they are living beings, then Qin Feng is the god of death who dominates fate.
In the face of absolute power, they are not even ants.
Every time the Grim Reaper swings his scythe, a group of people die in the boys' dormitory.
Tragic. Cruel. Crush. Oh no. There's a fire.
Qin Feng is going to burn us to death. Following a boy's shout, countless boys rushed out of the dormitory door. Some people tried to put out the fire with buckets of water, but their hands were shaking so much that they couldn't even hold the water steadily. More people rushed to the bombed dormitory, their faces a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity.
The scene in the dormitory made many boys bend over and vomit on the spot. It's so miserable.
Zhao Wenyu fell in a pool of blood, with a huge hole in his abdomen and his colorful intestines spilling out onto the ground. He seemed to want to stuff it back in with his hands, mumbling, "Whoa, my intestines, please help me to close them, I want to find my mother." But Zhao Wenyu's eyes soon became blurred, his head tilted, and he became completely silent. One boy vomited instantly, and two other boys wanted to help pick up his intestines. A brave boy shouted in a trembling voice, Don't touch him, even gods can't save him."
Hong Yaoshan rolled on the ground, screaming miserably, "Qin Feng, I'll fuck your uncle." One of Hong Yaoshuan's legs has completely disappeared from the knee down.
The cut surface was a bloody mess, and blood was gushing out like a faucet that couldn't be turned off. His only remaining eye was now filled with endless hatred and fear.
Ah! Qin Feng. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Wu Yuyan is the only one that looks relatively intact. He was blown away by the blast and hit the wall, and was now shaking all over. As a medical student, he knew better than anyone what his companion's injuries meant. He touched his whole body tremblingly and found that he was not missing any limbs and had miraculously survived. Crazy. Damn Qin Feng, this madman.
Wu Yuyan muttered to himself, then started yelling hysterically.
I didn't get killed by the rocket launcher?
It's a blessing in disguise. On the other side, the balcony of the girls' dormitory was filled with people crowded together to watch the fun. The girls were whispering to each other excitedly, chattering, watching the fire from the other side, gloating, and wishing that the world would not be in chaos. The more boys die, the happier they are.
It exploded. It really exploded. Did Qin Feng fire a cannonball? Awesome. Why? Why did Qin Feng blow them up? Because Hong Yaoshan pursued Mu Qingyan before, but now Mu Qingyan has slept with Qin Feng.
No, I heard that Hong Yaoshan and his men beat Huanan up.
Huanan asked Qin Feng to help him get revenge.
In return, he sacrificed his girlfriend in exchange.
Ew, isn't Huanan's girlfriend Zhang Chui? So Zhang Chui has become the sacrifice now? Yes, Zhang Chui lives in 301 now.
I saw her go in there several times.
It's quite shameless.
They all became Qin Feng's harem.
What has Qin Fang's 301 become? A school beauty asylum?
Yes, it's definitely not a good place, full of filth and dirt.
Ha, what a filthy place.
I heard Qin Feng and the school beauties are eating well in there.
Do you want to eat? You're so ugly that you can't even get in. I'm ugly? I'm ugly? Humph, monkeys laugh and dogs are ugly. What did you say?
As they spoke, the two girls started fighting.
In the crowd, a beautiful and pure girl stood there blankly, staring at the boys' dormitory building opposite. Su Xia. The white moonlight that is pure and untainted in the hearts of boys.
She stared blankly at the black smoke drifting from the roof of the opposite building, her face pale and her body cold. Hong Yaoshan, the talented art student she had always secretly admired, the long-haired handsome man who could play guitar and paint.
What did he do to deserve being hunted down and killed by Qin Feng? She doesn't believe the rumors. With trembling hands, she dialed Hong Yaoshuan's video call. Beep beep beep.
The moment the video call was connected, Su Xia's pupils suddenly shrank.
The picture shows hell on earth. In the dormitory that just exploded.
Wu Yuyan was crying as she used a bandage to wrap Hong Yaoshuan's broken leg, but the blood instantly soaked the white gauze. Hong Yaoshuan's face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless due to the severe pain.
I can't stop, the bleeding won't stop. Wu Yuyan cried out in despair, there's no medicine. It'll get infected. Hong Yaoshan is going to die. It's useless.
Quick, Su Xia called Hong Yaoshan and asked him to say a few words to the school beauty before he died.
It's so pitiful. Hong Yaoshan, why did you mess with Qin Feng when you could mess with anyone else?
The phone screen shook, and the phone was finally handed back to Hong Yaoshan. Hong Yaoshan, the tall and handsome young man with long hair, took his phone. In the center of the phone screen was a blood-stained face, very hideous. He saw Su Xia and the most sacred moonlight in his heart.
Xia. Tears of blood flowed from Hong Yaoshuan's single eye.
A sudden surge of energy made him grab his phone tightly.
Xia, I regret so much. I regret not getting you earlier.
His voice was hoarse and vicious, full of resentment.
Xia, you are so beautiful, so pure.
I was wrong, I have always given your love to the wrong people.
A devil like Qin Feng likes people like you the most. Revenge for me. Xia. Use your body, use your beauty, get close to him, kill him, gouge out his eyes. Avenge me, ah cough cough, cough cough.
Hong Yaoshan spat out a mouthful of blood, and using up his last bit of strength, he let out a beast-like roar, his arms drooping dejectedly.
Video, interrupted. Hong Yaoshan died. Passed away suddenly.
Su Xia held the phone in her hand, tears silently streaming down her face, and she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave.
The man I had a crush on for 3 years in college is dead? Just let Qin Feng be killed by a bomb? Revenge. But how could a weak woman like her take revenge on Qin Feng, who had a rocket launcher? Hong Yaoshuan's last few crazy words kept echoing in Su Xia's mind. With your body, with your beauty. A crazy and humiliating idea gradually took shape in Su Xia's mind. She returned to her dormitory silently, closed the door, raised her tearful eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. That pure and innocent face is enough to make any man want to protect her. Her appearance is her only weapon. Su Xia wiped away her tears, and the tenderness in her eyes was replaced by a trace of determination and cold hatred. Okay, Yaoshan, I will avenge you. A tear fell from Su Xia's clear eyes. She opened her closet and took out one of her most treasured clothes. A CK uniform skirt in white and dark blue. People said that when she wore this dress, she looked as pure as an angel descended to earth. She slowly put on her treasured CK uniform skirt. The ivory white and delicate skin looks extremely white against the pure white cotton cloth. Su Xia's long black hair fell straight down like a waterfall, resting softly on her thin shoulders. Long, straight black hair is an image that men cannot resist. The small and delicate dark red bow on her chest is the best symbol of the girl's innocence of the world, enough to arouse any man's desire to protect her. Under the pleated skirt, Su Xia's pair of slender and straight legs were flawless and dazzlingly white. She raised her head and stared at herself in the mirror quietly. Those eyes, clear as water, are full of affection and gentle as water. However, that fragility has been replaced by ice-cold determination, like two cold stars condensed with hatred. Tonight, this angel will take the initiative to go to hell. After Su Xia dressed herself up, she went downstairs silently with an expressionless and cold face to dormitory 301. Boom boom boom.
She knocked on the demon's door.
301.
Chapter 94 Campus Bells, please show your loyalty.
After Qin Feng fired an RPG rocket launcher at the boys' dormitory building, although there was thick smoke, the dormitory building did not collapse. It's pretty good, quite solid.
Qin Feng whistled, with absolute confidence in his own strength and indifference to the result. Carrying the barrel of the rocket launcher on his shoulder and holding it with one hand, he walked down the rooftop of the girls' dormitory building with a leisurely pace. I went down the stairs, walked through the corridor, and went straight back to dormitory 301. Along the way, the door of the girls' dormitory was quietly and carefully opened a crack, and then quickly closed. Behind each door, there are pairs of girls looking at me with awe, curiosity, and admiration. The moment Qin Feng passed by, the girls greedily caught his figure. They were afraid that Qin Feng would fire at them without saying a word. The girls' hearts were beating wildly. They were afraid of Qin Feng's overwhelming power, but they were also deeply attracted by the sense of security that Qin Feng brought to Li Rushi. Behind the door, the girls were whispering. I didn't realize before, Qin Feng is getting more and more handsome. He's handsome, but also a dog, not a human being. But why am I starting to like him?
Nonsense.
If my boyfriend used a rocket launcher and blew up the entire boys' dormitory building so that they were afraid to speak, I would also kneel down and lick his ass. Yeah, if my boyfriend was as tough as Qin Feng, I would have slept with him a long time ago.
Why did I wait until today?
To be honest, men should be like this, more decisive and domineering.
My boyfriend is too effeminate.
Yes, I would rather my boyfriend scold me a few times than nagging me.
Now I'm a little envious of Lin Yue and the others. They must be eating very well. It's not just about the good food, it's also about that aspect.
The girls were discussing Qin Feng's strength. They also discussed his great achievements in dominating the school beauty. They also talked about Qin Feng's reckless and self-centered arrogance. Behind the door are sighs. In their eyes, Qin Feng is no longer the wimp who stayed in the girls' dormitory. It is a powerful being that transcends rules and controls everything. Qin Feng's violence, when the zombie crisis enveloped the university dormitory, turned into an extreme charm. Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to all this, sneered a few times, whistled, and walked back to 301.
Just opened the door of dormitory 301.
The four girls all jumped like frightened little rabbits. As soon as they saw him, 4 pairs of big eyes lit up at once.
It was filled with eager anticipation and a look of awe and fear.
Lin Yue was the first to react, and she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms like a young swallow flying into the forest. The soft and warm body hugged him tightly, buried her face deep in Qin Feng's chest, and greedily breathed in the masculine scent mixed with the smell of gunpowder on his body. This smell of gunpowder not only did not scare her, but instead brought her the sense of security that girls pursue.
Wow, I'm so worried about you.
Lin Yue's voice came out muffled with tears, and her shoulders trembled slightly because of fear. That noise just now was too loud.
I was afraid. I was afraid something might happen to you.
Qin Feng laughed, stroking her soft hair, his tone full of absolute confidence.
Why worry about me? You should be worried about them.
That bunch of rubbish has no ability to fight back at all. From the beginning to the end, it was just me crushing them one-sidedly.
I know, but I'm still worried about you.
Lin Yue raised her pretty face with crystal tears from his arms, her beautiful eyes full of dependence and admiration.
What if there's an accident?
Without waiting for Qin Feng's answer, Lin Yue stood on tiptoe and brought her light pink lips, which were shining with water, forward, eagerly seeking comfort. Qin Feng lowered his head and kissed her soft lips twice, neither lightly nor heavily, with a hint of reward. Then, a graceful figure floated over lightly. It was Tang Tang, a senior student from the dance department. She is exceptionally tall and slender, and years of dance training have given her a swan-like graceful neck and straight posture. On a plain oval face, a pair of almond-shaped eyes were now filled with tears and frightened admiration. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms like a frightened white deer. The slender arms tightly wrapped around Qin Feng, and the soft body trembled slightly. She also buried her face in Qin Feng's strong shoulders, and her voice was soft and beautiful with tears in her eyes.
That was terrifying. That single shot of yours, you almost blew up the entire boys' dormitory. Haha, they deserve it.
Then, the 1.7-meter tall cheerleading captain Mu Qingyan also squeezed over. She is not as tearful as Lin Yue, nor as weak and frail as Tang Tang.
The body curves from years of exercise are tight and strong.
She squeezed a gap between Lin Yue and Tang Tang's arms. She also pressed her face tightly against Qin Feng's arm, staring at Qin Feng with her bright big eyes. Qin Feng, you scared us to death. We support you in teaching those stinky boys a lesson, but you must protect yourself too. We're counting on you from now on. This statement is of a higher level than the previous two. Not only did he express his concern, he also brought all the girls in the dormitory with him and submitted a letter of allegiance. Qin Feng smiled, freed one hand, and rubbed Mu Qingyan's hair, which was tied into a high ponytail. It felt smooth to the touch. Don't worry, a bunch of chickens and dogs can't pose any threat to me. Mu Qingyan nodded heavily, then let go of her hand contentedly. The three charming girls finally got off Qin Feng. But those beautiful eyes were still fixed on him, as if they were afraid that he would disappear in the next second. They could see clearly the power of the rocket launcher from the rooftop. That shot not only collapsed the balcony of the boys' dormitory, but also completely shattered their fantasy of a doomsday crisis. Qin Feng is undoubtedly the most powerful existence. He is their tree, their mountain, and their support. From now on, don't think about anyone else, just Qin Feng. If the end of the world is over, they will still be around Qin Feng. Finally, standing not far away was the 176 centimeters tall car model and school beauty Jiang Chui. The black silk nightgown she was wearing outlined her breathtaking curves under the light at this moment. A pair of straight and slender beautiful legs is even more eye-catching. Her eyes were complicated, with a hint of confusion, a hint of shock, and something she herself hadn't noticed, admiration.
Qin Feng for Huinan.
No, he was just venting his strength and blew those gangsters into ashes. The kind of decisive killing that doesn't take human life seriously, the kind of absolute dominance that dominates everything. Compared with her boyfriend Huinan, who was weak and incompetent and could only hide behind others. There's a world of difference.
One is in heaven, the other is on earth. Jiang Chui suddenly felt confused. What's the point of staying in this dormitory 301 by myself? Is he a chess piece planted by Huinan, or a prey that will be eaten up by Qin Feng sooner or later?
Just when she was feeling extremely confused, Qin Feng pushed away the three girls in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed directly on Jiang Chui.
Senior Jiang Chui.
Qin Feng's voice carried an unquestionable sense of command.
Jiang
Chui's heart skipped a beat, and her heart fluttered like a deer in her arms.
Come here and kiss me. Jiang Chui's mind buzzed and went blank in an instant. What? In front of Lin Yue and the other three?
This is no longer a hint, but a naked declaration of conquest.
Don't want.
However, although she said no, her body would not obey her.
Qin Feng's tangible oppression left her without the courage to even take a step back.
She could feel the three girls' gazes all fixed on her, with scrutiny, amusement, and superiority.
They are waiting. Wait for Jiang Chui to make a choice. Should I choose the weak Huinan, or the man in front of me who can flatten everything with rocket launchers? Do you still need to think about the answer?
Jiang Chui bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood.
Oh, okay. Humiliation, unwillingness, and the morbid excitement of betraying her boyfriend intertwined in her heart.
Finally, she stretched out her long legs and walked slowly towards Qin Feng, step by step, as if she was walking towards her own destiny. She stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and offered her lips. This kiss is full of fear of death and is a tragic sacrifice of oneself. She could feel Qin Feng's extremely domineering response. Gradually, Jiang Chui's tense body relaxed, and her little hands, which had nowhere to put, finally climbed onto Qin Feng's shoulders, as if she had found a towering tree to lean on. Finally, tears flowed from the corners of Jiang Chui's eyes, but she kissed even harder. On the side, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan watched the scene quietly.
Lin Yue, okay, another one. Tang Tang, 301 is getting more and more lively.
Mu Qingyan, it seems that Jiang Chui and I are roommates again. Just then, there was a knock on the door of room 301, dong dong dong.
Lin Yue was curious, who's knocking on the door? Tang Tang wondered, who else dares to knock on the door? Are they trying to save themselves?
Mu Qingyan hugged her elbows and said, I can't guess who would dare to knock on the door in this situation. Jiang Chui and Qin Feng's arms trembled all over and suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Yue and the other two also changed their expressions and looked at each other.
Who dares to knock on the door of 301?
The entire girls' dormitory avoided Qin Feng, and the boys' dormitory was littered with corpses and the sounds of ghosts and wolves howling.
Are you trying to kill yourself by knocking on the door at this time?
Under everyone's astonished gaze, the dormitory door was slowly pushed open a crack from the outside. A white, slender, flawless hand held the doorframe and pushed the door open. Then, a figure appeared at the door. Just one glance and Xin Feng's breathing paused slightly. The visitor was wearing a pure white CK uniform top with an exquisite crimson bow tied on the chest, looking like an innocent angel. The fair and delicate skin, against the backdrop of pure white cotton cloth, is dazzlingly white and so fragile that it seems to break at the slightest touch. The long, smooth black hair falls like a waterfall, forming an extreme black and white contrast with the snow-white clothes, impacting everyone's vision.
Moving my eyes downwards, I saw a dark blue pleated miniskirt.
Beneath the skirt, there was a pair of straight and slender legs without a trace of fat.
The skin was so tender that you could pinch water out of it. It was so perfect that it didn't seem like something from this mortal world. It was Su Xia, the white moonlight goddess recognized by all the boys in the school.
She just stood there quietly, like a lily untainted by dust. Those eyes that were once as moist and innocent as a deer were now staring at Qin Feng without blinking.
Tenderness is like water, and the wedding day is like a dream.
Deep in his eyes, the clarity remained, but there was a hint of determination and deep hatred that others could not understand. She suppressed the hatred with all her might, turning it into a layer of mist, making her look even more pitiful and tender. She stared at Qin Feng. Then, in front of everyone, she trembled slightly and opened her red lips.
Qin Feng, I want to be your girlfriend. Chapter 95 Goddess, kneel down. Su Xia's earth-shattering words, Qin Feng, I want to be your girlfriend, broke the defenses of the entire dormitory 301.
The four girls stared at Su Xia with four pairs of beautiful eyes.
Oh my god, the white moonlight in this boy's mind is actually given away for free?
Lin Yue was the first to disbelieve it. Her eyebrows were furrowed tightly, like a kitten whose territory had been invaded, full of hostility.
Su Xia, are you sick? Didn't you point your finger at Qin Feng and scold him yesterday?
Su Xia's beautiful face was pale, and the faint fingerprints on her cheeks were still visible. There were tears in her eyes and her voice was trembling.
I can't do it anymore. I won't scold Qin Feng anymore. I only feel reverence for Qin Feng now.
Oh. Tang Tang, a dancer standing by, sneered, crossed his arms, and looked at the girl with scrutiny in his eyes.
Qin Feng slapped you yesterday and knocked you to the ground. And now you come and tell me this? Don't you hate Qin Feng in your heart? No hate.
Su Xia shook her head violently, but her tone was extremely firm, as if she was trying to convince herself.
Qin Feng's slap woke me up.
What Qin Feng said was right, very philosophical. I belonged to Qin Pei in my heart, and it was like an epiphany.
I was wrong, I got it. Oh, you got it?
Girls from the Faculty of Arts are really good at talking, so sophisticated. Cheerleading Captain Mu Qinyan had a cold look in her eyes and exposed Su Xia without any hesitation.
Stop pretending.
Everyone knows you're Hong Yaoshuan's man. Are you here to play the trick of self-torture and the beauty trap?
I'm not.
Su Xia retorted fiercely, and tears finally burst out.
Hong Yaoshan and I have only worked together in the guitar club. I swear. I really want to be Qin Feng's girlfriend. Mu Qinyan took a step forward and stared at her. Stop asking. How are you going to prove it?
Su Xia's delicate body trembled, as if she had made up her mind, and she gritted her teeth and said,
I'm here, and I won't leave. I live here just like you guys, and am his woman.
Her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum, her cheeks flushed red as she added,
Tonight, I can sleep with you.
When these words were spoken, even Jiang Chui, who had just been conquered by Qin Feng, whitened her beautiful eyes.
Oh my god, Su Xia is so proactive? Is this a free gift? Is this still the white moonlight goddess that even a boy would consider it blasphemous to look at her? Jiang Chui smiled self-deprecatingly.
People say behind my back that I'm a young model at a car show, and they make up all sorts of rumors about me. But even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't be able to say anything like that, beautiful Su Xia.
I'm not giving it away for nothing. Su Xia finally broke down and cried out. I'm really desperate. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Qin Feng, do you believe me? Qin Feng didn't say anything. Too lazy to talk. Nonsense, I don't believe it. Of course not. I don't believe it at all. I would never believe it even if you kill me.
You, Su Xia, are here to avenge Hong Yashan.
Even a fool can see that. You have the same mentality as Diao-chan. You think I'm Dongjua, right?
What a pity, Sushia, you girls don't read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Diao-chan used the beauty trap on Dongjua, she really used the beauty trap, she really wanted to sleep with him.
Do you think you can keep yourself clean? Do you think you can keep yourself pure? Do you think you can maintain your purity? What is the honey trap? If you want to sleep with a beautiful woman, you'll lose both the wife and the army.
Words like pure as ice and jade are a joke in front of me, Qin Feng.
Qin Feng just wanted to sneer. His deep eyes swept over Su Xia's trembling body.
When Su Xia saw Qin Feng smile, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain, looking pitiful.
Qin Feng, do you believe me? I believe it.
Qin Feng spoke lightly.
These two words made Su Xia's expression brighten.
But the next sentence threw her into an icy cave. However, senior sister Su Xia, you are the legendary Su Baijiu Saint Body, and I admire you very much.
But you can't be my girlfriend. Ha, you are not qualified.
Su Xia's smile froze on her face and her heart sank.
Was her plan going to fail? What?
Qin Feng took a step forward and looked down at her condescendingly. His gaze was as solid as a substance, making Su Xia breathless.
You want to be my girlfriend, but you're not worthy.
Qin Feng's voice was very soft, but it was filled with murderous cruelty.
You, Su Xia, can only be my dog. Su Xia.
In an instant, humiliation, anger, fear, countless emotions exploded in her mind.
I, the goddess on the cover of Binhai University's admissions recruitment, should I be your dog? I, the white moonlight who amazed everyone with her sign at the sports meeting, will be your dog? I, the flower of jailing that countless rich second generations pursued with money and luxury cars, am I going to be your dog?
I was studying in the library at night, and there were 3 soft girls approaching me every day.
Are they trying to be your bootlickers? Me, how many second-generation rich people, second-generation officials, second-generation demolition workers, gave me luxury goods and promised to buy me LV, and I would be your bootlicker?
Su Xia's tears blurred her vision.
She choked and asked with the last bit of dignity. I'm a dog? I'm not even qualified to be a girlfriend? No, not at all. You can only be a dog.
Qin Feng's answer was crisp and clear, without a trace of emotion.
If you agree to be a dog, then stay. If you don't agree to be a dog, get out.
Su Xia bit her lips tightly, and the fishy and sweet taste of blood spread in her mouth.
Roll? All previous efforts were wasted? Failure at the last hurdle? Did Hong Yaoshan die in vain?
Hong Yaoshan had only one eye left, half of his arm, and half of his legs blown off.
Die with eyes wide open? One last wish before death? All in vain? No. She had no choice. Su Xia bit her lip and cried, "What is a dog licker? I don't understand. I haven't done it."
Qin Feng, it's very simple. Just lick my ass the way those boys in your fish pond treat you.
If you lick it well, you can stay. You licked me badly, get out.
Su Xia began to recall how those boys at Binhai University who lined up to be nice to her usually licked her. Some boys run to 3 canteens early in the morning and get themselves the best breakfast in each canteen: mung bean buns from Canteen 1, freshly ground soy milk from Canteen 2, and crab roe buns made by the aunt in Canteen 3. Some boys would squat down on the playground to tie their own sneaker laces, not caring at all about kneeling in front of others. Some boys would even go to PPMT and queue up all night just to buy Su Xia the latest model of Lalabu blind box dolls. There are also some boys who will send good morning, good evening, good night, have a nice day at fixed times in the morning and evening without interruption. There were also boys who sent her a lot of red envelopes for no reason, some of 520 yuan, some of 1,314 yuan. As long as Su Xia accepted the red envelopes, they cheered and thought they had won Su Xia's heart. Some boys were so happy just looking at Su Xia from afar in the cafeteria. There are even some boys who feel like they are in love and can be happy for several days as long as Su Xia looks at them.
So, now, Su Xia wants to copy these boys' dog-licking miracles? But this cannot be copied. Su Xia cried, "I can't go to 3 canteens to buy breakfast for you in the morning. They are all closed now. I can't go to the canteen in the middle of the night to buy medicine for you. I can't make brown sugar ginger water for you, and I can't." The curve of Qin Feng's mouth became wider, and he slowly raised his foot. Those are all low-level dog-licking techniques.
Senior Sushiya, as my dog, the first thing you have to learn to do is to kneel down and lick me.
Now, kneel down. Lick my shoes clean. You could hear a pin drop in the entire dormitory.
Lin Yue and the others were stunned.
They didn't expect Qin Feng to make such a humiliating request. Sushiya's body was shaking violently.
She looked at the pair of dusty sneakers on Qin Feng's feet and felt that her worldview was collapsing bit by bit.
Her white neck was stiff, and every second seemed as long as a century. Tears of humiliation slid down silently and hit the floor.
Finally, under the gaze of that cold gaze, under the dual pressure of hunger and fear, she slowly bent her long, straight legs, which she was so proud of.
Thump! The goddess Bai Yueguang knelt down.
At this moment, Qin Feng retracted his foot, pulled the hands of several girls around him, and glanced at Sushiya, who was kneeling on the ground. Senior Sushiya, remember your choice today.
Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang.
The scene in front of them suddenly changed, and everyone, including Sushiya, who was kneeling on the ground, was instantly pulled into a pure white space.
This is God's realm. And he is the only God. Sushiya opened her eyes wide with curiosity and looked around. Sofa, coffee table, 6-person dining room, 76-inch wall-mounted TV, massage chair, temperature-controlled wine cabinet, dance machine? Treadmill? Multiple bedrooms. This place is so spacious.
Chapter 96, Beautiful Schoolgirls Play Billiards with Me.
Bite.
The host in Jiang Chuyi's forceful kiss generates a massive amount of emotion.
Name, Jiang Chuyi. Gender, female. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Department, School of Economics. Style, 9-headed queen, peerless legs.
Hobbies, taking selfies, shopping, and enjoying the spotlight.
Humiliation, Jiang Chuyi passively kisses the host, plus 2,000 points.
Stimulus, Jiang Chuyi betrays her boyfriend and has intimate behavior with the host, plus 2,000 points. Falling into another boy's arms, eating and drinking other boys' things, plus 2,000 points. Happiness, when kissing the host, you feel a great sense of being conquered, plus 3,000 points. Shame, wearing the same small pajamas you used to sleep with another girl, in public, plus 1,000 points.
Jiang Chuyi's contribution points, 10,000 points.
Jiang Chuyi's current attitude towards the host is obedience. System upgrade to level 22, area expanded to 230 square meters.
A 30 square meter second bedroom with a separate bathroom is included as a bonus.
Current system space layout, living room 100 square meters, master bedroom 40 square meters, second bedroom A 30 square meters, second bedroom B 30 square meters, second bedroom C 30 square meters, balcony 20 square meters, kitchen 20 square meters.
Bite.
Sushiya, the fifth Bai Yueguang school beauty, kneels down in front of the host and licks his shoes, generating a large amount of emotion points.
Name, Sushiya. Gender, female. Height, 169 centimeters. Age, 21. Weight, 53 kilograms. Type, pure, Su Baijiu holy body. Appearance, 95 points. Hobbies, art and literature.
Humiliation, being forced to kneel down and lick the host's shoes, plus 3,000 points. Anger, the host is angry because she killed her lover, Hong Yaoshan, plus 4,000 points. Revenge, Sushiya is filled with the desire for revenge against the host, plus 2,000 points.
Resistance, Sushiya is filled with strong resistance, plus 3,000 points. Forbearance, Sushiya suppresses her grief and anger, ready to attack the host at any time. Plus 2,000 points. Sushiya's contribution points, 14,000 points. Sushiya's attitude towards the host, arrogant.
System space upgraded to LV23, area 240 square meters, living room increased to 110 square meters, a pool table rewarded. Host's current remaining points, 167,000 points, minus 10,000 points from the rocket launcher, plus the points from the two school beauties equals 171,000 points.
Currently, you have sufficient points.
The system's points explanation kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. In the end, Sushiya's emotions were filled with anger and revenge.
I thought this girl was here for revenge. Ha, it's so fun.
Okay, senior sister Sushiya, your dad will play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on the floor in the middle of the living room, and a brand new pool table appeared.
The dark green top velvet table is as smooth as a mirror.
The heavy solid wood table legs are carved with retro patterns. 9 flower balls, 9 colored balls, and 1 white ball were scattered on the table, sparkling under the light in the living room. 2 pool cues are quietly placed on the pool table, inviting players to participate. Xin Feng's skills were decent. He picked up the club, leaned casually on the edge of the table, leaned over, and made a beautiful low shot. The white ball hit the ball accurately and the colored ball went into the pocket. The crisp sound of collision instantly attracted the attention of the other 3 girls in the living room. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with strong interest.
Wow, hubby, you're so handsome. This looks so fun, I want to play it too.
I've only seen those spirited girls and the yellow-haired guys playing in pool halls before. They were smoky and foul-mouthed.
I've never played, nor have I ever been in a pool hall. Come on, come on. Now that we are here, let's just make the best of it and play for fun together. The girls chattered and yelled, then realized their pajamas were inappropriate and ran back to their bedrooms laughing. A moment later, 3 beautiful scenery lines reappeared in the living room. Lin Yue carries out the pure desire style to the end. She wore a loose white shirt, the hem of which barely covered her curvy hips, leaving her 2 snow-white, delicate legs exposed to the air. She wore a pair of furry slippers on her feet, which exuded extreme temptation in her laziness. Honey, I don't know anything at all. You have to teach me. Lin Yue acted coquettishly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng pinched Lin Yue's face. I'm here. Tang Tang ran out of the bedroom.
As expected of a dancer, she changed into a black tight vest, which perfectly outlined her body curves without a trace of fat. The high bun reveals a graceful and slender swan neck, and her temperament is cool and pure.
I'm here too, husband, teach me.
Mu Qingyan displayed her energy and passion to the fullest.
This cheerleader is a hottie. Wearing a bright blue backless miniskirt, her legs under the skirt look long and powerful.
3 stunning beauties with very different styles surrounded the pool table, making this small area lively and colorful.
Husband, teach me first, teach me first.
Mu Qingyan was the most lively and was the first to grab the club, but she didn't know how to start. Qin Feng smiled and walked behind her. He stretched out his long arms and held Mu Qingyan, who was 170 centimeters tall, in his arms. His right hand covered her small hand holding the club, and his left hand gently supported her waist.
Move lower, yes, and look at the red ball.
Qin Feng's warm breath sprayed on Mu Qingyan's earlobe, making her pretty face instantly red and her body a little weak.
Hubby, your hands are so hot.
Qin Feng guided her arm and pushed hard.
Bang!
The red ball was pocketed accurately.
Ah, it went in. So accurate. My husband is so amazing.
Mu Qingyan jumped up excitedly, turned around and gave Qin Feng a big hug.
It's my turn.
Tang Tang was a little reserved, holding the golf cue, and stood shyly by the table. Her body was extremely flexible, and when she bent down, the hip line under her tights formed a breathtaking arc. Qin Feng also approached her from behind, his chest almost touching her soft back.
Don't be nervous, senior, relax.
His big hand wrapped around Tang Tang's bare hand from behind, and he could clearly feel her slight trembling.
Thank you, husband, for teaching me how to play ball. Tang Tang's voice was very low.
Although she had had physical contact with Qin Feng several times, her cheeks still turned red all the way to her neck when she was hugged by Qin Feng like this.
Okay, brother, so which bag should I put it in? She asked quietly. It's a base bag, it's easier.
Qin Feng gave her instructions in her ear and hit the ball into the hole again. When Tang Tang saw the ball go in, she also smiled happily, her eyes full of girlish shyness. When it was Lin Yue's turn, she was even more proactive and leaned back directly into Qin Feng's arms, tilting her pure and lustful face and looking at him with seductive eyes.
Hubby, I don't know how to do it. You have to teach me step by step. This erotic and charming scene was seen by a person not far away. Su Xia. She was wearing the CK uniform that symbolized purity, a white top, a dark blue skirt, and a cute red bow on her chest.
She just stood there, not daring to sit down or get closer. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, his nails almost digging into his palms. She watched how the demon who had killed her lover was playing with his prey, holding those girls who were as pitiful as herself in his arms and enjoying their admiration and cries.
Revenge. How should I take revenge? Su Xia's mind was thinking frantically. Should I continue to endure humiliation, exchange obedience for his trust, and then slit his throat with a hidden blade when he is most defenseless at night? Or look for other opportunities?
At this moment, Jiang Chui, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the sofa, lit up her cell phone screen.
The caller ID shows Hui Nan, her current boyfriend. Jiang Chui's eyes flashed with complexity.
She quickly pressed the answer button and immediately blurred the video background, then hid in the second bedroom with Lin Yue and Tang Tang.
Hello? Nan.
Jiang Chui's voice sounded a little tired.
Hello, baby. Hui Nan's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you? I'm in my dorm.
Jiang Chui lied without changing her expression. Lying had become commonplace to her these past 2 days.
Did Qin Feng bring you food? Not yet.
Jiang Chui felt a pang of pain in her heart. How's the situation over there?
It feels so good. Baby, I'm telling you, it feels so fucking good.
Hui Nan's voice was filled with a sense of pride. Qin Feng fired a single shell and blew those two bastards, Hong Yashan and Zhao Wenyu, into the sky. Only that loser Wu Yuyan is left, barely surviving. I think all his internal organs are shattered, and he's still trying to instigate the other boys to attack the girls' dormitory. I wonder who will dare to bully me, Hui Nan, in the boys' dormitory from now on. With boss Qin Feng protecting me, I don't think anyone dares to touch a hair on my head, hee hee. Listening to her boyfriend's stupid and complacent laughter, Jiang Chui felt only endless sadness and contempt in her heart.
Alas, the incompetent Hui Nan.
He had no idea that the big boss he was talking about had already kissed his girlfriend. He didn't even know that his girlfriend had taken a shower with the big boss and moved into the big boss's house and had never returned to dormitory 424. And he was still feeling smug about his enemies helping him avenge him.
Well. Jiang Chui sighed softly. Okay, Nan, I'm hanging up first.
Well, I'll give boss Qin Feng a big red envelope later.
When you eat, remember to thank him for me.
Okay. Jiang Chui's voice was extremely calm.
I will help you thank Qin Feng properly. Jiang Chui said this with a double meaning.
The phone was hung up. The world suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chui looked at her reflection on the phone screen and suddenly smiled. There was a hint of self-mockery and determination in that smile.
Guilt?
That kiss and that bath together had washed it all away.
Betrayal?
When your man needs to rely on another man for protection, betrayal has already occurred.
Since it's already dirty, let it stay dirty.
Now that it has fallen, it might as well be smashed to pieces. It's better to just throw away the broken jar than to hide it like this. She stood up, opened the doors of Lin Yue and Tang Tang's wardrobes, and looked for clothes that would suit her. A moment later, when Jiang Chui appeared in the living room again, the air in the entire living room froze.
She changed into a black hip-hugging miniskirt of Tang Tang and a white lace shirt.
The skirt was tight on Tang Tang, and it became extremely sexy on her 176 centimeters model frame. The hem of her skirt was stretched extremely short, barely covering the most critical part, making her incredibly long legs look even more breathtaking. Her long wavy hair was casually scattered, her eyes were lazy yet sharp, and her aura of a queen was fully on display. She walked straight to Mu Qingyan and snatched the pool cue from her hand.
Yenner, get out of the way. Look at me. You can't do it at all.
Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chui leaned down and aimed without any unnecessary effort.
Bang!
With a bang, the cue ball pushed the red ball and rushed into the pile of balls like white lightning.
Crack! Crack! Crack, crack, crack.
The crisp sounds of impact were continuous, and one colorful ball after another rolled into each pocket accurately at an incredible angle and speed.
Clear the table with one shot. The whole process is smooth and full of violent aesthetics. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He whistled, not bad, senior sister Chui, I didn't expect you to be so good at billiards. Let's have a formal game.
Jiang Chui stood up, tapped the ground lightly with the end of the club, raised her chin provocatively, and slightly parted her red lips.
Okay, brother. Let's play around. First, what happens if you win? What happens if you lose?
Chapter 97. The flowers are too bright, if you don't pick them, you will not understand their charm. Jiang Chui tapped the ground lightly with the end of the club, her red lips slightly parted, the provocative curve was captivating.
What's the bet?
Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and her lazy voice carried a hint of vigilance and a hint of expectation. Qin Feng smiled, and that smile was very faint, like an invisible net, covering the atmosphere of the entire living room.
Bet big.
Qin Feng walked to the pool table and gently brushed his fingers across the dark green surface. I win, you become my girlfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to be sucked dry.
You could hear a pin drop in the living room. Lin Yue's mouth instantly opened into an O shape, thinking. You are so good, Jin Feng.
You fall in love with every girl you meet.
Now that you have a queen like senior, have you forgotten about us cute juniors?
Tang Tang had an expression that said, as expected, with a smile on his face as if he was looking forward to the show.
Another one.
Huanan probably doesn't even know how he got cheated on. Poor guy. Mu Qingyan held her forehead inside resignedly.
It's over.
Looks like I'll never be able to escape the fate of being roommates with Jiang Chuyi in this life. Jiang Chuyi, who was the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Chuyi was delighted when she heard what Qin Feng said.
A strange feeling of satisfaction came over me. Next to her is Su Xia, the school beauty known as Bai Yue Guang.
She can only stand here like a maid and is not even qualified to be Qin Feng's girlfriend. As for himself, Qin Feng used his status as girlfriend as a bet.
This in itself is a kind of recognition. It's a declaration of status. Jiang Chuyi's self-esteem was greatly satisfied. She even subconsciously glanced at Su Xia in the corner. There was sarcasm and pity in his eyes. Look, Su Xia, this is the difference. If you come here, you can only be a licking dog. If I come here, I can be a girlfriend. Su Xia's face turned pale.
Her nails dug into her palms tightly, and the stinging pain of humiliation made her almost unable to stand. She understood Qin Feng's subtext and also understood Jiang Chuyi's eyes. Oh my god, for the sake of revenge, how many times must I endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch like Han Xin? Jiang Chuyi retracted her gaze, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and looked directly at Qin Feng.
Okay, Junior. If you win, I'll be your girlfriend. So, what if I win?
Qin Feng slowly picked up a white ball, played with it between his fingertips, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. If you win, you can continue to be Huinan's girlfriend. After all, he transferred so many red envelopes to me.
I can't be too sorry for him, right?
Jiang Chuyi's breathing suddenly stopped.
Is this human language? You have already let Huinan down. The first day you called me over, you slapped my butt with your dirty hands. The next day, you pinched someone's thigh. On the third day, you asked me to take a bath with you. Today, you asked me to kiss you in front of Su Xia. Until now, a game of billiards has always been the deciding factor in whether or not to be a girlfriend. This devil. This scumbag. This bastard.
Jiang Chuyi bit her red lips tightly with her teeth, her chest heaving violently.
In the end, the resentment and anger turned into determination. Good. Let's bet. I'm willing to accept the loss.
Senior Su Xia, Qin Feng said without turning his head, as if he was ordering a maid.
Come here and swing the ball. Su Xia's body trembled, she walked forward with her head down, and picked up the wooden tripod hanging under the pool table. She bent down and arranged the colorful balls neatly. Under the dark blue CK uniform skirt, the curve of her hips is perfectly outlined.
Qin Feng's eyes swept across the scenery unscrupulously, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
You, bearing humiliation and doing everything you can to seek revenge? Ha, what an interesting prey. Sheep in the wolf's mouth. Su Xia placed the ball. Qin Feng gave the kickoff right to Jiang Chuyi. Senior, ladies first. Okay. Jiang Chuyi was not polite at all. With a fierce opening shot, the cue ball rushed into the pile of balls. Bang!
Billiard balls of various colors were scattered.
Crack! Crack! The colorful balls scattered and fell into the pocket.
The competition officially begins. Under the crystal light in the living room, the surface of the billiard ball reflects a crystal luster. Every crisp impact sound seemed to strike at everyone's heart. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan watched the battle situation with wide eyes. When Qin Feng was playing, he looked focused and calm, as if everything was under his control. When Jiang Chuyi leaned over to take aim, her 176 cm model figure showed off her breathtaking curves. Her 1.8-meter long legs wrapped in a black hip skirt tightened and stretched with every shot. Her long wavy hair occasionally falls over her shoulders, and her aura is fully revealed. Every accurate goal is like a declaration of one's pride. The battle was stalemate, with both sides fighting back and forth. Lin Yue and the other girls were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. they discussed in low voices without blinking.
Lin Yue, come on, baby, come on.
Tang Tang, I don't know whether I hope Qin Feng wins or Jiang Chuyi wins.
Mu Qingyan, alas, I hope Jiang Chuyi wins and doesn't give Huinan the green grasslands so quickly.
This game not only determines Jiang Chuyi's fate, but is also more like a rehearsal.
It indicates whether Qin Feng will completely uproot this proud thorny rose and eat it up completely. Finally, there was only one black 8 left on the table. It was Jiang Chuyi's turn to bat. Even if she wins, she will still be Huinan's girlfriend and hold the last line of defense.
If she loses, she will be Qin Feng's girlfriend from now on.
It's over, it's all over. It all depends on this one shot. Tang Tang nervously grabbed Lin Yue's arm. Senior Chui has such good skills, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Lin Yue murmured.
Jiang Chuyi was also extremely nervous. She took a deep breath, walked around the table twice, and carefully observed the angle. This shot requires a long run across the table, which is extremely difficult.
Do I really want to become one of Qin Feng's concubines? What if the apocalypse ends? What if the zombie crisis is over and we return to a prosperous age? All of us are his girlfriends? I still have to be Huinan's girlfriend, right? After all, Huinan is rich. This ball must be scored.
Jiang Chuyi was in a state of confusion, but she forced herself to calm down, bent down, and got into position.
Just as she was about to hit the ball,
Qin Feng's voice sounded faintly, very soft, like the whisper of a devil.
Senior, Huinan is still waiting for your call.
Jiang Chuyi's heart trembled suddenly and her wrist shook.
It's over.
The club pushed forward uncontrollably, and the white ball rolled out crookedly. Instead of hitting the black 8, it stopped at the opening of the bottom pocket. A perfect opportunity ball was delivered to Qin Feng's mouth.
Ah! Mistake! Oh my god, Shui, what's wrong with you? This ball is a gift. You didn't do this on purpose?
Amid the three girls' screams, Jiang Chuyi's eyes went dark and her whole body went cold.
I have proven my innocence, today.
Qin Feng walked past her with a smile and pinched Jiang Chuyi's taut waist with his fingers, neither too light nor too heavy. Qin Feng lifted Jiang Chuyi's wavy hair from her ears, and the warm touch made her shiver all over.
Thank you, Senior.
Qin Feng said as he leaned down and without even aiming, pushed casually and elegantly.
Bang! The white ball kisses the black 8. Bang! The black 8 ball fell into the pocket. The game is over.
Jiang Chuyi's heart also sank into the bottomless abyss along with the ball.
Spicy meatballs.
Qin Feng stood up and looked at Jiang Chu with a smile, his eyes playful.
Senior Chui, are you willing to accept defeat?
Jiang Chuyi's long eyelashes drooped, hiding the myriad emotions in her eyes, and her voice was as low as a mosquito.
Well, it's nothing. I accept the loss. Very good.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then from now on, our relationship is that of a couple.
It's official.
Jiang Chuyi raised her head suddenly, with a hint of pleading in her eyes.
Okay, but please, don't tell Huinan yet, okay?
We are, for now, in a secret relationship.
Okay.
Qin Feng agreed readily.
Huinan is a classmate after all. We can't provoke him too much.
As he spoke, he naturally reached out and held Jiang Chuyi's slender hand.
Jiang Chuyi's hands were very cold and were still trembling slightly. What are you doing? Jiang Chuyi wanted to shrink back as if she had been electrocuted.
Qin Feng held her tighter, pulled her closer, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his tone full of domineering tenderness.
Senior, I'm not a playboy. It's just that if I don't pick the flowers blooming so beautifully, wouldn't I be unromantic? Let's go.
Jiang Chuyi's cheeks suddenly burned up.
Humiliation, betrayal, shame.
There was also the throbbing of a girl's heart, which she herself dared not admit, madly intertwined in her heart. She was half pulled by Qin Feng, and with hesitant steps, she entered the second bedroom that belonged to her. A 1.5-meter double bed with snow-white sheets and 2 neatly arranged feather pillows. The room is quiet, white, and no one disturbs.
Bang!
Qin Feng kicked the door shut. In the living room, Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan looked at each other in deathly silence.
What should we do? Lin Yue broke the silence. I'm hungry. Tang Tang touched his stomach. I've been busy all morning. Aren't you going to have dinner? Mu Qingyan glanced at the closed door and said quietly. What's the meal? Wait, it'll be at least an hour.
In the corner, Sushia, who was wearing a CK uniform, also had her stomach growling. She heard that Qin Feng had no shortage of food.
It turns out that after waiting for an hour, you can finally have a full meal? Also, should I follow Jiang Chui's example and deliberately lose a round of billiards so that I can enter the bedroom with Qin Feng? Can he use the blade hidden in his pocket to cut Qin Feng's throat and create a counterattack? Chapter 98 Your White Moonlight, Eat My Leftovers.
In the living room, on the coffee table, there appeared a set of beautifully packaged recurve bows and arrows. The bow was pitch black, with smooth lines and full of power. On the wall, a professional target with red, yellow, and blue stripes also appeared. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, the three girls, gathered around curiously, temporarily forgetting the ambiguous movements in the bedroom.
Lin Yue exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, there are new toys again?" Tang Tang blinked her eyes and guessed, Qin Feng was afraid that we would be bored, so he specially came to entertain us, right?
I'm not good at billiards, but I've practiced archery.
Mu Qingyan confidently picked up the bow and said, "I'm a great shooter."
After that, she put the arrow on, took a deep breath, and pulled the bowstring with all her strength.
However, the bowstring seemed to be welded and did not move at all. Ah! Mu Qingyan's face flushed red, and she tried again, using all her strength to pull the bow. However, the bowstring remained as steady as a rock, not moving at all. I can't pull it. What's wrong with this bow? Is it broken? Let me try. Tang Tang and Lin Yue also took turns to fight. But even though the shirt was almost torn, the bowstring was only pulled into a tiny arc. This isn't a game for girls, is it? Could it be that Qin Feng played it himself? This bow is too hard.
On the side, Sushia watched all this silently. She was wearing a snow-white lace shirt and a red bow, looking particularly quiet and well-behaved. Under the dark blue CK short skirt, pure white stockings wrapped around her slender straight legs. Sushia has a beautiful face without any makeup, and her eyes are as clear as water. However, there was confusion and uneasiness in his eyes, which made him seem out of place. As she watched Lin Yue and the others shooting arrows, a thought started to grow wildly in her mind. I can make a bet with Qin Feng on archery.
Yes, just like Jiang Chui did, and then deliberately lose to him.
If I lose, I'll have a reason to legitimately enter his room and do shameful things with him. According to the female classmates in the dormitory, when boys are bored, it is also the time when the whole body is relaxed, the most powerless, the most vulnerable, and the most unable to think. At that critical moment, Sushia stood up and cut Qin Feng's throat with a surgical blade hidden in her pocket.
A humiliating, vicious, self-sacrificing, and desperate revenge plan. It quietly took shape in Sushia's mind. 60 minutes later, the bedroom door finally opened.
Qin Feng walked out refreshed. Jiang Chui had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed due to extreme fatigue.
Oh my god, it's finally over. Hubby, we're starving. It's already 1 in the afternoon, can we have dinner?
Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan immediately put down their bows and arrows and surrounded them chattering. Qin Feng looked at the girls crying for food and smiled faintly.
Okay, let's eat.
He thought about it and deducted 10,000 points. In an instant, 6 steaming and fragrant Wenzhou specialties appeared on the large dining table. 3 shredded fish. The soup is clear, and the white and tender fish fillets are dotted with the red of ham, the white of shredded chicken, and the black of mushrooms, giving off a fragrant aroma. Exploded cuttlefish flour, the jade white cuttlefish flour curls and blooms, and each piece is evenly coated with crystal clear sauce. Steamed abalone with garlic paste. The golden garlic paste is spread all over the big and plump abalone, and the garlic aroma brought out by the boiling oil and the sweetness of the abalone are perfectly blended. Wenzhou fish ball soup, chewy, white fish balls in a rich broth. Ginger wine sea crab red and attractive, overflowing with wine aroma. Wenzhou duck tongue. The sauce is bright in color and has a unique flavor. In the end times, this is simply an imperial enjoyment. Air conditioning, Wi-Fi, delicious food, and watermelon, so comfortable.
Wow! A feast. Hard dish, this is a totally hard dish. Thank you, dear. It looks delicious.
Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan's saliva instantly burst out and saliva overflowed. They rushed to the dining table impatiently, each served themselves rice, staring at the table full of delicacies with their eyes fixed, their throats churning.
Husband, take the main seat. They enthusiastically pushed Qin Feng to the main seat. Lin Yue raised her chopsticks and asked eagerly, Husband, can we start eating? Tang Tang pointed at the soup curiously and said, I've never eaten Wenzhou cuisine.
What kind of dish is this? Qin Feng explained, 3 threads knocking on the fish.
Tang Tang, what is 3-thread knocking fish?
Qin Feng picked up his chopsticks and explained leisurely, 3 shreds are shredded chicken breast, ham, and mushrooms. Pounding the fish means coating fresh grass carp slices with starch and pounding them into extremely thin slices with a small wooden mallet.
Tang Tang suddenly realized, oh, I've learned something new. Mu Qinyan looked towards the bedroom. Where's Senior Zhang Chui? Aren't you going to ask her to get up for dinner?
Qin Feng, Zhang Chui, let her sleep.
She is tired.
Let's save some food for her to eat when she wakes up. For people had already sat down at the dining table, but Su Xia was still standing alone not far away in the living room. She twisted the corners of her white shirt with both hands, feeling lost. I don't know if I'm qualified to sit down, or if I can only wait for them to finish eating. After all, in Qin Feng's eyes, his current identity is just a dog.
Tang Tang, who was the softest-hearted, noticed her embarrassment and couldn't help but speak. Hubby, she pointed at Su Xia, can you let her sit down and eat with us?
After hearing this, Qin Feng finally raised his eyes and his cold gaze fell on Su Xia.
Ha, Su Xia, your purity cannot cover up your viciousness. The system said that you have a blade hidden on your body and want to kill me? On your body? Where is it hidden? Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to eat at the table? How can you want both?
Qin Feng sneered in his heart. There was no expression on Qin Feng's face, and his voice was flat without a trace of emotion.
Who? Su Xia? A dog wants to eat at the table?
Qin Feng paused, his gaze like a sharp blade, cutting through Su Xia's last bit of dignity.
Su Xia, just stand there and watch us eat. When I finish eating, whatever's left on the table is yours. Boom! Su Xia's mind went blank in an instant, and her body began to tremble violently.
The humiliation was like boiling hot iron pouring down from above her head, instantly burning every part of her body. Tears flowed uncontrollably, my vision became blurry, and the whole world was spinning.
Who is she? She is Su Xia. It is the white moonlight that countless boys dream of. She is a goddess that boys can't even invite even if they queue up for dinner. It is a rare flower that cannot even be seen in the cafeteria. Now, I have to stand and watch others eat, and even eat Qin Feng's leftovers?
The huge shame, anger and grievance strangled Su Xia's throat, making her unable to make a sound. Tears slid down, dripping onto the smooth floor and shattering into flowers of despair. She didn't cry out of anger, but because she felt her personality was. Qin Feng used the most understated words to crush it into the dust. Chapter 99 Archery Competition, School Beauty, you lost. Qin Feng and the 3 sisters Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan feasted on the meal.
The deliciousness of Wenzhou cuisine is magnified countless times in the apocalypse.
Especially the 3-strand fish, the fish slices are as thin as cicada wings and melt in your mouth. The soup is clear and sweet, and it slides down the throat into the stomach without chewing, leaving behind an extremely fresh and fragrant taste.
Lin Yue, oh my god, this fish is so delicious. Tang Tang, delicious. Honey, I want another bowl. Mu Qingyan, honestly, I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life.
The 3 girls ate without raising their heads, mumbling incoherent praises, their happiness almost overflowing. At the same time, in the second bedroom,
Zhang Chui woke up slowly.
She slept for about 10 minutes, but it felt like a century. The burning heat in my body has subsided, and now I feel strangely lazy and weak all over. There seemed to be a subtle touch of trembling on her skin, which made her subconsciously close her legs. Just then, a cell phone ringtone rang out.
Sprinkle some butter, sprinkle some butter. It was a video call from Huinan. Zhang Chui's heart tightened and she answered the phone.
Hey, baby. The concerned voice of her boyfriend Huinan came from the other end of the phone.
Nan.
When Zhang Chui opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was hoarse and soft, as if it had just been rained on.
Huinan immediately noticed something was wrong. Chui, what's wrong with your voice? Are you okay? I'm fine.
Zhang Chui's heartbeat began to accelerate, and she tried to remain calm.
Have you had lunch yet? Oh, I just ate a lot. Did Qin Feng bring you food? Yeah, that's right.
Zhang Chui began to weave lies involuntarily.
He asked Lin Yue to bring it to me. I stayed in the dormitory all day and all night. Yue is a very nice person. That's good, that's good. I don't mean to doubt you. I just care about you. Well, Nan, thank you.
But your voice still sounds wrong.
Nan was still a little confused. My voice?
Yeah, your voice sounds a little hoarse.
Are you getting a sore throat? Drink some hot water. Okay, I see. It might be because I just woke up from a nap. I'm hanging up now.
Yes, bye. The phone was hung up.
Zhang Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief.
Then, a strange sense of accomplishment, unfamiliar even to herself, surged into her heart. She found that she could deceive her boyfriend so easily and without any hesitation. Then she closed her eyes again and recalled everything that had just happened. Damn it, from now on, I am also a woman who has waded through the river of men.
So this is what it's like to be a man.
Zhang Chuyi slowly stood up, put on her suspender skirt, and walked out of the bedroom.
In the living room, the aroma of food is even stronger.
Qin Feng and the three girls were eating with great enjoyment and laughter. In a corner of the dining table, a plate held some seemingly untouched fish and shrimp, obviously left for her.
Well, it's quite heartwarming.
Qin Feng and the three girls treat her as one of their own. However, there was a girl standing next to the dining table. The girl was wearing a JK uniform, with a slim figure, and was surprisingly beautiful. But now he stood there alone, twisting his clothes with his hands. She lowered her head, looking like a submissive and aggrieved young wife. She didn't dare to sit down or make a sound. She looked like a kitten abandoned by the whole world, so pitiful. Zhang Chuyi sneered in her heart, Sushia, a girl who was not even worthy of being a girlfriend.
Qin Feng saw Zhang Chuyi coming out.
That pretty face, which had just experienced the wind and rain, had a touching shyness and powerlessness. There seemed to be a layer of trembling on the skin of that pair of long, snow-white legs.
He waved to Zhang Chu. Are you awake? Come and eat and replenish your nutrition.
Zhang Chuyi's cheeks flushed, and she rolled her eyes at him unhappily.
You are the one who needs to replenish your nutrition. You consume so much day and night.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yue and the other two girls burst into laughter.
Shui, come quickly. I left a lot of food for you. I know you love fish, so I saved the best piece for you. We'll be good sisters from now on.
Yes. I don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but I hope we can have meat to eat in the future. Tang said foolishly. Qin Feng looked at the dishes left for Zhang Chuyi and thought that Zhang Chuyi had slept for a long time again and the dishes were a little cold. Qin Feng turned his head and his eyes fell on Su Xia, the white moonlight school beauty next to him. Senior Su Xia, please go to the kitchen and heat up this dish. Su Xia suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, her face pale with fear.
What?
Qin Feng's tone was calm and unwavering. I said, go to the kitchen and heat up this dish.
Su Xia. Qin Feng, don't tell me you can't even heat up food. Qin Feng, you are bullying me. Tears instantly welled up in Su Xia's eyes. I came here out of kindness to be your girlfriend, and if you didn't agree, that's fine. But now you're eating, and you won't even give me a bite? And you want me to heat up food for your girlfriend? That's too much.
Su Xia said while crying a little bit. The main reason was that he was too hungry, and Qin Feng's behavior was too cruel.
Seeing such delicious three-strand fish, I can't eat it, and I even heat up rice for Zhang Chuyi. Why? Qin Feng sneered.
When you came today, I told you very clearly, senior sister Su Xia, you are here to be a dog.
What we leave behind is yours. If you don't want to, get out now, I didn't ask you to come. If you don't want to, get out of this door and never come back. Su Xia's body began to tremble violently. Yes. She wants to leave.
She really wanted to turn around immediately and walk out of this place where she had suffered such humiliation.
But she can't.
She wanted to avenge the death of her idol Hong Yaoshan.
And also to avenge my trampled youth.
It's also for the purpose of making the man in front of me pay 1,000 times the price. What Qin Feng did to himself was a great shame and humiliation. She, Su Xia, a cold and aloof school beauty with countless bootlickers, when had she ever been insulted like this by Qin Feng?
Can't leave, revenge is needed. This thought is the only pillar supporting her now.
You must endure, bear humiliation and endure hardships. Su Xia bit her lips tightly and let the tears flow down. Then he picked up the plate and walked into the kitchen without saying a word. She found the wok, poured the food from the plate into it, and turned on the fire. As the food heated up, the rich aroma instantly exploded and rushed into her nostrils crazily.
Hungry. She had been hungry for too long. These days I live on compressed biscuits and snacks stored in the dormitory.
Compared with the Wonjo cuisine with a smoky flavor in front of me, that taste is simply hell.
Sushiya's saliva was secreted uncontrollably in her mouth.
While she was stir-frying, she cursed Qin Feng 1,000 times, 10,000 times in her heart.
Humph, scumbag, bastard, sea king, devil, bastard.
Sushiya's hatred for Qin Feng was like a fire in a pot, burning more and more fiercely. Yes, now, in this world, the person Sushiya hates most is Qin Feng. When a girl hates a boy, she thinks about him even more than she does about her lover.
Finally, the food was heated up.
Sushiya put the dishes back on the plate, brought it back to the dining table, and placed it in front of Zhang Chuyi in a bad mood. Zhang Chuyi looked at her and said with a smile, "Thank you, beautiful Sushiya." Sushiya looked at Zhang Chuyi's rosy cheeks and watery eyes, and her cheeks suddenly turned red too. She knew what had just happened in that room. She also knew that among the 5 girls present, she was the only one who was still a blank slate. Zhang Chuyi is the flower that has just been picked and is blooming beautifully. This contrast made her feel inexplicably ashamed and hot. The vivid and exciting things that happened inside made her, a pure and innocent girl, feel ashamed.
Chuyi, you, eat quickly.
Sushiya lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's.
Thank you. Zhang Chuyi smiled at the innocent girl in front of him.
At this time, Qin Feng put down his chopsticks.
He is full.
But he deliberately left some rice, a piece of fish and a cuttlefish flower in his bowl. There were also 2 Wonjo fish balls. There was a clear tooth mark on each of the 2 fish balls, which was left intentionally. Qin Feng gently pushed his bowl in front of Sushiya.
Senior Shia, this is what I have left. It's yours. Boom.
Sushiya's rationality completely broke down when she saw the 2 bitten fish balls.
This is too much. Qin Feng, you are such a bully. You really want me to eat your leftovers? Even if I, Sushiya, starve to death, I will never eat a man's leftovers. Especially the leftovers from Qin Feng, which were so insulting. I don't want to eat.
Sushiya's voice was sharp with anger. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and looked at her leisurely. Don't eat?
If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Qin Feng.
Sushiya stared at him intently, her mind racing as she thought of the idea she had just come up with.
Qin Feng, I'm going to make a bet with you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh? What are you betting on? Senior sister also likes to gamble?
Sushiya's chest rose and fell violently, and the crimson bow on her chest reflected her red face.
She spoke word by word. Betting on archery. If I win, you must serve me a meal, the same as theirs. I want to have a good meal, too. Qin Feng smiled and asked with interest, Senior sister, what if you lost?
Sushiya bit her lip, and a hint of blood spread in her mouth. She raised her red eyes and looked straight at Qin Feng.
I lost. I'll sleep with you. Chapter 100 Boys are most dangerous when they are boring. If I lose.
Sushiya bit her sexy red lips. She raised her eyes, which were burning with anger and humiliation, and stared at Qin Feng.
I'll sleep with you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the entire restaurant froze. Lin Yue, Tang Tang, and Mu Qingyan, along with Zhang Chuyi who had just been nourished, all widened their eyes with an expression of disbelief on their faces.
Sushiya, the white moonlight school beauty that boys unanimously admire. So, direct? If you lose the bet, you have to sleep with me? Just for a bite of food, you give the whole thing? Is this still the cold and arrogant school beauty Sushiya who was regarded as the white moonlight by countless boys? In order to gamble for a meal, he actually used his own body as a bet?
Several girls were very worried about Qin Feng's health.
If this goes on, all the school beauties will come to him for free, and Qin Feng will be exhausted to death, right?
Lin Yue subconsciously picked up a piece of shrimp and put it into Qin Feng's bowl.
He whispered softly, Honey, are you still okay? Sushiya came here on her first day and it was all for nothing.
Tang Tang's eyes were also filled with worry. Yes, Sushiya, this is a raw attack.
Too reckless.
Zhang Chuyi's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Qin Feng with a look that seemed to say, I think you will die in a woman's belly sooner or later.
Qin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, but said to Sushiya indifferently, It's not necessary.
He looked at Sushiya with a playful look in his eyes.
Haha, you want to use the beauty trap? Unfortunately, your rank is too low. Sushia felt uneasy when he looked at her, but she still held on and asked provocatively, what? Qin Feng, you don't dare to gamble? Qin Feng smiled. He slowly put down his chopsticks and stretched, as if what he had just heard was not a declaration of devotion from a stunning beauty, but an insignificant trivial matter. We can gamble. In archery, who's afraid of who? But I'm going to take a nap now. Qin Feng's tone was lazy. Also, senior sister Sushia, no matter how horny you are, no matter how eager you are to get into bed with me, you have to wait until I'm fully rested. Wait until I wake up and play with you tonight. Sushia's face turned red instantly. This was more hurtful than a direct rejection. He actually treated the challenge that risked his youth as an unnecessary game. Qin Feng seemed not to notice Sushia's expression and changed the subject. Oh, right. Senior Shia, you can't be idle while I sleep. He pointed to the messy dining table and said, wash the dishes first. Sushia's body stiffened. Qin Feng continued, then, wipe the wooden floor. Remember, wipe it with your hands, kneel on the floor, and wipe it clean bit by bit with a towel. This is a solid wood floor, it's very expensive. You. Sushia was so angry that she was shaking all over. Do you really think of me as a maid? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, his eyes suddenly turning cold. What else? Do you think you're here as a guest? If you don't want to do it, then get out. Get out of this door, and never let me see you again. I'll do it. Sushia almost squeezed out these two words from between her teeth. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, and his tone returned to that lazy tone. Very good. If you wash the dishes clean and mop the floor spotlessly, and that puts me in a good mood, I'll play archery with you tonight. I'll accept the loss. Okay, I'll accept the loss. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently, stood up, and pointed at a bowl of leftover rice on the table. Senior, don't waste that bowl of rice. Eat it all. He said to Ling Yue and the other girls, you guys, supervise Sushia's work. I'm going to take a nap. Lin Yue, yeah. Tang Tang, oh. Mu Qingyan and Jiang Chui, okay. After saying that, Qin Feng walked straight into the master bedroom and closed the door. In the room, there were only 4 girls watching the show and Sushia, who was extremely humiliated. Sushia stared at the bowl of leftovers on the table. There was still half a bowl of rice left, with a whole piece of fish, a cuttlefish flower, and 2 Wenzhou fish balls on it. Except for the 2 fish balls, there was a clear tooth mark on each. Tang Tang couldn't bear it, so he whispered, Shia, eat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Sushia closed her eyes and took a long breath. When she opened them again, the anger in her eyes had been replaced by a cold and dead silence. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry. Since there is a mouthful of food to eat, you might as well eat it. Sushia sat down silently, picked up the bowl, and ate up all the rice, fish, and cuttlefish. Only the 2 fish balls with Qin Feng's teeth marks were left. This is her last bit of dignity. Then she cleared the dishes without saying a word and went into the kitchen. The sound of splashing water was heard. Mu Qingyan's eyes rolled, she took out her cell phone, pointed it at Sushia's back in the kitchen, and clicked it. In the photo, the school beauty with a first love face wearing a white shirt, a dark blue JK skirt and white stockings, with her sleeves rolled up, is washing dishes in front of the sink with a slender and stubborn back. Mu Qingyan edited a circle of friends, posted a picture, and wrote, School beauty, in 301, washing dishes for love. After sending it, she turned her phone screen towards Sushia so that she could see it. Sushia's movements suddenly stopped. She saw the photo and the comments that quickly popped up below it. Holy crap! Isn't this Sushia? Is she really in Qin Feng's dorm? And still washing dishes? Hong Yaoshuan's body is still warm, and she's already gone to Qin Feng? This woman is too realistic. My goddess has fallen out of love. Are you really willing to do anything for someone who stutters? Suck up. Shameless. Fickle. The vicious comments were like sharp knives, stabbing into her heart. The color drained from Sushia's cheeks, and her lips turned white from biting herself. She didn't cry or make a fuss. I just washed the last bowl silently, then picked up the rag and walked into the living room. Under the playful gaze of the 4 girls, she dropped to her knees and laid face down on the cold floor.
The hem of the white shirt was slightly lifted up because of bending over, revealing the amazing curves wrapped in the JK skirt underneath, and the long ponytail fell on the smooth floor. Like a beautiful, broken doll, she began to use her hands to wipe the floor, inch by inch, where she had suffered such humiliation.
Every time I wiped it, the hatred in my heart became stronger.
Big tears almost fell from my eyes.
Chin Fong. I will lose tonight's archery game on purpose. Tonight, I will sleep with you. When you are bored. That's when you die.